Having just transmigrated into the boundless desolation, Qingxuan immediately obtained a divine-grade manifestation system. However, to make use of this system, he had to pay with his own fortune and destiny. Just as Qingxuan was vexed over this matter, a solemn voice suddenly echoed from the distant horizon. The Tao begets 50, yet heaven enacts only 49. Since my ascension to sainthood, I have preached 3 times over a span of 9,000 years. Yet there remains a flaw within the Heavenly Dao. 1,000 years hence, I intend to merge myself with the Heavenly Dao. From this moment onward, heaven shall be Hongjun, and Hongjun shall not be heaven. It seems that this old fellow Hongjun is already on the verge of merging with the Dao. He truly arrived a little too late. Qingxuan muttered, if I had come to the desolation earlier and preached the Dao using my system, I could have become a Dao Ancestor myself. If I were the one to preach to the entire desolation, then would not all the fortune of this world fall into my hands? Suddenly he froze. Preaching the Dao. Fortune. Of course I can simply emulate that old fellow Hongjun. I shall preach the Dao to the desolation itself, and then fortune will naturally flock to me. At that time I can exchange for as much manifestation value as I desire. Qingxuan called out, System, are you there? Ding. I am here, host. The divine grade manifestation system is at your service at any time. What functions do you possess? Qingxuan asked. Honored host, the system replied. I can manifest anything that you are capable of imagining. I am omnipotent, though I cannot manifest things that already exist in this world and have not completely disappeared. Aside from that limitation, I can do anything. Furthermore, manifestation requires that you possess corresponding fortune value. The divine grade manifestation system's highest level of manifestation is the primal origin level, followed by the great Dao level, Heavenly Dao level, Saint level, Hongjun Golden Immortal, and then Deluo. So there are such limitations. Qingxuan frowned. According to you, it means that if I wish to manifest the innate supreme treasure Chaos Bell, I cannot. In answer to the host, that is indeed the case. The Chaos Bell already exists in this world and is currently in the possession of Tai, the system replied. Very well then, Qingxuan sighed. How do I obtain manifestation value? A gentle reminder to the host, only fortune and destiny can be converted into manifestation value, the system chimed. Then how much fortune do I currently possess? Qingxuan asked. Opening personal panel for the host now, the system announced. Name Qingxuan. Constitution none. Cultivation none. Divine abilities none. Magical treasures none. Cultivation methods none. Manifestation value 10,000. 1 point of fortune equals 1 point of manifestation value. Why am I at minus 10,000? Qingxuan cried out. In answer to the host, the system is currently protecting you. Without my protection, you would already have been crushed to death by the pressure of the desolate space, the system replied calmly. Aside from his name, every entry on the panel was none, and he even owed the system 10,000 points. He looked practically like a complete waste. Seeing this attribute panel, Qingxuan felt an almost irresistible urge to weep. Just then a clear chime rang out. Ding. Host, you have received a novice gift pack. Please check it promptly. Haha, I knew it. How could a transmigrator with a system possibly lack the essential novice gift pack? Qingxuan laughed. His previously bitter expression instantly blossomed into delight. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 3 Heavenly Dao level manifestation opportunities. Please check them carefully. Heavens, my luck is truly exploding. Heavenly Dao level manifestation opportunities, and 3 of them at that. This is truly incredible fortune, Qingxuan exclaimed. Open the novice gift pack, he commanded. As a beam of golden light flashed past, 3 jade plaques appeared before Qingxuan's eyes. Each plaque was suffused with flowing radiance upon its surface, clearly anything but mundane objects. With 3 manifestation chances in hand, Qingxuan knew he had to plan carefully. He fell into deep contemplation. The opportunity came only 3 times. He had to grasp it firmly and derive the greatest possible benefit for himself. If he wished to emulate Hongjun and preach the Dao throughout the desolation, he first needed something worthy of being taught. Thus, a profound cultivation method was of paramount importance. Secondly, if his own cultivation was too weak, how could others possibly submit to him? In this world, the fist is truth. It never goes out of style. Furthermore, if one wished to preach the Dao, one needed a Dao venue. He could not simply choose some random mountain and start preaching. A Dao venue was extremely important, preferably a top-tier sanctuary. He could not allow others to look down on him for no reason. Even Hongjun preached within the Purple Heaven Palace in the depths of chaos. That level of prestige was truly unmatched. Moreover, since he intended to contend with Hongjun for the fortune of the desolation, both his hardware and his intangible foundation had to be the very best. He absolutely could not afford to lose face in such aspects. System, I have decided. First, I will use one Heavenly Dao level manifestation opportunity to create a Dao venue. Su Qingxuan declared, this Dao venue must possess its own time and space independent of the desolation, and it must be vast enough. Furthermore, it must be incomparably sturdy such that even the Heavenly Dao itself cannot break through it. Its form shall be that of an island drifting through the void. Does the host confirm this manifestation? Once manifested, it can no longer be altered, the system asked. I confirm. Manifested just like this, Su Qingxuan replied. Ding. Manifestation successful. Please inspect promptly, the system announced. That was fast. How do I enter? Su Qingxuan asked. The host need only silently chant enter in his heart, the system responded. As Su Qingxuan formed the thought, his figure instantly shifted into his private space. The moment he arrived, he found himself in midair above a colossal island. From above, immortal mist curled in endless layers. The surrounding void was filled with limitless chaotic chi, which the great island protection formation constantly transformed into dense, innate spiritual energy. White cranes danced across the sky and spirit beasts frolicked upon the ground, a scene of pure, immortal splendor. It truly deserved to be a Heavenly Dao-level Dao venue, an exquisite, wondrous realm. Asking Dao Mountain, Su Qingxuan murmured. So this island bore such a name. At the highest peak of the island's mountain range, a grand palace hung, suspended above. Upon the plaque set over its main hall, 3 characters were inscribed, Qingxuan Dao Palace. The Dao Palace itself was forged from the pure essence of chaos, its design modeled after the forbidden city of his previous life. It shone with iridescent radiance, auspicious clouds coiling and rising all around. Upon entering the palace, one felt an inexhaustible sense of creation and wonder. From the outside, it was but a single hall floating atop the mountain peak. Yet once inside, one discovered that it contained an entirely different universe. Within the Dao Palace, a chaotic starry sky formed the ceiling, while the ground was laid upon the flowing waters of a stellar river. At the center of a cloud platform bloomed a 36-grade chaotic green lotus, and innumerable lotuses carpeted the entire floor, a sight that truly inspired awe and fear. The instant he stepped into the palace, an endless wave of shock surged through Su Qingxuan's heart. It was as though he had entered a dreamlike world beyond imagination. From a distance, this palace seemed like a resplendent gem suspended upon the mountain peak. Yet once one walked into it, one could only marvel at the hidden realm concealed within. The palace's inner vault was as profound and boundless as a chaotic starry firmament adorned with countless twinkling stars, as though the secrets of the universe lay fully unveiled above. The floor was formed from the waters of a stellar river, its surface rippling with shimmering waves that flowed with a mysterious radiance. At the very center of the cloud platform, a 36-grade chaotic green lotus stood in full bloom, exuding a heart-palpitating aura. It was clearly a treasure of the highest chaotic order. Gazing around, one saw that beneath the lotus platform, countless lotus blossoms spread across the entire ground, like stars scattered across the night sky, each one fresh, radiant, and breathtakingly beautiful. Excellent. The system is truly considerate. Su Qingxuan could not help but praise, his eyes brimming with joy and satisfaction. He was satisfied with the layout of this Dao venue to an extreme degree. Not only was the environment exquisite, it was also suffused with innate spiritual energy, making it unquestionably a supreme place of cultivation. To cultivate in such a place, he would surely achieve twice the result with half the effort and break through his cultivation bottlenecks far earlier. At this moment, Su Qingxuan sat upright upon the 36-grade chaotic green lotus, the joy in his eyes utterly beyond words. Indeed, he was thoroughly satisfied with this place. There are still 2 chances to materialize things. It is truly something to look forward to. He murmured, next I should focus on elevating my cultivation. Otherwise, I really won't be able to suppress these mighty gods of the Hongjun world. System, I will use 1 materialization chance to raise my cultivation to the Heavenly Dao realm. The system's voice echoed, please be informed, host, that a Heavenly Dao level materialization does not mean your cultivation can directly reach the level of the Heavenly Dao. Dog system, didn't you claim to be omnipotent? Forget it then. Raise me temporarily to the Hongjun Deluo Golden Immortal realm. The system asked, host, are you certain? I am certain. Ding. Materialization has begun. Please make ready. Make ready. In an instant, Su Qingxuan felt an immense, boundless torrent surge forth within his body, flooding through every inch of his being. The system's materialization was swift. In a single instant, Su Qingxuan leapt from mortal to immortal, shedding his mundane shell. His cultivation soared straight into the early Hongjun Deluo Golden Immortal realm, and only ceased upon reaching the 9th heaven of Hongjun Deluo Golden Immortal. At the very instant the system began materializing, the void above the Qingxuan Dao field erupted with phenomena. Auspicious clouds spread in layers, golden lotuses burst from the ground, endless auspicious omens permeated the emptiness. The power of laws blossomed into countless petals drifting through the sky, while multicolored ninefold rainbow bridges pierced through heaven and earth. The instant Su Qingxian became a Hongjun Deluo Golden Immortal, it was as though time itself fell still. The sky above the Qingxian Dao field turned dazzlingly resplendent, filled with colors so rich they left the eye utterly overwhelmed. Within the void, strange visions arose one after another. Innumerable auspicious clouds streaked past, like colossal ribbons of color adorning the entire firmament in unparalleled splendor. On the ground, vast fields of golden lotuses welled up. Every petal shimmered with dazzling radiance and released waves of delicate fragrance. Endless auspicious aura permeated the unseen spaces, instilling an unprecedented sense of holiness and solemn grandeur. Most spectacular of all were the petals formed from the very power of rules. They drifted lightly through the void, ethereal and illusory, as though born from a dream. Every petal contained endless mysteries and power, like the most beautiful and most enigmatic existence in all the universe. And then there were those nine-colored rainbow bridges spanning heaven and earth like passages linking two separate worlds, inspiring limitless reverie. Su Qingxian now stood quietly in place, his figure towering and upright amid this radiance. In this moment, he had already transcended the dust of mortality and stepped into an entirely new realm, the realm of Hongjun Deluo Golden Immortal. It was only because he was within this heavenly Dao-level Dao field that his instant ascent to Hongjun Deluo did not cause his pressure to shake the entire Hongjun world. After a long while, Su Qingxian opened his eyes, his body floating in the void, appearing utterly sacred. So this is the Hongjun Deluo Golden Immortal realm. It was indeed terrifying beyond measure. In that instant, Su Qingxian felt as though he were the supreme creator. One thought could give birth to boundless creation, and another thought could annihilate all things. No wonder in the Hongjun world everyone yearns to prove the Dao. This sensation is truly wondrous. In that moment, Su Qingxian also understood why people say that beneath the saints all are but ants. Good, very powerful. In this way, even if I vie with Hongjun for fortune and destiny, Hongjun will be unable to do anything to me. As for the Heavenly Dao, the Heavenly Dao does not concern itself with such matters. One more person proving the Dao only adds more foundation to the Heavenly Dao, further perfecting it. Far from hindering you, the Heavenly Dao will instead protect and reward you. Next, all that remains is a proper cultivation method. Since Pangu cleaved open heaven and earth, cultivation methods had passed through the path of the chaotic demon gods, and then the methods of the innate dragon phoenix and Qingxuan. Yet with the decline of these races, their paths gradually withdrew from the mainstream of the Hongjun world. At present, the primary mainstream cultivation method in the vast Hongjun world is the Immortal Dao Primordial Spirit Path, created by the Dao Ancestor, proving the Dao by severing 3 corpses. Next come the methods of the Wu and Yao clans. The Wu clan inherits Pangu's path of body refinement, while the Yao clan follows the innate path of devouring and refining. Both can lead to Deluo and are peerless avenues of cultivation. Yet after Hongjun's 3 sermons in the Zixiao Palace, the method of severing 3 corpses has already become the mainstream path of cultivation in the Hongjun world. The severing 3 corpses method is exceedingly difficult to obtain. Aside from the 3,000 guests of Zixiao Palace back, then there is no other way to acquire it. Thus, the myriad beings of the Hongjun world still find cultivation arduous. Profound methods remain in the hands of a small few and cannot be spread to every living creature. In his previous life, he had been particularly fascinated by the secret realm system of Zhitian. Perhaps I can open a Hongjun version of that secret realm path. He called out, "System, use my final materialization chance to manifest a Hongjun version of the secret realm method." Ding, materialization successful, please check. As expected, it was extraordinary. The Hongjun secret realm method granted by the system took the Zhitian system within his mind, as its core fused it with the 3,000 Daos of the Hongjun world, and from there derived boundless creation. This method had already transcended the previous secret realm approach. Though the cultivation framework remained similar, its inner essence had been sublimated. After all, the original secret realm method only reached its pinnacle at the Great Emperor realm, which in the Hongjun world corresponds merely to Heavenly Immortal level, and that is with the added effect of the imprint of the Heavenly Heart. Without it, ordinary Great Emperors would not even reach Heavenly Immortal. What was truly rare and precious was that the system's manifested secret realm method even held the possibility of transcending the Heavenly Dao itself, proving the Dao of the Grand Dao and attaining the position of Immortal Emperor. The Hongjun version of the secret realm path unfolds through 5 great realms. We'll see Dao Palace, 4 extremes, transforming dragon, and immortal platform. At the end of cultivation, reaching ninth heaven of the immortal platform allows one to prove the Dao as Hongjun de Luo Golden Immortal, that is a great emperor equivalent to a saint in the Hongjun world. Unlike the Heavenly Dao saints of the Hongjun world, a great emperor of the secret realm method is equivalent to Hongjun de Luo Golden Immortal, yet is not a saint. Hongjun saints anchor their true spirits in the Heavenly Dao. As long as heaven and earth do not perish, saints cannot die, but they are likewise bound by the Heavenly Dao. The Hongjun Zhitian secret realm method is designed to excavate one's own potential using the self as the vessel to cultivate the grand Dao, and ultimately allowing the cultivator to stand alone above a single Dao. Their battle power naturally becomes terrifying, something Heavenly Dao saints cannot compare with. The essence of the Hongjun Zhitian secret realm method lies in deeply mining the infinite potential within oneself. Through this unique path of cultivation, practitioners can forge themselves into an incomparable existence using their own bodies as mediums to comprehend the supreme laws of the grand Dao that governs the universe. Upon reaching the peak realm, they can stride alone across the world, honoring none but themselves. By then, such cultivators have already cast off the fetters of the mundane world, possessing power and might that ordinary Heavenly Dao saints can never hope to match. Su Qingxuan understood clearly that the strength of the Hongjun Zhitian method lay not only in its capacity to unearth personal potential, but also in the fact that it is not constrained by the Heavenly Dao, allowing practitioners to truly stand on their own and accomplish great undertakings. For those beings of the Hongjun world who long for freedom, yet lack any cultivation method, this path is undoubtedly an immensely enticing road. He resolved to pass this Hongjun Zhitian method on to those fated to receive it, thereby expanding his own influence, while also gifting the Hongjun world with more possibilities. I already possess the power of Hongjun Daluo Qingxian, yet I have not studied any martial techniques. Now it is the perfect moment to cultivate the mystical realm technique. Once my cultivation is perfected, I will proclaim it throughout the Hongjun world and initiate my path of transmission. Having spoken thus, Su Qingxuan began to practice the Hongjun variant of the mystical realm technique. The cultivation system of this method commences with the creation of the bitter see first by perceiving the wheel of life. At this moment, Su Qingxuan had ascended to Hongjun Daluo Qingxian, rendering his lifespan boundless. With but a thought, he could clearly perceive the endless vast wheel of life within him, slowly turning and radiating an overwhelming majestic vitality. The wheel of life shimmered like a resplendent star in the cosmos, its inherent vitality flowing ceaselessly like an endless river. Every rotation seemed to manifest the most profound and enigmatic laws of the universe, leaving one in awe and wonder. Next, with a mere thought, he opened the bitter sea to immeasurable proportions. In an instant, brilliant golden light spread over an endless ocean, accompanied by ceaseless thunder and flashes of lightning. His dantian transformed into a golden sea exuding exotic aromas, as dazzling as the solar star of Hongjun. Simultaneously, countless marvelous phenomena emerged. 3,000 divine demons, the creation of the world by panga dragons soaring and phoenixes dancing, along with an endless succession of wondrous sights. In the next moment, an ocean eye formed within the bitter sea, piercing through to the sea of life and unleashing a torrent of boundless vitality. At that instant, the fountain of destiny came into being. The fountain continuously gushed forth life so abundant that even a single drop falling into the mortal realm would instantly transform the land into a supreme divine sanctuary. With his immeasurable Hongjun Daluo Qingxian power, he simultaneously established the supreme Dao palaces, the 5 Dao palaces corresponding to the heart, liver, spleen, stomach, and kidneys, aligned with the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. In an instant, the 5 Dao palaces unfolded, each spanning a vast myriad of worlds. Every Dao palace world had nurtured a divine foundation, a Shengdi, whose 3 aspects, past self and Dao self, chanted sutras symbolizing past, present, and future, and possessing boundless applications in both enlightenment and battle. Truly, these 5 great Shengdi embodiments of Hongjun Daluo Qingxian were fearsomely formidable. The realm of the 4 extremes is dedicated to cultivating the physical resilience of the entire body, from internal organs to the limbs. Su Qingxuan channeled his Hongjun Daluo Qingxian power to harmonize the 4 extremes with the celestial quadrants, merging earth, water, wind, and fire. He quickly forged the body of a great emperor. In this perfected form, no external force can harm him. Even those possessing comparable innate treasures cannot break it, and only forces at the Heavenly Dao level could possibly breach his true essence. Transforming like a dragon and refining his spine through 9 realms, he instantaneously constructed a true chaos dragon spine with his Hongjun Daluo Qingxian power. At that moment, his entire being had become one, and his cultivation of the mystical body was complete. At this juncture, he could condense his power to establish a celestial stage for the secret realm. The Hongjun variant of the secret realm techniques, celestial stage, comprises 9 levels. The first level attains the status of Dao Qingxuan. The 6th reaches a quasi-saint or quasi-emperor state, and by the 9th level one achieves the late stage great perfection of Hongjun Qingxuan, an immortal Dao quasi-saint realm, an alternative path of the secret technique. Subsequently, the 5 great secret realms merged into one, forming the Great Emperor realm on par with the sages and Hongjun Dao Qingxuan. Upon attaining the first level of the celestial stage, he transcended the 3 realms and existed beyond the 5 elements. From that moment, time no longer aged him. His cultivation had unified the realms of the Sea of Life, the 4-level realm, and the Dragon Transformation realm, forging a boundless inner universe, a world of his very own. Upon reaching the 6th level of the celestial stage, he was recognized as a quasi-saint of the immortal Dao, a realm akin to an emperor who can obscure the heavens. In that moment, he distilled his own laws, severing the shackles of heaven and earth, so that the inner world of his body was governed by its own principles. Having already acquired a trace of imperial strength, finally, upon reaching the 9th level of the celestial stage, the quasi-emperor pinnacle, he was able to consolidate his own great Dao laws. With the 5 great secret realms unified in a final leap, he transformed into the divine fetus of Dao, merging with the ultimate Dao laws. He became the pinnacle of the secret realm, a state where one law overpowers myriad laws and one Dao suppresses countless Daos. Reigning supreme over the world, he commanded the vast cosmos, and the universe revered him without dissent. In an instant, Qingxuan mastered the complete form of the mystical realm technique. His cultivation of Hongjun Dao Qingxuan through the 9 heavens advanced to the late stage of great perfection, equivalent to that of a latest-stage great emperor, so much so that even if Hongjun himself appeared, he would stand no chance. The system had once informed that Hongjun possessed the latest-stage cultivation of the Hongjun 9 heavens, perhaps only by aligning with the Heavenly Dao could he prevail. Although the method I practice was bestowed by the system and lacks a name, I cannot forever refer to it merely as the mystical realm technique. As Qingxuan attained the great emperor's complete perfection, Hongjun, who amid chaos was preparing to merge with the Dao, suddenly opened his eyes, his face unchanged for eons, now transforming dramatically. Why this sudden whim? With my cultivation having reached this level, nothing should be powerful enough to threaten. What then is this thing? Could it be that an undying chaos demon god still roams Hongjun? Yangmei has long been forced to remain distant from Hongjun by me. It cannot be him. Suddenly a possibility flashed through Hongjun's mind that shattered his Dao. Could it be that Pangu is not dead yet? The thought instantly filled him with overwhelming dread and panic. He was acutely aware of his past deeds. Not only had he schemed against the Sanqing and the 12 ancestor sorcerers, but he had also secretly stolen the secrets of Pangu's creation of the world. If indeed Pangu had not died and were to return for retribution, there would be no doubt that he could not escape the fate of death. Recalling that heart-stopping scene of old, where countless mighty deities and demons partook in the epic battle of creation, the conflict ultimately culminated in Pangu wielding a colossal axe, vanquishing the horde of demons. The most supreme demon gods, such as Mingyun Jijiao, Ingui Yangmei Shurchen, and others, though having transcended the Heavenly Dao's constraints and neared the half-step great Dao realm, still met a ghastly end beneath Pangu's axe. Even top-tier demon gods like Yangmei managed to cling to life with a mere remnant, a broken twig, yet they had long since lost the awe-inspiring presence of their chaos demon god days. The more he pondered, the deeper Hongjun's heart sank into fear and unease. After all, when facing the fearsome Pangu, he had no prospect of victory. Whether it be the still-living chaos demon gods or the world-creating Pangu, at this very moment, I alone am the true master of this realm. In but a mere millennium, I shall be fully integrated with the Heavenly Dao, leaving you insignificant even if you remain bodily unscathed. By that time, all 12 ancestor sorcerers shall fall, and each of the 12 supreme great Dao laws will be reclaimed by me. Even the essence of the Sanqing shall come into my possession. Thus, by sacrificing the entire Hongjun world, I shall attain the most supreme great Dao realm. At that point, who will dare contend with me? Even if Pangu were to be reborn, how could he possibly overpower me in the slightest? Regardless of the thoughts swirling in Hongjun's mind, Qingxuan wore an expression of unbridled joy. The time has come. It is my moment to emerge and expound the Dao. Denizens of Hongjun, I have arrived. At this moment, the Qingxuan Dao Palace was suspended within the chaotic void. Even if Qingxuan wished to preach the Dao, this place could never serve as his venue, for in all the vast desolate era, only Hongjun was capable of reaching this realm. It seems I must find a proper place to spread the Dao. After pondering for a while, Qingxuan decided to establish his dojo by the Eastern Sea, and with a single thought, he shifted the entire Dao field to the shores of the East Sea. Excellent, the scenery here is truly splendid. Just looking upon it lifts the heart. Since everything is prepared, let us begin. Heaven and earth were vast and boundless, the cosmos shifting in unfathomable ways. In that long and ancient desolate era, time flowed ceaselessly like a surging torrent. In this immeasurably vast primordial world, each moment witnessed the struggle between life and death, the clash between existence and annihilation. Yet on an otherwise ordinary day, the entire desolate era suddenly began to tremble violently. As though heaven and earth were collapsing, the land shook with ferocious intensity. Dark clouds churned restlessly across the sky as lightning and thunder intertwined. Howling gales swept through the world, stirring waves of terrifying magnitude. Mountains and rivers that had been tranquil a moment before were ravaged beyond recognition. Countless living beings, seized by panic, scattered in every direction in search of safety. In an instant, the entire world seemed to plunge into a dreadful nightmare. A terrifying, indescribable pressure descended from the heavens like the collapse of Buzhou Mountain, shaking the hearts of all beings. Its boundless might was enough to make everything under heaven tremble. This pressure surged forth like a raging tidal wave, and everywhere it passed, innumerable beings felt a fear and oppression unlike anything they had ever experienced. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably, hearts filled to the brim with despair and helplessness. Some weaker creatures were directly forced prone to the ground by this immense pressure, unable to move at all, while those slightly stronger exerted all their strength to resist, yet in the end could only submit helplessly to this invincible force. Across this vast continent, billions upon billions of lives were steeped in profound terror, utterly powerless before such a dreadful, crushing pressure. Whether it was the Wu tribe, the Yao tribe, or myriad other strange races, all at this instant truly understood what it meant to be powerless and insignificant. Yet within this suffocating silence there existed a tiny handful of formidable beings who, relying on indomitable will and transcendent strength, stood with difficulty where they were attempting to resist this mysterious pressure. These individuals were, without doubt, the pinnacle existences of this era, yet even they, facing such overwhelming might, could not help but feel a deep sense of powerlessness. Just then, over the horizon of the Eastern Sea, thunder suddenly exploded, deafening in its roar. From the edge of the heavens, purple chi surged from the east, stretching 90,000 li, while countless resplendent golden flowers descended from above. Golden lotuses even burst forth from the earth itself. In an instant, celestial flowers fell in profusion, golden lotuses surged from the ground, and auspicious radiance filled the entire primordial heaven and earth. Suddenly a divine light soared skyward above the Eastern Sea, its brilliance illuminating the whole desolate world. All beings of the desolate era looked east in shock. At the same time, a vast and sacred voice echoed throughout the entire primordial world. I, Qingxuan, have already proven the Dao and attained the great Emperor realm. At the shore of the Eastern Sea, upon asking Dao Mountain in my Qingxian Dao field, I shall expound the Dao and impart the path of cultivation through secret methods. All living beings, should you harbor the will, may come. Meanwhile, within Zhixiao Palace, as he was preparing to merge with the Dao, Hongjun was abruptly jolted awake. How is this possible? Where did this Taoist Qingxian emerge from? What realm is this so-called great emperor? How can an emperor possess power akin to a saint? Yet according to the heavenly secrets under the Heavenly Dao, there are clearly 6 saints, and no other Hongjun-level battle strength, all already predetermined. Hongjun hurriedly drew out the creation jade disc and pushed his calculations to the limit, yet the result caused his expression to grow exceedingly grim. He could not deduce anything at all. For a time, countless waves surged within Hongjun's heart, leaving him restless as though seated upon a bed of. He understood clearly that this mysterious figure had indeed attained the great emperor realm he himself proclaimed, yet had not been incorporated into the Heavenly Dao. This meant the other party must have already forged a unique Dao path belonging solely to himself. Now that this person intended to transmit his Dao and teachings, it would undoubtedly exert a far-reaching influence upon the entire desolate world. For Hongjun, as Dao Ancestor, he had always controlled the flow and distribution of the primordial world's fortune. Yet now a being who threatened his position had appeared, prepared to transmit to the world a cultivation path different from the one he himself advocated. This situation filled Hongjun with unprecedented anxiety and concern, for if more living beings began to follow this new doctrine of the Dao, then the primordial fortune that originally converged upon him would ceaselessly drain away. Thinking of this, Hongjun's brows furrowed involuntarily as he sank into deep contemplation. Facing such a great change, he would have to respond with utmost caution. After all, this was the critical moment in which he was exerting all his strength to merge with the Dao, or should his fortune prove insufficient, he might be counterattacked by the Heavenly Dao, and even if he survived, it would be a calamity of flesh and spirit. Detestable, daring to ruin my grand undertaking. Let this poor Taoist see who you truly are. The reason Hongjun was so enraged was that the emergence of another Dao would complete the Heavenly Dao, increasing its fundamental source power, directly affecting his process of merging with it. If mishandled, the merging might become forever out of reach. As he spoke, Hongjun had already appeared within the 33 heavens. Gazing upon Su Qingxuan before him, Hongjun's heart jolted in shock. So he is not a chaos demon god. When leaving Zhixiao Palace, Hongjun had assumed the other was like himself and Yangmei, a chaos demon god, who had survived by clinging to existence and evaded the great calamity of the world's opening. One who voluntarily relinquished the identity of a chaos demon god, re-accepted the laws of the primordial Heavenly Dao, and cultivated to the realm of saint. Even with Hongjun's current strength, the instant he beheld Su Qingxuan, he fell into a brief daze. He could not see through him at all. Yet he was certain Su Qingxuan was definitely not a chaos demon god. Just as Hongjun was sinking into confusion, Su Qingxuan took the initiative to greet him. This poor Taoist Qingxuan greets fellow Taoist. Hearing this, Hongjun returned to himself and carefully examined Su Qingxuan with a more discerning gaze. I do not know from whence fellow Taoist has come, nor why the Heavenly Dao contains no record of you, Hongjun asked Su Qingxuan sternly. Without waiting for Su Qingxuan's reply, Hongjun continued, since fellow Taoist possesses such cultivation, you should understand the overarching trend of the Heavenly Dao. I urge you to distance yourself from the desolate world and refrain from meddling in the operation of the Heavenly Dao. Hearing this, Su Qingxuan felt a surge of displeasure. Just because all beings address you as Dao Ancestor, you truly believe yourself the master of the entire primordial world. Hongjun, you are far from worthy. Qingxuan, enough useless words. Let us speak through our hands. Without waiting for Su Qingxuan to respond, Hongjun instantly mobilized vast divine power and launched his attack. Seeing Hongjun make his move, Su Qingxuan also acted. With a light flick of his sleeve, a divine ray shot forth, scattering Hongjun's attack in an instant. Witnessing this, Hongjun knew this person was anything but simple. He urgently communed with the Heavenly Dao, seeking to borrow its power to completely seal him away. To seal me. Hongjun, you are not qualified. In an instant, two invincible forces collided, their unleashed power spreading from the 33 heavens to encompass the entire primordial world, causing the whole desolate era to tremble uncontrollably. This is bad. Seeing that their powers had begun to affect the entire primordial world, the two quickly withdrew their hands, each employing great magic to stabilize the desolate era. Realizing he could not subdue Su Qingxuan, Hongjun lost all desire to continue the battle. After retracting his power, he turned and departed. Watching the gradually fading, boundless power, understanding suddenly dawned in Su Qingxuan's heart. So that is how it is, he mused inwardly. He surmised that Hongjun must have withdrawn out of fear of his own unparalleled strength, realizing that if they continued their fierce battle, he would likely be unable to secure victory. Moreover, if both sides were to unleash their full power, two peerless experts who had already stepped into the ninth heaven of the Qingxuan realm attacking together, the entire desolate world would face a calamity of unimaginable proportions. Such an outcome would unquestionably run counter to the core interests pursued by both Hongjun and himself. Not to mention the outcome of the conflict between Su Qingxuan and Hongjun, but everything that has transpired today has already astonished the beings of the primordial chaos. Initially, it was believed that Hongjun was the only saint in the primordial chaos, and that the method to achieve sainthood was solely in his hands. However, it was unexpected for another emperor to emerge, one who is completely on par with Hongjun, which has utterly shocked everyone. At the very moment Su Qingxuan ascended to emperor status, those innate deities from the primordial era felt an indescribable immense pressure. It was the unique oppression of a witness to the Dao. This pressure surged forth like an overwhelming tide, nearly suffocating them. When they witnessed Su Qingxuan actually engaging in battle with the Dao Ancestor without falling behind, an unprecedented shock and awe surged within their hearts. They realized that within this vast and boundless world of the primordial chaos, a truly great and remarkable existence had been born. This existence not only possessed extraordinary strength and wisdom, but also dared to challenge the most formidable authority, the Dao Ancestor. Such invincible power left everyone in awe. In an instant, everyone's thoughts began to awaken. Hongjun was the one who preached in the primordial chaos, but in the end there emerged the mysterious Hongmeng purple qi, determining the six saints, and severing the path to sainthood for others. At that very moment, each person's mind seemed to ignite, and their thoughts became extraordinarily active. The once tranquil state of mind suddenly stirred up monumental waves, and various ingenious ideas surged forth like a tide. It is well known that Hongjun has always been famous for preaching in the primordial chaos, but ultimately the mysterious existence of Hongmeng Purple Chi appeared and established the quota for 6 saints, which undoubtedly severed the possibility for other beings to achieve sainthood. Moreover, they had already witnessed the earth-shattering power of the saints filling their hearts with a thirst and yearning for such strength. However, the Dao Ancestor once said, "Beneath the saint all are but ants." This statement pierced the pride of these innate deities like a razor-sharp sword. As fellow innate deities with unparalleled talent and potential who would willingly admit to being inferior to others. In their eyes, they were no weaker than anyone else, perhaps even stronger. Coupled with having witnessed the might of the saints, the Dao Ancestors' words, "Beneath the saint all are but ants," echoed in their minds. How could these innate deities accept this? All were innate deities, who among them was weaker? Everyone's emotions surged, and they hastily rushed towards the shores of the East Sea, fearing that any delay would cause them to miss this rare opportunity and fortune. After all, the earlier event of Hongjun preaching in the Zixiao Palace was a living example right before their eyes. As for whether attending the sermon would anger Hongjun, so what? This person dared to compete with Hongjun, who would dare to provoke him easily. In comparison, seizing this opportunity seemed far more important. At this moment in Kunlun Mountain, the 3 pure ones had just regained their senses from the shock. The sudden pressure from the newly ascended being had directly stunned them. Taishang hastily summoned the heavenly yellow tower and the innate treasure Taiji diagram, while Yuqing invoked the Panga banner, and Shangqing summoned the 4 swords to combine their powers to withstand the saint's pressure. If it weren't for Hongjun intervening with the Hongmeng Purple Chi, even with their innate treasures, the 3 pure ones would have been forced to kneel. "Damn it, how dare you humiliate us, the authentic descendants of Pangu!" Yuanshi scolded angrily. "Second brother, hold your tongue, do not speak recklessly." Taishang quickly interrupted Yuanshi's words. "The saints are all-knowing and all-powerful. This emperor likely possesses strength comparable to the saints. Even across endless time and space, he can know everything with a single thought. How can second brother be so impulsive?" Among the 3 pure ones, Taishang was the most adept at calculation and strategy. From the moment he spoke, he felt his spirit waver. Fearing to provoke further trouble, and as Taishang had said, if it weren't for Hongmeng Purple Chi being summoned by Hongjun to isolate the heavens and earth, Yuanshi would have likely faced disaster. Now that Yuanshi had regained his senses, he too felt a surge of fear. After all, as 1/3 of Pangu's original spirit with extraordinary wisdom, how could he not understand the powers of a saint? Once he calmed down, he was drenched in cold sweat. "Fortunately, my eldest brother reminded me, otherwise today would have indeed caused a great incident." Since his emergence, Yuanshi had felt superior, looking down on everyone except the Dao Ancestor and Taishang. "Fortunately, my eldest brother reminded me, otherwise today would have indeed caused a great incident." Since his emergence, Yuanshi had felt superior, looking down on every— "You really do not understand the rules. As direct disciples of the Dao Ancestor, how can we casually listen to others preach?" Yuanshi said angrily. "After all, he is a being comparable to the saints. Listening to his sermon would be beneficial for us, as it is a path different from what the Dao Ancestor teaches. However, if we go to listen, it might be difficult to explain to our master." Taishang said bitterly at this moment. Alas, what a hardship. The same situation was unfolding on Mount Shumi, as Jane and Zhuanti also barely managed to withstand the saint's pressure by relying on the Hongmeng Purple Chi. Elder brother, with someone becoming an emperor in this world, what is the difference from a saint? Should we go listen to the sermon? You know the suffering of the West. This might be a tremendous opportunity for us. I fear that attending the sermon would offend the Dao Ancestor. You know that we are not favored by the Dao Ancestor. If it weren't for his permission, it would not be appropriate for us to attend." Hearing this, the already troubled face of Zhuanti became even more distressed, as if weighed down by— He secretly pondered that as disciples of the Dao Ancestor, their treatment was so drastically different. When treasures were distributed, he had only received one exquisite innate spirit treasure. In contrast, those from the 3 pure ones not only received the Dao Ancestor's favor, but also personally taught the path of Dao, along with receiving invaluable innate treasures. Even Yuhua, who was also a named disciple like him, managed to acquire the innate treasure Qiangquan Ding and several exquisite innate spirit treasures. Thinking of this, Zhuanti could not help but feel a wave of sorrow and helplessness. Watching the East flourish while the West struggled to emerge and prosper. This disparity was becoming increasingly apparent, causing one to feel anxious. How long must they wait until the West could usher in a day of great prosperity? This endless waiting was indeed causing great anxiety. At Qixiao Mountain, Yuhua was experiencing similar grievances as the 3 pure ones. "Brother, this emperor's sermon may be a chance for you. The Dao Ancestor no longer holds the position of saint. Perhaps this Emperor Qingxuan has a method to attain the Dao. Such an opportunity must not be missed." Sister sighed, then I shall go. Fushi sighed and prepared to, just as the future 6 saints were hesitant to attend the sermon due to fear of offending Hongjun in the Chaos Xiao Palace, had different plans. It seems that Qingxuan is determined to contest the fortunes of the primordial chaos with me. I am also curious about what this secret realm technique truly is. Very well, let these future 6 saints go. Through the Hongming Purple Qi, I shall study this Saint Qingxuan and understand both him and myself to ensure victory without fail. You all should also go to the shores of the East Sea to listen to the sermon. Perhaps it will allow you to attain sainthood sooner. Go. Hearing Hongjun say this, the 6 who could not attend the sermon were overjoyed and bowed towards the heavens. We shall obey the master's decree. As soon as the words were spoken, the 3 purities Qingxuan and the 6 future saints of the Heavenly Dao rushed towards the shores of the East Sea without stopping. They all knew very well that this opportunity to listen to the Dao was rare, and if they delayed even slightly, they might miss it. The group dared not slack off. The 3 purities combined their powers to perform supreme Taoist techniques, instantly arriving at the East Seashore. Jane and Juanti then urged their golden lotus, which shone brilliantly, breaking through the void in an instant. Their haste was due to their excitement for this opportunity to hear the Dao. After all, being able to listen to the teachings of the Heavenly Dao was undoubtedly a rare chance for cultivators to enhance their abilities. No one wanted to miss this precious opportunity, which is why they hurried to the East Seashore. Before long, they arrived at their destination. Before them, the waves were surging, crashing against the shore with a thunderous roar. In the distance, the sky was filled with rolling clouds and auspicious energy, creating a scene of divine solemnity. Faced with such a spectacle, the crowd was astonished. They knew this was the legendary place to hear the Dao, where a grand and earth-shattering Dao feast was about to unfold. Below Buzhou Mountain in the Pango Hall of the Witch Clan, the 12 ancestor witches gathered here unaffected by the overwhelming pressure from Qingxuan the Great. The Pango Hall was transformed from the head of the Panga deity, and it contained a heart of Pangu which was indeed wondrous. Even the Heavenly Dao could not probe this place. Hongjun could only scheme against the 12 ancestor witches through the demon clan and dared not come here personally. Brothers, it seems that this Qingxuan the Great is extraordinary. What distinguishes this great emperor from the saints? Should we go listen to the Dao as well? The Earth Mother ancestor which proposed. What need is there to listen to the Dao, little sister? We as descendants of Pangu only need to cultivate the great Dao of our Father God. Why listen to others? Last time you went to hear Hongjun's teachings, did you gain anything? The one speaking was the hot-tempered Zhurong, who was bluntly expressing his opinion at this moment. Little sister has a point. We should go listen to the Dao. Have you not noticed that since the demon clan listened to Hongjun's teachings, not only have their cultivations significantly improved, but they have also received many magical treasures from the Purple Cloud Palace. Their strength has greatly increased. The demon clan will surely attend this time. We cannot fall behind them. Dijong spoke, and the other ancestor witches had no objections. If that's the case, then let's set off immediately. Meanwhile, in the 33 heavens at the Demon Sun Palace, the 2 emperors of the demon clan, Emperor Jun and Dong Huangtai, along with the demon master Kunping and the 10 great demon saints, were caught off guard by the sudden, overwhelming pressure. Big brother, who exactly is this Qingxuan the Great that he can compete with the Dao Ancestor? I do not know either. Just now, when Hongjun clashed with Qingxuan, the main battlefield was in the 33 heavens where the demon clan resides. As Qingxuan dispersed Hongjun's attack, most of the residual force spread towards the heavenly court, causing a great disturbance throughout the 33 heavens. The weaker demon clan members were even forced back to their original forms, and the higher-ups of the demon clan could only hold their anger. Since the great emperor is teaching at the East Seashore, we should go as well. If one can attain the Dao under the Heavenly Dao, there must be a method to achieve it. You and I are destined to rule over the wilderness. We cannot be like ants. Issue orders to fully activate the He Luo Great Array to protect the heavenly court, while the rest of the demon clan goes to the East Seashore to listen to the Dao. At the same time, in Wuzhuang, Guanhongyun and Jin Yuanzi were discussing. Dao brother, I didn't expect there to be such a powerful being in the wilderness. We should go listen to the Dao, or perhaps there is hope for attaining the mixed origin Dao. Indeed, we should go. Recently, I have been comprehending the primordial purple energy, but I have made no progress. Perhaps this trip will yield other gains. However, we need to be cautious this time, as many in the wilderness are eager to target you, brother Hongyun. Alright, if that's the case, then let's set off. Regardless of how the beings of the wilderness reacted, Su Qingxuan sat upon the chaos, Qinglian, the powers of the great emperor circulating, and within a thought the entire wilderness was as if viewed in the palm. The 6 saints of the Heavenly Dao, haha, it seems that Hongjun has also made a move wanting to use the 6 saints to probe my secrets. He is miscalculating. No matter how hard he thinks, he cannot anticipate the existence of the system. Since you personally brought the 6 saints here, I shall not be polite. They are all embodiments of fortune. After saying that, he no longer observed the actions of the beings in the wilderness and began to contemplate the upcoming teachings. Since Hongjun has said that the Tao cannot be lightly transmitted and must be taught in the chaos, I will do the opposite. However, teachings that are so easily accessible are not too simple. It seems I must set some tests so that these great beings of the wilderness also know how to cherish what they receive. I will teach at the East Seashore, yet unlike Hongjun, I will only instruct the elite. Since I am to reap the fortune of the wilderness, I will broadly spread the Tao, but those who wish to enter the Qingxuan Tao Palace to listen must pass my tests. If that is the case, then let us set the tests, and I will observe these innate beings of the wilderness and select a few to become my disciples to assist me in teaching the Tao in the wilderness. The great emperor embodying the great Tao spoke and followed the law with a thought. In an instant, the great emperor's powers covered the entire Winda Mountain. Before this, the East Seashore had already become a lively place. As far as the eye could see, there were crowds of people jostling against each other. The ground, the sea, and even the sky were filled with a dense mass of beings. These beings came from all corners of the world or descended from the clouds, yet at this moment they were gathered here, harboring a common expectation, waiting for the great emperor to descend into the world. The crowds surged like a tide, the noise deafening. Some beings stood on tiptoes to gaze far and wide, attempting to catch a glimpse of the great emperor's figure amidst the sea of people. Others whispered to each other, speculating on how the great emperor would appear. In any case, every being was eagerly awaiting the arrival of the great emperor in their own unique way. Just as the beings were anxious, a tremendous explosion sounded. The originally empty horizon of the East Sea suddenly rippled with 7 colors. Before long, a spatial gate appeared above the East Sea. With a hum, as the spatial gate grew larger, the crowd could see the world inside through the gate. Just as everyone was at a loss, a voice suddenly came from the horizon, which was none other than Qingxuan's voice. Only the first 3,000 to ascend Winda Mountain and reach my Dao Temple may enter my Qingxuan Dao Palace to listen to the Dao. One cannot give up midway. Taking even a single step back means withdrawal, and one can only listen to the Dao at the East Seashore. Upon hearing the words of the great emperor, the beings were stirred and rushed into the spatial gate, beginning to ascend the mountain, scrambling for one of the 3,000 spots. The moment countless primordial beings stepped into the Qingxuan Dao field, they were deeply shaken by everything they beheld. They felt as if they were immersed in a mysterious and ancient world surrounded by rich spiritual energy and formidable pressure. The architecture within the Dao field was magnificent and solemn, each structure imbued with endless mysteries and profundities. The formations within the Dao field were intricate and ever-changing, dazzling the eyes, yet intimidating enough to deter anyone from taking even a single step inside. The lifelike statues and the vividly animated strange creatures added an air of mystery to the entire Dao field. The primordial beings widened their eyes, gazing around at this completely unfamiliar environment filled with awe while also brimming with anticipation and curiosity about what was to come. In truth, the trials set by Qingxuan were indeed intricately hidden. From the very first step onto the Windation, every being had to endure a baptism of their own tier of magical power, akin to battling a version of themselves. Only by overcoming their different selves could they advance. Truly, only those with great perseverance and profound wisdom could cross this threshold. For only by reaching this mountain and listening to the emperor expound the Tao could they have the possibility of stepping into the realm of Hongyuan. By the East Sea, countless primordial beings gathered to hear the Tao. Upon hearing that the emperor would test them through climbing the mountain, they immediately bowed and began their ascent. The first thing to appear before the crowd was the renowned 12 ancestors of the witch clan. They were massive in stature, carrying an imposing aura, as if they had stepped out from a myth. During the primordial era, the witch clan was powerful and unmatched, successfully claiming nearly 1/3 of the vast territory by the East Sea. This expansive land originally belonged to numerous beings, but now it was firmly under the control of the witch clan. Although other beings harbored resentment towards the witch clan's tyrannical actions, no one dared to openly resist. After all, members of the witch clan possessed formidable physiques and wielded the power of the laws. If anyone dared to provoke them, these mighty warriors would swiftly make them understand the meaning of the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. What a bunch of brutes. If it weren't for the imminent Tao expounding, I would make them experience the might of my chaos bell. Tai, he said, glaring angrily. Don't mind them. Hearing the Tao is more important, Dijuan hurriedly reassured. Yes, brother. From a distant cloud, seeing the witch clan's actions, Yuan sure scoffed coldly. Ignorant fools, how dare they claim to be the true successors of Pangu? Their behavior is no different from that of brutes. In the eyes of Yuan Shi and the others, as the incarnations of Pangu's divine essence, the three pure ones were undoubtedly the true inheritors of Pangu. However, in recent years, the Witch Clan had been spreading rumors claiming to be the true descendants of Pangu, and had been propagating this throughout the entire Primordial World, which undoubtedly incited the ire and dissatisfaction of Yuan Shi and the others. The three pure ones had always viewed themselves as the rightful successors of Pangu, feeling immense pride in this identity. The Witch Clan's blatant challenge to their status and authority was nothing short of great disrespect. Moreover, the Witch Clan was inherently powerful. If allowed to continue their development, they would threaten the three pure ones' legitimate status in the primordial realm. Faced with this situation, Yuan Shi and the others decided they could not sit idly by. They must take action to protect their own interests and reputation, proving to the world that the Witch Clan's claim of being the true Pangu was nothing but baseless rumors. Let's not concern ourselves with them. We should climb the mountain to avoid falling behind, Tai Shang said expressionlessly. Just as the Witch Clan and the three pure ones prepared to ascend Wendaishan, the primordial beings surged forward, eager to start climbing and fearing they would fall behind. After all, there were only 3,000 spots to hear the Dao in front of the Emperor. Upon entering the mountain gate, it became apparent that Wendaishan was towering and magnificent, almost a replica of the legendary Buzhou mountain. It could accommodate countless primordial beings at once without any sign of crowding, proving that the Emperor's Dao field was indeed extraordinary. Everyone who witnessed this scene marveled momentarily, forgetting their urgency to climb. The first batch of primordial beings felt something was amiss as they began their ascent. The 12 ancestors of the Witch Clan worked together, leading the way. The moment they stepped onto Wendaishan, they immediately sensed that this mountain was indeed extraordinary. At this moment, time and space seemed to cease to exist. While they could clearly see themselves and others, communication became impossible, as if separated by an entirely different world. With no other option, everyone had to obediently ascend the steps. Even though the ancestor witches had only taken a few steps, their powerful bodies were already under immense pressure. Clearly, once their cultivation was forcibly suppressed, they found their current physiques quite unaccustomed and could only continue forward. As the powerful cultivators witnessed the 12 ancestors of the Witch Clan obediently climbing every step, others naturally had no objections and began their ascent. Qingxuan's initial suppression of the cultivators' powers aimed to ensure that they relied solely on their rock-solid willpower to reach the peak. In his view, for a true seeker of the Dao, lacking extraordinary perseverance and the wisdom to comprehend all things meant that their path of cultivation was nothing but a fool's dream. After all, the path of cultivation is fraught with difficulties and thorns. Only those with strong willpower and extraordinary wisdom can overcome these obstacles and ultimately reach the pinnacle, achieving the supreme Dao. At this moment, Qingxuan sat atop the chaos Qinglian, watching the primordial beings in the unfolding scene with great interest. The first batch of climbers had already reached halfway up the mountain, including the 12 ancestors of the Witch Clan, the future 6 saints of the Heavenly Dao Dijuan Tai Yi and Hongjun Zinyuanzi. Qingxuan observed closely, and sure enough, it was still these renowned innate deities leading the way. As for the other primordial beings behind them, some had reached the foot of the mountain and could ascend no further, having to stop there to comprehend the Dao principles present. In just a short while, the towering Wendaishan had already seen half of the primordial beings descend. It was evident that not everyone was a genius in cultivation. After passing the halfway point, Wendaishan began to change. Only those who could comprehend their own being could continue to the summit. Those who could not would ultimately be unable to withstand the pressure and could only sit in place to contemplate the Dao principles. As the remaining ones pressed forward, upon entering the area above the halfway point, the climbers felt as though they no longer existed within this time and space. With each step they took, it was as if they traversed countless worlds. Even their thoughts and divine senses became numbed. In that moment, they were not the powerful primordial innate deities, but just an ordinary mortal. Qingxuan couldn't help but exclaim as he watched the climbers, "There would always be someone more diligent and capable of enduring hardship than you." Those who suffer through adversity often become the ones who achieve great things, typically possessing immense perseverance and wisdom. At that moment, the first person had already ascended the final 1,000 steps. However, these last 1,000 steps were exceptionally terrifying, filled with endless crises and trials. Not only did this require enduring the overwhelming pressure akin to that of the Emperor, but it was also a path that questioned the heart. Although the Emperor's pressure had been suppressed to an extremely low level, it still emanated from the Emperor's power, and its might was not to be underestimated. If someone chose to give up climbing at this moment, they could remain here to comprehend the laws left by the Emperor, thereby gaining immense benefits. However, if they chose to continue climbing to the peak, they would face the danger of falling. After all, while resisting such formidable power from the Emperor, they had to prove their resolute will and stable Dao heart. If there was any sign of wavering or insufficient conviction, they could instantly turn to ashes, becoming part of the Dao. Su Xianqing was also filled with anticipation, not knowing who would reach the top first. At this moment, Su Qingxian was peacefully cultivating in the palace, no longer paying attention to the people climbing the mountain. Suddenly, he sensed a breath slowly manifesting at the mountain's summit. However, this breath was like a flickering candle in the wind, as if it would extinguish at any moment. The Supreme Elder finally reached the end of the Asking Dao Mountain, becoming the first to reach the summit. At this moment, he lay on the ground, disregarding his disheveled state, and directly entered a meditative state, circulating his technique to absorb the exceptionally rich innate spiritual energy within the Dao Palace to heal himself. On the last stretch, he had already exhausted all of his magical power. The only thing that supported him to reach this point was his indomitable will and an unyielding Dao heart. Looking at the utterly miserable Supreme Elder, Su Qingxian couldn't help but sigh inwardly. After all, he is the future leader of the 6 saints of the Heavenly Dao, truly extraordinary, possessing great wisdom, great magical power, and great fortune. It is no wonder that in the future, besides Hongjun Xuandu, I could also carve out a path to become the ancestor of the Dao sect. Truly remarkable. Just as Su Changsheng was lamenting, the Supreme Elder, the second person to reach the summit, appeared, the Western Guide Taoist. At this moment, he was as miserable as the Supreme Elder before, but upon seeing the Supreme Elder ahead of him, he was taken aback and couldn't help but admire the Supreme Elder, feeling inferior. Then he hurriedly absorbed the innate spiritual energy within the Dao Palace to heal himself. Regarding the guide, Su Qingxian was quite astonished by his achievements, who, despite his less than stellar background compared to the 3 pure ones, and having qualifications similar to most of the innate gods and demons of the Honghuang, he managed to reach this point. In the future, he would also be able to establish Buddhism, creating a path for enlightenment in dreams. Indeed, he was someone of great talent, great wisdom, great fortune, and great magical power. Indeed, none of those who became ancestors of the Dao and opened a path in later generations are ordinary. After the 6 saints of the Heavenly Dao, another large group of innate gods and demons successfully reached the summit. The third was the remaining 4 saints among the 6 saints, who were all exceptionally astonished upon seeing Laozi and the guide. Following, the 6 saints of the Heavenly Dao Hutu also successfully reached the summit. Trailing behind were Fushi Hongyun Xinyuanzi, 2 emperors of the demon clan Kunping, and the 11 ancestral witches. Undoubtedly, when they saw the 6 saints of the future Heavenly Dao and Hutu, each person felt an immense shock and surprise. These individuals were all among the top exists of their time, yet faced with such an astonishing scene, they were equally stunned. The spectacle before them far surpassed their imagination. Su Qingxian was also rendered speechless at this moment. Most of the more than 3,000 climbing the steps were guests from Hongjun's Xixiao Palace. Well, it seems that those with great fortune in the Honghuang are indeed these people. However, for the rest of the beings who have yet to reach the summit, Su Qingxian decided to teach them the Dao. Although their fortune was limited, the sheer number of them was overwhelming. Before long, the entire square was already packed with people. Looking at the many innate gods and demons lying on the ground, Su Qingxian felt a wave of speechlessness as he prepared to announce to the beings that 3,000 guests were sufficient, only to suddenly realize one person was still missing. So he looked towards the last 100 steps to see who was still climbing to the summit. To his surprise, seeing the figure made Su Qingxian deeply astonished. It's actually him. Unexpectedly, this monkey possessed such astonishing willpower. It should be noted that among the more than 2,000 innate gods and demons present, their cultivation levels were all at least at the late stage of Deluo. In comparison, the cultivation of the 6-eared macaque was merely at the Golden Immortal realm, yet it was able to ascend to this place. It was truly breathtaking. Perhaps it was precisely because of this indomitable spirit and tenacious will that the 6-eared macaque was able to transcend its limits, overcoming numerous difficulties to reach a height that even many powerful beings could only aspire to. Such an achievement undoubtedly left a deep impression on everyone, proving that as long as one possesses unwavering belief and relentless effort, miracles can undoubtedly be created. At this moment, Su Qingxian felt a surge of affection for talent. The 6-eared macaque was not accepted by Hongjun, leading to its path of cultivation being blocked, and it had remained in the Golden Immortal realm all these years. At this moment, the 6-eared macaque had climbed the last 3 steps. It seemed so close, yet incredibly far. With no part of its body intact, the 6-eared macaque felt a deep sense of despair within, realizing it was so close to success. Not only was its physical body shattered, but even its primordial spirit had become exceedingly dim, as if it would dissipate at any moment. In that instant, the 6-eared macaque seemed to see before its eyes the years of hardship and suffering it had endured. Once it was at the bottom of the Hongjun world, struggling daily on the brink of life and death, seeking a glimmer of hope. Every moment it lived in fear, terrified that a small misstep would lead to its demise. Originally, it believed that as long as it relied on its unique, innate talent, listening to the teachings and guidance of Hongjun Laozu, it could completely change its fate and escape suffering. However, contrary to its expectations, this seemingly beautiful opportunity turned out to be the beginning of a nightmare. Because it had offended Hongjun Laozu, it fell into despair with no way up to heaven and no way down to earth, facing rejection and oppression from all beings in the Hongjun. What pained it even more was that even the innate talent it relied on for survival was easily shattered by Hongjun Laozu. From then on, the six-eared macaque lost its last glimmer of hope, sinking into an endless abyss of darkness. Remembering all this, the six-eared macaque seemed to regain some strength, taking a step onto a step, its originally shattered body turning to ashes in that instant, leaving only a dim primordial spirit behind. At the peak, many great supernatural beings were also shaken by the six-eared macaque. Although they had also reached the summit, none were as miserable as the six-eared macaque. When it took another step, the dim primordial spirit of the six-eared macaque instantly transformed into specks of golden light, dissipating away, leaving behind a single obsession as it stepped onto the summit. At this moment, looking at the only obsession of the six-eared macaque, everyone was astonished, marveling at its strong desire to seek the Dao. However, apart from admiration, they had no other means. That obsession seemed to have been liberated after reaching the summit and was about to dissipate. Very well, I shall fulfill your wish this once, Su Qingxuan thought, and the rules of the Dao flowed. In an instant, the already dissipated obsession, primordial spirit, and physical body were restored, and a bewildered monkey suddenly appeared before everyone. Needless to say, everyone guessed that it must have been the emperor who helped him. Otherwise, besides such a figure, who in this world had such magical power? After experiencing a brief moment of confusion, the six-eared macaque's gaze gradually regained clarity. It looked up at the high and mighty Su Qingxuan, filled with awe. Then, without hesitation, it knelt on both knees, bowing to Su Qingxuan with the most reverent posture. 3,000 fortunate guests are now full, and the asking Dao mountain shall no longer have anyone reach the summit. Those who have yet to reach the summit shall sit in place and wait for me to preach the Dao. I humbly obey the decree of the emperor. 3 days later, you 3,000 guests will enter my Qingxuan Dao Palace. I shall commence the preaching of the great Dao then. After Qingxuan finished speaking, he withdrew his divine sense, no longer interested in the innate divine demons, and instead directed his gaze to the eastern shore, where countless beings awaited Su Qingxuan to begin his lecture. Seeing so many beings, Qingxuan felt pleased. Not bad. Once the teaching ends, this fortune will surely soar, and then I will be able to manifest other things. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. These 3,000 guests quickly recovered, benefiting from the incredibly rich innate spiritual energy within the Dao Palace, each looking radiant and completely free from the disarray they had when they first arrived. Just as they marveled at the wonders of Qingxuan's Dao platform, the tightly shut doors of the Dao Palace slowly opened, and in an instant myriad rays of light burst forth from within, radiating an unparalleled sanctity. It was clear that the emperor's lecture was about to begin, and everyone moved quickly, eager to enter. After all, those who arrived early at the Purple Cloud Palace last time received tremendous fortune, and it was expected that this time would be no different. Qingxuan looked at them with a speechless expression, thinking, what is this? Are they really comparing me to that old fellow Hongjun? Well, it won't turn out as you wish. Without further words, he watched their performance. Just as everyone rushed forward, Taishang instantly summoned the Heaven and Earth Xianhuang Tower. The 3 Pure Ones joined forces and surprisingly cast everyone far behind. Damn, the 3 Pure Ones are truly ungrateful. Seeing this, Tai Yi transformed directly into his true form, able to fully unleash the innate divine abilities of the Jinwu clan. Jinwu Hua Hongshu, known for its incredible speed, rivaled only by Kuan Peng and the ancestral, which Dijiang. In an instant, the 3 Pure Ones and Dijun Tai Yi entered the Dao Palace first, followed by the others, with Lu Er the weakest being the last to enter. As soon as everyone entered the Dao Palace, they were once again astounded by what was inside. They found themselves standing on a ground based on the starry river, looking at everything before them, and everything that entered their sight was astonishing. The ground was covered with lotus flowers, each bearing a lotus platform, and each lotus platform emanated an innate aura. There were exactly 3,000 of them. Is this the Emperor's Dao platform? It is surprisingly luxurious. Even the Dao Ancestor's Purple Cloud Palace only has the 6 holy cushions of the Heavenly Dao as innate spiritual treasures, yet there are as many as 3,000 innate spiritual treasures here. Elder brother, look at that lotus platform in the center. As Yuan Shi pointed in that direction, everyone turned to look. The flowers bloom in 36 grades surrounded by chaotic energy. Could this be the chaotic green lotus? Taishang spoke with immense excitement. It's no wonder the crowd was so animated. After all, innate spiritual treasures are rare in the Hongjun, and many like Qingxuan Peng possess none at all, let alone a chaotic spiritual treasure. Just as everyone was chattering away, Su Qingxuan quietly appeared atop the chaotic green lotus. Upon seeing the emperor suddenly appear, the crowd was astonished, for they had already witnessed such a presence at the Purple Cloud Palace. Instantly everyone knelt and bowed to Su Qingxuan. We pay our respects to the emperor. Su Qingxuan glanced at them and said, "No need for noise, each of you find a lotus platform to sit on." Hearing this, everyone searched for a lotus platform to sit on, with those who entered first occupying the closest positions to the emperor. One by one they took their seats, waiting quietly for Su Qingxuan to speak. "My name is Qingxuan. Today I shall expound the great Dao on the eastern shore of the Hongjun, sharing the secret methods of cultivation with all beings, hoping to assist everyone in their cultivation journey. The emperor is benevolent." At that moment, whether within the Dao Palace or on the questioning steps, everyone bowed deeply in gratitude for Su Qingxuan's great kindness. Su Qingxuan looked at the crowd below with a joyful expression, thinking to himself, "This is all fortune. From this day forward, as long as someone cultivates the secret methods, I will continuously receive fortune. My secret method, also known as the Zhetian Fa, is the method through which I attain the Dao. The path of cultivation is divided into 5 major realms. We'll see Dao Palace 4 extremes, transformation into dragon and immortal platform. The secret method aims to excavate one's potential to comprehend oneself, and the great Dao ultimately allowing one to establish supremacy over a singular path, thereby attaining the realm of the emperor, which you call the Hongyuan de Luo Jinxian. Next, I will expound on the Dao, demonstrating the process I underwent to cultivate. The opportunity is only once, so remember to observe carefully. Upon hearing Su Qingxuan's words, the crowd felt extremely fortunate. Indeed, there was a pathway to becoming Hongyuan. My path begins with the wheel C, where one perceives their own cycles and resonates with the sea of suffering. Within the wheel C, one opens up the sea of suffering, which serves as the source of the power of the secret method, with the size of the sea of suffering directly affecting one's power. After saying this, Su Qingxuan directly showcased his sea of suffering to the crowd. The boundless sea of suffering was not only filled with thunder and lightning, but also accompanied by countless extraordinary phenomena, leaving the crowd in awe. Those with special constitutions will produce extraordinary phenomena when opening the sea of suffering. These phenomena possess boundless utility and can play a significant role in battle. After opening the sea of suffering, one must also open the fate spring and then proceed to open the Dao Palace. The Dao Palace is divided into 5 elements. One must achieve divine consciousness within it for true mastery. The 5 divine consciousnesses can be used in battle, and depending on one's ability, the top-tier divine consciousness will match the cultivation of the body. The 4 extremes focus on the physical body. Achieving great mastery allows one to ignore all attacks of the same rank, while transformation into dragon refines one's spine, a crucial realm that determines whether one can attain the immortal platform. The immortal platform of the secret method consists of 9 layers. The first layer naturally corresponds to the De Luo Jinxian, while the 6th layer corresponds to the Quasi Saint, also known as the Quasi Emperor. Reaching the 9th layer signifies achieving the late stage of Hongyuan Jinxian, which is the realm of the secondary saint in the immortal Dao. The secret method represents an alternative path to the Dao. Afterward, the 5 major secret realms unite, merging with the laws of the great Dao, which constitutes the Emperor's realm, achieving the Hongyuan de Luo Jinxian. Upon reaching the first layer of the immortal platform, one has already transcended the 3 realms, no longer bound by the 5 elements. From this point on, time does not affect them. Having cultivated to this point, one has successfully integrated the wheel, see secret realm, 4 extremes, secret realm, and transformation into dragon secret realm, into one, establishing an infinite world within oneself, achieving a space of their own. Upon achieving the 6th layer of the immortal platform, one can be called a quasi-saint of the immortal Dao, a quasi-emperor of the secret method, at which point one can condense their own laws, severing the shackles of heaven and earth, and the world within their body possesses its own laws and rules. One has already gained a hint of the power of the emperor. Finally, reaching the 9th layer of the immortal platform signifies reaching the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor, capable of condensing their own great Dao laws, merging the 5 major secret realms into one, and making the ultimate leap into becoming a divine fetus and Dao fruit. Merging with the laws of the great Dao represents the peak existence within the secret realm, where one law suppresses myriad laws, one path dominates myriad paths, reigning over the world and commanding the vast cosmos, universally respected with no one defying them. Su Qingxian spoke for a full 9,000 years before finally ceasing his lecture. Throughout these 9,000 years, he imparted the complete process of cultivating the secret method from its inception to the attainment of the Emperor's path without reservation. Only the method of the Emperor breaking through to the Heavenly Emperor had never been passed down. During the lecture, he personally demonstrated his own cultivation achievements to the beings from the Sea of Suffering to the Immortal platform. From ancient times to the present, only Su Qingxian has been able to lecture in such a manner. 9,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. After finishing his sermon, Su Qingxian immediately contacted the system to open his personal panel and check his fortune value. Name: Su Qingxian. Physique: Emperor's body. Cultivation: Perfected Emperor. Divine ability: Infinite Emperor's divine ability. Treasure: 36 grade Chaotic Green Lotus. Technique: Qingxian Classic. Fortune value: 100 billion. Haha, this time I really struck it rich. I never expected that giving a sermon would yield such rewards. No wonder Hongjun is so eager about giving sermons. It seems I need to preach more in the future, but I can't do it all alone. I should take in a few disciples to help me spread the teachings. The secret realm technique has been passed down. Facing countless cultivators, Hongjun will certainly not sit idle. He won't allow all beings in the Honghuang to practice the secret realm technique. He will definitely take action, especially with the strength of the Xianmen on his side. Since that's the case, I shall establish a sect, as well, based on the secret realm technique. But what should I call it? That's right, since the system materializes the highest level as the Yuan level, I might as well establish the Yuan sect and become its leader. Yuan represents the primordial path. 1 Yuan marks the beginning, and all paths are renewed. This corresponds perfectly with Hongjun Xuanmen, ensuring that I do not fall short in name. Having decided to establish a sect, Su Qingxian began preparations. In addition to the cultivation techniques and doctrines of the Yuan sect, he needed to take in a few fated disciples similar to the 6 saints of heaven to help Hongjun spread the teachings and gather fortune. Let me see what these 3,000 people have gained. The audience present benefited greatly from this sermon, and the various methods of the secret realm technique left them in awe and admiration. As they listened, they unconsciously integrated their understanding with their own path, each creating their own secret realm scripture. The brightest among them were the innate deities in the front row, each having comprehended their own scriptures and path. Leading the 6 saints of heaven, Taishang was particularly talented. He was surrounded by the principles of the great Dao, and in an instant his body transformed from the Sea of Suffering to the celestial platform, reaching the 9th level of the celestial platform and attaining latest stage Quasi Emperor. Taishang looked at his current cultivation with a sigh. It is worth noting that before listening to the sermon, he was merely at the mid-stage of Quasi Saint. Although he had not yet severed the 3rd corpse, his cultivation had already reached the late stage of Quasi Saint. He could not help but exclaim, "This secret realm technique is truly extraordinary. It is entirely different from the path imparted by the Dao Ancestor. The celestial path relies heavily on external spiritual energy, while the secret realm technique seeks to cultivate one's inner potential, emphasizing the development of one's own capabilities, which is indeed limitless." Time flies, and after enduring a long 9,000 years, I have finally integrated all the insights I've gained into this mysterious secret realm law and created a truly unique scripture of my own. This scripture embodies my lifelong efforts and wisdom. It is not just a scripture, but a profound insight into the laws governing the universe. The Emperor's Qingxian Classic shakes the world. Now, although I do not dare to compare myself with the Emperor, I wish to follow his example and spread this classic to the world. Thus, I have decided to name this self-created scripture the Dao Classic. The term Dao represents the natural way of heaven and earth, containing endless mysteries and power. And Classic represents eternal truths that endure through time. With the completion of the Dao Classic, it signifies that I have taken a solid step on the path of seeking the Dao. In the days to come, I shall continue to devote myself to cultivation, constantly refining this scripture, allowing it to become an immortal masterpiece that resonates throughout the ages. As Taishang concluded his insights and creation, the others also experienced a significant increase in their cultivation and comprehended their own scriptures. Among them, those with exceptional talent stood out, and several others from the 6 saints of heaven also experienced explosive growth, reaching the late stage of Quasi Saint. The original creation technique was named Original Scripture, the Tongtian technique was Lingbao Scripture, Nuwas technique was Creation Scripture, and the scriptures created by Zhuan and Jiayin were Umitba Scripture and Silent Scripture. The remaining people also created their own scriptures, and for a while the entire Dao Palace was filled with celestial sounds, with numerous phenomena occurring, various laws of heaven and earth flowing, and an extraordinary atmosphere. Scripture. The remaining people also created their own scriptures, and for a while the entire Dao Palace was filled with celestial sounds with numerous phenomena occurring, various laws of heaven and earth flowing, and an extraordinary atmosphere. After a while the place gradually returned to calm. Seeing that all 3,000 listeners had gained insights, Su Qingxian could no longer contain his inner joy. After a pause he said, "This sermon has lasted 9,000 years, and now it comes to an end." The 3,000 people upon finishing bowed in gratitude. "We thank the Emperor for his compassion and wish the Emperor eternal longevity." As he finished speaking, a sudden divine light burst forth between heaven and earth, and an extraordinary fragrance filled the entire world. Various phenomena emerged with deities dancing together and heavenly maidens scattering flowers, while golden lotuses erupted from the ground. It was a heavenly reward for Su Qingxuan for imparting teachings to all beings and for his great merits. The secret realm technique can even complement the heavenly path, allowing the origin of the heavenly path to soar, thus bestowing him with immeasurable merit. Seeing this, Su Qingxian waved his hand to collect all the merit energy. This was a precious resource. Although he could not use it himself, his future disciples could benefit from it. "Since I attained the Tao, I have felt the suffering of all beings in Hongjun. The path of cultivation has yet to be popularized among the masses, so I impart teachings here today, fulfilling my merits. Yet there are still countless beings too weak to come and listen to the teachings. Therefore today I establish a path which shall be called Yuanmen, suppressing the fortune of my Yuan men with the 36-grade chaotic green lotus." Without waiting for the crowd's reaction, Su Qingxian continued, "Under my Yuanmen there shall be 7 disciples to help me impart the teachings to Hongjun." Hearing this, everyone except for the 6 saints of heaven was instantly excited, with some even kneeling and pleading, "We ask the Emperor for compassion and to accept us into Yuan men." In an instant the entire hall was filled with such voices. Su Qingxian was speechless, thinking that these people must have learned from the examples of Zixiao Palace's Zhu Ti and Jie Yin, hence their eagerness. Everyone was thinking about entering under Yuan men. Su Qingxian glanced sideways at Zhu Ti and Jie Yin, noticing that their faces were also flushed. Silence. Upon hearing this, everyone quieted down, but the longing in their eyes did not diminish. "Hutu, do you wish to be my eldest disciple?" Originally engaged in conversation with her brothers, Hutu was momentarily taken aback by this question. Fortunately, Emperor Jiang gave her a timely nudge, allowing her to react instantly. She promptly stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Hutu is willing." "Thank you, Emperor, for your compassion." Upon hearing that Su Qingxian accepted Hutu as a disciple, everyone was greatly astonished, completely puzzled as to why the Emperor would take Hutu as his disciple. At first, the 6-eared macaque thought he had misheard, unable to believe it immediately, when suddenly he heard, "What are you dawdling for, monkey? Come forward and pay your respects to your master." He hastily ran to the front and bowed his head in reverence. "6-eared is willing, 6-eared is willing. Thank you, master, for your kindness." His voice quivered with excitement, tears pouring from his eyes like a flood breaking through a dam. At this moment his heart was filled with endless gratitude and awe. He could hardly believe what was happening before him. He had the fortune to become a disciple of this great emperor. This sudden happiness left him at a loss as he kept bowing, as if this was the only way to express his deep respect and gratitude for his master. His forehead struck the ground with a crisp sound, yet he felt no pain at all, for at that moment all his attention was focused on that venerable figure. Time seemed to freeze, and everything around him became blurred with only that sacred and majestic light. In this radiance he felt an unprecedented warmth and strength, as if the entire world was celebrating and cheering for him. However, despite this, he could not suppress the doubts in his heart. Why would the Emperor be so favorably inclined towards him? Was it truly because his years of perseverance and diligent cultivation had finally paid off? Various thoughts surged in his mind, causing him to become even more immersed, unable to extricate himself. "This monkey seems rather peculiar. It appears I will have to teach him well in the future." After finishing, he instructed him to stand beside the Earth Mother. Others present were already dumbfounded, while the Earth Mother could barely be accepted, being a descendant of Pangu, standing atop the 3,000 Dao inquiry steps, was still after the 6 saints of Heavenly Dao. But what right did this monkey, who was even looked down upon by the Dao Ancestor, have? In no time someone in the hall began to wail, "I plead for the Emperor's mercy. Oh, I wish to join the Yuan sect." Silence. "You have no affinity with me, and such requests are futile." In truth, that was not the case. He initially intended to accept Jin Yuanzi as a disciple, but upon investigation, he found that there was a chaotic, demonic aura surrounding him. Combining descriptions from later accounts, Su Qingxian thought of a name. Yang may presume to be his disciple, thus he decided against it. Hearing Su Qingxian say this, everyone felt disheartened, regretting their lack of fortune for the second time in pursuing such a grand opportunity. "Dare I ask, great Emperor, previously you mentioned there are 7 disciples under the Yuan sect. yet only 2 remain. Might the other 5 be fated to join us? Tai stepped forward to ask. Indeed, there are 7 disciples under the Yuan sect. Currently, the other 5 have yet to emerge. When they do, they will naturally come to pay their respects to me. You, the 3,000 guests of Zixiao, are disciples of the Xinmen. Listening to my teachings is also a form of opportunity, but you truly have no affinity with the Yuan sect. Upon hearing Su Qingxuan's words, everyone understood the Xinmen master would not accept them into the sect, and no one else mentioned the matter of apprenticeship. This lecture has concluded. If you have any other questions, feel free to ask, and I shall answer them one by one. Taishang first stepped forward to ask, Dare I ask, Great Emperor, who is stronger, the saint of the immortal path, or the emperor? Su Qingxian glanced at Taishang and replied, The position of a saint is extremely esteemed, yet there are only 9 within the heavens, no more. However, there is no limit to the number of emperors. Both have their strengths and weaknesses. The saint is a Hongjun Golden Immortal, whose true spirit is entrusted to the Heavenly Dao. Thus they are immortal and indestructible, possessing boundless magical power. As long as the Heavenly Dao exists, the saint will not perish, yet they are also bound by the Heavenly Dao. The realm of the Emperor of Secret Realm is equivalent to that of a Hongjun Golden Immortal, and in terms of combat power, at the same level the Emperor surpasses the saint, emphasizing a single path above myriad paths. However, they cannot draw their magical power directly from the Heavenly Dao like the saint, and thus their power can run dry at times. Yet they can still, like the saint, inscribe the heavenly heart mark upon themselves, but cannot entrust their true spirit to the Heavenly Dao. Thank you for your clarification, Great Emperor, Taishang said, bowing to Su Qingxian before retreating. Dare I ask, Great Emperor, can one attain both the path of the saint and the emperor simultaneously? Tong Tian also stepped forward to inquire. Such cannot be achieved without great magical power, great opportunity, and great fortune, Su Qingxian replied somewhat brusquely. After hearing this, Tong Tian smiled awkwardly, and bowing in thanks retreated as well. Dare I ask, Great Emperor, what realm lies above the saint and the emperor? This question astonished Su Qingxuan, causing him to glance at the speaker twice. There are realms above the saint and the emperor. Both the saint and the emperor share 9 layers of heavens known as Huanyuan, each layer being a realm. Breaking through each layer is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Beyond the 9 layers, the immortal path corresponds to the realm of the Heavenly Dao, while the secret realm corresponds to the realm of the Heavenly Emperor. Both the Heavenly Dao and Heavenly Emperor realms have 3 layers and beyond that I do not know, as I have not cultivated to such a level. Yet the Dao knows no bounds. I believe the realms of cultivation extend far beyond this. In the past, the greatest chaotic demons were mostly above the Heavenly Dao. Upon hearing Su Qingxuan's words, everyone was greatly shocked, as they had thought the saint and emperor were the pinnacle of cultivation, only to realize there were realms beyond them, causing everyone to appear solemn. Dare I ask, Great Emperor, has the great Pangu fallen? The crowd, once lost in thought, instantly stood on edge, turning to look at the speaker. Dijiang, disregarding how others viewed him, stared directly at Su Qingxuan, hoping to hear the answer he desired. Meanwhile, the 3 pure ones in front were also extremely tense. I truly do not know. The great Pangus achievements are beyond imagination, transforming into all things, yet no one can know whether he has fallen or not. Upon hearing this, the 12 ancestral witches, including Dijiang, all looked dejected, and the 3 pure ones appeared bewildered. Having said this, Su Qingxian paid no further attention to these people, but instead said, Earth Mother and 6 ears, come forward. I established the Yuan sect, and there shall be 7 disciples under my command. Currently, there are only the 2 of you, so at this stage you 2 will bear the responsibility of inheriting my Yuan sect. You must cultivate diligently, I remember this. The disciples will take heed. Very well, for my disciples, bearing the mission requires having supreme treasures for protection. System materialized 2 innate supreme treasures for me, one being the Earth Dao Law Wheel, and the other the Taiji Divine Demon Diagram. Next, materialized 2 more top-tier innate spirit treasures, one being the Divine Xia Golden Hairpin, and the other the Huanyuan Dragon Pen. The total cost for this materialization is 50 billion fortune points. Do you wish to proceed? Yes, proceed with the materialization. Earth Mother, I bestow upon you the innate supreme treasure Earth Dao Law Wheel. This treasure is among the utmost in innate supreme treasures. Its power is remarkable and has great utility concerning your path to enlightenment. Previously, the witch clan's lack of primordial spirit made it impossible to use spirit treasures, but now by practicing my secret realm law and cultivating divine sense, you will be able to use it. Remember to understand it well. Oh, hearing Su Qingxian say this, everyone was instantly stunned. They had thought there were only 3 innate supreme treasures in the entirety of the Honghuang, but unexpectedly, there was another here. Instantly everyone was filled with longing, but also understood that this was the Emperor's domain. Moreover, since the Earth Mother was under the Yuan sect, they all dared not harbor any excess thoughts. The Earth Mother, feeling dazed, accepted this innate supreme treasure, thanked her master, and prepared to step down only to be called back by Su Qingxuan. This is also a top-tier innate spirit treasure, the divine Xia golden hairpin, which I bestow upon you as well. Without waiting for the Earth Mother to respond, he instructed her to stand aside. 6 years you are naturally lively and enjoy battle. Thus I bestow upon you the innate supreme treasure, the Taiji divine demon diagram. This treasure is both offensive and defensive with boundless power. Remember to use it wisely. Furthermore, I will also grant you a top-tier innate spirit treasure, the Hongjun dragon pen. Well then, since you have come here to listen to the Dao, it is also fate, and I shall bestow upon you the opportunity. System, materialize the Hongjun version of the 9 secrets for me, and also materialize 14 supreme, innate spirit treasures, 81 top grade, innate spirit treasures 108 middle grade, innate spirit treasures 360 low grade, innate spirit treasures, and 1,112 postnatal top-tier spirit treasures. Ding. Host, you have a total of 100 billion fortune points. Would you like to materialize? Materialize. The materialization has been successful. Please check host. Get up, everyone. Well, I have 14 supreme innate spirit treasures, 81 top grade, innate spirit treasures 108 middle grade, innate spirit treasures 360 low grade, innate spirit treasures, and 1,112 postnatal top-tier spirit treasures for you all. And they shall all be distributed among you. In addition, I have the great divine power of the 9 secrets of the Yuanmin, which I shall also impart to you as a merit for this lecture. Su Qingxuan's words were like a thunderous divine lightning, leaving the 3,000 people dumbfounded. Once they regained their composure, they were overjoyed, thinking this time coming to listen to the Dao has truly been a gain. Not only have we obtained the method to attain Dao, but we also get to take home innate spirit treasures. This trip is definitely not in vain. After the excitement settled, the crowd realized that there were over 3,000 listeners, but only a few hundred innate spirit treasures available. Even if they included the postnatal treasures, it was still insufficient for everyone. Instantly, everyone began to breathe more quickly, their expressions tense, fearing that they might not receive any spirit treasures. Looking at these ancient deities, Su Qingxuan couldn't help but sigh, truly affirming the saying, all under heaven bustle for profit, all under heaven strive for gain. Even gods and demons cannot avoid this. It seems the ancients did not deceive me. Not everyone present reacted like this group. Among the 6 saints of heavens, Dao, the 3 pure ones, and Nuwa appeared at ease, while the 2 Jane and Zhuani showed even more fervor, their expressions betraying their eagerness, with flames nearly shooting from their eyes. Regardless of how the crowd reacted, Su Qingxuan continued. The 9 secrets of the Yuanmin are respectively known as Linbing Do, Zhijie Shu, Zuqian, and Xing. Each of these is a forbidden divine power, each with boundless mysteries useful even to saints. The Bing character's secret, manipulate all spirit treasures in the world. At the peak of this realm, one can control any external object, even using the opponent as a weapon. The Do character's secret, invincible in battle, capable of simulating any attack. When cultivated to perfection, one can even comprehend the laws of warfare. The Zhe character's secret can achieve blood rebirth, restoring oneself. Even if only a drop of blood remains, rebirth is possible, and when cultivated to the extreme, one can comprehend the laws of creation. The Jia character secret can instantly increase combat power by 10 times, though it cannot be triggered every time. Cultivating to the extreme can lead to an understanding of the laws of power. The Xing character secret, the fastest secret technique. At the peak of this realm, one can even pause time. Cultivating to the utmost can ignore any formation in the world and can similarly comprehend the laws of time and space. The Zhu character secret, the general outline of formations in the world, effortlessly creating supreme formations that can kill, seal, or even reverse any formation. The Qian character secret, primarily a secret technique for cultivating divine sense, allowing one to foresee the future. Cultivating the primordial spirit or celestial platform divine sense has even more wondrous aspects. The Lin character secret focuses on cultivating the physical body, allowing it to be developed to the extreme, becoming immune to all attacks, invincible within the same realm, and also invincible against those of a higher level. The Shu character secret, the ultimate in the art of divination and fortune-telling. These 9 secrets are all forbidden techniques of my Yuanmin imparted to you today to fulfill the merit of this lecture, only to be passed on to those with fate. In the future, passing them on to others must be done with great merit, great compassion, and great fortune, otherwise it will bind you to me in cause and effect. Take heed of this. Upon hearing Su Qingxuan's words, the crowd trembled. The Emperor's karma is not something to be taken lightly, and it seems this secret technique cannot be casually taught to disciples. Knew why you are proficient in the laws of creation, this character secret shall be passed to you. With that a beam of divine light entered Nuwa's forehead. Thank you for your grace, great emperor. Tongtian, you are skilled in formations, the Zhu character secret shall be passed to you. Again a beam of divine light entered his forehead. Yuan, sure you excel in refining tools, the Bing character secret shall be passed to you. This method is not only for manipulating weapons and spirit treasures, but also has great use in refining tools. Please comprehend it well. Fushi, you are adept in the path of divination, this Shu character secret shall be passed to you. Laozi and Jane, this Qian character secret shall be passed to both of you. Dijuan Tai Kuanping and Hongjun, this Xing character secret shall be passed to you 4. Dijiang, this Lin character secret shall be passed to you 12 ancestral witches. I imparted the Dao at the shores of the East Sea 9,000 years ago, it ends here. You all may depart now. The numerous spirit treasures have been placed at the shores of the East Sea, go and claim them. Remember, the spirit treasures will choose those with fate, do not act recklessly. Upon hearing this, the crowd, having failed to receive the teachings earlier, were now determined to acquire the spirit treasures. One by one, they hurriedly bowed to Su Qingxuan and rushed towards the shores of the East Sea, with Jane and Zhuanti being the most eager. In an instant, the grand hall that had just been bustling with activity was left with only Su Qingxuan, Hotu, and Lu Er. Watching the departing figures, Su Qingxuan couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. The secret realm laws would surely flourish in the Hongjun in the future. Just now, several secrets of the 9 were not passed down. Lu Er, this Dou character secret, Jia character secret, and Xing character secret shall be passed to you. By the East Sea, the 3,000 disciples who had just stepped out of the Dao Palace were filled with a sense of urgency, as they arrived here only to be met with disappointment, for this place was utterly barren. The crowd exchanged glances, their hearts brimming with confusion and disbelief. Just then an unexpected change occurred. Suddenly, a dazzling beam of light shot forth from the mysterious Qingxuan Dao Palace, slicing through the sky, like lightning, eventually coming to a steady halt in midair. This enigmatic light seemed to possess boundless power, leaving everyone in awe. Like a radiant pearl, it emitted a peculiar glow that captivated all eyes. The crowd widened their eyes, fixated on this beam of light, trying to discern any clues from it. However, no matter how hard they tried, they could not penetrate its mysteries. In the tense atmosphere, time passed minute by minute, yet that beam of light remained quietly suspended in midair, showing no signs of movement. People began to whisper among themselves, speculating various theories. When they looked closer, the beam of light transformed into a cliff radiant with divine light, sending ripples that severed all spiritual senses. Some impatient ones rushed forward, only to be instantly repelled by a beam of divine light. How dare you be so rude? The onlookers watched with grim expressions as the person was sent flying, truly oblivious to the dangers. They seemed to have forgotten the words of the great emperor not to force matters. Elder brother, should we give it a try? Tongtian looked at Taishang and Yuanshi with urgency, filled with anticipation for this treasure division. My dear brothers, first we must thank the Taoist master. We can take our time afterwards. Having said this, Taishang bowed towards the Dao Palace, with Tongtian and Yuanshi following closely behind. Let us go each according to their own fate, and remember not to force it. Indeed, the two echoed as they moved forward. Seeing this, others quickly imitated the 3 pure ones and bowing and hurriedly advanced. Among those present, the 12 ancestors of witchcraft and the 3 pure ones held the most power. With many treasures among the 3 pure ones, and Taishang's cultivation unparalleled, no one dared to compete with them. Taishang was the first to step forward and bow to the treasure cliff. Instantly, dozens of beams of light flew towards him, revealing themselves to be innate spirit treasures, among which were several top-grade innate spirit treasures, making the crowd's eyes glisten with envy. After Taishang collected his treasures, Yuanshi immediately advanced, respectfully performing a grand salute. Just as he finished his gesture, several colorful beams of light rushed in from all directions, landing in Yuanshi's hands. The treasures contained within these beams were of no lesser quality than those Taishang had received. However, when it was Tongshin's turn, an astonishing scene unfolded. Tongtian also bowed sincerely, and then, to everyone's astonishment, over 100 beams of light rushed towards him like shooting stars. Among these beams were not only numerous precious and rare innate spirit treasures, but even over a dozen top-grade innate spirit treasures. The crowd widened their eyes watching this spectacular scene, and a wave of envy and resentment surged in their hearts. They muttered to themselves, "While Tongtian is truly extraordinary, as if he was born with an unbreakable bond to spirit treasures. Whether in the Zixiao Palace or by the East Sea, he has always been so exceptionally favored." In an instant, the atmosphere became strangely tense, as everyone was stunned by Tongxuan's ability to acquire so many spirit treasures. Ha ha ha, what incredible luck! Tongtian laughed heartily, the joy in his heart beyond words. Seeing the three pure ones with such gains, the others no longer cared about anything else and rushed forward. Elder brother, hurry up! Zhuanti shouted urgently. Let us go. The treasures belong to those fated to receive them, and we must not miss this opportunity. Everyone understood that apart from this grand treasure division by the great emperor, obtaining treasures in the future would be even more challenging in the flood wilderness. In an instant, the 11 ancestors of witchcraft, along with Emperor Jun Tai, Hongjun Zinyuanzi, and Mingyi, surged forward, causing the entire sky to burst forth with colorful lights dazzling brilliantly. Ha, it is actually a top-grade innate spirit treasure. Someone could no longer contain their overwhelm. Before long, this group of people began to withdraw, but each was filled with joy, their faces beaming, their eyes reflecting an indescribable happiness. They all grinned widely, laughing heartily, as if they had obtained some rare treasure. However, not everyone shared in such joy. For instance, Kunpeng had only obtained a few postnatal spirit treasures, his face filled with rage and unwillingness. At that moment, Hutu and Luer also arrived at the treasure cliff. Senior sister, it seems these people have all gained treasures. Oh, let's go give it a try. All right. After saying this, Hutu stepped forward, and instantly a dozen beams of light flew toward her, which she swiftly collected with a wave of her hand. Junior brother, you should give it a try too. Luer took a step forward, and immediately several beams of light flew toward him. Upon receiving them, he discovered it was a set of robes, all being middle-grade innate spirit treasures. I quite like this. Just as Luer finished collecting his treasures, 100 beams of light suddenly shot out from the treasure cliff, scattering the remaining spirit treasures across the flood wilderness, seeking those fated to receive them, while the treasure cliff transformed into a beam of light, flying back to the Qingxuan Dao Palace. Seeing the treasure division come to an end, everyone began to leave. Congratulations, Luer, for becoming a disciple of the great emperor. Emperor Jun approached with a smiling face. Congratulations, Dao brother. Our demon clan is currently in a period of great fortune. It would be wise to get closer to you from now on. Emperor Jun had good intentions, as pulling Luer into his camp would undoubtedly be beneficial. This time, Luer must decline your kind offer. When I set out, my master instructed me to spread the teachings of my Yuan men in the flood wilderness, and I cannot afford to neglect this task. I hope the Heavenly Emperor understands. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jun ceased to persuade Luer, smilingly saying, Since the Taoist master has given instructions, you may go, but do not delay the important matters of the Taoist master. However, if you have time, do come to the heavenly court. I will certainly welcome you warmly. After saying this, he led Tai and the others from the heavenly court away. Junior brother, I will return first. Come visit Buzhou Mountain when you have the chance. Thank you, senior sister, I certainly will. At this moment, Su Qingxian watched the crowd depart with their treasures from the Dao Palace, and could not help but think these departing figures are not merely people, they are fortunes. With the departure of these individuals, my Yuanmen's secret realm will surely flourish in the flood wilderness, leading to a continuous influx of fortunes yielding immense benefits. Speaking of which, I have been in the flood wilderness for over 9,000 years, yet I have not ventured out. Since I have nothing pressing at this moment, why not go out for a stroll and experience this grand world? Although Su Qingxuan's sermon had concluded, the entire East Sea remained bustling with activity. The Heavenly Court and the Witch Clan withdrew all station personnel out of respect for the Emperor, yet those who remained were a multitude of wandering cultivators from the Primordial Era. The reason for their presence was simple. The Primordial Era was currently embroiled in the second war between the witches and the demons. Although there had been peace for thousands of years following the Emperor's sermon, the conclusion of the sermon would undoubtedly reignite the conflict. Remaining here at least meant being close to the Emperor's domain, and no matter how fierce the battle between the witches and the demons became, it was unlikely that the flames of war would reach this place. Moreover, being near the Emperor's domain might offer opportunities to join the Yuan sect. The Primordial Era is so vast, where should I go first? Forget it, I'll just wander around and see where I end up. I might as well treat this as a trip. I never had such opportunities in my past life, always toiling away. As the Emperor ventured forth, the heavens and earth responded, and as Su Qingxian stepped out of the Dao Palace, extraordinary phenomena began to unfold across the East Sea, heralding auspicious signs. Never mind, it's better to keep a low profile. If I go out like this, all attention in the Primordial Era will be on me, which isn't conducive to sightseeing. In an instant, the extraordinary phenomena vanished, returning the surroundings to their previous state, yet this commotion excited the beings near the East Sea. Hey, the East Sea. It truly is vast and boundless. With my current strength, I can cross it with just a thought. If it were someone at the Great Luo level attempting to traverse the entire East Sea, would likely take several million years. At this moment, Su Qingxian lay atop a white cloud, gazing down at the entire East Sea, unable to help but marvel at its expanse. In my past life, even if the entire Milky Way were tossed into it, it would barely make a sound. Speaking of which, the East Sea is the territory of the Dragon Clan. Why have I not seen a single dragon after wandering for so long? Su Qingxian held a favorable impression of the Dragon Clan since, after all, he was a descendant of the dragon in his past life. Recalling the Dragon Clan reminded Su Qingxian of the first calamity in the Primordial era known as the Beast Calamity. The Beast Emperor Shen Ni led the entire Beast Clan on his own, and for a time, he hunted down the innate beings of the Primordial era, causing widespread discontent. Thus, the three innate clans rose in response, spearheaded by the ancestral dragon, the Primordial Phoenix, and the first Qilin attacking Shen Ni, and ultimately defeating him, becoming the overlords of the Primordial era. Wherever there are people, there is conflict. The innate beings were no exception. Eventually, the three innate clans, under the instigation of Luo Ho, incited an immense war. In the end, the calamity in the Primordial era escalated, and the three clans became entangled in karma. To ensure their survival and dissipate the calamity, the leaders of the three clans each sacrificed themselves to suppress the primordial heavens and earth. From then on, the three innate clans withdrew from the stage of the Primordial era, and the witches and demons began to rise. Thinking of this, Su Qingxian swept his consciousness across the entire East Sea. To him, the East Sea held no secrets. It was as if he could see everything clearly, perceiving all the heavenly mysteries. The Dragon Clan was, after all, a major clan of the Primordial era. Although they were not as formidable as before, anyone with a reputation would dare to visit the East Sea Dragon Palace, yet they would not dare to cause too much commotion. No one knew the true depth of the former overlords of the Primordial era. In Su Qingxuan's eyes, the secrets of the Dragon Clan were completely transparent. Although the Dragon Palace was guarded by 4 Dragon Kings, they were merely Great Luo Golden Immortals. The true depth lay in the abyss of the East Sea, where there existed a barrier known as the Dragon Tomb. Inside there were at least 100 Great Luo, with a dozen or so at the Qingxuan level. None of these primordial races are simple. I imagine the other 2 innate clans are similar. Besides this, Su Qingxian felt another peculiar place where there existed the presence of chaotic energy. This greatly surprised him. Apart from the 3 innate islands, the East Sea actually contained chaotic energy. Well, I must go take a look. At this moment, in the abyss of the East Sea, Su Qingxian stood before a cliff, surprised to find such an extraordinary place, which contained another realm. Perfect, let me see what kind of place has chaotic energy. Huh. This is actually innate chaotic energy. Even Su Qingxuan, upon arriving, couldn't help but click his tongue in surprise. He was not astonished by the presence of chaotic spiritual energy, as although such energy is rare, it was not entirely absent in the Primordial era. In his own Dao Palace there were many, but none were as tumultuous as this place's chaotic energy. This seems to be innate chaotic energy. Aside from being found in the chaos, it was not available elsewhere. Other forms of chaotic energy were all post-heavenly, and their power was far inferior to that in the chaos. However, this place appears somewhat fractured, as if the space had been shattered by someone truly strange. Despite the fractures, the endless sea water still flowed within this space, and as the water moved, it stirred the chaotic energy, creating a raging energy that prevented any beings from existing here. It seems these chaotic energies are coming from below, Su Qingxian mused after a moment, and began to descend. Following the direction from which the chaotic energy was emanating, he walked for a while, and soon reached the center where the chaotic energy was erupting. Then he saw a figure. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a true dragon, its body extending for millions of miles, lying in the middle of the ocean. The dragon was coiled right above the sea, its body radiating the aura of time's laws, yet it bore numerous wounds with a dark energy, pulsating continuously at its brow. Demonic energy, such pure demonic energy. Looking at the dragon's body before him, Su Qingxian immediately recognized who it was. It was rumored that the 2 ancestral beings of the Dragon Clan, the Ancestral Dragon and the Candle Dragon, were born from the Eye of Taichu. Unexpectedly, this was true. It seemed that the figure before him was indeed the Candle Dragon, as the Ancestral Dragon had long returned to the heavens and earth with its body, suppressing the 4 CCI. Such demonic energy only Luo Ho in the entire Primordial era possesses it. It seems that he was injured during the battle of the 3 clans, and came here to heal. Since I have decided to gather the fortunes of the Primordial era aside from preaching, I can also assimilate the fortunes of these innate great clans. The fortunes of the water creatures in the 4 seas are definitely not less than those of the primordial continent. This Candle Dragon has reached Qingxuan perfection, Taking him in would be an excellent aid, so let me assist him in his recovery." As he spoke, Su Qingxian began to channel his immense power, causing the previously tumultuous chaotic energy near the eye of Taichu to become gentle, continuously streaming towards the injured body of the candle dragon. The laws of creation directly repaired the wounds, even purifying the demonic energy at its brow in an instant. Feeling that the candle dragon had nearly recovered, Su Qingxian came to a stop, took out the chaos green lotus, sat upon it, and patiently waited for the candle dragon to awaken. After a considerable time, the candle dragon slowly opened its eyes, filled with confusion. "How did my damaged body recover so quickly? Even my primordial spirit has returned to normal. This shouldn't be. With my injuries, it shouldn't heal without a few 100,000 years of recovery." Just as the candle dragon was deep in thought, it suddenly noticed someone before it, causing its body to tremble in shock, which agitated the waters of the entire sea. After a brief moment of surprise, the candle dragon quickly realized that it had failed to detect the presence of someone with its own cultivation. It seemed this individual was indeed a great practitioner who must have saved it. Thinking of this, it hurriedly bowed and said, "Candle dragon, thanks you, senior, for your rescue." Gazing upon the Taoist before him, seated serenely upon a lotus dais enshrouded in unfathomable profundity, Zhu Long instantly sensed extraordinary cultivation. That he had failed to detect the figure's presence at first was proof enough this was no ordinary cultivator. After all, Zhu Long himself had reached the pinnacle of quasi-sage perfection, yet this being's realm could only be that of a Hongyuan de Luo Jinxian. SSS, the primordial green lotus. Even Zhu Long, a being of vast experience and ancient wisdom, was profoundly shaken. In the Hongyuan era, primordial spirit treasures were exceedingly rare. Chaotic tier spirit treasures were virtually mythical. "Dare I ask, Elder Master, are you truly a Hongyuan de Luo Jinxian?" Zhu Long lifted his gaze toward the Taoist, eyes shimmering with desperate hope. For long ago, the three primordial clans, the dragons, the phoenixes, and the Qilins, had waged cataclysmic wars not for dominion, but solely to gather the Hongyuan world's celestial fortune, thereby attaining enlightenment as a Hongyuan de Luo Jinxian. Observing Zhu Long's yearning gaze, Su Qingxian replied, "According to your understanding, this sovereign is indeed a Hongyuan de Luo Jinxian." SSS. The reply left Zhu Long utterly stunned. To achieve the Hongyuan de Luo Jinxian realm was near impossible, yet here stood one real and undeniable. Regaining his composure, Zhu Long swiftly grasped his perilous position and hastened to say, "Forgive this dragon's inelegance, honored sovereign. It is my first encounter with a Hongyuan de Luo Jinxian, hence my sluggish response. Please do not hold it against me. No matter. Yet this sovereign is curious. Why has the dragon clan's primordial ancestor fallen to such a diminished state?" Su Qingxian asked, intrigued. Alas, the tale is long. Once the three clans resolved their fate in a final battle in the west. Before that, 9 sons of my elder brother, the ancestral dragon, vanished mysteriously near Buzhou Mountain. Suspecting the Qilin clan, my brother dispatched me to uncover the truth. To my shock, it was Luo Ho who had abducted them. Upon discovery, we clashed fiercely. Though I could not prevail against Luo Ho, I mastered the law of time. An escape should have been assured. Yet midway, an unseen assailant sealed space-time with a supreme treasure, leaving me vulnerable. Struck by Luo Ho's divine-slaying spear, I had no choice but to detonate my dragon pearl, relying on my innate divine ability to flee back to this place, my birthplace, where I repaired my body using primordial chaos chi. Without your venerable Dao's aid, Zhu Long knows not when he might have recovered his true form. Dare I inquire, honored Dao Sovereign, what became of the three-clan war? And how fares the dragon clan today? The Longhan calamity ended millions of eons ago. The 3 primordial clans have withdrawn from the Hongyuan continent. The dragons now dwell in the 4 seas. The Phoenix clan guards the 10,000 volcanic peaks of the south. The Qilin clan has vanished into seclusion. Now the Wu and the Yu clans reign as the celestial protagonists of heaven and earth. And my elder brother, where is he now? Zhu Long asked, voice tightening with urgency. All 3 primordial clan chieftains have perished, Su Qingxian explained. Elder brother, I have failed you. Tears streamed down Zhu Long's scaled visage as his entire dragon body reared skyward in a thunderous, grief-stricken roar, so fierce it churned the surrounding primordial chaos chi into violent turbulence. Indeed, this is the Tai Chu Cei, the very cradle where my elder brother, the ancestral dragon, and I first emerged. It was not always thus. In primordial times, the Hongyuan world held no 4 seas. Calm restored, Zhu Long bowed deeply in apology. Please forgive this unworthy one, honored sovereign. His voice trembled with profound sorrow. It matters not. You mentioned earlier, this place is the Tai Chu Cei. Indeed, this is the Tai Chu Cei, the very cradle where my elder brother the ancestral dragon and I first emerged. It was not always thus. In primordial times the Hongjun world held no four seas. Only the boundless Tai Chu Sea, whose sea I served as the ocean's sole source of primordial spiritual energy. Later the beast sovereign Shun and I sought to plunge the Hongjun world back into primordial chaos, marshalling his entire race to destroy the Tai Chu Sea. Though the three clan chieftains slew Shun and I, the sea, I lay shattered. With no recourse, my elder brother forged the four seas from fragments of its essence, thereby stabilizing the foundation of the Hongjun world. The ancestral dragon amassed immense merit, yet his grand endeavor ended in tragic incompleteness. What makes the Tai Chu Sea so extraordinary that Shun and I would risk everything to annihilate it? Su Qingxuan asked, curiosity kindling. In reverence, honored sovereign, the Tai Chu Sea marks the thinnest point of Pangu's skin-formed celestial membrane, the boundary linking this world to the chaotic void beyond. This membrane transmutes turbulent chaos chi into primordial spiritual energy. Shun and I sought precisely to rupture it, to flood the Hongjun world with raw chaos chi and obliterate all existence. Alas, though the four seas now anchor the world, none can rival the Tai Chu Sea's original potency. Truly, the ancestral dragon's virtue is immeasurable. It seems the eventual shattering of the Hongjun world cannot be blamed solely on the collapse of Buzhou Mountain. This place bears equal responsibility. Having resolved to gather the Hongjun world's celestial fortune, I cannot allow it to remain weakened. Moreover, Hongjun's pursuit of Dao completion will inevitably erode the world's vitality step by step. Fortune contests demand no easy path. Very well, then this sovereign shall add a few thorns to your road. With those words, Su Qingxuan made his decision. System, what resources are required to restore the Tai Chu Sea? Ding. Honored host, you may manifest a new Tai Chu Sea, complete with flawless restoration of the damaged celestial membrane. Why so exorbitant? My newly acquired fortune will dwindle drastically. Shall the host proceed with manifestation? Manifest it. One cannot catch a wolf without sacrificing the lamb. Ding. Manifestation successful. Please confirm receipt, honored host. It is a tragedy that such primordial creation has been defiled. Since the Tai Chu Sea is so vital, this sovereign shall restore it. Hearing these words, Zhu Long was struck speechless and blurted, "What? Honored sovereign, you intend to restore this place? It formed at the dawn of heaven and earth. There exists no second like it in all creation." Su Qingxuan smiled faintly and said, "Fear not. Witness this sovereign's art." With that, he withdrew the Tai Chu Sea and, channeling immense divine power, fused it seamlessly into the fractured site. Instantly, radiant divine light blazed forth, and intricate arcane Dao patterns unfurled across the void like living scripture. As Su Qingxuan restored the Tai Chu Sea, the entire Hongjun world trembled. The four seas surged violently, beams of sacred light erupted from the ocean depths, piercing the heavens themselves. Even the 33 heavens sensed the upheaval, yet none understood its cause. Elder brother, something momentous has occurred in the four seas. Let us investigate at once. Tai Yi strode forward and urged Emperor Jun. Brother, forbear. The disturbance originated first in the East Sea. The Dao sovereign surely knows already. Our presence is unnecessary. Let us observe further before acting. Similar murmurs arose across every corner of the Hongjun world, yet none dared venture to the East Sea to uncover the truth. Just as doubt swelled among the multitudes, an immense cascade of meritorious virtue descended directly into the East Sea, settling upon Su Qingxuan. Without hesitation, he swept his hand outward, directing the entire torrent into the newly restored Tai Chu Sea. Its radiance intensified its structure, solidifying far beyond its former strength. Now the Hongjun world stands more firmly anchored than ever. Let us see how Hongjun schemes fare against such stability. Su Qingxuan feared no direct interference from Hongjun during Shun Ni's era. The Heavenly Dao had yet to emerge, but now any attempt to sabotage would be met instantly by the Dao itself. Zhu Long stared dumbfounded anew, not merely by Su Qingxuan's power, but by his mastery over primordial creation itself. To mend what heaven and earth had forged at Genesis was nothing short of ultimate divine artistry. Honored sovereign, your virtue is boundless. Accept this dragon's deepest bow. Zhu Long now stood utterly awestruck, his soul irrevocably pledged. Enough. Our business here is concluded. Come, we depart. Or do you intend to linger here forever? Honored sovereign's divine arts are peerless. Should you ever require this dragon, or the dragon clan, we shall serve with unwavering devotion even unto death. Ding. Acquired 50 billion units of dragon clan fortune. Please confirm receipt. As the Eye of Tai Chu was restored, the spiritual energy in the entire sea area significantly increased. This was just the initial phase. In the future, as the Eye of Taichu continuously absorbed and released energy, more and more spiritual energy would fill the entire sea, eventually benefiting the Hongjun continent and all living beings. At this moment, Su Qingxian stood in the clouds with the candle dragon, who had now transformed into a human form. Otherwise, its colossal body, spanning millions of miles, would have drawn everyone's attention long ago. Where will you go next? Back to the Dragon Clan. Su Qingxian asked the candle dragon, who was feeling quite conflicted inside. I don't want to go back for now. Everything has changed, and the Dragon Clan across the 4 seas is doing quite well now. Although the Dragon Clan is currently bound by karma, they still maintain control over the 4 seas and can accumulate merits. One day they will surely cleanse themselves of their karma. Su Qingxian said to the somewhat troubled candle dragon. Initially, I sought my 9 nephews only to find out they were plotted against by Luo Ho and seemingly escaped to the endless starry sky. Just now I sensed a bit, and I did not find any trace of them in the Hongjun. Thus I wish to search for them in the starry sky. In that case you should go. I also plan to visit the inland of Hongjun, so let's part ways here. If in the future Dao Zun needs the Candle Dragon and the Dragon Clan, please give the command, and I shall not hesitate to journey through fire and water. With that, the Candle Dragon bid farewell to Su Qingxian and headed towards the endless starry sky. Watching the departing Candle Dragon, Su Qingxian felt quite emotional. In the chaos purple sky palace, as the Eye of Taichu was restored, the entire Hongjun felt a tremor. Compared to the astonishment of the living beings, Hongjun was filled with endless rage. The membrane of heaven and earth has actually been restored, and the origin of the Heavenly Dao has been strengthened again. Damn it, this must be Su Qingxuan's doing, repeatedly thwarting my plans. I will make you pay dearly in the future. It's a pity that I was just backlashed by the Heavenly Dao and severely injured, otherwise I would surely confront him. It seems the 6 saints need to return to their positions early. Once my plans are successful, I shall suppress you. Hongjun was so furious because Su Qingxuan's actions had already shaken his path and disrupted his plan to sacrifice to the Hongjun. Now he had repeatedly restored the origin of the Heavenly Dao, perfecting the Heavenly Dao, which severely hindered his process of merging with the Heavenly Dao. If the Heavenly Dao were to be completed, how could he then use the loopholes of the Heavenly Dao to merge with it and gain control over all living beings in heaven and earth? It is said that the enmity of obstructing the Dao can only end in death. Regardless of Hongjun's current scheming, Su Qingxian was leisurely wandering through the Hongjun. Is that not the Buzhou Mountain? Indeed, it is magnificent. Even from here, I can see its phantom, truly deserving of being the pillar of heaven. It is rumored that Buzhou Mountain is filled with opportunities. Oh, I might as well go and explore. As he spoke, he took a step forward, and in the next moment he had already arrived at the foot of Buzhou Mountain. Looking at this towering mountain that supports the heavens, even with Su Qingxuan's current cultivation, he couldn't help but marvel at Pangu's might. Since the beginning of heaven and earth, the pressure from Pangu on Buzhou Mountain has gradually diminished. Su Qingxian sensed it and realized that now even Deluo could reach the summit, and those with weaker cultivation could enter most of the mountainous areas. Just as Su Qingxian was marveling at Pangu's great feat of creating the world, he was suddenly interrupted by a voice. He came to his senses and looked ahead. Who are you, daring to linger in the land of my Wu clan? Leave at once. The Wu clan. Su Qingxian looked at the shouting Wu clan warrior and didn't even sigh at the change of the current landscape of the Hongjun, where the Wu and Yao clans had each claimed the sky and the earth. For other races, they could only endure in silence. It seems that the Wu and Yao clans withdrawing from the stage of the Hongjun is not without reason. Compared to the 2 clans, the human clan is more gentle and better adapted to the Heavenly Dao. Seeing that Su Qingxian ignored him, the Wu clan warrior became furious and shouted, "You Daoists, do not hurry to leave." However, considering the face of Hudu, Su Qingxian couldn't be bothered to argue with him. He took a step forward and vanished from the spot, leaving the Wu clan warrior standing there in a daze. Buzhou Mountain is truly vast, rivaling the Milky Way of later generations. Su Qingxian stood at the peak of Buzhou Mountain, looking down as if the entire Hongjun world was beneath his feet. Here the pressure of Pangu is such that even those at the level of quasi-saints would feel uncomfortable. I might as well comprehend something here, as if having a discussion on the Dao with Pangu. He took out the chaos green lotus, seated himself upon it, and the power of the late Heavenly Emperor radiated forth. In an instant, the pressure of Buzhou Mountain increased countless times, and the creatures within the mountain immediately sensed this force and hurriedly fled towards the outside of Buzhou Mountain. In Qingxuan Mountain, since Niwa last listened to the Dao, she had been comprehending the secret realms method. The more she comprehended, the more she felt this method was profound and infinite. The secret method of the character, Zhu advanced her cultivation at an astonishing speed, combining with her understanding of the laws of creation, yielding boundless practical applications. I have already cultivated the heavenly covering method to the late quasi-emperor stage and feel that I am not far from attaining the emperor's path, yet I cannot comprehend how to break through the emperor stage. The primordial purple chi is the same ever since I obtained it. I have been unable to comprehend it. Just as Nuwa furrowed her brow pondering how to break through, Fuxi noticed her distress and stepped forward to say, "Sister, are you troubled by your inability to comprehend the two paths of the Dao?" "Indeed, I always feel that I am on the verge of comprehending it, yet the great Dao feels distant. Sister, you know that I have made significant progress in the art of divination. Recently, when listening to the Dao Zun granted me the numerical secret. I have been comprehending this great supernatural power for a while now, and I would like to perform a divination for you, as there is a connection in the void." Hearing this, Nuwa's heart trembled. She knew of Fux's ability in divination, and only Laozi could be compared to him in the entire Hongjun. "What have you divined, brother?" "I cannot see clearly, only that there is great opportunity and great terror. However, I have divined that your opportunity lies at Buzhou Mountain. I cannot see anything beyond that. Perhaps you should visit Buzhou Mountain. You may find something." "Buzhou Mountain, let us set off now." "No, you must go by yourself this time. I have also divined my own opportunity, but it seems there is great terror accompanying it, and I cannot see clearly. I am also preparing to seek my own opportunity. Not long ago, Emperor Jun invited me to the heavenly court to assist in improving the great array of the stars under the condition that I would be in charge of the river map and Luo book. This is a perfect opportunity to comprehend the river map and Luo book, to divine where my brother's great Dao truly lies. The Wu and Yao clans are deeply entrenched in the calamities of the Hongjun. Brother, if you go this time, you will undoubtedly encounter calamity. Why take such risks? Where the Dao lies, I must go. Very well, but take extreme caution on this journey. Then in the primordial chaos, time holds little significance for cultivators. Often a single retreat can span thousands of years. It has been 3,000 years since Su Qingxuan fully comprehended the mysteries of Buzhou Mountain. During these 3,000 years, the primordial chaos has begun to witness disorder once again, with the leaders of the witch and demon clans emerging from their seclusion, leading to relentless battles that have cloaked the entire primordial chaos in darkness. Over these 3,000 years, Buzhou Mountain has become the most mysterious place in the primordial chaos. This is solely because during Su Qingxuan's last profound comprehension of Buzhou Mountain, the overwhelming pressure of the latest emperor spread throughout the entire mountain. This caused the Pangu pressure, which had gradually weakened over time, to suddenly increase manifold, inducing widespread panic among the inhabitants of the primordial chaos. Initially, the witch clan discovered it first. Upon hearing the news, the 12 ancestor witches rushed to Buzhou Mountain, only to find that even their current powers could not allow them to approach, but despite their anger, they had no choice but to retreat. Later, 2 emperors from the demon clan also came to investigate, but they too could not do anything. During this time, renowned powerful beings from the primordial chaos came to observe, yet none could unravel the mystery. It was not until the 3 clear ones arrived that Taiching Laozu, after further observation, concluded it was a forbidden matter, causing no one to come back since. Regardless of how the beings of the primordial chaos discussed the anomalies occurring at Buzhou Mountain, Su Qingxuan was also slowly concluding this round of comprehension. Hu Pangu is indeed unparalleled in the world. I never expected this round of comprehension of Buzhou Mountain would take such a long time. Compared to the hurried century of his past lifetime in the primordial chaos is indeed trivial. It is truly a supreme world. To obtain the Pangu mark in this round of comprehension is truly a great fortune. Just as Su Qingxuan continuously comprehended the Pangu Dao contained within Buzhou Mountain, his divine consciousness suddenly entered the Pangu mark. Within, Su Qingxuan witnessed the life of Pangu from his birth to the scenes of battling the 3,000 Dao. Not only did he grasp Pangu's combat path, but he also glimpsed the paths of the 3,000 demons. Unfortunately, he did not witness Pangu's creation of the heavens and earth, nor his transformation into myriad beings. It is very likely that the subsequent Pangu marks reside with the 3 clear ones and the 12 ancestor witches. How fortunate this is! Not only did I acquire the Pangu mark, but also his cultivation method, 9 transformations of mystic primordial energy. The 3 clear ones and the 12 ancestor witches did not obtain it, only the 12 ancestor witches received the 9 transformations of mystic art at best. Besides this, Su Qingxuan was fully aware of all the opportunities present on Buzhou Mountain while comprehending it. Truly worthy of being transformed from Pangu's spine, such treasures are numerous. After the search by the divine reversal, the primordial 3 clans, and Hongjun, there are still many undiscovered opportunities. In my perception, the number of primordial spiritual treasures amounts to at least dozens, and among the top 10 primordial spirit roots there is actually one remaining. It is indeed astonishing. One particular top-tier primordial spiritual treasure caught Su Qingxuan's attention, and he instantly moved to stand before a primordial great formation. Such a brilliant concealing formation, no wonder it has never been discovered by others. Without breaking the formation, Su Qingxuan's divine thoughts stirred, and he entered it. Before him was a cave rich in spiritual energy, almost vaporizing. Deeper within, a holy white light illuminated the entire cave. As Su Qingxian slowly approached, he finally discerned what it was. So it is the 12-petal pure world, White Lotus. I did not expect to find it here. It seems no one has ever possessed it, as there are no records of it in later myths. Just as Su Qingxian was marveling at this, the next discovery left him even more astonished. Oh, this treasure has actually developed spiritual intelligence. No wonder Su Qingxian was so surprised. After all, it is extraordinarily difficult for a top-tier primordial spiritual treasure or spirit root to give birth to spiritual intelligence. In the vast primordial chaos, only 3 beings, Jane Zhuanti and Xinyuanzi, are known to have developed their spiritual intelligence: 1 primordial supreme spirit root, the Bodhi tree, 1 36-petal creation green lotus heart, and 1 primordial supreme spirit root, the ginseng fruit tree. Besides these 3, it is hard to find another in the entire primordial chaos. Judging by its spiritual intelligence, it likely wouldn't take form without countless eons. The 12-petal pure world, White Lotus, possesses unparalleled talent, so I shall assist you. As he spoke, the immeasurable Heavenly Emperor's might activated the laws of creation flowing toward the pure world, White Lotus. Soon a figure appeared before Su Qingxian. Looking at the bewildered little one, Su Qingxian spoke. Since you are transformed from the 12-petal pure world, White Lotus, you shall be called Bai Lian. Just right, I lack a child attendant. You shall stay by my side from now on. Thank you, senior. Bai Lian is willing, replied Bai Lian in a sweet voice. This is also a good place with a pool of 3 light divine water. Since you were born here, this shall be your Dao ground. After I collect it, I will find a suitable place for you to settle. Let's go. This matter is settled. Now let's see another treasure. Without waiting for the child to respond, he had already appeared in another location. It is actually the Hongjun, hidden within the primordial great formation, but it could not escape Su Qingxuan's attention. It is said that Hongjun blooms once every 90,000 years, bears fruit every 90,000 years, and ripens every 90,000 years, producing 9 fruits in total. Each fruit can help a mortal achieve the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. I did not expect Hongjun to also have spiritual intelligence like the 12-petal pure world White Lotus. Very well, I shall assist you as well. Not long after, Hongjun also transformed into form, but unlike the pure world White Lotus, this time the transformation was that of an old man. Once this being took form, its intelligence was quite high, and its cultivation reached the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Upon seeing Su Qingxuan, it promptly bowed. Thank you for your assistance, senior. From now on, you shall be called Old Huang, and be responsible for all matters in my Dao ground, Su Qingxian said, looking at the Hongjun before him. Unexpectedly, this outing yielded both an old and a young companion, a child attendant and a steward, leaving Su Qingxian somewhat speechless. Ultimately, he chose not to collect any further treasures, leaving them for those fated. While comprehending Buzhou Mountain, Su Qingxian realized that Buzhou Mountain is not only the pillar supporting the primordial chaos, but more importantly, it suppresses the resentment of the 3,000 demons that Pangu had slain. Over the years, a significant portion of the resentment from the 3,000 demons has leaked out, with the divine reversal and the ferocious beast clan being formed from some of this resentment. Fortunately, the clan leaders of the 3 factions managed to subdue the divine reversal and eliminate most of the ferocious beasts, thus providing a peaceful world for the beings of the primordial chaos. Unfortunately, later Luo Ho detonated the western earth vein, causing the suppressive force of Buzhou Mountain to weaken. Gradually, the resentment of the 3,000 demons began to corrode Buzhou Mountain, and later, under Hongjun's scheme, it was struck and broken by Gong Gong. Seeing this situation, Su Qingxian formulated a plan. Buzhou Mountain absolutely cannot fall. System, is there anything that can enhance Buzhou Mountain's suppressive power to protect it from destruction? Ding, the host can materialize the boundary pearl to stabilize Buzhou Mountain. Then good, materialize it. Ding, the total cost of this materialization is 10 billion fortune points. Please check. Su Qingxian opened it and immediately understood the function of the boundary pearl. The boundary pearl, a top-tier primordial supreme treasure. It possesses the ability to stabilize the myriad worlds while also being able to stabilize both tangible and intangible objects. What a treasure! With this, Buzhou Mountain will be absolutely secure. Having said that, he activated the full power of the Heavenly Emperor, channeling the boundary pearl to fully integrate it into Buzhou Mountain. From now on, even if the Heavenly Dao comes in person, it would be impossible to extract the boundary pearl. In an instant, the resentments of the 3,000 demons suppressed by Buzhou Mountain were once more subdued, ensuring they would no longer corrode the mountain. Not only that, but the entire Buzhou Mountain underwent a dramatic transformation. An immensely powerful sealing force instantly spread across Buzhou Mountain, affecting all beings below the Emperor and Saint levels. Above the halfway point of Buzhou Mountain, it became impossible to fly. Below the halfway point, all individuals' powers and realms were forcefully suppressed, making Buzhou Mountain a veritable forbidden zone. Watching the various changes that occurred after the fusion of the Boundary Pearl with Mount Buzhou, Qingxuan was suddenly struck by a different idea. Why not take this opportunity to completely turn Mount Buzhou into a forbidden zone? This Mount Buzhou is no ordinary place. It is not merely the pillar that supports heaven and earth. It is also the ancestor of the primordial veins, the very core of the entire primordial world. This mountain possesses a magical and powerful force that can transform chaotic energy into innate spiritual energy, a transformation that is nothing short of the source of life for the beings of the primordial realm. Moreover, Mount Buzhou bears an extremely important mission, suppressing the terrifying resentment of the 3,000 demonic gods. These demonic gods once wreaked havoc during the chaotic period, but were ultimately defeated and sealed here. Without the suppression of Mount Buzhou, once this resentment is released, it will undoubtedly bring about a catastrophic disaster to the entire primordial realm. Thus, Mount Buzhou is undoubtedly a crucial divine mountain, its existence maintaining the balance and peace of the primordial world. Anyone who attempts to destroy Mount Buzhou, be it an individual or a force, will face the harshest punishment from heaven and earth. Such an important place cannot be left unchecked, nor can it be wantonly destroyed. System manifest for me a great emperor-level sealing array of 9 heavens, using the boundary pearl as the eye of the array and Mount Buzhou as the foundation. Covering the entire Mount Buzhou, this array must possess the law of devouring. Any cultivator whose power is below that of a saint or an emperor of the 9 heavens will have their mana absorbed with the strength of the devouring, increasing the deeper one goes into the mountain. Ding! Manifesting the emperor-level 9 heavens array requires 100 billion luck points. Do you wish to proceed with the manifestation? Proceed with the manifestation. Manifestation successful, please check. Upon opening it, Qingxuan discovered that this array was named the Chaos Sealing and Soul Devouring Array, a top-tier Emperor-level array that not only possessed powerful sealing capabilities, but could also devour souls feeding back into the array. Truly formidable. Haha. With this array plus my own deployment, even if Hongjun were to come personally, he would not be able to destroy this array. To break Mount Buzhou, it would require Hongjun to unleash all his power in a single blow. With that said, he began to channel his immense Emperor-level power, integrating the entire Chaos Sealing and Soul-Devouring Array into Mount Buzhou, using the Boundary Pearl as the eye of the array and Mount Buzhou as the foundation. Merge with me. As the array was established, in an instant, the entire Mount Buzhou was enveloped by the Great Formation, with profound runes appearing all over the mountain, which quickly blended back into it. The entire process was so swift that apart from Qingxuan, no one in the primordial realm noticed it. Looking at the transformed Mount Buzhou before him, Qingxuan was extremely satisfied. This transformation not only resolved the hidden dangers of Mount Buzhou, but also enhanced its power, indirectly thwarting Hongjun's plans once again. From now on, Mount Buzhou would no longer be a place where anyone could come and go freely. If the Boundary Pearl previously only had suppressive power, now, with the aid of the Great Array, Mount Buzhou would be even stronger. Qingxuan calculated and found that the entire Mount Buzhou was shrouded in the array, suppressing the power and realms of everyone below the halfway point of the mountain, while above that, apart from those at the Chaos 9 heavens, no one, including future saints and emperors, could fly in this area. Moreover, besides saints and emperors, the array would also absorb mana and life force. If one could not escape in time, they would be reduced to dust, becoming part of Mount Buzhou. The Qingxuan Demon King, a subordinate of the 10 great demon saints of the Heavenly Court, was currently following the orders of Yingzhao to gather the remaining demon clans around Mount Buzhou to the Heavenly Court. Though we are all demon kings, why must I do this arduous task? The Golden Tiger and his gang hide from trouble one after another. The demon saint said that there have been changes in Mount Buzhou and forbade us from approaching. There are so many opportunities at Mount Buzhou. This change might also be a great opportunity. I should explore it. Perhaps I can gain a chance to break through the demon saint realm. With that, the Qingxuan Demon King accelerated towards Mount Buzhou and soon appeared within its vicinity. Just as he flew to the foot of Mount Buzhou, he stumbled and almost fell from the sky. Had it not been for the eagle race's flying skills, he would have plummeted. What has happened to Mount Buzhou? It suddenly feels so strange. It seems my mana is being suppressed. Before he could ponder further, an incomprehensibly massive force instantly sealed him, rendering him powerless, as he fell straight down, crashing heavily to the ground, a cloud of dust rising, a pitiful sight. Who has plotted against me? I am a demon king of the heavenly court, and dare to oppose my demon clan. Just as the Qingxuan demon king suspected someone was plotting against him, he suddenly discovered something even more bizarre, causing him to feel a wave of fear. What is happening? My mana is being continuously drained. I am a Deluo Golden Immortal, and yet my mana is being absorbed. Truly astonishing. Though it is a small amount, over time I will surely be drained dry. Thinking of this, the Qingxuan demon king disregarded the oddities of this place, quickly getting up and leaving to report the abnormalities of Mount Buzhou back to the heavenly court. Similar events occurred in every corner near Mount Buzhou. Many found themselves unable to fly and fell to the ground. Even the mid-stage demon Saint Ingzhao, upon receiving the news from the Qingxuan demon king, came personally and also fell, his mana being absorbed. From then on, no one dared to fly freely around Mount Buzhou. As for the other innate divine demons, after the previous Tai Ching divination, they understood that the changes in Mount Buzhou were related to the emperor, and fearing the consequences, none dared to investigate. Gradually, news of Mount Buzhou becoming a forbidden land spread throughout the entire primordial realm. Since parting ways with Fuxi, Nuwa had been walking towards Mount Buzhou. Over 3,000 years her footsteps had covered much of the primordial realm. Wherever she went, she would stop to observe the local beings, yet along this journey there were endless battles between witches and demons, filling her with worry. My brother said my opportunity lies at Mount Buzhou, but now that I have reached the outskirts, I still do not sense. It is said that 3,000 years ago Mount Buzhou experienced changes related to the emperor. I wonder if my journey here will lead to my opportunity. Forget it, I might as well go in and search instead of guessing here. The anomalies of Buzhou Mountain have drawn the attention of the entire primordial era, and so far only the witch and demon clans dare to explore it. Other cultivators are well aware that this strange occurrence is related to the emperor, and naturally do not dare to easily involve themselves in the emperor's karma. Moreover, since Buzhou Mountain is the main battleground for the struggle between the witch and demon clans, even fewer people venture there. At this moment, Nuwa has come to Buzhou Mountain in search of her path to sanctification, guided by Fux's calculations. As soon as she stepped into the territory of Buzhou Mountain, she noticed something unusual. Strange, my strength has been suppressed to the early stage of Deluo. This is truly incredible. Nuwa was quite surprised at this moment, as she had never experienced anything like it before. Being at the peak of the Quasi Saint realm, there are not many in the primordial era who can threaten her apart from Hongjun and Su Qingxian. Is this what all beings refer to as the anomaly of Buzhou Mountain? I have visited Buzhou Mountain many times before and have never seen such a thing. It seems similar to the situation at the Mount of Inquiry back then. Nuwa has already speculated that this anomaly is likely related to Su Qingxuan. As one of the future 6 saints of the Heavenly Dao, she is not one to be easily outdone by something that lousy could guess. At the moment Nuwa stepped into Buzhou Mountain, Su Qingxian sensed her presence. Is that Nuwa? The aura of the laws of creation surrounding her is about to reach its peak. It seems the human race is about to emerge. On the mountainside of Buzhou Mountain, Su Qingxuan, accompanied by the White Lotus Boy, and Huang Lao, observed Nuwa's every move through the Xian Guang mirror. Huang Lao looked at Nuwa and curiously asked, "Master, this woman is incredibly powerful. Despite the pressure of Buzhou Mountain, she still possesses the strength of Deluo." It's not surprising that Huang Lao is astonished. After all, he had just experienced the pressure of Buzhou Mountain, which had instantly reduced his strength below Deluo. If he hadn't been following Su Qingxuan, his power would have been drained by the force of absorption. Looking at the astonished Huang Lao, Su Qingxian explained, "Although this person shares your status as a top innate divine demon, she emerged much earlier and possesses immense talent. Her power is naturally formidable, and combined with the paths and laws of 2 saints, there are few in this world who can match her. She is an extraordinary great practitioner." After hearing Su Qingxuan's explanation, Huang Lao felt a sense of loss, realizing that despite being a top innate divine demon, the gap is indeed vast. You and the White Lotus Boy need not belittle yourselves. You both have extraordinary roots and are also born great fortune bearers. Your future achievements will only soar higher, so focus on your cultivation. Understood, Master. We will certainly strive to practice. Nuwa at this moment disregarded the pressure emanating from Buzhou Mountain that suppressed her strength and began to walk deeper into Buzhou Mountain. The witch and demon clans have never been at peace. Even under the suppression of Buzhou Mountain, they still engage in fierce battles. Since beginning her travels in the primordial era, Nuwa has witnessed all kinds of conflicts. Throughout her journey, she has seen the various races and beings at the bottom of the primordial era struggling tirelessly for survival, as well as the great clans fighting fiercely for territory and fortune, bringing suffering to all. There are also powerful cultivators who bully the weak, wantonly killing and seizing everything from the lesser beings. The entire primordial era is filled with resentment and animosity, with karma entangled everywhere. During this time, she has intervened many times to help weaker beings and repair the damaged lands, but her efforts alone cannot resolve the situation in the primordial era, but just as one place stabilizes, another erupts into war. What she has seen and experienced has made even Nuwa Quasi-Saint Powerhouse feel exhausted. Gradually, she began to despise these combative and bloodthirsty beings, especially the witch and demon clans. From that moment on, Nuwa began to ponder how to create a peaceful and harmonious environment in the primordial era, but even as she entered Buzhou Mountain, she had not yet figured it out. One day, Nuwa walked beside a great river, observing the tranquility and harmony of the place, with various small animals frolicking. This scene suddenly stirred something in her heart. Since there is constant conflict among the various races in the primordial era, why not use the laws of creation I have comprehended to create beings that do not delight in conflict? As this thought was born, the Hongmeng purple chi within her body trembled incessantly, and the pressure that Buzhou Mountain had imposed on Nuwa suddenly vanished. The Heavenly Dao, Su Qingxuan, sensed the power of the Heavenly Dao descending, empowering Nuwa. Instantly, the suppressive force was broken. Since Buzhou Mountain can suppress saints beneath the 9th layer of the Heavenly Dao, the intervention of the Heavenly Dao is naturally ineffective. Why is the Hongmeng purple chi reacting? Could it be that the opportunity for sanctification has arrived? Creation and beings, could my path be the creation of a new type of being? With this thought, Nuwa began to operate the laws of creation, instantly transforming an ordinary tree into a form. As soon as this being took shape, it knelt down to thank Nuwa. No, turning a tree into a form is merely a demon. It cannot be considered true creation. After saying this, she squatted down and mixed the soil with the river water. Before long, various beings were shaped resembling common birds and beasts. Then, as the laws of creation activated, these clay figures instantly transformed into real beings, running and jumping on the ground. Still not right, these are all beings that already exist. Creating them does not differ from the beings of the prime. Just as Nuwa was troubled about her creation, she suddenly thought of the innate Dao body. Many beings in the primordial era, once they attain mastery in cultivation, will transform into innate Dao bodies. This is because Panga took on this form, allowing the innate Dao body to better comprehend the great Dao and cultivate at a rapid pace. Yes, I can emulate the great Pangu and create such a form. As soon as this idea was born, the Hongmeng purple chi within her began to circulate throughout her sea of consciousness, and with the empowerment of the Heavenly Dao, Nuwa suddenly realized her path. Nuwa began her creation anew, shaping a clay figure as she recalled her brother and fashioned another clay figure resembling Fushi. Under the enhancement of the laws of creation, the two clay figures came to life instantly, but before long they vanished into the world. At the moment the two clay figures were born, Nuwa understood her destiny to create a being. Unfortunately, due to material limitations, she was unable to succeed. In a moment, Nuwa began to feel. Just when Nuwa was at a loss, Su Qingxuan sensed an object flying from the chaos. With a sweep of his divine sense, he recognized it as Hongjun, sending the 9 heavens restoring soil and the 3 light divine water to Nuwa. How could I let you have your way? Saying this, he waved his sleeve, sending the 2 items back along their original path. Qingxuan, how dare you ruin my great plan? Hongjun was also anxious at this moment. Having spoken, he attempted to rush out of the Zixiao Palace, but was blocked by the Heavenly Dao before he could exit. Why is the Heavenly Dao doing this? In his fury, he deduced that the Heavenly Dao feared that the battle between the 2 mixed origins at the 9th layer of heaven would disrupt the emergence of the human race, compelling him to intervene. Regardless of how furious Hongjun became, Su Qingxuan hurriedly materialized the chaos-restoring soil and the fountain of life from the system. These 2 items were even more effective than the 9 heavens restoring soil and the 3 light divine water. As Nuwa was extremely anxious, Su Qingxuan threw the 2 items into her vicinity, transmitting his voice. Nuwa, this chaos-restoring soil and fountain of life can assist you greatly. Seeing the suddenly appearing chaos clay and the spring of life before her, Nuwa was momentarily taken aback. Before she could ponder further, a voice reached her. Nuwa, this chaos clay and spring of life can assist you greatly. Nuwa recognized the voice of Su Qingxuan and understood that it was the Taoist master aiding her. She bowed and said, "Thank you, Taoist master, for your support." After saying this, she took the chaos clay and spring of life. Upon holding them, she felt that these 2 items were extraordinary. Without further examination, she took out the Qingxuan cauldron and placed the two items inside to begin refining. Not long after she had refined them and began to mold. In no time a clay figure resembling herself took shape. Continuing to mold when she reached the 3,000th figure, even with Niwa at the pinnacle of the saint level and under the blessing of the Heavenly Dao, she felt utterly exhausted. At that moment a gourd vine suddenly flew from Mount Buzhou and landed in Niwa's hands. It was needless to say that it was Su Qingxuan who had acted again. Realizing the significance of the gourd vine in her hand, Niwa waved it, and it fell into the Qingxuan cauldron, stirring the remaining clay. With a powerful swing, the remaining clay instantly transformed into individual clay figures standing upon the earth. In total, there were 129,600 clay figures, matching the number of the primordial essence. Observing these 129,600 clay figures, Niwa began to operate the laws of creation, and in an instant these figures turned into flesh and blood. However, although they had flesh and blood, they lacked intelligence. Seeing this, Niwa cast out 9 drops of her own essence blood, merging them into these 129,600 fleshly bodies. In an instant, all 129,600 beings gained intelligence and came to life. Looking at the new race she had created, Niwa declared, "You are the race I have fashioned based on the innate Dao body. From now on you shall be known as the human race." Upon finishing her words, the primordial purple energy in Niwa's sea of consciousness instantly merged with her divine soul, and she levitated in the sky, radiating a sacred and extraordinary presence. Then a tremendous rumble resonated throughout the wilderness as purple energy surged into the sky and golden lotuses bloomed across the heavens with immeasurable divine light illuminating the entire wilderness. From the 9th heaven, a mysterious yellow beam of light descended, the aura of merit, which was 1/10 of the merit of Panga's creation, heading straight for Niwa. The towering, resplendent pillar of merit stood above Niwa's head like a column supporting the heavens. Suddenly, this massive light beam appeared to be torn apart by an invisible giant hand, splitting into 4. Among them, the thickest portion accounted for about 80% of the total, surging towards Niwa like a tumultuous. In the blink of an eye, this enormous power of merit was absorbed into Niwa's body. Meanwhile, the 3 smaller beams of merit rushed off in different directions. One of the beams quickly surged towards the gourd vine, merging into it in an instant. In that moment, the once ordinary gourd vine radiated dazzling light, as if imbued with some mysterious power, transforming into a treasure of the human race's fortune. Next, the 2nd beam of merit surged towards the Qingxuan cauldron at an astonishing speed. The last beam, without a doubt, sped towards Su Qingxuan. However, unexpectedly, in the face of such a valuable opportunity, Su Qingxuan chose not to accept this generous gift. Instead, he unhesitatingly infused this beam of endless creative merit into the newly born fragile human race's fortune. As the column of merit continuously flowed into her body, Niwa's form began to undergo an astonishing transformation. She emitted a heart-pounding radiance, and her already unmatched aura soared even higher, seemingly with the blessing of this mysterious and powerful force. Niwa successfully fused her 3 corpses into one and fully refined the primordial purple energy. In that instant, an indescribable vast aura swept through like a tidal wave, filling the entire wilderness world. This aura was both ancient and profound, containing boundless mysteries and secrets, causing all living beings that sensed it to tremble in awe. In that moment, Niwa descended like an invincible deity, her presence dimming the heavens and eclipsing the sun and moon. Niwa instantly attained the saint realm, and in that moment the pressure of a saint permeated the entire wilderness, similar to when Su Qingxuan first attained this level, forcing all beings in the wilderness to prostrate themselves on the ground. Not long after, as the pressure of the saint dissipated and no longer suppressed the beings of the wilderness, they understood that another saint had been born in the wilderness. Before the beings could speculate on who had attained the Dao, they heard Niwa's voice resonating throughout the wilderness. "I am Niwa. Today I create humanity and attain the Dao of Hongjun. This is to inform all races in the wilderness that the human race is my creation. From this moment on, the human race will be under my protection. Anyone who dares to harm the human race shall bear the consequences and face death without mercy." After declaring this to the wilderness, Niwa bowed to a certain location in Mount Buzhou, saying, "Thank you, Taoist Master, for your support." Niwa then turned her gaze towards the newly born humans on the ground, her eyes filled with love and hope, and spoke. "You humans, although you are lives created by my own hands, must also rely on your strength to survive and develop. Only through self-reliance and continuous hard work can your race endure. Only in this way can you establish a foothold in this vast and boundless wilderness filled with endless possibilities and claim your own place." After saying this, Niwa did not linger any longer, but turned and departed, soaring into the sky. Before leaving, she deliberately left behind the miraculous gourd vine that had once been used to create humanity, hoping it would serve as one of the guarantees for the survival and reproduction of the new human race. As her figure gradually receded, she ultimately disappeared into the horizon as though she had never existed. However, the words spoken by Nuwa were deeply imprinted in the hearts of every human. Upon witnessing Nuwa's departure, the newly born humans knelt down in unison and exclaimed, "Thank you, Holy Mother." Su Qingxuan observed the entire process of Nuwa creating humanity. With his strength, he naturally perceived more than Nuwa. In Su Qingxuan's view, the creation of humanity was not solely the effort of Nuwa. The Heavenly Dao contributed the most, and he even suspected that the Heavenly Dao had created the human race through Nuwa. Moreover, besides the Heavenly Dao, the system sensed another hidden power. Although it was very obscure, the system managed to detect it and informed Su Qingxuan. "Pangu, this matter is temporarily beyond my reach. It's best to leave it be. However, there are more pressing matters to attend to." For Su Qingxuan sensed that Hongjun had exited the Purple Cloud Palace and was heading straight for the wilderness. It seems that Hongjun is also anxious. "Very well, I shall pay you the Dao Ancestor of the Immortal Path." With that, he vanished from Mount Buzhou, and in the next moment, he had arrived in the chaos. Seeing the fierce momentum of Hongjun, Su Qingxuan couldn't help but sigh. It appears that this old fellow has truly been provoked this time. At this point, Su Qingxuan felt no embarrassment. After all, in the struggle for the great Dao, it was a matter of you vying with me with all means employed. Moreover, strength determines everything, and Su Qingxuan was confident of being invincible against anyone. "Friend Hongjun, are you in such a hurry due to some urgent matter?" At this moment, Hongjun looked at Su Qingxuan, who appeared calm and unconcerned, and instantly felt a surge of anger. "Little Qingxuan, you have repeatedly disrupted my plans today. I must have a confrontation with you. The beings call you the Dao Ancestor, and you think you are truly the master of the entire Hongwang. Hongjun, you are not worthy. Qingxuan, there is no point in talking too much. Let's see the true skills under our hands." With that, without waiting for Su Qingxuan to speak, Hongjun instantly unleashed his great power. Seeing Hongjun make his move, Su Qingxuan also acted, and with a flick of his sleeve, a divine light shot out, dispersing Hongjun's attack. Realizing that his attack was ineffective against Su Qingxuan, Hongjun understood that he needed to exert all his strength at this moment. Otherwise, he would truly be unable to defeat Su Qingxuan today. At this moment, Hongjun stood in the chaos, his entire body radiating brilliance. Before Su Qingxuan could take a closer look, a verse suddenly resonated throughout the chaos. "High above in the 9 heavens I sit on a mat of truth. Beyond the chaos of heaven and earth, I shall be the honored teacher." Penga birth, the Taiji, the 2 forms and 4 images follow. 1 Dao passes to 3 friends. 2 teachings clarify the division. The Xianmen leads all, and 1 breath transforms into Hongjun. Qingxuan, this is the method of severing the 3 corpses that I created. Please savor it. In an instant, Hongjun's 3 corpses, good, evil, and attachment, emerged. Apart from Luo Ho and Yang Mei, no one in the current Hongwang had seen Hongjun's 3 corpses. Today, in order to deal with Su Qingxuan, Hongjun was indeed going all out. "So the God-eating spear is in your hands, Hongjun. It seems the deaths of Qingxuan and Yin Yang were indeed unjust." Looking at the God-eating spear held by Hongjun's evil corpse, Su Qingxuan couldn't help but feel pity for the 2 departed deities. Not only the God-eating spear, but also Qingxuan's Qingxuan diagram and Yin Yang's Yin Yang lamp were also in the hands of Hongjun's 3 corpses. It's just a matter of victors and vanquished. What happened in the past is no longer worth mentioning. Today I will surely seal you. To speak so eloquently without shame, the Dao Ancestor truly lives up to the title. As he spoke, an aura of the great Dao enveloped Su Qingxuan, and 5 beams of light erupted from his body. As he spoke, an aura of the great Dao enveloped Su Qingxuan, and 5 beams of light erupted from his body, representing the 5 supreme deities of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Such profound avatars, each possessing the strength of their true bodies in battle. It seems I have truly underestimated this Qingxuan. In an instant, the 2 top-tier powerhouses of Hongwang erupted, marking the first battle of saints since Pangu opened the heavens. At that moment, the entire chaos was torn apart. Both were top-tier experts, one a late-stage saint in the 9th heaven, the other a fully realized Heavenly Emperor. In the instant of their clash, they broke through the chaotic space, creating a vacuum in the chaos. The 2 unleashed their true fire, and boundless power pervaded a corner of the chaos. The entire chaos shattered, leaving nothing behind, completely exceeding the understanding of the world. The ripples emitted from their battle, if unleashed in Hongwang, could instantly destroy the entire realm. In an instant, brilliant light surged for tens of thousands of miles, creating a great realm. The next moment the heavens and earth collapsed, dark clouds rolled, stars fell, and a great realm was annihilated, marking the end. This is the battle of saints. In their confrontation, they open up the universe while also destroying worlds, a continuous cycle of life and death. Qingxuan's 5 divine earths clashed with Hongjun's 3 corpses. Except for the evil corpse wielding the god-eating spear, which posed some trouble, the other 2 corpses were at a disadvantage. In no time, the good and self corpse were defeated by the Dao Palace's divine earth, and even the Qingxuan diagram and yin-yang lamp were seized, resulting in the 2 corpses transforming into pure energy and returning to Hongjun's true body. No, it seems I have truly underestimated Qingxuan. If this continues, I will really lose to him. I cannot allow this. With this thought, Hongjun instantly summoned the incomplete chaos treasure, the creation jade disc. Qingxuan, this time I shall seal you. With that, Hongjun used the creation jade disc to draw upon the power of the Heavenly Dao to enhance himself, instantly surpassing the realm of the 9th heaven of the saint, faintly reaching half a step into the Dao realm. Hiss! At the same time, Hongjun launched his attack, and the radiance emitted by the creation jade disc illuminated one era after another. The chaos treasure, empowered by the Heavenly Dao, emitted light that cut through the ancient eras. This is the true unstoppable force. I am not afraid of you. Seeing the invincible attack approaching, Qingxuan did not dare to be careless and instantly summoned the Chaos Qinglian with full force, suppressing the myriad realms around him. My Yuanmin possesses 9 great forbidden secret arts. Please appreciate them, my friend. 9 secrets combined, invincible through the ages. With that, the supreme offensive of the 2 top experts collided. Boom! Divine light erupted throughout the chaos, directly illuminating countless worlds. Following that, a deafening sound reverberated throughout the chaos, even the beings within Hongjun sensed the anomalies in the chaos. Once all the anomalies subsided, the figures of Hongjun and Qingxuan slowly became visible. Friend Qingxuan, your skill in creation is truly remarkable. I admire it. At this moment, Hongjun was already at the end of his strength. He had thought that by using the creation jade disc to draw on the Heavenly Dao, he could suppress Qingxuan. However, he did not expect Qingxuan to possess such cultivation. He had truly lost. Friend Hongjun, your Dao law is profound. I also hold you in high esteem. Looking at Qingxuan's composed demeanor, Hongjun realized that if the battle continued, he would definitely suffer losses. Therefore, after Qingxuan finished speaking, he instantly vanished from his position, returning to the Purple Cloud Palace to heal. After Hongjun departed, Qingxuan stumbled, his aura instantly diminished. Indeed, the ancestor of the Dao is worthy of the title. If it weren't for the Chaos Qinglian blocking most of the attacks, and the 9 secrets combined elevating the offensive of the secret realm to the highest level, I would have truly been at a disadvantage. It is just a pity for the Chaos Qinglian. Without several tens of thousands of meeting points, it is afraid it won't recover well. Qingxuan looked at the Chaos Qinglian beneath him with a pained expression, lamenting, and then he instantly vanished from the spot, disappearing from sight. Just after Qingxuan and the others left, Nuwa, standing at the edge of the Hongjun womb, had yet to regain her senses. After Nuwa became a saint, the Heavenly Dao instructed her not to dwell too long in Hongjun, advising her to open a realm in the chaos. Upon her emergence from the Hongjun womb, she witnessed the battle between Hongjun and Qingxuan. Indeed, as the Dao Lord said, above the primordial chaos, there are still realms. Although I have just become a saint, I cannot even approach the aftermath of their clash. Truly, one layer of primordial chaos is one layer of heaven. Besides Nuwa, who was admiring the strength of these 2, there was another person in the chaos witnessing the entire process of Qingxuan and Hongjun's battle. I never imagined there would be such a powerful person in Hongjun. Why was he not known before? He is not one of the 3,000 demons from the past. This is truly strange. It seems he has already reached the perfect realm of the 9th heaven of primordial chaos. No wonder Hongjun could not compete, even with the power of the Heavenly Dao. Forget it, I shall continue to contemplate the great Dao. Matters of Hongjun have nothing to do with me, Yangmei. At the moment Nuwa became a saint, the entire primordial world once again felt that unparalleled pressure. However, this pressure was different from the one experienced by Qingxuan, as Nuwa had only just attained the status of a Hongyuan saint. Nevertheless, her immense power was still able to radiate across countless worlds, leaving the whole primordial realm in shock. Now that I have become a saint, 1,000 years from now, I shall establish the Immortal Emperor heaven in the chaos. The words of the saint resonated instantly throughout the entire primordial world. Kunlun Mountain. We are the true lineage of Pangu, taught directly by the Dao Ancestor, yet it is Nuwa who has become a saint first. How can we stand in the world? Primordial's feelings were quite complex, expressing dissatisfaction. Second brother, we must be cautious with our words, and after all, Nuwa has become a saint. Saints are omniscient and omnipotent, and we have yet to attain the Dao, so it is unwise to make enemies. Seeing Tongxin's anxious expression, Primordial felt even more enraged, and was about to retort when Laozi stopped him. Tongtian is not without reason, we must not create unnecessary trouble. Since junior sister Nuwa has attained the Dao first, we the three clear ones must go and congratulate her lest we become a laughingstock. My two virtuous brothers, when the human race emerges, I have a faint feeling that there will be significant karma between us. The opportunity to attain the Dao may lie within this human race. Upon hearing this, Primordial and Tongtian were both astonished. They had yet to sense the opportunity to attain the Dao, while Laozi still felt it. The heavenly secrets are obscure. I cannot see clearly. I only had this feeling by using the Qin secret. Upon hearing that Laozi had deduced this using the Qin secret method, the two no longer doubted him. After all, they too possessed the 9 secrets, and the more they pondered, the more they found it to be infinitely profound. Just now Saint Nuwa mentioned that the human race will soon receive her protection, so this is not the right time to go. We should first congratulate junior sister Nuwa on her attainment of sainthood. The right moment to act will come. Agreed. In the western Shumi mountain, Junti and Jane exchanged glances. The first to become a saint is actually Nuwa. It seems the three clear ones have been embarrassed. Junti said happily, "Why should we care about others' feelings? Let us focus on comprehending the great Dao and attain sainthood as soon as possible." However, it is surprising that Nuwa was the first to become a saint. I had thought it would be Laozi, as he has always been the foremost figure, whether in the Zixiao Palace or the 3,000 Steps of Inquiry. Let us go. The two of us should go and congratulate her properly, lest we fall short in etiquette and allow the three clear ones to mock us. In the vast and boundless 33 heavens, the high-ranking members of the demon race gathered in the Sun Palace, welcoming the arrival of Fushi. Having heard reports from Baizhe that Fushi intended to join the heavenly court, this news delighted Emperor Jun and Tai. They wasted no time in waving the gathering of demons banner, a magical treasure that instantly summoned powerful forces, gathering all the high-ranking members of the demon race to participate in this momentous assembly. Everyone understood that this assembly was not merely to welcome Fushi, it also represented the potential establishment of a close connection between the demon race and Fushi. Such a connection would undoubtedly bring unprecedented opportunities and changes to the demon race. At this moment, the Sun Palace was enveloped in a solemn atmosphere, with every high-ranking demon filled with anticipation and respect as they awaited Fux's arrival. They knew that this figure possessed extraordinary wisdom and power. If they could gain his allegiance, the demon race would surely rise to new heights. Finally, under the gaze of countless spectators, Fushi stepped into the Sun Palace. He stood tall, exuding an elegant demeanor with an awe-inspiring aura evident in his every move. Emperor Jun and Tai personally welcomed him, expressing their sincerest greetings and guiding him to the seat of honor. With Fux's seating, the assembly officially began. The high-ranking members of the demon race began to speak, expressing their admiration for Fushi and pledging their full support for all matters concerning him in the heavenly court. Fushi humbly responded to the demon's warm welcome, expressing his determination to join the heavenly court and his optimistic expectations for future cooperation. In an atmosphere of joy and harmony, this assembly concluded successfully. However, for the demon race, this was merely a new beginning. With Fux's addition, they believed that the future of the demon race would be filled with infinite possibilities. This grand event was destined to become a significant chapter in the history of the demon race. Emperor Jun was also overjoyed. The demon race's Zhou star array was incredibly powerful, but it still paled in comparison to the 12 heavenly god slaughter array of the witch race. If it weren't for Hongjun's rescue during the last 2 confrontations, the demon race would have long since ceased to exist. Using the Hichu and Luoshu to comprehend the Zhou stars of the 33 heavens, he set up a great formation. Unfortunately, it could not reach completion, relying solely on one person's strength. In the Primordial World, only Laozi and Fushi excelled in deduction. Now, with Fux's addition and the acquisition of the forbidden secret, art numerical secret, his deduction ability was unmatched. The three clear ones were proud and had always looked down upon the demon race, making it impossible for them to ask Laozi for help. Only Fushi could be invited, which is why Emperor Jun had extended multiple invitations and promised to grant Fushi mastery over the Hichu and Luoshu to bring him out of seclusion. Just as the atmosphere in the Sun Palace was joyous, the pressure of Nuwa becoming a saint suddenly descended. I did not expect my sister to attain sainthood at this moment. It seems the opportunity of Buzhou Mountain has arrived, and the numerical secret is indeed unfathomably profound. As Fushi rejoiced for Nuwa, he suddenly recalled the calamities that lay ahead for him, instantly filled with concern. With Saint Nuwa having attained sainthood, it seems we the demon race are truly destined. Emperor Jun suddenly became extremely excited. With Fushi now part of the demon race, any future issues would naturally not be neglected by Nuwa, thus adding another trump card to the demon race. I decree that Saint Nuwa be honored as the Nuwa Empress of the demon race, holding the highest position, and Fushi as the Shi Huang of the demon race, equal to me. Respect the decree. At the moment Emperor Jun honored Nuwa as the Empress of the demon race, she who was in the chaos instantly sensed it. Simultaneously, an immense fortune belonging to the demon race was bestowed upon Nuwa, greatly enhancing her power. In the Pango Hall beneath Buzhou Mountain, the 12 ancestor witches also sensed the aura of Nuwa becoming a saint. I did not expect these two short-haired beasts of the demon race to actually crown Nuwa as the Empress of the demons. They truly have thought this out well. Eldest brother, should we also go and congratulate them? Zhu Jiuyin slowly looked at Di Jiang and asked, "Let Xing Tian and Ho Yi go to observe the ceremony. We shall continue to comprehend this Lin's secret. This Lin's secret combined with the Godslaughter array has even greater utility. We must not be negligent." On the hillside of Buzhou Mountain by Lian Tongzi and Huang Lao had been observing the newly born human race since Su Qingxian left. "Huang Lao, when do you think the master will return?" Bai Lian Tongzi anxiously asked, glancing at the human race and then at the world beyond. "I do not know either, we can only wait quietly." Before Bai Lian Tongzi could finish speaking, Su Qingxian had already appeared before them. "I pay my respects to the Dao Master." The two quickly bowed in greeting. Looking at the newly born human race below, Su Qingxian was also filled with emotions. Even though his cultivation was high now, he was still, after all, human. Now that Buzhou Mountain has been transformed by me, the human race is not suitable for long-term residence here. Moreover, this place is a major battlefield for the war between the witches and the demons, making it even less suitable for the human race. Suddenly, Su Qingxian remembered that the legendary ancestral land of the human race, Shouyang Mountain, is the sacred place for humans. Although it later became Laozi's Dao site, it still remains unoccupied to this day. Very well, let us settle the human race in Shouyang Mountain, which is close to the East Sea and has an environment more suitable for human survival. After saying this, he activated his great magical power, and in an instant the universe was turned upside down. The next moment, he had already brought all the human race to Shouyang Mountain. At this moment, all the humans present were bewildered, having just been by the river and in the blink of an eye arrived. Mount Shouyang. Su Qingxian stood suspended in the void, gazing down at the flustered human clans below, his own kind, his heart stirred by an inexplicable surge of kinship. By ancestral lineage, every soul beneath him was in truth his venerable forebear. With his current cultivation realm, elevating an entire race to become the sovereign force of heaven and earth would be effortless. Yet such artificially accelerated humanity was not what he sought. Only a race forged in blood and fire, rising solely through its own strength, could ascend to the pinnacle of the myriad realms across the cosmos. Very well, self-reliance is the only path to enduring vitality. Let history unfold as before, but this time I am here. No scheme shall prevail against me. Su Qingxian silently resolved his vow. As a transmigrator from a later age, he knew full well the grim fate that awaited humanity. The Heavenly Dao had suppressed both the earthly Dao and the human Dao, reducing humankind to little more than a harvestable source of divine fortune, mere sacrificial fodder for celestial beings. Mount Shouyang is indeed a rare blessed land, a true celestial paradise. No wonder I chose it as my immortal abode. With a single thought, Su Qingxuan's divine sense swept across the entire mountain, unveiling every secret hidden within its peaks and valleys. So much primordial copper essence lies embedded within the mountain's core. Could this truly be the legendary Shoshan copper of later ages? His astonishment was warranted. The Shoshan copper held unparalleled fame in antiquity. The Yellow Emperor's Qinyuan, Sword Yu the Great's 9 tripod cauldrons, and even Sun Wukong's Rui Jinggu Bang were all forged from this sacred metal. Beyond the vast reserves of Shoshan copper, Su Qingxian also sensed the presence of a nascent microcosm, veiled entirely by a primordial formation. Fascinating. This must be Mount Shouyang's greatest secret. Had I not come today, it would inevitably fall into my hands in time. Let me unveil its hidden truth. He stepped forward, and in the next instant stood within the mountain's inner microcosm. Surveying the realm before him, Su Qingxian murmured in awe, "This place rivals even my own immortal abode. Though classified as a minor world, its resonance with fundamental laws equals that of a supreme macrocosm." As he marveled at the realm's wonders, a faint yet profound Dao resonance emanating from a point in the void drew his attention, whereupon he instantly appeared beside it. It is this artifact. Before him floated an object pulsing with serene, ineffable Dao resonance. Su Qingxuan's eyes blazed with sudden, uncontainable delight. The Kunlun seal. I could not have chosen a more auspicious destination. Mount Shouyang was indeed the right choice. Without hesitation, he reached out and grasped it firmly in his palm. He turned it over slowly, his gaze alight with fascination and reverence. Though named as seal, it bore no resemblance to the jade imperial seals of later eras. Carved from a single flawless piece of white jade, it employed intricate openwork craftsmanship, its center hollowed into a perfect void. 9 radiant jade dragons coiled around its upper surface, their forms interwoven in luminous splendor, alive with motion, breathing with ancient sentience. From the seal emanated a soft, sacred radiance, serene yet overwhelming, evoking awe, solemnity, and transcendental holiness. That light pulsed with unfathomable power, stirring deep reverence in any who beheld it. After a long silent contemplation, Su Qingxuan lowered his gaze to the seal resting in his hand and remained wordless. The Kunlun seal is not merely the supreme treasure of human fortune. It is the ultimate embodiment of the human Dao itself. In the primordial chaos of the Hongjun era, 3 innate Daos emerged at creation: the Heavenly Dao, the Earthly Dao, and the Human Dao. Of these 3 Daos, the Heavenly Dao manifested first during the Beast Calamity. Under natural order, once the Heavenly Dao stabilized, the Earthly and Human Daos would follow in succession. But fate intervened. The Celestial Dao's supreme artifact, the Zhaohua Jade Butterfly, fell into Hongjun's hands. With it, he attained sagehood, and then sought to usurp the Heavenly Dao itself, aspiring to merge with the Supreme Dao. Thus began his ceaseless machinations. His battle with the demon ancestor Luo Ho culminated in Luo Ho's self-immolation, which shattered the Western Earth veins, crippling the Earthly Dao's emergence. Later, he orchestrated the collapse of Buzhou Mountain, grievously wounding the Earthly Dao. During the investiture of the gods, he schemed against Tongtian, fracturing the Hongjun realm and crushing the Earthly Dao utterly, then subjugated reincarnation and human fortune alike under his absolute dominion. Hongjun, if I have entered the Hongjun, your grand design shall never succeed. The Earthly Dao's divine will has already been bestowed upon Ho too. Thus the Earthly Dao will surely rise. Though the Kunlun seal serves as the supreme treasure of the human Dao, it can only stabilize human fortune, not awaken the Dao itself. Then let me reweave destiny anew. System: materialize the human Dao divine wheel. Ding. Honorable host, materialization requires 300 billion fortune points. Confirm execution. Proceed. Henceforth execute without confirmation. Confirmed. Materialization complete. Please verify receipt. Gazing upon the newly manifested human Dao divine wheel and the Kunlun seal, Su Qingxuan swiftly devised his course. These supreme treasures of the human Dao rightfully belong to my Yuan sect, and one day disciples of mine shall wield them as sacred mandates. The human Dao divine wheel, however, belongs solely to the sovereign of humanity. With a thought, he summoned 2 ingots of Shoshan copper and, wielding the boundless divine power of an emperor grand sovereign, refined them instantly into a sword. Its form exuded majestic grandeur. One side of the blade bore etchings of sun, moon, stars, and constellations, the other mountains, rivers, and flora. Its hilt displayed agricultural wisdom on one face and strategies for unifying the 4 seas on the other. Within it slumbered infinite power. A second ingot of Shoshan copper was likewise refined into a colossal cauldron. This was Su Qingxuan's first act of artifact forging. With full exertion of his divine might, both artifacts ascended to the rank of supreme emperor weapons, innate treasures of the highest order. Yet these 4 treasures are not destined for revelation now. Their true purpose awaits the arrival of my 3 destined disciples. He placed the sword and cauldron into the source of the human Dao to nurture them, so they might one day embody the human Dao's essence and ascend as sacred instruments of humanity. Simultaneously, he embedded the Kunlun seal and the human Dao divine wheel within the same source, imprinting his divine consciousness upon each. This microcosm nurtures the human Dao itself. Once the Dao manifests and flourishes, this realm shall expand alongside it, revealing boundless potential. Standing atop Mount Shouyang, Su Qingxuan sighed in quiet admiration. At his command, a mighty formation bloomed into existence, enveloping the entire mountain. This barrier concealed the microcosm entirely, hid part of the Shoshan copper deposits, and left the rest accessible for others to discover and claim as they would. Then a towering stone stele descended from the heavens, landing precisely among the human clans. I have inscribed the esoteric realm method upon it, using primordial divine script. Though only the master outline, it contains its quintessential essence. Those with karmic affinity may yet awaken their own unique scriptures from it. This is my humble offering, to ensure our human race need never suffer such hardship again. Looking at everything he had done, Su Qingxuan felt a sense of anticipation. I hope this time our human race will no longer face difficulties nor be schemed against by others. Our human race will surely stand at the pinnacle of all tribes. Although Qingxuan's strength currently surpasses all in the wilderness, he cannot interfere too much in the development of the human race. At the peak of Shouyang Mountain, Qingxuan stood for a long time, gazing at the new figures below the mountain, remaining silent for a long while. It's time to return. I have been out for quite a while, Qingxuan murmured. Since Nuwa achieved sainthood, the entire wilderness had fallen into a frenzy. All beings cheered for the newly emerged saint, as if they saw the path of cultivation opening a brand new era. After the commotion, the entire wilderness gradually became quiet like the dark night before dawn. Everyone began to practice more diligently, from the heavenly court to the vast wilderness. Previously, the conflict between the witch and lich clans was ceaseless, but now, with the high-level powers of both races, in secluded meditation, the tribes beneath gradually set aside their hostilities. Of course, not everyone was cultivating. At this moment in the heavenly court, as Emperor Jun Tai-yi and the 10 great demon saints were in closed-door cultivation, constantly comprehending the Hongjun law and the secret realm law, trying to find their own path to enlightenment. The demon master Qingxuan in the North Sea had other thoughts. In the extreme north of the wilderness continent, at the end of the North Sea, lies the North Mysterious Sea. The surface of the North Mysterious Sea is covered by thick and unending profound ice, rising thousands of feet high throughout the year. This profound ice acts like a giant barrier, isolating the entire North Mysterious Sea from the outside world. Even the sun, hanging high in the sky, releasing blazing and dazzling light, seems to be swallowed by a mysterious force and disappears without a trace once it penetrates a few feet beneath the surface of the North Mysterious Sea. As sunlight cannot penetrate this deep water, it results in pitch darkness below, where one cannot see. However, in such a harsh environment, the demon master Qingxuan resides here year-round, making the entire North Mysterious Sea his place of enlightenment. This secret realm law is indeed extraordinary. I have finally reached the late stage of Saint, and the attainment of primordial unity is within reach. Ha ha ha! Qingxuan laughed heartily. However, this state did not last long. Qingxuan suddenly changed his expression to one of gloom, striking fear into others. Emperor Jun and Tai-yi, relying on their profound cultivation back, then actually forcefully took a strand of my true spirit and sealed it on the summoning banner. I, as the ancestral clan, can never coexist with you. Now that I have reached the late stage of Saint, that matter should come to a conclusion. Once my plans succeed, you too will surely pay the price. Ha ha ha! At the junction of the eastern and western parts of the wilderness, there lies a continuous mountain range known as Wanshou Mountain. On the mountain stands a temple called Wuzhuang Temple. At this moment in Wuzhuang Temple, the temple master Xinyuanzi and his friend Hongjun Taoist were fully comprehending what they had gained from listening to the teachings. Ha ha ha! With a burst of hearty laughter, the entire Wuzhuang Temple became lively. Ha ha ha! This secret realm law is truly profound beyond measure. I, the poor Taoist, have finally achieved success, reaching the late stage of Saint, one Taoist exclaimed joyfully. Congratulations, Dao friend, on your great achievement. It is indeed a cause for celebration. Hongjun looked at the newcomer and happily said, Dao brother, you have also emerged from seclusion. It seems you have gained something. Congratulations. The newcomer was none other than Xinyuanzi, the master of Wuzhuang Temple. Dao brother, your timing is perfect. I was just about to look for you, and unexpectedly you have already emerged from seclusion, Hongjun said with a joyful expression. Xinyuanzi also asked, puzzled, what matter brings you here? Since the third sermon of the Dao Ancestor in the Zixiao Palace, I have not ventured outside for a millennium. Now that I have attained the late stage of Saint, I thought it was time to go out for a walk. Upon hearing Hongyun's words, Xinyuanzi's originally calm face suddenly became extremely gloomy, as if shrouded by a layer of dark clouds. He furrowed his brows tightly, his eyes flickering with a hint of anger and worry. Then, taking a deep breath, Xinyuanzi said heavily, Dao friend, do you not understand? In this vast and boundless wilderness world, countless eyes are watching covetously the precious Hongmeng purple qi in your hands. These people harbor ill intentions, always wanting to possess it for themselves. Now is a time of turmoil, with unrest throughout the world and various forces rising. In such a situation, if you leave here easily, you will surely fall into endless troubles and dangers. After saying this, Xinyuanzi sighed softly and continued to advise, therefore, in my opinion, it would be better for you to set aside your mixed thoughts for now and remain here to continue comprehending the Tao. When the time is right, it will not be too late to make plans. I believe with your talent and understanding you will be able to penetrate this supreme Tao and achieve great deeds. At that time, what harm could those who covet your Hongmeng purple qi do to you? My brother, I have noticed your anxious demeanor lately. It is truly unnecessary worry. Moreover, the Hongmeng purple qi was bestowed by the Dao Ancestor himself. Who would dare to defy the Dao Ancestor's will? That would be a great act of disrespect, and no one has such courage. Additionally, I have now cultivated to the late stage of Quasi-Saint with extraordinary strength, and I also possess the 99 Scatter Soul Calabash, a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure, as my weapon, which is immensely powerful and can assist me in battle. Furthermore, the secret technique bestowed by the Taoist Lord can also enhance my cultivation, complementing each other. Thus, if I wish to leave this place, perhaps no one in the entire wilderness world can stop me. Therefore, my brother, you need not worry too much. You should relax your mind and have faith in my strength and the protection of the Dao Ancestor. We should face all matters in the world with a peaceful mindset, thus allowing us to progress further on the path of cultivation. I hope my brother can heed my words and not continue to worry about my affairs. Is it true that you are determined to leave? Zenyuanzi asked softly, his face filled with anguish, his eyes revealing a hint of reluctance and helplessness. Hongjun nodded slightly, his gaze fixed firmly on Zenyuanzi as he slowly said, "There is no need for more words, my mind is set. You need not persuade me any further." His voice was calm and resolute, as if he had made an unchangeable decision. Zenyuanzi sighed, knowing he could not change Hongyun's mind, and could only silently nod. Seeing this, Hongjun bowed deeply to Zenyuanzi, once more, then turned and stepped onto a cloud, flying off into the distance. His figure grew more distant, quickly disappearing into the horizon. Zenyuanzi stood quietly in place, gazing in the direction where Hongjun had left, feeling a surge of emotions. He knew that after this separation, who knows when they would meet again. Perhaps this is the arrangement of fate. As Hongjun departed, a faint aura of sadness enveloped Wanshou Mountain. The wind gently blew the leaves rustling, as if lamenting the end of this friendship. 5,000 years have passed since Su Qingxuan delivered his teachings, and during this time the entire landscape of the vast wilderness has undergone a tremendous transformation. Before the myriad beings began to comprehend and cultivate the secret arts, the profound and mysterious methods of cultivation were firmly grasped by a select few innate beings or powerful clans within the expansive and enigmatic world of the wilderness. These innate beings or clans gradually rose to dominate the wilderness thanks to their unique insights and transmissions regarding the path of cultivation. They mastered the most essential and core cultivation systems, allowing them to continually break through their limits in pursuit of higher realms. However, for the vast majority of ordinary beings, stepping into this wondrous domain proved exceedingly lacking crucial information and guidance. Many aspiring individuals could only grope in confusion, and even when paying a painful price, they could not glimpse the profound mysteries. This situation has led to a severe polarization within the society of the wilderness. On one side are the supreme powers and forces looking down from above. On the other side are countless beings yearning for knowledge, but struggling at the bottom without a way out. However, things have changed now as Su Qingxuan's teachings have widely spread the secret arts. The entire wilderness is now vibrant with powerful cultivators and forces emerging like bamboo shoots after a rain. Since Hongjun emerged from Zenyuanzi's abode, he has been walking slowly, observing the changes in the wilderness. The Dao Master truly possesses boundless merits. The secret arts are incredibly important for the beings at the bottom. Henceforth, the path will no longer be distant, and I too can witness the Dao. Hongjun couldn't help but sigh as he gazed at everything in the wilderness. I heard that Buzhou Mountain has undergone significant changes. It has almost become a forbidden zone. Perfect, I shall go investigate for myself. After speaking, Hongjun activated the Qingxi secret art and flew swiftly towards Buzhou Mountain. Even with Hongjun's innate abilities in this secret technique, it would still take some time to reach Buzhou Mountain simply because the wilderness is too vast and only saints can arrive in an instant. In the heavenly court within the palace of the Demon Master, hearing the report from the Demon King below, Kunpeng's expression relaxed slightly. Hongjun, you have finally come out. If you had remained at Wuzhuangguan, I truly would have had no way to deal with you. Now that you are out, let us settle the grievances of the past with Zixiao Palace once and for all. As Kunpeng spoke, he recalled the various events that transpired in Zixiao Palace, as well as the humiliations he endured at the hands of Yuan Shi and Zhuan Ti. Not only did he lose his sacred position, but he was also deprived of the Hongmeng purple qi, causing his expression to grow increasingly heavy. Thinking of this, Kunpeng looked sternly at the Demon King below and said, "Take this Demon Master's token and proceed to the 9 heavens. Instruct them to set up the great formation of the Zhou Star, Do, outside Buzhou Mountain in advance. Moreover, this operation is classified. No one is to know. You need not concern yourself with the Sun Palace. I will inform His Majesty upon their emergence from seclusion." After saying this, the Demon King hurriedly rushed to the 9 heavens to convey the order. After all, as the Demon Master of the Demon Clan, Kunpeng could mobilize the heavenly army. In the heavenly court, his status was only beneath the Demon Emperor Jun and Tai. Hongjun, this time I must reclaim all that belongs to me. The Hongmeng purple qi is something I must have. Kunpeng's face bore a grim expression as he coldly gazed towards Buzhou Mountain. In the 33 heavens within the Sun Palace, just as Kunpeng was mobilizing the Heavenly Army and setting up the great formation of the Zhou star, Dao Emperor Jun and Tai Yi were already aware. As the rulers of the Heavenly Court, the two were certainly not ordinary beings, especially since the great formation of the Zhou star Dao originated from Emperor Jun's hand, and the array's core the He Tu and Luo Shu lay in his possession. Brother, it seems Kunpeng is about to strike at Hongjun, Tai Yi said to Emperor Jun. Emperor Jun looked towards the direction of the Heavenly Army's mobilization, frowning slightly, and said solemnly, indeed, Kunpeng of Zixiao Palace was implicated because Hongjun ceded his position to Zhuan Ti, resulting in the loss of his sacred status. This is a significant cause and effect. Adding to this, Kunpeng's vengeful nature makes it impossible for him not to retaliate. Brother, I fear Kunpeng harbors ill intentions. He will eventually pose a hidden danger to the Heavenly Court. Kunpeng has long held a grudge over the matter of us forcibly seizing a trace of his true spirit, and he has likely already turned against us, Tai Yi said with concern. Seeing Tai Yi's disgruntled expression, Emperor Jun slowly replied, there is no need to worry. Once his true spirit enters the demon seizing banner, his life and death will be entirely in our hands, unable to stir up much trouble. Since Kunpeng desires the Hongmeng purple qi, we must not allow him to obtain it, for this is the foundation of attaining the Dao. Although the secret arts can grant one the power of a saint, the more one comprehends, the more profound it seems. The difficulty of achieving the Dao and becoming an emperor is unimaginable. If we were to obtain this Hongmeng purple qi, we would be one step closer to becoming saints. Otherwise, if all 6 saints of the future wilderness attain their sanctity, the status of the Heavenly Court will cease to exist. In that case, brother, let us make our way to Buzhou Mountain, seizing the opportunity to obtain the Hongmeng purple qi, while also giving Kunpeng a lesson. Good, since that is the case, let us depart. At the outskirts of Buzhou Mountain, after a long journey, Hongjun, it is strange, upon reaching the outskirts of Buzhou Mountain, I can already sense a powerful sealing force. The rumors are true. Buzhou Mountain has indeed undergone a significant upheaval, Hongjun murmured as he stood at the edge of Buzhou Mountain. He did not continue flying inward because he felt a sense of unease. Even with his latest quasi-saint power, he could not see through it. It seemed that if he flew further inside, something terrifying would happen. Indeed, ever since Buzhou Mountain was transformed into a forbidden zone by Su Qingxuan, anyone who stepped inside would experience a tremendous suppression of their power. Those who attempted to fly over would all fall halfway up the mountain, with most beings' powers being devoured by the formation, leaving only a few to escape. Gradually, no one dared to challenge it anymore. Just as Hongjun was preparing to land and investigate the outskirts of Buzhou Mountain on foot, the entire space around Buzhou Mountain was suddenly shrouded in a starry sky, and Hongjun was no exception. The Zhou star Dao formation. This is bad. At this moment, Hongjun realized that Xinyuanzi was right. He had indeed been plotted against. Ha ha ha. Kunpeng suddenly appeared nearby, looking at Hongjun with a triumphant shout. You have finally fallen into my hands, Hongjun. This time let's see where you can run. If you are sensible, quickly hand over the Hongmeng purple qi, or I will ensure your demise today. Ha! Hongjun, did you not expect this? I, your ancestor, have been waiting for you here for quite some time. Kunpeng wore a proud yet composed expression, extending his pitch-black hands to firmly grasp the flags of the great array of heavenly stars. Pointing at Hongjun, he said, Hongjun, if you know what's good for you, hand over the Hongmeng purple qi quickly. I will grant you a complete corpse, otherwise I will ensure your soul is scattered, leaving you with no chance of reincarnation. At that moment, Hongjun truly wanted to rush forward and teach Kunpeng a harsh lesson, but he refrained from making any rash moves. After all, he was already like a fish on a chopping block. The great array of heavenly stars was not just an empty name. It could rival the 12 divine killing arrays of the Witch clan. Kunpeng. The Hongmeng purple qi was bestowed by the Dao Ancestor. Aren't you afraid of the Dao Ancestor's wrath and punishment? As Hongjun spoke, he was also devising a strategy. The Hongmeng purple qi absolutely could not fall into Kunpeng's hands, otherwise how would he explain himself to the Dao Ancestor in the future? I will personally explain to the Dao Ancestor. Moreover, this Hongmeng purple qi has a portion that rightfully belongs to me. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have missed out on this treasure. Kunpeng looked at Hongjun like a cold iceberg, his expression indifferent. After saying this, Kunpeng ignored Hongjun and waved the flag in his hand, instantly unleashing myriad spells, activating the great array of heavenly stars concealed in the void. In the next moment, the previously tranquil starry sky erupted with immeasurable brilliance. The 365 stars of the great array shone brightly, with billions of minor stars surrounding these primary stars, emitting light that could shatter ancient times. Roar! Great array of heavenly stars rise. In an instant, all the stars radiated light and boundless brilliance sliced through all the space of the battlefield. At this moment, Hongjun was completely enveloped within the great array of heavenly stars. In this moment, all directions were lost, and the yin-yang and 5 elements were turned upside down, with even his divine sense being suppressed. Although it was not the most supreme great array of heavenly stars, and there was no river map or Luo book to stabilize it, at this moment Qingxuan stood at the center of the array, wielding the strength of a latest-stage quasi-saint. Together with the great array of heavenly stars, he truly could dominate the entire primordial world. Within the great array of heavenly stars, Qingxuan personally presided over it, accompanied by 365 Luo Golden Immortals standing on their respective stars. At this moment, aside from the saints, no one in the entire primordial world could stand alone against the entire array. Hongjun, at this point, if you do not voluntarily hand over the Hongmeng purple chi, I will surely turn you into dust. Qingxuan shouted with a sense of triumph. Qingxuan, you are too overbearing. Even if I die today, I will never give the Hongmeng purple chi to a villain. Hongjun's face displayed unprecedented fear and a grim expression. In the next moment, he activated his latest-stage quasi-saint power with all his might, fully channeling the 9-9 scattering soul gourd to strike at Qingxuan. Just as Hongjun charged forward, Qingxuan shook the flag in his hand. In an instant, the starlight transformed into supreme offensive power, instantly pushing Hongjun back millions of miles. Humph! A firefly dares to compete with the bright moon. Seeing the disheveled Hongjun, Qingxuan sneered. Hongjun, with this great array of heavenly stars, you cannot escape. Hand over the Hongmeng purple chi quickly. In the distance, Qingxuan held the flag, his expression arrogant, as everything proceeded according to his plan. The Hongmeng purple chi would completely belong to him. Qingxuan, I admit that this great array of heavenly stars is indeed unparalleled in the primordial world. If Emperor Jun had the river map and Luo book and set up this array, perhaps I would have already perished from that last attack. But you, Qingxuan, cannot, as you cannot unleash the true power of this array. Hearing Hongjun's words, Qingxuan's eyes revealed a cold glint. So what if I cannot unleash it? I control the array. You will not escape the space of this great array of heavenly stars. Very well, since you are forcing me, I shall not be polite. After saying this, he burned his own power, fully operating the Xing character secret he learned from Su Qingxian. In an instant, he broke through the entire sealing power of the great array of heavenly stars and appeared beside Qingxuan. Xing character secret. You actually comprehended it to such a level. At this moment, Qingxuan's complexion darkened. He had also once gained insight into the Xing character secret during his own studies. The Xing character secret was profound and unfathomable. Qingxuan had merely scratched the surface before focusing on comprehending his own secret arts. He did not expect that Hongjun could understand the Xing character secret to such a level. Seeing Hongjun charging towards him with the 9-9 scattering soul gourd, emitting an overwhelming innate red sand that blotted out the sky, any intermediate demon generals or kings that came into contact with it were instantly melted, their physical bodies and souls perishing completely. Hongjun, you are quite bold. Qingxuan looked at the murderous Hongjun, his anger flaring. Seeing Hongjun approaching, Qingxuan also descended onto the battlefield, charging towards Hongjun. Kill! Qingxuan roared as he charged at Hongjun. Both were quasi-saints at the late stage. Hongjun was transformed from the first cloud of merit during the creation of the world, inherently mastering the laws of speed, while Qingxuan was a divine beast born with the same mastery. Their collision caused the entire array space to tremble, countless minor demon soldiers shivering in fear. Many with insufficient power instinctively fled far away, yet even so they could feel the extreme offensive power of both combatants. The intensity of the battle was unprecedentedly brutal. Countless stars were struck and turned to dust under their extreme assaults. Both suffered injuries, blood staining the starry sky, their wounds gruesome. Seeing that victory could not be achieved in a short time, Qingxuan grew increasingly anxious. Furthermore, Hongjun's mastery of the Xing character secret far surpassed his own, causing him to suffer in the realm of speed. In his desperation, he shouted loudly, "All generals, heed my command. Operate the array with all your might, and strike down Hongjun." In an instant, the entire great array of heavenly stars was activated, all attacks directed at Hongjun. The tide of battle shifted, turning from a stalemate to a disadvantage for one side. Boom, boom, boom. Under the continuous assaults of the great array of heavenly stars, and Qingxuan, Hongjun could no longer fight back, having reached the end of his rope. Qingxuan, even if I perish today, I will not allow you to obtain the Hongmeng purple chi. At this moment, Hongjun was in a state of utter despair, as if he would dissolve into the Dao at any moment. Before Qingxuan could react, Hongjun burned his own flesh and soul, instantly reaching the pinnacle of the latest stage quasi-saint realm. In Qingxuan's terrified gaze, Hongjun instantly appeared beside him. Hongjun, you. Before Qingxuan could comprehend the situation, Hongjun embraced him and self-destructed. Boom. A later-stage quasi-saint at the peak realm combined with the self-ignition of his flesh and soul unleashed a force that could rival a strike from a saint. As the force of Hongjun's self-destruction spread, the entire great array of heavenly stars was immediately blown apart, and the demon soldiers presiding over the array suffered countless casualties. At the moment the great array of heavenly stars was blown apart by the self-detonation, the hidden heavenly secrets became clear. With a tremendous rumble, the entire primordial world shook. Hongjun actually self-destructed. What a brilliant scheme. I wonder if Qingxuan is still alive. Not long ago, when Qingxuan had set up the array to lure Hongjun, Emperor Jun and Tai had arrived. They originally intended to reap the benefits, but did not expect Hongjun to self-destruct. The entire demon army suffered countless casualties, and in that moment their faces turned ashen. Aside from these two, when Qingxuan secretly mobilized his army, Qingxuan and Hongjun had also learned of it in advance. The two did not intervene to stop Hongjun's self-destruction. Just as Hongjun self-destructed, Qingxuan covertly acted, destroying the strand of Hongmeng purple qi, which instantly shattered into 8 segments, dissipating into the void. Within the mysterious and solemn Zixiao Palace, Hongjun sat upon a cloud terrace that soared into the heavens, his fathomless gaze piercing the boundless void as he watched the scene unfold. The Qingxuan lay in silent ambush, ready to strike a fatal blow at Hongjun. At the sight of it all, a barely perceptible trace of satisfaction crossed Hongjun's face. It seemed as if every strand of the affair had been woven by his design, each detail playing out according to the script he had set. He narrowed his eyes and observed for a moment, then withdrew the saintly breadth of his spiritual sense, as if the present situation already lay fully within his grasp. He then turned his attention back to the comprehension of Tiandao, immersing himself in its endless mystery. In that moment, Hongjun resembled a mountain cut off from the world. Despite the shifting storms beyond, he maintained an inner calm, ever in pursuit of higher wisdom and power. In this world of rising winds and surging clouds, only through ceaseless insight into Tiandao can one stand upon the summit and become the true sovereign. Just as Hongjun continued his attempt to meld with Tiandao, the sage's power wavered, his spiritual sense dimmed in an instant. A gush of sacred blood burst forth, accompanied by unimaginable agony. Ugh! The pain! It's unbearable. The Hongmeng Ziki has been destroyed. How is this possible? Hongjun's soul and true spirit writhed in torment. Years ago, when he obtained the Hongmeng Ziki, he had already refined a fragment of his true spirit into the Zhaohua Yudi. Thus, when Hongjun's Hongmeng Ziki was shattered, the backlash struck him. Beings like Hongjun and Qingxuan could discern the root of events with a single thought. After spitting blood, Hongjun instantly understood Hongjun had self-detonated and perished, and the Hongmeng Ziki that accompanied her had been destroyed and hidden within the void. Hongjun's self-detonation alone, even consuming her nascent spirit and body, even if the blast equaled a saint's strike, could not have destroyed the Hongmeng Ziki. Without strength surpassing the 7th tier of the saints, it would have been impossible. Hongjun's face darkened, his eyes cold and venomous as he hissed, "Who plotted this in the shadows?" Qingxuan. The Hongmeng Ziki was obtained by this humble Taoist within the Zhaohua Yudi. Its true purpose is known to no one but me. How could Qingxuan have known of my scheme? Pangu. At that thought, Hongjun's unease deepened throughout Honghuang. Aside from himself, only Pangu truly knew the Hongmeng Ziki's purpose. In that instant, Hongjun secretly wished it had been Qingxuan. After all, as a former primordial being, Pangu was the greatest fear in his heart. At the foot of Buzhou Mountain, as Hongjun self-detonated, the great zodiac array exploded. Immediately the eyes of all Honghuang turned toward that place. As the protagonist of this calamity, Qingxuan suffered beyond measure. At the very moment of Hongjun's detonation, he frantically deployed his soul merit treasure, the Yaoshi Gong, in defense, yet even that could not repel the force. Kunpeng's body was blown apart. The tremendous power hurled him back to his original form, and his 2 towering wings were snapped off. His primordial spirit dimmed, his cultivation collapsed from the late quasi-saint stage, and his only spirit treasure, the Yaoshi Gong, was shattered to dust. The loss was devastating. Amid the ruins, Qingxuan tried to rise, but failed repeatedly, his eyes filled with hatred as he stared at the spot where Hongjun had detonated. Before Qingxuan could act further, Dijun and Tai appeared before him with sullen faces. "Qingxuan, do you know your crime?" Dijun asked coldly. Before Qingxuan could reply, Tai advanced with a face as cold as still water, his deep eyes fixed upon Qingxuan as if to peer into his very thoughts. Tai then spoke slowly and deliberately, "You, demon master, are truly practiced in cunning. To secretly covet the Hongmeng Ziki, such an exceedingly precious treasure, and not so much as breathe a hint to us. Have you long harbored designs against hinting entertained thoughts of disloyalty?" Though his voice was low, it carried an inexorable pressure and accusation that weighed upon all present. Kunpeng's face grew exceedingly ugly. He stared at Tai with widened eyes, anger and reluctance flashed. Faced with Tai's accusation, Kunpeng did not answer immediately. He fell silent, as if pondering deep. After a long moment, he replied, "Your Majesty, as a member of the demon clan, and it's Yaosher, how could I harbor divided loyalties? Hongjun and I share great karmic ties that had to be resolved. As for the Hongmeng Ziki, I never intended to possess it. May your Majesty judge truly." "You had better not, or the power of the Zhaoyao fan will teach you," Tai said harshly. "Kunpeng, your crime lies in your heart. Beware and take care of yourself." Dijuan looked at the disheveled Kunpeng and said calmly, "Where is the Hongmeng Ziki?" "I do not know." Hongjun exploded too quickly. "I was focused on defense. I know nothing else," Kunpeng hurriedly answered. "I doubt you dared." With that, Dijuan and Tai resumed their search of the battlefield. From the very moment of Hongyun's detonation, they had been watching the scene closely. After a fruitless search, Dijuan and Tai gave up. "Come second, brother, there truly is no Hongmeng Ziki here. To continue searching would be futile. Before others arrive to stir trouble, we had better leave," Dijuan said with concern. With a wave of their great hands, the two took Kunpeng and the other surviving demons away. At Wuzhuangwen, the instant Hongyun self-detonated, Xinyuanzi knew. "Oh, Hongyun, oh the pain." Outside Wuzhuangwen, Xinyuanzi cried aloud and sped toward Buzhou Mountain. At Shifang Lingshan, one cried, "Senior brother, you and I owe Hongyun a great karmic debt that only the rank of saint could atone. Now Hongyun is dead and gone, yet why do I feel a deep unease?" Zhuan-Ti was likewise deeply conflicted in his heart at that moment. Putting aside how others might react, at the very instant of Hongyun's detonation, Su Qingxuan acted decisively, without hesitation, unleashing his divine art to snatch Hongyun's last lingering true spirit and the exceedingly precious Juzhou Sanhun Hulu in a flash. The whole process flowed like drifting clouds and running water. Not even the unfathomable Hongjun detected the slightest anomaly. To the people of the world, those two treasures had apparently turned to ash with Hongyun's explosion and ceased. Gazing at Hongyun's true spirit, Su Qingxuan sighed for her. Pitiful Hongyun, once the first merit cloud at the dawn of creation, meant to be a beneficent ancestor in Hongwang, had been schemed against by Hongjun and met such an end, it was truly lamentable. In the East Sea at the Qingxian Dao Palace, Su Qingxuan, with a sweep of his spiritual sense, quickly understood the events that had transpired. It turned out that during the primordial genesis at the dawn of heaven and earth, each of the three paths, heaven, earth, and humanity, had its own chosen representative. According to the original plan, the Dao of heaven, being the first to emerge, had naturally already determined its own representative. And that person is Hongyun. As the first red cloud born from the opening of the sky, Hongyun was fortunate enough to receive the shining virtue of Pangu's creation, thereby inheriting a portion of the heavenly blessings. When Pangu opened the heavens, 3,000 chaotic demon gods came to obstruct him. After a fierce battle, the most important treasure of the Dao of heaven, the creation jade plate, shattered, leading to an incomplete Dao of heaven, which provided Hongjun an opportunity to exploit. Pangu integrated the laws and principles of all the chaotic demon gods into the primordial Dao of heaven, merging his remnants into the primordial earth while suppressing the resentment beneath the Buzhou Mountain. Later, the resentment of the demon gods beneath Buzhou Mountain leaked out, causing the first catastrophic event in the primordial era known as the Beast Calamity. The Beast Emperor Shen Ni attempted to rally his entire clan's strength to revert the entire primordial realm back to chaos. After thoroughly destroying the Taichu Sea, the Dao of heaven urgently emerged ahead of time, secretly aiding the primordial three clans in completely exterminating the Beast clan, thus saving the entire primordial realm. Due to its premature emergence and the shattering of the creation jade plate, the Dao of heaven was forced into a deep slumber. During this period, the original chaotic beings Hongjun abandoned his identity as a chaotic being and returned to reconstruct himself. At Buzhou Mountain, he acquired some fragments of the creation jade plate. Therefore, through the creation jade butterfly, Hongjun learned the secrets of the primordial realm, as well as the truths of the three paths of heaven, earth, and humanity, along with the identity of the Dao of heaven's representative. Realizing this was the greatest opportunity, Hongjun began his scheming path. By utilizing the Hongmeng purple qi, he controlled the six saints and ultimately sacrificed the entire primordial realm to achieve the Dao. The reason he targeted Hongyun was to completely seize the fate that belonged to the Dao of heaven's representative. It now appeared that Hongjun's preliminary scheme had been thoroughly successful. Damn it, I thought I could outsmart Hongjun, but instead I helped this old fool. At this moment, Su Qingxuan's expression darkened to the extreme. He regretted not asking the system. Sigh. Well, even if your plot succeeds, who knows who will ultimately prevail? Moreover, regarding Pangu's trial, do you really think you can pass it? At this moment, Qingxuan also stopped dwelling on this matter, recalling that Pangu had appeared during Nuwa's creation of humanity at Buzhou Mountain. However, not even the Dao of Heaven had noticed. If it weren't for the system's discovery, Su Qingxuan wouldn't have noticed either. Hongjun, enjoy your revelry now. Pangu will definitely teach you how to be human later. With that said, he no longer dwelt on the matter and turned back to the Chaos Qingyan platform. Bai Lian, go to the cave and fetch some 3 light divine water. Although the remaining true spirit was battered and bruised, had it not been for Su Qingxuan's intervention, using the Heavenly Emperor's power to sustain it, Hongyun's true spirit would have likely already dissipated. Before long, Bai Lian returned holding a jade vial filled with 3 light divine water. Dao Zun, I've brought the 3 light divine water. Good. Su Qingxuan took half of the 3 light divine water and sprinkled it over Hongyun's true spirit. Instantly, the once shattered and dim true spirit began to restore itself. In the next moment, Su Qingxuan retrieved one of the 3,000 lotus flowers, specifically the one that Hongyun had sat upon while listening to the Dao. He placed Hongyun's true spirit upon the lotus platform and poured the remaining 3 light divine water into it. Huang Lao, take Hongyun's true spirit to Buzhou Mountain, to the place of his birth. As for this jade, with your current strength, you cannot reach the place of his birth. This jade will naturally help you reach your destination. Huang Lao bowed and accepted the item respectfully, departing for Buzhou Mountain without uttering any further words. However, Bai Lian could not help but ask, Dao Zun, what makes Hongyun so special that you care for him so? Looking at Bai Lian, Su Qingxuan slowly explained, he still has his own mission to fulfill and should not perish here. My 3rd disciple of the Yuan men is in trouble. How could I not intervene? Upon hearing this, Bai Lian was momentarily dazed. He knew that the Dao Zun had once mentioned that there should be 7 disciples under the Yuanmen, but currently there were only 2 disciples, Hutu and Lu'er. He recalled how many primordial gods had begged to be accepted as disciples, yet the Dao Zun had not taken them in. He hadn't expected that one of the future disciples would be here. Su Qingxuan glanced at the bewildered Bai Lian, understanding his thoughts. He no longer paid him any mind, and looking up at the chaos murmured, Hongjun, know that you are not the only player in this primordial game. Just wait for your reckoning. At this moment in the Zixiao Palace, with the aid of the creation Jade Butterfly, Hongjun's heavily wounded body was gradually healing. Regardless of whether the mastermind is Qingxuan or someone else, this time it truly is excessive. I can only blame myself for being careless, losing a strand of Hongmeng purple chi for nothing. The remaining 6 saints must be kept under close watch. There can be no further mistakes. Hongjun thought to himself, no, it seems I need to allow the other 5 to achieve sainthood earlier. Nuwa's ascension has already yielded significant gains. The longer I delay, the greater the variables. Moreover, the demon race truly needs to be strengthened. It currently appears that there is still a considerable gap compared to the witch race. Otherwise how could they defeat the 12 ancestors of sorcery and reclaim the 12 laws? In Hongjun's plan, he intended to use the demon race to balance the witch ancestors to achieve his own goals. Furthermore, Hongjun found the witch race to be inscrutable. The mysterious Pangu Palace was something even the Dao of Heaven could not penetrate. He dared not approach, fearing hidden traps left by Pangu. Should he venture there, it would likely lead to his demise. The human race, being the natural Dao body, has physical forms that are valuable to the demon race, and their primordial spirits can break the witch race's physical bodies. I need to find an opportunity to scheme something. At Buzhou Mountain, Huang Lao had just arrived at its foot when he saw many people searching meticulously below Buzhou Mountain. Upon inquiry, he learned that someone had claimed that Kuanping Dijuan and others had not obtained the Hongmeng purple chi. Some speculated that it had disappeared with Hongyun, while others suspected it had been affected by the explosion's power, leading everyone to carefully search. Among the crowd stood a solitary figure, tears streaming down his face, standing there alone and unmoving for a long time. It was Xinyuanzi. Ever since Hongyun's self-explosion, he rushed over immediately, searching for a long time. Even without finding a trace of a remnant soul, he assumed Hongyun had already perished and thus cried out in anguish for Hongyun. Seeing such sorrow from Xinyuanzi, Huang Lao felt a surge of emotion, realizing that amidst the bloodshed and battles of the primordial realm, there still existed such heartfelt feelings. He intended to inform him that Hongyun's true spirit was with him, but feared it would disrupt Su Qingxuan's plans. Thus he held back, turned, and flew straight towards Buzhou Mountain. Unbeknownst to him, his actions immediately caused a great uproar as someone flew into Buzhou Mountain without incident. Soon after, others followed suit, resulting in one person plummeting from the clouds and crashing heavily to the ground. Since the incident at the Buzhou Mountain War, the entire primordial world has suddenly become desolate. The main reason is that the demon generals and demon kings dispatched by the heavenly court to arrange the Zhou Tian Grand Array perished due to Hongjun's self-detonation, resulting in the Heavenly Court's personnel being stretched thin and unable to contend with the Wu clan in a short period. Time flies like a white horse passing through a gap, swiftly vanishing. A whole 10,000 years have quietly passed since that thrilling Buzhou Mountain War. During these countless years, the Demon Clan has experienced a long period of recovery, causing their overall strength to surge rapidly like bamboo shoots after a rain, and they have renewed their fierce and endless conflict with the Wu clan. The scope of the conflict between these two clans is extremely broad, almost covering the vast and boundless primordial continent. Their disputes have brought countless beings to calamity, suffering tragically, which has triggered the ceaseless complaints of the myriad creatures in the primordial world. The echoes of lamentation seem to narrate the endless pain and suffering brought by war lingering in the skies above the primordial continent, evoking deep sorrow. Kunlun Mountain. Laozi Yuan-Shi and Tong Tian are discussing the Dao at Qilan Cliff, looking at the polluted primordial world, their expressions revealing displeasure. The once thriving primordial world has been ruined to this extent. The Wu and Demon clans truly have a path to death, Yuan-Shi said to Laozi and Tong Tian, expressing his displeasure at the occurrences in the primordial world. Brother, there is no need to worry. Recently, I have been contemplating the secret of the character Qian and can see glimpses of the future. It seems to me that the Wu and Demon clans are nearing their dead end, Laozi explained slowly. Indeed, elder brother, when the three innate clans eliminated the chaos of fierce beasts, they had great merits in the primordial world, yet they engaged in mutual attacks, causing suffering to the beings of the primordial world. In the end, did they not dissipate into nothingness? Tong Tian also expressed his views at this moment. What the third brother said is absolutely correct. Following the natural order is the greatest principle in the world. Whether it is the past dominant innate three clans of the primordial continent or the currently thriving Wu and Demon clans, none have grasped this principle. These clans, relying on their might, disrespect the natural order of heaven and earth, attempting to reverse the course of the cosmos, with human strength ultimately leading only to their own destruction and a fate of self-destruction. Yuan-Shi Tian Zun nodded slightly, indicating his recognition and support for Tong Tian's words. At this moment, Yuan-Shi Tian Zun felt a surge of emotions. He recalled the countless wars and disasters he had witnessed, the tragedies caused by violating the laws of nature vividly etched in his mind. It was precisely because he had seen these that he became increasingly convinced that following the natural order is the true path. There is no need for my two virtuous brothers to be troubled. With our three becoming saints naturally, we can use the power of saints to enlighten the heavens and restore the primordial world to a bright and clear state, Laozi said. What elder brother said is very true. Our primary task is to attain sainthood. The two responded in agreement. However, elder brother, although we possess the Hongmeng purple qi, which is a tool for attaining the Dao, each day of comprehension still does not yield the method. Tong Tian asked in confusion. Elder brother, I share this confusion. Yuan-Shi immediately followed up. In the past, the Dao Ancestor said in the Zixiao Palace that the Hongmeng purple qi is the foundation for attaining the Dao. It allows one to entrust their primordial spirit to the Dao, thus borrowing the power of the Dao, becoming limitless in magic and immortal, Laozi explained to the two. Perhaps the opportunity has not yet arrived, and the three of us are temporarily not at the stage to comprehend it, Laozi elaborated. Though difficult to cultivate as a saint, I believe that the secret realm techniques passed down by the Dao Zun are immensely profound. After this retreat, I have already broken through to the 8th level of the Xiantai realm, having attained the Quasi Emperor's 8th layer. I feel that I am not far from breaking through to the Emperor's realm, yet this final step remains elusive. Laozi spoke slowly. Upon hearing Laozi's words, Tong Tian and Yuan-Shi could no longer remain seated, both shocked, as they stood up to look at Laozi. Elder brother, you have actually broken through to the Quasi Emperor's 8th layer, Yuan-Shi exclaimed anxiously. It is no surprise that they were so astonished, as breaking through to the Quasi Emperor's 8th layer in the secret realm techniques is equivalent to the sub-saint realm of the immortal path. Compared to their own comprehension of the secret realm techniques, they had barely reached the Quasi Emperor's 7th layer. Laozi's achievement was truly astonishing to them, for the deeper one goes in the secret realm techniques, the more challenging it becomes. Looking at the anxious duo, Laozi explained slowly. Indeed, in the cultivation of the secret realm techniques, I have already walked out my own path, but at present I still cannot fully transcend and take that final step, merging the 5 great secret realms. I always feel that something is lacking. Upon hearing Laozi's words, the two also resonated deeply, as although they had also walked out their own paths, they did not know how to continue. Since my two virtuous brothers inquire, why not have the three of us discuss the Dao together, sharing our paths and seeing if it can aid in our breakthroughs? Laozi suggested slowly. Good. Thus the three of them began a journey of discussion on the secret realm techniques at Qingxuan Cliff. In that case, let me start first. My Dao is the Dao of nature and also the Dao of non-action. I observe the changes of heaven and earth, the alternation of day and night, the life and death of all beings. All things in the world are manifestations of the great Dao, as I am all things, and all things are me. In addition, I have also achieved considerable success in the way of alchemy, and I can also carry the Dao through pills. Upon hearing Laozi's words, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian felt a deep resonance, reflecting on their own paths, and for a moment both fell into a state of enlightenment. In a moment, the spiritual energy around them surged, and the light of the Dao rippled around them. Seeing this, Laozi casually waved his hand, and the infinite primordial spiritual energy of Kunlun Mountain gathered, rushing into the two. After a long while, the two gradually awakened. They exchanged glances and simultaneously rose to bow to Laozi, who gladly accepted. Thank you, elder brother. I have realized my own path. The world has order, the sun rises and sets, and all things during the day follow their own trajectories. This is the path of order. In my case, it is entirely different from my two brothers. Every being in the world has a glimmer of hope, and my Dao lies in seizing this glimmer of hope. Besides, I can also carry the Dao in the realms of formations and swordsmanship. Congratulations to both of you, my virtuous brothers. The great Dao is promising. Laozi smiled and congratulated Yuan Shi and Tong Tian. Following that, Laozi said to the two in the world, the methods of attaining the Dao Ancestor once said only by becoming a saint in the way of the Dao Zun, when one cultivates the secret realm techniques to the 9th level of Xiantai and merges the 5 great secret realms, one can become an emperor. In equivalent realms, the power of an emperor is greater. I ponder how to align both paths to attain righteousness. Upon hearing Laozi's words, Tong Tian responded, Elder brother, do you still remember? The Dao Zun once said that both paths can lead to the Dao, but it requires great talent and immense willpower. In that vast and boundless primordial world, Kunlun Mountain stood like a colossal divine peak, towering majestically. Kunlun Mountain, grand and magnificent, seemed to be the most towering existence between heaven and earth. Its massive body stretched endlessly, resembling an ancient giant dragon in slumber coiled upon. The peaks pierced the clouds, reaching up to the 9 heavens, with mist swirling around the mountain's waist and summit throughout the year, changing endlessly, sometimes ethereal, like a light veil, other times surging like raging waves. Upon the mountain, bizarre rocks jutted out, some resembling a giant python rearing its head, others like fierce tigers lying in wait, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. The dragon vein of Kunlun Mountain was deeply rooted in the primordial earth, closely connected to the essence of the primordial world. The spiritual veins within the mountain crisscrossed the spiritual energy, dense, as if tangible, flowing like auspicious colors through the mountain. Apart from the surrounding mountains, only Kunlun Mountain possessed such a miraculous quality. As the discussion of the 3 purities reached its conclusion, the extraordinary phenomena that had pervaded Kunlun Mountain gradually dissipated. At this moment, Laozi, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian all gained insights, becoming increasingly convinced that the saint of the Heavenly Dao and the Emperor were not mutually exclusive. A bright and boundless path lay ahead. During this discussion, they delved deeply into the principles of heaven and earth, the nature of all things, and the methods of cultivation. Through the clash and exchange of ideas, their understanding of the Dao deepened, and they gained a clearer perspective on their own paths of cultivation. These revelations filled them with confidence and anticipation for the future. They believed that as long as they continued to advance along this path, they could simultaneously become both saint of the Heavenly Dao and Emperor, reaching the supreme realm. However, they were also acutely aware that the road of cultivation would not be smooth, and they would inevitably encounter numerous difficulties and challenges. Yet they were not afraid, for they had already acquired steadfast beliefs and formidable inner strength. In the days to come, they would continue to diligently cultivate, exploring the true essence of the Dao, striving for even greater achievements. Dear brothers, I have decided to descend the mountain for an indefinite period. You too should continue to contemplate the insights gained here in Kunlun. There will surely be rewards. Laozi slowly addressed Yuan Shi and Tong Tian. Did the elder brother gain some insight? Yuan Shi stepped forward to inquire. Dear brothers, the 3 of us once listened to the teachings on Mount Winda, where we were granted the secret scriptures of the Yuan Gate by the Taoist patriarch. The secrets I have acquired are beyond imagination. When Nuwa became a saint and created humanity, I sensed that my fate lay with the human race through the previous secret. However, Nuwa had previously stated that during this period of Yuan, the human race would be under her protection, and now that this period is about to end, I wish to go and see this special human race. I also seek to discover my own path to enlightenment, Laozi explained. Hearing Laozi's words, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian felt curious about what was so extraordinary about humanity, that it could elevate Nuwa to the saintly rank. In that case, dear brothers, focus on your cultivation here. I shall take my leave. Saying this, he rode the clouds away from Qilin Cliff and headed straight down Kunlun. Mount Shouyang. It has been a full period of yuan since Su Qingxian brought the newly born human race to Mount Shouyang. Today's human race, although still living a primitive life, has already transitioned from the era of bloodshed and raw flesh since the emergence of the three ancestral figures of humanity, Su'er, Wuchao, and Zi, gradually moving towards the era of tribal civilization. At Mount Shouyang, where Su Qingxian placed the stone tablet of the secret method inheritance, 3 large temples have been established dedicated to Su Qingxuan, the Saint Mother of Humanity Nuwa, and that stone tablet of secret method inheritance. At the sight of the inheritance stone tablet, Su'er looked at the many humans seated below and couldn't help but lament the relentless march of time. He had already lost count of how many batches of clansmen had come to seek enlightenment. In the primordial world, where spiritual energy was abundant and the laws of the Dao were profound, it was common for ordinary primordial beings to live for millions of years. Yet only the human race had a relatively short lifespan. Aside from the innate humans created by Nuwa, who lived for over 10,000 years, the lifespans of other postnatal humans declined year by year, and now they were nearing a century. Fortunately, although humans had short lifespans, their reproductive capabilities were extraordinarily strong. Since moving to Mount Shouyang, their numbers had already exceeded trillions, occupying a vast area around Mount Shouyang and the East Sea. Although Nuwa had stated that the human race would be under her protection for one period of yuan, all other primordial races watched this newly born race with caution, yet no one dared to approach. During this period of yuan, the greatest threats to humanity were diseases, natural disasters, wild beasts, and ferocious beasts. The wild and ferocious beasts had not yet gained intelligence, and thus did not heed the words of the saints. To combat these threats, humanity employed various methods, but still lived in constant fear, uncertain of their survival day by day. It was only with the emergence of the 3 ancestral figures of humanity that they gradually developed strategies to counter natural disasters and wild beasts, resulting in an explosive growth in their numbers. Later, Su'er, through the method of fire by friction, gained the merits of the Heavenly Dao, elevating his strength to the great Luo realm. While comprehending the stone tablet left by Su Qingxuan, he suddenly experienced enlightenment, creating his own secret method. With the power of merit, his strength surged to the later stages of Great Luo, and from then on he spread the secret method among humanity, which became widespread. As the secret method became prevalent among humanity, their overall strength received a tremendous boost. However, the top experts remained the 3 ancestral figures, and thus they could only select the most outstanding individuals from each tribe and send them here to comprehend the stone tablet, hoping someone could attain their own secret method through it. On this day, all humans as usual continued to strive for survival. The tribe's leader returned with his clansmen after a hunt, and everyone joyously celebrated a beautiful day. At this point, Laozi had also walked down from Kunlun to the foot of Mount Shouyang. Throughout this journey, he did not use any magical powers, stopping and starting, and he gained immense rewards, finally arriving at the human settlement. Looking at the humans before him, Laozi was struck. Most of these humans are actually innate Dao bodies. One cannot blame Laozi for being so astonished, for in this vast and boundless primordial world, any being with even a slight cultivation would mostly emulate the great Pangu, transforming themselves into the form of an innate Dao body. The reason for this is not particularly special. It is merely because the innate Dao body form possesses unparalleled advantages in comprehending the elusive and intangible great Dao, allowing cultivators to progress rapidly on their cultivation paths with half the effort. Just as Laozi prepared to observe humanity further, the primordial purple energy within his divine soul suddenly stirred. After years of fruitless comprehension, the primordial purple energy suddenly began to merge with his Yuanshan. Shouyang Mountain. Since Laozi came from Kunlun, he had never seen such living beings, and he couldn't help but feel astonished. It is important to know that in this vast and boundless primordial world, there has never been a single race that possesses the innate Dao body from birth, such a miraculous and powerful constitution. All beings must undergo long and arduous cultivation from the moment of their birth in order to gradually transform themselves into an innate Dao body. Such an astonishing sight could not fail to leave Laozi in awe. Even though he was one of the foremost great powers of the primordial era, he felt profoundly shaken deep within his heart upon witnessing this scene. He couldn't help but fall into deep contemplation, pondering the mysteries of life and the laws of the universe. The laws of creation by the Holy One Nuwa are truly stunning. I had previously underestimated the wonders of law cultivation. Laozi murmured. Just as Laozi was deeply questioning life, the leader of the tribe heard from his clansmen that an old man with white hair had arrived outside the tribe, exuding an extraordinary and ethereal aura completely unlike an ordinary mortal. This news immediately captured the leader's utmost attention and curiosity, and he decided to personally lead the young warriors of the tribe to investigate. With a mix of nervousness and excitement, they could hardly wait to witness the demeanor of this mysterious elder. From a distance, they saw an imposing white-haired elder staring intently at the tribe's people in a daze. People came and went around him, yet none approached to greet him. Seeing this, the leader slowly walked forward and said to Laozi, "I wonder where the elder comes from. Why not come in and sit for a while?" Laozi, who had been lost in thought, heard someone speaking to him and came back to his senses. Turning around, he saw the leader of the tribe addressing him and slowly replied, "This humble Taoist is Laozi, here to visit the leader." I was taken aback to see such a race for the first time. Upon hearing this, the leader was also taken aback and immediately asked, "Elder, did you come from outside Shoyang Mountain?" It is not surprising that the leader would inquire this way, as historically only those clansmen who had achieved cultivation could leave the confines of Shoyang Mountain and settle in the distant East Sea. For ordinary mortals, even if they exhausted their life's efforts, they could not cross the boundaries of Shoyang Mountain. What could be done? This primordial world is far too vast and boundless. Laozi heard the leader's question and slowly replied, "Indeed, I come from outside from Kunlun." Kunlun. Never heard of it. Haha, the primordial world is vast and boundless. It is normal for the leader not to know. Laozi chuckled. "I see. Elder, since you come from afar, please visit our tribe. We have many questions we wish to ask." Hearing this, Laozi agreed and entered the tribe with the group. "Elder, you mentioned that there are many races in the primordial world." The leader asked in confusion. "Indeed, the primordial world is vast and boundless, rich in spiritual energy and teeming with spirit essence, naturally giving rise to countless races." Laozi gently stroked his beard and replied, "May I ask how our human race compares to the various great races of the heavens?" The leader asked with a serious expression. Looking at the eager expression of the leader, Laozi explained, "The human race is a newly emerging race in the primordial world, having existed for just a short period of time. Since the primordial world was born, it has been a long, long time, naturally giving rise to many powerful races, such as the witch and ghost races that currently dominate the heavens and earth." Hearing Laozi's words, everyone was genuinely shocked. They had thought that they were already strong enough in the vicinity of Shoyang Mountain, but they had not expected such powerful races existed outside that could even dominate the heavens and earth. The crowd was silent for a long time after hearing this, slowly coming back to their senses. Seeing this situation, Laozi appropriately spoke, "There is no need for you all to be disheartened. I observe that your human race is inherently extraordinary. Your future accomplishments will not be low. Just continue to work hard." Upon hearing Laozi's words, the people no longer dwelled on the matter, so they thanked Laozi and departed, while Laozi naturally stayed here. Thus, in the human race's tribe, one could often see such a scene: an old man with white hair personally engaged in mundane tasks, such as chopping firewood and fetching water. Initially, everyone felt awkward, but they gradually became accustomed to it. One day, as Laozi was preparing for his work, he suddenly heard a commotion in the tribe. After inquiring, he learned that the tribe's warriors had returned from hunting, which was the cause of the excitement. Curious, Laozi went to see, and upon witnessing the scene, he was genuinely astonished, for he saw that those so-called warriors were practicing authentic secret realm techniques. At that moment, Laozi thought of many things, realizing why the human race outside of Buzhou Mountain had all vanished. It was because they had been placed here. This must be closely related to the handiwork of that being from the East Sea. However, what puzzled Laozi was why, despite transmitting the adversity techniques, the cultivation of this human race was still so weak. The warriors he had just seen were indeed practicing secret realm techniques, yet their strength was not even at the level of celestial beings, and their techniques were completely unsuitable for themselves. With such doubts in mind, Laozi hurriedly inquired, and learned that this cultivation method originated from the ancestral temple of the human race, created by their ancestor, and it was the only cultivation method for the entire human race. Upon hearing this, Laozi suddenly became clear in his divine sense, realizing that the human race had boundless potential but lacked cultivation techniques. He could completely follow the example of Dao Ancestor and others to teach the human race, and surely he could attain the status of a saint. With this thought, Laozi took action, walking to a high platform, sitting cross-legged, and began to impart his Dao and the golden core Dao he created by integrating it with the innate Dao body of the human race. In no time, below the high platform, people filled the area regardless of gender or age, all entranced by the sound of this great Dao. As Laozi's voice grew louder, the entire human race on Shoyang Mountain heard the sound of this great Dao. Laozi preached on Shoyang Mountain for a full 9 years, explaining the golden core Dao from beginning to end to the human race. Finally, one day, Laozi suddenly stopped preaching, looking at the countless human beings before him. He stood up, slowly rising into the air, his entire being radiating with brilliant light and purple energy, rising as the primordial purple energy and his primordial spirit intertwined. Then a diagram flew from his primordial spirit and hovered above his head, which was the innate supreme treasure, the Taiji diagram. I am a descendant of Pangu, the great purity Laozi, imparting the golden core Dao to the human race and enlightening them. I shall establish the sect of humanity. The innate supreme treasure shall suppress our sect's fortune. I hope the Heavenly Dao witnesses this. As soon as he finished speaking, his divine powers surged, and in the next moment, he was about to attain the saintly fruit position. Sect of humanity establish. Just as he uttered this phrase, the primordial purple energy began to completely merge with his primordial spirit. Once fully merged, he would achieve sainthood on the spot. Just as everyone was marveling that another saint was about to emerge from the primordial world, a sudden sound of the great Dao echoed. Not permitted. Immediately a divine light struck Laozi, interrupting the final fusion with the primordial purple energy and sending Laozi flying millions of miles away. At Shouyang Mountain, just moments ago, the beings of the primordial world were utterly astonished. They never imagined that the chief disciple of the Dao Ancestor was about to embark on the path of enlightenment. Everyone was eagerly anticipating the moment when the Dao Ancestor would achieve the status of a saint, but what followed left all beings in the primordial world dumbfounded and speechless. It was as if time had frozen at that moment, and they looked on in disbelief at the scene before them, filled with confusion and shock. No, this pronouncement of Heavenly Dao directly denied the Dao Ancestor's path to enlightenment, leaving all beings in the primordial world in shock. When they heard this phrase, they soon realized whose voice it was. However, all beings were eager to know why the Dao Sovereign would not allow Ta Ching Laozi to become a saint. At Zixiao Palace, regardless of how bewildered others were, Hongjun was in a terrible predicament, his just repaired spirit suffering yet another severe blow. With a cough, a mouthful of fresh saint's blood gushed out, only to be immediately drawn back by Hongjun upon hitting the ground, who otherwise just that blood could have pierced through the entire Zixiao Palace, causing chaos in the cosmos. The reason Hongjun suffered another severe blow was that he had just fully merged with the Chaos Jade Butterfly, secretly controlling Laozi's primordial purple energy, disrupting his mind to hasten his ascension to sainthood. Unexpectedly, Su Qingxuan intervened without any warning, and with the power of the Heavenly Emperor at great completion, he severely wounded Hongjun. Laozi was merely collateral damage, otherwise that strike would have been enough to end his life. Little Qingxuan, I swear I will not rest until one of us is dead. Hongjun roared in anger. At Kunlun Mountain, after Laozi descended the mountain, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian each returned to their own caves to continue contemplating the Dao. As Laozi aligned with the Heavenly Dao and established the human teaching, the two were so excited they could hardly speak. Ha ha ha! Big brother is finally about to become a saint. Yuan Shi laughed heartily. However, Tong Tian had some doubts and quickly asked Yuan Shi, "Second brother, didn't big brother say he would achieve sainthood and ascend to the rank of emperor at the same time? Why is he suddenly going for sainthood alone?" Before Yuan Shi could respond, a proclamation of the Dao rang out. No, a beam of divine light abruptly interrupted Laozi's path to sainthood, leaving the two utterly astonished. Why did the Dao Sovereign do this? At the western Shumi Mountain, Jian and Junti were also dumbfounded by Su Qingxuan's actions. "Master, what is the reason for this?" Junti asked. "I do not know," Jian replied, looking distressed. Just moments ago, they were astonished by Laozi's talents, who was on the verge of becoming a saint. Moreover, the establishment of the teaching was like a light in the darkness for the two, guiding them on their path. Just as they continued to observe, they were also shocked by Su Qingxuan's actions. At the southeastern part of Buzhou Mountain, just now Laozi was struck by Su Qingxuan and sent flying from the East Sea to Buzhou Mountain, crashing through numerous mountains before collapsing in a heap of ruins. Cough, cough. At this moment, Laozi's condition was no better than that of Kunpeng at the beginning. His physical body was shattered, and his primordial spirit was dim. The aura around him had fallen to the lowest point. At this moment, Laozi also came to a realization, but was deeply mired in self-doubt. Could it be because of the human race? For a moment, Laozi pondered why the secret realms appeared among humankind. It must be that the Dao Sovereign had his own plans for the human race. He had intruded into the human race, passing down the golden core Dao, which might have directly offended the Dao Sovereign. Laozi was filled with conflicting emotions at this moment. He had just found the path to sainthood, and now it had been cut off. When would such an opportunity arise again? More importantly, it seemed he had offended the Dao Sovereign, and thinking of this filled Laozi's heart with endless gloom. Just as Laozi was questioning his existence, a tremendous aura of merit suddenly appeared above the 9 heavens. It then descended directly into Laozi's body, instantly restoring his shattered form and even significantly enhancing his power. It was as if the Heavenly Dao felt Laozi's establishment of the Golden Core Dao and his teachings to the human race, thus bestowing the aura of merit as a reward. At Donghai Wenda Mountain inside the Qingxuan Dao Palace, Su Qingxian sat cross-legged atop the chaos, Qinglian watching as Laozi was about to achieve enlightenment, and with a wave of his hand a beam of divine light sent Laozi flying. If you wish to continue establishing the human teaching and seize the fortune of my human race, then this time I must teach you a lesson. In his previous life, the human race, under Hongjun's meticulous planning, established the human teaching among themselves. This action completely divided the fortune of the human race, ultimately leading to their reduction to mere puppets of the saints. From then on, the human race lost its free will and could only survive under the control of the saints. Their fate was no longer in their own hands, but rather manipulated by those lofty saints. The hopes and future of the human race seemed to become bleak and indefinite, and all of this stemmed from this earth-shattering conspiracy. In this life, Su Qingxian could not allow such a thing to happen again. Thus he struck, while Hongjun was off guard, delivering a blow to him. As for Laozi, he was not worth such treatment. As soon as Su Qingxian made his move, Huang Lao and the White Lotus boy who were watching were left stunned. The two had just been lamenting Laozi's talents, and the next moment they saw the Dao Sovereign send Laozi flying, cutting off his path to sainthood. Before they could inquire, Su Qingxian had already left Wenda Mountain. At Buzhou Mountain, Laozi had completely recovered. After all, he was a top-tier adept in the Primordial World. He was now awakened, and since the Dao Sovereign acted this way, there must be reasons behind it. Thus he waited on the spot for Su Qingxuan's arrival. As Su Qingxian left Wenda Mountain, he headed this way, not arriving instantly, but flying over while observing the current development of the human race, feeling greatly pleased. When Su Qingxian arrived at Buzhou Mountain, he found Laozi sitting below, contemplating the Dao, seemingly waiting for him. Truly deserving of being the leader of the three pure ones transformed from the primordial spirit of Pangu, this level of calmness and wisdom is rare to find in the entire primordial world aside from that Jane he met last time. It seems you already have an answer in your heart, which is why you are waiting here for me. Su Qingxian slowly appeared before Laozi. I have met the Dao Sovereign. Laozi hurriedly stood and bowed to Su Qingxian. Su Qingxian descended from the clouds and sat cross-legged on the boulder in front of Laozi. So do you have no resentment or anything? Upon hearing this, Laozi panicked and immediately replied, the disciple dares not, but I do not understand why the sovereign has done this. The human race under my protection can only rely on themselves. I do not allow anyone to interfere with human affairs. Su Qingxian replied calmly. The disciple is terrified, and I asked the Dao Sovereign to quell his anger. Looking at the fearful Laozi before him, Su Qingxian could not bear to blame him further, and continued, ignorance is no crime. Moreover, you have passed down the Golden Core Dao, which is also a way to gain the favor of the human race's fortune, greatly benefiting your cultivation. In fact, my intervention was not solely because of this matter. Have you ever doubted why, with your power to achieve sainthood and ascend to the Emperor simultaneously, you chose only to seek sainthood? Upon hearing Su Qingxuan's words, the doubts that had originally lingered in Laozi's heart suddenly cleared. Indeed, before descending the mountain, he had told his two younger brothers about the simultaneous path to enlightenment, yet here, he was suddenly focused solely on sainthood, which made him feel a chill. Your Dao should not be limited to the human race. Establishing a teaching is indeed your path to enlightenment, but that path should be infinitely broad. Think about it carefully. Also, the primordial purple energy is not as perfect as it seems. It is indeed the foundation for enlightenment, but it must be the perfect primordial purple energy. After saying this, he waved his hand, and a beam of divine light entered Laozi's brow. Without waiting for Laozi to react, Su Qingxian said, this is the Qi of Taichu. It can save your life in the future, so make good use of it. After speaking, he left without looking back, leaving Laozi alone in a daze. It has been a full 1,000 years since Su Qingxian interrupted Laozi's path to enlightenment. During this millennium, Laozi's failure to achieve enlightenment has remained the greatest topic of discussion in the primordial world. Everyone is curious about what exactly Laozi did that prompted the Taoist Lord to personally intervene. It is worth noting that during Nuwa's ascension to sainthood, Su Qingxian was present the entire time and provided significant assistance. As the search yielded no results, many turned to the human race to investigate further, with some heading to Buzhou Mountain in search of Laozi, including Yuanshi and Tongtian. When Nuwa became a saint, she mentioned that the human race would later receive her protection, which piqued the curiosity of many. However, no one came to observe. Now that the time has come, those with ulterior motives have long been watching, so seizing the opportunity of Laozi's incident, they hurried to the vicinity of Shouyang Mountain to observe the human race. The first sight of the human race left everyone, including Laozi, utterly astonished. Naturally born with an innate Dao body, their strength remains at the very bottom in the primordial world. Besides their astonishing reproductive capabilities, there was nothing else to marvel at. Gradually, most people left, leaving only a small number of those with ulterior motives to silently observe the human race. On the shores of the East Sea, after Su Qingxuan delivered his teachings, some beings settled here, gradually forming a large residential area. The leaders of the Wu and Yao clans also withdrew their respective powers to show respect to the Taoist Lord. On this day, a figure appeared by the East Sea. This person had hair like a waterfall and ethereal demeanor and walked slowly along the path. This person was none other than Laozi, who had been blasted away by Su Qingxuan. After vanishing for 1,000 years, he reappeared before the world. The news of Laozi's return spread rapidly throughout the primordial world. Everyone was eagerly anticipating and observing Laozi, curious as to why he had appeared on the shores of the East Sea again. Initially thought to have significantly weakened after being heavily injured by the Taoist Lord, when Laozi truly appeared before the crowd, all faces turned pale, for Laozi at this moment resembled a great sun, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. As Laozi walked, the beings he encountered along the way were all shocked by the aura emanating from him. Everyone could hardly believe that a person who had been blasted away by the Taoist Lord could reappear with an even more magnificent presence, suggesting he had made further progress. At this moment, Laozi felt an immense calmness within. After learning certain truths, he became even more composed. His journey thus far had been silent, with nothing capable of obstructing his path. Finally, Laozi stopped on a stone mountain by the East Sea, sitting atop the peak, his demeanor neither joyful nor sorrowful, devoid of desires. As he sat on the mountain top, suddenly his entire ascent body began to glow, revealing the sea of suffering. Laozi was now seated in the center of the sea of suffering, surrounded by the tumultuous waters, while the sky was filled with endless flashes of lightning, and the whole world was in turmoil, with deafening sounds resonating. At the same time as the miraculous phenomenon appeared around Laozi, a thunderous sound echoed throughout the primordial skies, and the entire world felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. An endless oceanic manifestation appeared on the horizon, causing everyone to look towards the east, sensing it as the source of all changes. At this moment, Laozi was glowing in the sea of suffering. In the next instant, radiant divine rainbows rose from the sea, piercing through all 33 heavens, as if merging with the entirety of the sky. Then a sacred dragon radiating divine light burst forth from Laozi's body, continuously swirling above his head in the sky. As the divine dragon circled, 5 grand worlds filled with the principles of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth were birthed from the boundless sea of suffering. The divine rainbows connecting heaven and earth began to merge within the 5 great worlds, while the divine dragon spanning the heavens and earth circled above the 5 worlds, slowly initiating their convergence. Finally, the 5 great worlds completely merged. At that moment, the entire sea of suffering emitted a thunderous roar, and in the next instant it integrated into this newly born world, causing a dramatic upheaval throughout the realm. At this moment, Laozi resembled a divine being, his entire body subtly glowing, his eyes shining like the sun and moon, radiant and dazzling, as if they could pierce through countless worlds. At that moment, above the 9 heavens, thunder roared as Laozi's own aura attracted the heavenly tribulation. The entire 33 heavens reverberated with lightning striking across the shores of the East Sea. The primordial world was in uproar with constant miraculous phenomena. The aura of the heavenly tribulation pervaded the entire world. All beings in the primordial world were unaware of what was happening, with only a few powerful beings understanding that this phenomenon was caused by Laozi. At this moment, Su Qingxuan stood at the entrance of the Dao Palace, gazing at Laozi amidst the thunder, slowly saying, "The first great emperor of this primordial world is finally about to attain the Dao." Laozi at this moment resembled a chaotic demon god, his entire being glowing. Just a hint of his aura could stir the heavens. In the next instant, boundless thunder descended from the heavens, all aimed at Laozi. As the lightning approached in succession, Laozi also charged upwards to meet the thunder. In the next moment, the two forces collided, unleashing an immense power that resonated across the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses, echoing for a long time. Endless thunder descended from the 9 heavens, clashing with Laozi continuously. This sight was terrifying. Since the birth of the primordial heavenly Dao, this was the first time such a heavenly tribulation had occurred. While others were unaware, Su Qingxuan understood all too well. This was the tribulation of creation. When the primordial world first gave birth to the mystical laws, the heavenly tribulation was supposed to descend. However, Su Qingxuan directly attained the Dao through the system, his strength overwhelming to the point that even the heavenly Dao could do nothing. Thus, the task fell upon the first to undergo the great emperor's tribulation. However, Su Qingxian believed that Laozi could overcome this heavenly tribulation. After all, he was the ancestor of Taoism and was protected by the fortune of Pangu, so he would naturally be safe. Meanwhile, Laozi, battling against the thunder in the 9 heavens, was also facing difficulties. The intensity of the thunder surpassed Laozi's expectations. The thunder grew fiercer, becoming a force capable of annihilating everything. Its power was unimaginable. Perhaps even the strength of a saint was not much different. Laozi's forehead glowed with light, representing the 9 layers celestial platform, continuously absorbing the thunder, refining the celestial platform and the primordial spirit. The celestial platform and the primordial spirit shattered and reassembled over and over again, growing increasingly powerful in this ceaseless cycle. As the heavenly tribulation intensified and continuously changed, various laws fused with the thunder, striking down relentlessly. At this moment, Laozi's physical body was shattered, yet in the repeated destruction, he constantly reassembled. Since Pangu opened the heavens, such a heavenly tribulation had never appeared in the primordial world before. During the relentless battle, Laozi's 5 great mystical realms began to merge completely, ultimately forming an immeasurable grand world. Just as the 5 mystical realms fully merged, Laozi broke through the thunder with an overwhelming leap, completing his transformation. Suddenly, an invincible aura surged forth, and Laozi's power filled the entire primordial continent, pressing down upon all beings like Mount Tai. This was even more earth-shattering than Nuwa's ascension to sainthood. As all beings exerted their utmost strength to resist this overwhelming pressure, Laozi's voice suddenly echoed throughout the primordial world. I am the descendant of Pangu Taiching Laozi, and today I shall attain the Dao and become an emperor. His voice resonated like the sound of the Dao, spreading throughout the entire world. As I achieved the status of emperor, it astonished all beings even more than my previous near-saint status. In the moment I transcended the tribulation, all the powerful beings of the primordial era observed, for it was the first time since the dawn of creation that such a heavenly tribulation was witnessed. At the moment I attained the emperor's Dao, the entire primordial realm erupted with fervor, as the secret realm method truly allowed one to achieve the Dao without relying on the primordial purple energy. Everyone saw a path forward, no longer fixating on the road to becoming a saint. Everyone was cheering as if they themselves had become an emperor. Since the Dao Ancestor began teaching, the beings of the world also had methods of cultivation. However, the position of a saint was limited, and the phrase "below the saints all are mere ants" directly shattered the cultivation paths of countless beings. Now this severed path has been rekindled. In this moment, everyone was shouting in gratitude to Su Qingxuan, their fortunes continuously flowing toward him. Watching the fortune values of the system, Su Qingxuan's smile almost reached his ears. My attainment as emperor had a tremendous impact, marking the official establishment of the secret realm method system, an existence that is completely on par with, if not superior to, other cultivation methods. With my attainment as emperor, many powerful beings in the primordial realm began to emerge from their abodes, their eyes filled with hope. People started to communicate about the secret realm method, envisioning a day when they too could achieve the Dao of the emperor. At Mount Wudao, Su Qingxian looked at me standing in the void and slowly said, "It seems your strength has reached the realm of the 4th layer of Huanyan, hasn't it?" It's worth noting that when Nuwa became a saint, she was merely at the 2nd layer of Huanyan, and that was with the backing of the demon race's 2nd-level fortune. Yet I, through the secret realm method, directly attained the 4th layer of Hunyuan. The disparity is indeed substantial. Kunlun Mountain Yuan Shi and Tong Tian were ecstatic after my attainment as emperor. Big brother has truly become an emperor. From the looks of this tribulation, you are no less than a saint, Yuan Shi exclaimed excitedly. Ever since I was sent flying by Su Qingxuan, the two hurried to Buzhou Mountain to find me. Relying on the connection between the 3 purities, they successfully located me. I later revealed to them the news of Su Qingxuan's visit and the issue regarding the primordial purple energy. They were left in shock and speechless for a long time. Eventually, I informed them that I had other fateful matters to attend to, so I sent them back to Kunlun Mountain. If they were worried moments ago about my words, they were now filled with joy because they understood that their big brother had successfully walked out onto a new path. At the western Shumi Mountain, looking at me as I became the Emperor, Zhuan Ti had to admit that I truly deserved to be the foremost among the 3 purities of Pangu. Despite any previous disdain, they now held great respect. It seems that this secret realm method indeed provides a direct path to becoming an emperor. You and I were previously focused on becoming saints, which seems rather narrow-minded, the Taoist who guided others remarked as he observed Zhuan Ti lost in thought. Indeed, junior brother, this reminds me of the words Tong Tian once spoke before the Dao Lord. Becoming a saint and attaining the Dao of the emperor can truly be pursued simultaneously. Fortunately, we have you paving the way, or we would have missed such a significant opportunity. In the Heavenly Court, at the Sun Palace, the momentum of this secret realm method becoming an emperor is so strong, it seems even more formidable than when Nuwa achieved the Dao, truly deserving of being a path that surpasses all others. Emperor Jun, looking at me as the newly crowned emperor, said in astonishment, "Elder brother, since the primordial purple energy has no connection to us, why not devote ourselves entirely to cultivating the secret realm method and achieve the status of emperor? It would be no less than becoming a saint." What second brother said is true. We shall surely attain the Dao of the emperor and dominate the heavens. At the eastern seashore at this moment, I had just completed the heavenly tribulation and ascended to the emperor realm, feeling a tremendous difference compared to my previous strength. Now with the power of an emperor, a single thought could cover the entire primordial continent, and I felt that even my casual strike could shatter the heavens and the earth. After feeling the power of an emperor, I slowly returned from the state of exhilaration. At this moment, I understood that once I attained this Dao, all methods became accessible. I comprehended all that Su Qingxuan had previously told me. Just as I became the emperor, my divine sense swept through the primordial purple energy. Although I found no issues, I felt a persistent unease. Recalling Su Qingxuan's words, if I did not understand this now, I would truly be letting down Pangu. Why must the master do this? Looking at the primordial purple energy within me, I had never felt such disgust before. The affection I once had was now replaced with aversion. In an instant, many thoughts flashed through my mind. After all, as an incarnation of Pangus, primordial spirit, I naturally knew many secrets. His target cannot be the entire primordial realm, can it? Upon this thought, I couldn't help but shudder, even though I was now an emperor. The Dao Lord once said that the 9th layer of Hongjun is exceedingly difficult. Each layer represents a significant challenge. Now that Hongjun has reached the later stages of Huanyuan, even if I understand his schemes, what can I do? I am utterly powerless to resist. Just as I was in deep turmoil, I saw the Taichu Qi given to me by Su Qingxuan. Previously, my cultivation level was insufficient to comprehend this Taichu Qi, but now I could naturally understand it. After a long while, I finally emerged from the state of comprehension. Even as an emperor, I was astonished. This Taichu Qi can actually dissolve the primordial purple energy. With this realization, I felt at ease. It seemed I could completely become a saint first, otherwise I would absolutely fail to pass the trial set by Hongjun. When the time comes, I could dissolve this primordial purple energy and naturally overcome the calamity. With this thought, I decided that this moment would be when I officially become a saint. Thus, taking advantage of all eyes being on me, I sat cross-legged and began to expound the Dao, sharing the natural Dao, the Dao of non-action, the pill Dao, and the golden core Dao I had previously created with all beings. This time, after expounding the Dao, I stood in the heavens, my emperor's power enveloping the heavens, and spoke. I am the Pangu, 3 purities, the supreme Laozi. Aware of the difficulties in cultivation faced by all beings, I expound the great Dao for them. Today I shall establish the Daoist teachings, teaching all beings who seek the Dao using the innate supreme treasure, the Taiji diagram, to suppress the fortunes of my Daoist teachings. May the Heavenly Dao witness this. At that moment, Daoism was established. Instantly, the primordial purple energy surged from the east for 30,000 miles, and a massive flow of merit descended upon me from the heavens. In that instant, the merit from the creation of the world was triggered, and the primordial purple energy completely fused with my divine soul. In the next moment, I became a saint, and after Nuwa, yet another saint appeared in the primordial realm. After Laozi became the emperor and attained the sagehood, the entire atmosphere of the primordial world was set. Since the appearance of such beings as sages and emperors in the primordial world, only Hongjun and Qingxuan had ever manifested their unparalleled might, left everyone in awe. Hongjun's proclamation that beneath the sage all are mere ants elucidated the essence of this realm. At this moment, those legendary emperors and sages truly appeared before the crowd. This breathtaking scene ignited a volcanic eruption of passion within everyone's hearts impossible to contain. The entire primordial world was immersed in a jubilant atmosphere, with people singing loudly and cheering fervently, as if wishing to convey this infinite joy to every corner of the universe. On the shores of the eastern sea, the heavenly phenomena following Laozi's breakthrough gradually dissipated after he achieved enlightenment. Indeed, my assumptions were correct. Attaining enlightenment in the secret realm alongside the Heavenly Dao Sage results in unparalleled combat prowess. Is this the realm of the sage? Truly marvelous, being able to directly communicate with the Heavenly Dao and wield its power for oneself. One can truly attain immortality. Laozi joyfully remarked. However, upon contemplating the issue of the Hongmeng purple Qi, his previously joyous mood soured instantly. Hongjun dares to scheme against us. Oh, I shall certainly settle this karma with you in the future. Laozi thought with resentment. Fortunately, Daozuan intervened in time, otherwise I would have truly fallen into an irreversible predicament. I already possess means of resistance, yet my two virtuous brothers remain in danger. Thinking of this, Laozi's previously troubled heart became even more complex. Although he had attained the Emperor and Sage realms, he still was not a match for Hongjun. Just as Laozi felt anxious, he suddenly spotted Mount Winda in the distance, instantly awakening to, since I was fortunate enough to be saved by Daozuan, now that I have arrived at the Eastern Sea, why not seek his guidance? Perhaps there are new opportunities awaiting. With this thought, Laozi headed towards Mount Winda. At the moment of Laozi's enlightenment, Su Qingxian was completely focused on observing each of Laozi's moves. With his powerful strength as the Heavenly Emperor, he easily sensed that as the Hongming purple qi fused into Laozi's body, an extremely subtle force swiftly surged towards the Zixiao Palace. Without a doubt, this must be the backup plan left behind by Hongjun. As Laozi established his teaching and attained sagehood, Su Qingxian withdrew his divine sense and no longer focused on him sitting quietly on the Chaos Qinglian. White Lotus child, you go down the mountain and bring Laozi into the Dao Palace. Su Qingxian said slowly. Yes, replied the White Lotus, and then headed down the mountain. Hongjun, this time you are likely to be completely outsmarted. The 6 sages of the Heavenly Dao, any one of them, is not an ordinary person. Now that you scheme against others, let's see how great the backlash will be. I truly look forward to it. Su Qingxian thought secretly. Watching Laozi approach him, Su Qingxian waved his hand, instantly causing the entire heavenly mechanism to become chaotic as he provided cover for Laozi. As sages travel the heavens and earth respond. Laozi set off towards Mount Winda, and the sky was instantly filled with purple qi stretching 3,000 miles eastward. If not for Su Qingxian obscuring the heavenly secrets, Hongjun would likely have been unable to sit still, rushing down to battle Su Qingxian. In an instant, Laozi arrived at Mount Winda, gazing at the distant Qingxian Dao Palace, and he felt an overwhelming sense of nostalgia, as if the last ascent had occurred just yesterday, every detail vivid in his mind. After reflecting, Laozi prepared to continue his ascent to express his respect for Daozuan. Daozuan has issued a decree. I ask that the highest sage accompany me into the Dao Palace. Suddenly a voice called out, and Laozi looked up to see a white-clad child shouting at him. Upon seeing the suddenly appearing White Lotus, Laozi's divine sense jolted. The 12-petal pure world White Lotus. It is no wonder Laozi was so shocked, for the transformation of a top-tier innate spiritual root is truly overwhelming. It should be known that throughout the vast and boundless primordial world, there are countless innate deities, yet the number of top-tier innate spiritual roots that have transformed is merely a handful, and all of these few are supreme mighty figures. For instance, Jejin was transformed from the heart of the creation Qinglian, and Zhuan-Ti was transformed from the supreme innate Gungjin Bodhi tree. Although these two are somewhat shameless, they have made a significant name for themselves in the primordial world. The child appearing before him is the 12-petal supreme, innate spiritual root, pure world White Lotus. It is known that when my 3 brothers obtained the supreme, innate spiritual treasure, transformed from the creation Qinglian on Buzhou Mountain, one can only imagine its weight. Just as Laozi continued to question himself, the voice of the White Lotus rang out again. Daozuan has issued a decree. I ask that the sage follow me into the Dao Palace for an audience. Hearing the White Lotus words, Laozi instantly came to his senses and replied, since Daozuan has issued a decree, then this humble one will not decline. After saying this, he proceeded with the White Lotus towards the Dao Palace. Returning to this place after several tens of thousands of years, this time, it was Laozi who arrived alone. The lively scene from when he first heard the Dao was no longer present, but the place remained as sacred as ever. Returning to Daozuan, the Ta Ching sage has arrived. The White Lotus bowed to Su Qingxian. Good, you may leave now. Yes. After saying this, the White Lotus turned and left the Qingxian Dao Palace, leaving Laozi to wait in the Grand Hall. Disciple pays respect to Daozuan. Although Laozi had achieved sagehood and emperor status upon meeting Su Qingxian, once more it was as if he were meeting him for the first time. Even more so, his divine might was unfathomable. Su Qingxian sat on the Chaos Qinglian not far away, looking at Laozi below. He extended a finger, and a cloud bed appeared beneath Laozi's feet, instantly elevating him to the same height as Su Qingxian. Since you have attained enlightenment, let us refer to each other as fellow Taoists from now on. This statement from Su Qingxian startled Laozi greatly, and he hurriedly replied, Disciple dares not. In my heart, Daozuan is like my master. The etiquette must not be neglected. Upon hearing Laozi's words, Su Qingxian no longer pressed the issue and went along with him. It appears that you have made significant gains this time. Your realm has indeed reached the 6th layer of the primordial unity, which is truly commendable. Su Qingxian smiled at Laozi. Disciple is apprehensive, being able to successfully attain the Emperor and Sage realms this time relies entirely on the protection of Master, for which I sincerely thank Daozuan. Looking at the humble Laozi, Su Qingxian said, I already know your intentions. The matters you wish to inquire about are just as you have in mind. Although the 6th layer of the primordial unity is strong, it is still not enough. Once you reach the 9th layer of the primordial unity, you will have the strength to participate. For now, focus on your cultivation. Listening to Su Qingxuan's words, Laozi set aside his desire to ask further questions. Before Laozi could respond, Su Qingxian waved his hand, tossing 2 rays of divine light into Laozi's hands. Primordial Qi. Looking at the 2 divine lights in his hands, I focused my gaze and realized that it was the primordial Qi granted to me by the Dao Sovereign back at Mount Buzhou. After I achieved the status of the Great Emperor, I used the divine sense of the Great Emperor's celestial platform to comprehend the function of this primordial Qi, which could actually dissolve the primordial purple energy within my soul. At the moment I obtained the primordial Qi, there was a fleeting instant when I truly wished to instantly dissolve that primordial purple energy, but calming myself down, I managed to hold back. At this stage, I was still not a match for Hongjun and could only let myself be manipulated. Speaking of which, Su Qingxian had already secretly probed the primordial purple energy within the souls of the 6 saints when he was giving his teachings. He had thoroughly investigated its effects, including the traps left behind by Hongjun. Thus, after his teachings, he spent a significant cost in the system to exchange for the 6 paths primordial Qi to use against Hongjun, ultimately delivering a fatal blow. This primordial Qi, you must already know its purpose. As for when to plant it, that depends on yourselves. However, at your current stage, your strength is insufficient. You should remain dormant and devote yourselves to cultivation. Only then, when the world is turned upside down, can you hope for a reversal. Su Qingxian said to me calmly. Hearing this, I stood up and bowed to Su Qingxian. For the great kindness and virtue of the Dao Sovereign, I thank you on behalf of my 2 younger brothers. At this moment, I truly felt grateful to Su Qingxian. Had it not been for him, my companions and I might have fallen into Hongjun's schemes, ultimately leading to our demise and the destruction of our Dao. I contend with Hongjun over the fortune of heaven and earth, yet I cannot allow Hongjun to scheme so blatantly. If he succeeds, the entire wilderness may no longer exist. Thus I have granted you this primordial Qi. Hearing this, I replied, the compassion of the Dao Sovereign is admirable. Su Qingxian looked at me, who was somewhat overly respectful, feeling a bit speechless. Is this still the Taiching Saint I imagined? Regardless of my state, Su Qingxian continued, even if you hadn't come to find me, I would have sought you out. It is because there is great karma between us, and if it remains unresolved, it would hinder our cultivation, thus it must be addressed. Hearing Su Qingxuan's words, I was suddenly startled. I have great karma with the Dao Sovereign. Could it be about the matters concerning the human race? Remembering this, I immediately said in panic, please calm your anger, Dao Sovereign. I had no knowledge of that human race. I had thought it was due to the human race that I had formed great karma with the Dao Sovereign. After all, I had once wanted to establish a human sect, but was not allowed, and was then struck away. Seeing me once again in a state of fear and trepidation, Su Qingxian couldn't help but wonder if I was really that terrifying. The human race is under the protection of this venerable one, and naturally no one is allowed to excessively interfere in human affairs. You were unaware, so you bear no guilt, Su Qingxian explained to me. Hearing Su Qingxian say this, I was also confused. If not for this matter, then what was it about? What are your thoughts on the secret realm law? Hearing Su Qingxian ask me, I replied, the secret realm law created by the Dao Sovereign truly surpasses all in the wilderness, with no predecessors or successors worthy of a perfect gradual system. It's no wonder I evaluate it so. It's just that when I broke through to sainthood, I truly comprehended the remarkable nature of the secret realm. In the same realm, the combat power of the secret realm law absolutely overwhelms that of a saint. Upon hearing my response, Su Qingxian said, you previously established the Golden Core Dao and obtained the merits and fortunes of the Heavenly Dao. However, you may not know that creating a law also requires undergoing heavenly tribulations, but the Golden Core Dao has a limited ceiling, hence, it does not have heavenly tribulations. The secret realm law that I created is the path to enlightenment, its potential boundless, hence, it should have a law creation tribulation. However, because this venerable one possesses great strength, the Heavenly Dao did not impose tribulations, only merits, but this heavenly tribulation still requires someone to transcend it. Since you are the first to attain the status of Great Emperor, the tribulation will fall upon you. Hearing Su Qingxian say this, I finally understood. No wonder the previous heavenly tribulation was a bit absurdly strong. Had it not been for my protective merits from the opening heaven, I truly could not have withstood it. I have schemed against Hongjun, having secretly plotted against him several times, causing him significant losses, But he is after all the primordial being of chaos, now the Dao Ancestor of the Heavenly Dao, not an ordinary individual. Not to mention that Hongjun controls the heavenly treasure, the creation jade disc. With this treasure, he can freely manipulate the power of the Heavenly Dao. If I were to go face the tribulation, it would likely play right into his hands. However, you are entirely different. After all, you are the saint of the Heavenly Dao appointed by him, and you also bear the immeasurable merits from the Pangus opening of heaven and earth, so naturally nothing will happen. It is not that Su Qingxuan fears Hongjun, but simply that my current strength is not yet sufficient to confront the Heavenly Dao Heathen. This karma truly is something you and I need to understand, otherwise it will affect both of us. Su Qingxuan said to me. Considering this, Su Qingxuan then spoke to the system exchange for the Heavenly Dao wheel for me. In the next moment, the Heavenly Dao wheel appeared in the system space. The karma between you and me can only be resolved with a supreme treasure. Just so happens, I have a supreme treasure here that is perfectly suited for you. Su Qingxuan said. In the next moment, a wheel of law appeared in Su Qingxuan's hand, radiating boundless divine light. This is the innate supreme treasure, the Heavenly Dao wheel. Although its quality is not as good as the creation jade disc, in terms of connecting with the Heavenly Dao, it surpasses the creation jade disc. Hearing Su Qingxuan say this, I was completely shocked. I had seen the capabilities of the creation jade disc in the Purple Cloud Palace. Its ability to communicate with the Heavenly Dao left me astonished. Now to hear the Dao Sovereign say that the Heavenly Dao wheel's ability to connect with the Heavenly Dao surpasses even the creation jade disc, it was truly unbelievable. The Heavenly Dao wheel is mysterious and unfathomable. Once fully refined, it can become the spokesperson of the Heavenly Dao. Once exposed, Hongjun will undoubtedly take action against you. This venerable one has already set up restrictions as long as you refine it by placing it in your celestial platforms divine, since you must remember until the very last moment, absolutely do not expose it. Su Qingxuan said to me seriously. Hearing Su Qingxuan's grave warning, I understood the seriousness of the matter. Thus I cautiously accepted the Heavenly Dao wheel and stored it in my celestial platform for slow refinement later. Disciple thanks the Dao Sovereign for the bestowed treasure. I was extremely excited at this moment. This was an innate supreme treasure, and though I already possessed one, who would ever complain about having another? All right, our karma has been clarified. You may leave the mountain now. Su Qingxuan said to me. Thank you for the grace of the Dao Sovereign. I take my leave now. May the Dao Sovereign have boundless longevity. After saying this, I bowed deeply and turned to leave. Watching me depart, Su Qingxuan calmly remarked, Hongjun, I've prepared a final great gift for you. You just wait to receive it. In the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun, with the aid of the primal chaos jade butterfly, finally restored all. Damn that Qingxuan brat, repeatedly thwarting my grand plans. If I do not teach you a lesson this time, do you truly think that I, Hongjun, as the Dao Ancestor, can be trifled with? Aren't you very concerned about that human? It just so happens that the heavenly mechanism reveals that the human race faces a calamity. This is the perfect opportunity to give you a harsh lesson and let you experience the suffering of this poor Daoist. I will also use one of my secret trump cards originally meant for Yang Mei. Since Yang Mei hides deep within the chaos and does not emerge, there is no other choice. Since you are so unruly, I will use you as my target. After recovering from his injuries, Hongjun's strength surpassed that of his previous self. He decided to re-evaluate the existence of Qingxuan, having previously thought himself invulnerable due to his backing by the Dao, only to be humiliated in succession by Su Qingxuan. It seems I must make a trip somewhere. If it weren't for that Qingxuan brat repeatedly ruining my plans, I truly would not want to go. Qingxuan, you really should die. After venting his frustrations about Su Qingxuan in the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun instantly vanished from the spot. In the next moment, he arrived at a mysterious ruin which concealed the deepest secrets of chaos. The ruin was pervaded by a mysterious and decaying aura filled with death energy devoid of any vitality. Even with Hongjun's current strength, he had to quickly summon the primal chaos jade butterfly to protect himself, for the death energy continuously eroded everything. Even saints could not withstand it. This realm was vast and boundless, roughly 1/10 the size of the primordial chaos. There was no distinction between heaven and earth, only endless death energy with ancient runes flickering with faint light in the space. Hongjun cautiously advanced, filled with anticipation and reverence. Struggling through the desolate ruin, Hongjun finally reached his destination after a long time. Before him stood a gigantic door covered in ancient and mysterious runes. He approached the door, attempting to decipher the runes, but felt a powerful resistance preventing him from getting closer. Hongjun's heart stirred, and he decided to exert all his strength to attempt to break through the barrier of this door. He fully activated the primal chaos jade butterfly, which emitted dazzling light resonating with the runes on the door. Just then a deep roar emanated from within the door, as if a great existence had been awakened. Hongjun's heart tightened. He deeply understood what was hidden behind the door, yet there was no turning back, and he had no other choice. Taking a deep breath, Hongjun continued to fully activate the Primal Chaos Jade Disc, and at last the door slowly opened, an overwhelming aura rushing toward him. As Hongjun focused, he saw that behind the door was a mysterious space within which stood a gigantic altar upon which seemed to be a powerful figure obscured from clear view. The altar exuded a dense death energy surrounded by countless runes and exceedingly evil forces. Hongjun cautiously approached the altar only to see more clearly the vague figure upon it. Hiss! The deceased Chaos Demon God. Hongjun exclaimed, realizing that the entity in the center of the altar was a completely dead Chaos Demon God. So it turns out that the God Reversal has been blood sacrificially offering a deceased Chaos Demon God, he continued. Fortunately, the Dao manifested early and assisted the ancestral dragon and others in killing the God Reversal. Otherwise, if he had truly sacrificed the primordial chaos, who knows if he could have awakened this Chaos Demon God. At that time, the entire primordial chaos would have faced calamity. When the God Reversal rampaged through the primordial chaos, Hongjun also awakened around the same time. Unlike the God Reversal, he was terrified by the overwhelming power of Pangu at the time of creation, thus choosing to abandon the roots of chaotic beings and integrate the rules of the primordial chaos into himself, opting to step into the world to cultivate. After the God Reversal was killed by the ancestral dragon and others, Hongjun immediately raided the treasure vault of the God Reversal. From the collection of the God Reversal, he discovered the existence of this ruin and also uncovered the truth that the God Reversal had been blood sacrificially offering, intending to summon a mysterious power to completely overturn the entire primordial chaos. Hongjun originally thought that the God Reversal aimed to summon weapons or spiritual treasures of the deceased Chaos Demon God, but he never expected it to be the deceased Chaos Demon God itself. Hongjun was overjoyed, realizing this was a rare opportunity. If he could master the power of this Chaos Demon God, he would be able to hide in the shadows, causing great trouble for Qingxuan. At that point, he could scheme against the human race without any reservations. However, Hongjun also understood that there must be great dangers hidden within. Taking a deep breath, he decided to calm his emotions and think carefully about the next course of action. Hongjun began to observe the Chaos Demon God closely, trying to find a way to control its power. He noticed that there seemed to be some subtle patterns on the body of the Chaos Demon God, which flickered with a faint light. Cautiously, Hongjun touched these patterns, and suddenly a powerful force erupted from within the Chaos Demon God, sending him staggering back several steps. He steadied himself, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Even when alive, your primordial spirit and true essence were completely slain by Pangu. How could your mere physical body turn the tides? He decided to try again. This time, he concentrated all his energy and activated the Primal Chaos Jade Disc with all his might, attempting to establish a connection with that remnant power using this incomplete chaos treasure. As time passed, Hongjun gradually felt the fluctuations of that power and began to guide it slowly. Just then, a mysterious light suddenly appeared in the ruin, and within it faintly emerged a figure. Hongjun's heart shook. He sensed a powerful aura. There are still residual thoughts. After countless years of death, how can there still be lingering thoughts? It seemed that the strength of this Chaos Demon God in life was absolutely above the Dao, or at the same level. There are actually unwilling thoughts present. This is even better. If I control it from behind the scenes, it would be easy to expose. If I release it into the primordial chaos, these unwilling thoughts would definitely burst forth the true power of the Chaos Demon God to the greatest extent. Just as Hongjun was fully communicating with the deceased Chaos Demon God, the human race of the primordial chaos also stepped into the eyes of all living beings, leading to conflicts and collisions. Initially, the various races of the primordial chaos held a degree of wariness toward the human race. After all, the stakes involved were not limited to a single saint. Under the manipulation of various forces behind the scenes, some races and individuals began to test the human race, only to find that the saints did not hold any grievances, gradually becoming more audacious. Some beings directly captured certain humans for research, eager to see what special qualities this human race, which allowed Nuwa to achieve sainthood, possessed. Among them, the Bloodsea Nether River was undoubtedly the boldest. While others acted secretly, he directly waved his hand, capturing tens of thousands of humans. On this day, in the vast territory of Kunlun Mountain, a purple aura unexpectedly spread for 30,000 miles. Both Yuanshi and Tongtian, who were cultivating in their cave, instantly sensed it. Big Brother has arrived. The two hurriedly went outside to welcome Laozi. Just as Laozi descended upon Kunlun, the heavens and earth resonated, showering countless auspicious signs. The sky was filled with purple energy for 30,000 miles, and a golden pathway directly led to Kunlun. The entire primordial Heavenly Dao responded, raining down countless golden flowers, each one a rare spiritual treasure. Before long, Laozi finally appeared in the eyes of Yuanshi and Tongtian. With each step he took, countless blue lotuses blossomed beneath his feet, and in the blink of an eye he was already before the two. My dear younger brothers, thank you for waiting. I have returned after proving my Dao, which is truly a cause for celebration. Laozi said to Yuanshi and Tongtian. A look of joy appeared on their faces as they stepped forward. Congratulations, big brother, on your successful proof of Dao, Yuanshi said with cupped hands. Tongtian smiled and added, with big brother's accomplishment, our Pango Orthodox sect will surely gain great renown in the primordial world. Laozi smiled and nodded, an extraordinary aura emanating from his eyes. He looked at Yuanshi and Tongtian and said, my dear younger brothers, upon my return after proving my Dao, I have some insights to share with you. Hearing this, Yuanshi and Tongtian quickly listened attentively. Laozi continued, the Dao that can be spoken of is not the eternal Dao. We practitioners must take the Dao as our foundation and pursue the supreme path of the Dao. He paused for a moment and added, however, the subtleties of the Dao cannot be fully expressed in words. Only through one's own cultivation and insights can one grasp its true essence. Yuanshi and Tongtian listened intently, their understanding of the Dao deepening further. At that moment, a swirl of purple energy suddenly appeared in Laozi's hand, containing boundless mysteries. He handed the purple energy to Yuanshi and Tongtian, saying, this is a fragment of the Dao rhythm I comprehended during my proof of the Emperor and the Saints. Take it and contemplate it well. Once you two have fully comprehended it, come back to me. Yuanshi and Tongtian were filled with gratitude as they accepted the purple energy and began their closed-door cultivation. As they cultivated, the spiritual energy in Kunlun Mountain grew denser, and countless wondrous phenomena appeared. Meanwhile, Laozi quietly stood aside, watching them cultivate with a satisfied smile. In the western Shumi Mountain, Zhuan and Jia, after witnessing Laozi's attainment of the Dao, remained silent for a long time. Establishing a teaching, Zhuan slowly said, perhaps our paths to proving the Dao lie in establishing a teaching. Jia replied, not just that, if we establish a teaching we could attain sainthood right now. However, after Laozi's incident, it shows that both the Emperor and Saint could attain the Dao. Jia responded to Zhuan, junior brother, you know that in Daowen Mountain the Dao sovereign bestowed upon me the forbidden secret technique of the Yuan sect, the secret of the word before. Ever since returning from the EC, I have been pondering this divine technique, and the more I ponder, the more I find it unfathomably profound. Through the secret of the word before, I have faintly sensed some matters, but the more I know, the more powerless I feel. Zhuan frowned and asked, senior brother, what is it that makes you feel powerless? Jia sighed and said, the power contained within the secret of the word before is indeed immensely strong, but it also reveals to me the endless difficulties on the path of cultivation. The road to sainthood is likely to be more treacherous than we imagined, and this primordial purple energy likely harbors great dangers. Zhuan fell silent for a moment and said, senior brother, the primordial purple energy is granted by the Dao Ancestor. What problems could arise? I don't know why, but every time I contemplate the secret of the word before, the primordial purple energy in the depths of my divine spirit always gives me a sense of discomfort. Jia said anxiously, if that's the case, what should we do? Junior brother, do not be anxious. I see that Laozi, after achieving the status of emperor, has also attained sainthood. He must have found a solution. We should take this opportunity to congratulate Laozi on his attainment of the Dao and inquire about it. But senior brother, will Laozi tell us these kinds of secrets? He certainly will. The first of the three pure ones transformed from Pangus primordial spirit is no ordinary person. After all, he was the first to reach the pinnacle back then. Moreover, he knows that the primordial purple energy has issues, but being weak on his own, he will definitely seek assistance. The more help, the better. Since that's the case, let's go congratulate Laozi. Upon mentioning this, Zhuan's expression darkened slightly. The West was already poor, and this time it would likely cost them dearly. Jane nodded and said, junior brother makes a valid point. However, the matter of establishing a teaching must be carefully considered. Kunlun Mountain. After Yuanshi and Tongtian comprehended the teachings, both gained significant insights, for the purple energy contained all the spiritual insights Laozi had attained from proving the emperor and attaining sainthood. It was truly extraordinarily precious. Yuanshi and Tongtian exchanged a smile, their hearts filled with joy and gratitude. Yuanshi sighed, big brother's gift this time will surely greatly aid our path of cultivation. Tongtian also nodded in agreement. The insights from this purple energy are invaluable. We must prove the Dao as soon as possible to not disappoint big brother's efforts. Very well. Since that's the case, let's go find Big Brother and see what he wants with us. Before long, the two had already appeared before Laozi's cave. Without waiting for them to speak, Laozi already knew they had arrived. My dear younger brothers, come in. Upon hearing Laozi's words, the two entered the cave one after the other. As soon as they sat down, the straightforward Tong Tian spoke up and asked, I wonder what guidance Big Brother has for us. Looking at Yuanshi and Tongshan's curious expressions, Laozi said no more. He directly brought out the Taiji diagram and activated the power of the sixfold primordial heavens, directly concealing the heavenly secrets of this place. My dear younger brothers, are you curious why the Dao Sovereign would stop me from establishing a teaching? Seeing this action, the two understood that this matter was of great importance and put away their previous nonchalance, each becoming serious. The reason the Dao Sovereign stopped me from establishing a teaching is that the human race has too great a karma and is protected by the Dao Sovereign. Secondly, it is because of the primordial purple energy, Laozi slowly explained. Big Brother, the primordial purple energy is the foundation for proving the Dao granted by the Dao Ancestor. Could there be any problems, Oi? Yuanshi asked anxiously. Let me ask you too, since obtaining the primordial purple energy many years have passed, have you had even a trace of insight? Yuanshi and Tong Tian exchanged glances and replied in unison, never. Then that's it. This primordial purple energy has major problems. It has been tampered with. If we use the primordial purple energy to prove the Dao, we will surely face annihilation in the future. Upon hearing Laozi's words, the two hurriedly jumped down from the cloud platform and anxiously asked Laozi, Big Brother, have you sensed something? According to what the Dao Sovereign said, the complete primordial purple energy is naturally fine, but the primordial purple energy in our divine spirits has indeed been tampered with. There are indeed major issues. Why would the master do such a thing? At that moment, the two turned pale, unable to believe that the master they had always respected would actually scheme against them. The reason is that Hongjun is a being born from chaos. What? Upon hearing this, the two suddenly understood why Hongjun would act this way. So his goal is the entire primordial world. Since Big Brother knows there's a problem with the primordial purple energy, why still pursue sainthood? There's no choice. We've already been targeted by Hongjun. If we don't become saints, we will die. Moreover, Hongjun has already reached the late stage of the primordial unity, far beyond what we can contend with even with proving the Dao. We can only wait for the right moment. Upon hearing Laozi's words, the two also calmed down. Indeed, how could they resist Hongjun now? There's no need for my two dear brothers to worry too much. The Dao Sovereign has already provided me with a solution. In the next moment, Laozi's hands emitted two divine lights, and he continued, This is the primordial chi granted by the Dao Sovereign, which can break the primordial purple energy. This is the primordial chi capable of breaking the Hongmeng purple chi. Upon hearing Laozi's words, Yuanshi and Tong Tian were left speechless in shock. After a moment, Yuanshi regained his senses and incredulously asked, Elder brother, can this primordial chi truly break the Hongmeng purple chi? Laozi smiled gently and replied, The primordial chi is the first breath born when the heavens and earth were opened, containing endless mysteries and power. Its ability to break the Hongmeng purple chi is precisely its uniqueness. As for its origin, it was granted by the Dao Ancestor. Elder brother, why did the Dao Ancestor grant us the primordial chi? Tong Tian, still in ecstasy, asked in confusion. The Dao Ancestor contested for the fate of the primordial era against Hongjun. Naturally, he would not wish to see the primordial era ultimately destroyed. Laozi explained slowly, Moreover, with our current strength, we cannot participate in this. We can only gradually accumulate power, so that one day, when we are strong enough, we can also be the ones in control. Elder brother is right. What is most important for us now is to slowly accumulate strength. Hearing Tong Tian's words, Laozi stroked his beard and smiled, saying, What you say is very true, my virtuous brothers. Let us unite and cultivate diligently, so as not to disgrace our identity as the rightful descendants of Pangu. These two strands of primordial chi, you both can take them, but remember, do not reveal them until the very end, lest they be discovered by Hongjun. In the Pangu Hall, Elder brother, I have unexpectedly succeeded and attained the realms of the Emperor and the Saint, and have now returned to Kunlun Mountain. Should we send someone to congratulate him? The master of the law of time, Zhu Jiuyin, asked Di Jiang, who was lost in thought. Then let Ho Yi and Xing Tian bring some gifts and go. We did not go last time to Nuwa, and we shall not go this time either. Moreover, as descendants of Pangu, going would be equivalent to admitting inferiority to the likes of the three purities. Upon hearing Di Jiang's words, Zhu Jiuyin said no more, turning to leave the hall to arrange for Ho Yi and others to go to Kunlun Mountain to congratulate. After Zhu Jiuyin left, Di Jiang looked at the statue of Pangu in the Pangu Hall and murmured, Father God, the era of the Heavenly Dao Saints is about to arrive. Can our Wu clan truly unify the primordial era? In the Heavenly Court, at the Sun Palace, Dijun, sitting on the imperial throne, was also lost in thought, like Di Jiang remaining silent for a long time. Seeing this scene, the 10 great demon saints in the hall stood quietly on both sides. No one dared to interrupt Dijun at this moment. Finally, Dong Huang could no longer bear it, stepped forward and asked, "Elder brother, why worry? Laozi has attained the realm of the Emperor, and his imperial aura is no less than that of the saints. As long as you and I achieve the realm of the Emperor, we can rule over the world and unify the primordial era." Dijun shook his head slightly and sighed. "Second brother, things are not that simple. Laozi has attained the realms of the Emperor, and the saint, his strength is unfathomable. Currently, 2 of the 6 saints of the Heavenly Dao have already become saints, and the remaining 4 are likely to follow soon. If we want to rule the world and unify the primordial era, it will not be an easy task." Dong Huang frowned and said, "Then does elder brother have a countermeasure?" Dijun pondered for a moment and said, "For now, we must hasten our cultivation and enhance our strength, hoping that you and I can achieve the realm of the Emperor as soon as possible. At the same time, we also need to unify the primordial era as soon as possible so that we can gather the luck and power of the entire demon clan." The 10 great demon saints nodded in agreement. At this moment, Baizé stood up and said, "Your Majesty, currently in the primordial era besides us and the Wu clan, there are still many innate races and countless loose cultivators. If we can gather these people for our use, it will greatly enhance the strength of the Heavenly Court." Dijun's eyes flashed with a hint of appreciation as he said, "Baizé's words are very good. This matter will be entrusted to you to prepare." After giving instructions to Baizé, he turned to Tai Yi and said, "Now that Laozi has attained the Dao, you and I should go to congratulate him and conveniently discuss the secret realm laws, which may help us in attaining the realm of the Emperor." "All right, since elder brother has said so, let us set off at once." On Kunlun Mountain, while Yuan Shi and Tong Tian were in closed-door meditation to comprehend the primordial qi, suddenly Laozi's voice rang out, "My virtuous brother's guests are arriving. Let us 3 go to Qilin Cliff to wait." Just as the 3 purities settled at Qilin Cliff, the first batch of guests had already arrived. It turned out that Zhuan Ti and Jie Yin had arrived at Kunlun ahead of time. Dao brother has achieved the realms of the Emperor and the Saint, which is indeed a blessing for the primordial era. We have come this time to congratulate Dao brother and also to discuss the matter of attaining the realm of the Emperor with Dao brother. Jie Yin bowed to Laozi and said, "Now that Laozi has become a saint, he naturally deserves this bow." And he replied to the 2, "You 2 are too polite, please take a seat." While the 2 were conversing, 2 divine rainbows suddenly flew in from the horizon. It was Dijun and Tai Yi. After they approached and bowed to the saint, they began to converse with everyone present. Afterward, many who had been listening to the teachings in the Zixiao Palace came to congratulate, including Zhun Yuan, Ziming, He Pan Wang, and others who all came to pay their respects to the saint. Looking at the crowd, Laozi nodded and said, "My attainment of the Emperor and Saint is also due to chance. As for the matter of attaining the Dao, it depends on one's own comprehension. However, I can share some insights. Today I will give a lecture to all my fellow Taoists." Upon hearing that Laozi was going to lecture, everyone showed excitement. Laozi sat cross-legged in the void, exuding strands of purple qi, and began to lecture. His voice resonated like a great bell, echoing throughout Kunlun Mountain. Everyone was immersed in Laozi's lecture, entranced, comprehending the mysteries of the Dao. Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti closed their eyes, their faces revealing thoughtful expressions. Ming He and Zhun Yuan Zi occasionally frowned and smiled, seemingly grasping something. Pan Wang was completely focused, afraid to miss any detail. Dijun and Tai Yi were also listening attentively, hoping to find the key to attaining the realm of the Emperor from Laozi's lecture. Seconds turned into minutes. Laozi's lecture lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. When Laozi stopped lecturing, everyone felt greatly enriched. Zhen Yuanzi stood up and bowed to Laozi, saying, "Thank you, Saint, for the lecture. We have gained immensely." Ming He and Pan Wang also bowed in gratitude. Dijun and Tai Yi said, "The way of the Saint is unfathomable. We still need to comprehend it further." Laozi smiled and nodded, saying, "The Dao is endless, and you must all continue to strive." After everyone bowed again to Laozi, they each took their leave. Dijun and Tai Yi also returned to the Heavenly Court. They decided to integrate the teachings of Laozi into their cultivation, striving for early attainment of the realm of the Emperor. Zhen Yuan, Zi Ming He, and Pan Wang also returned to their respective places to continue their cultivation. After everyone left, only the 3 purities and Zhuan Ti and Jie Yin remained at Qilin Cliff. Before Jie Yin could speak, Laozi looked at him and said, "What you are worried about in your heart can be resolved by going to the East Sea. The answer will be there." Upon hearing this, Jie Yin understood, and his heart bowed to Laozi and left with Zhuan Ti. "Elder brother, why did you point out these 2? Tong Tian, who usually disdained these 2, could not help but ask upon seeing Laozi guide them. Jiayin has comprehended the secret of the character Qian, and during the lecture, just now, he must have already sensed it and comprehended it to a profound degree. I believe he has sensed things that I could only sense before attaining the Dao. If we want to resist any of them, allies are naturally better in greater numbers. Besides, Jiayin is no ordinary person. The Dao Ancestor will surely not sit idly by. Rather than that, it is better to do a favor and build a good relationship. As Laozi finished his teachings on Mount Kunlun, all the innate deities who came to congratulate him on his enlightenment departed from the mountain. Looking at the now tranquil Qilin cliff, Laozi's gaze slowly turned towards Yuan Shi and Tong Tian. My dear brothers, after achieving sanctity, I received a divine hint that I must open my own Dao ground in the chaos. Once this matter is settled, you both should follow me to closely observe the scene of my creation. It will be of some help to your own path of enlightenment. Elder brother, does this mean that after achieving sanctity, we cannot remain in the primordial chaos? Not at all, that has not been said, but to open a Dao ground in the chaos, we must go there. I just fear that this Dao ground will turn out to be a cage that imprisons us in the future. Tong Tian suddenly said to the two, "Do not speak such words, do not speak such words. Too much talk leads to loss. Let us depart." After saying this, Laozi was the first to walk towards the chaos, and Yuan Shi and Tong Tian exchanged glances before following him. The three of them advanced deeper into the chaos. Laozi walked with steady steps, emanating a powerful aura. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian closely followed behind, feeling both excited and nervous. They knew that this was a rare opportunity to observe, and perhaps they could glean the key to enlightenment from it. Finally, they arrived in an expanse of void within the chaos. Laozi stopped, turned to Yuan Shi and Tong Tian, and said, "I will open my Dao ground here. You both must watch carefully." After speaking, Laozi formed hand seals and began chanting. A powerful force surged from him, causing the entire chaos to tremble. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian widened their eyes, afraid to miss any detail. Above Laozi's head, a massive vortex appeared. The vortex contained endless energy, as if it would devour everything. Laozi shouted loudly, urging his power, and the vortex grew larger and larger. Suddenly, a beam of light shot out from the vortex, illuminating the entire chaos. Within the light, a magnificent world gradually emerged. This world was shrouded in mist, rich in spiritual energy, resembling a fairyland. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian were rendered speechless by the breathtaking scene before them. Laozi looked at the Dao ground. He had opened, a satisfied smile appearing on his face as he said, "Since it is so, let us call it Taiching Heaven." He addressed Yuan Shi and Tong Tian, saying, "This opening of the Dao ground is my opportunity. You may gain some insights from it which will surely aid you in your future enlightenment." "Thank you, elder brother, for your teachings," Yuan Shi and Tong Tian replied respectfully. However, the worries in their hearts had not dissipated. They silently pondered, will this Dao ground really become a cage that imprisons us in the future? Meanwhile, Jane and Juni were already on their way to Mount Winda in the East Sea. "Senior brother, it seems your suspicions were not unfounded. This purple energy truly has major issues." As they walked, Junti spoke to Jane, saying, "I initially thought that Laozi, as the incarnation of Pangus, primordial spirit, would surely have a solution within the innate lineage, but unexpectedly, it was the Dao Master who intervened. It seems that after Laozi was struck away by the Dao Master, he must have met him, otherwise how could he have set aside his worries and directly achieved sanctity?" Jean sighed in frustration. "We should have anticipated this. In the entire primordial chaos, only the Dao Master could wrestle with Hongjun. Unfortunately, we were too hasty and have thus fallen short, leaving us indebted to Laozi for a significant karma." Seeing Jiayan's increasingly troubled expression, Junti timely interjected, "Senior brother, at this point further regret is futile. Our immediate priority is to ascertain the issue with this purple energy and the Dao Master's intentions. Perhaps traveling to Mount Winda will yield some clues." Continuing on their journey to Mount Winda, they proceeded. On Mount Winda, a sage's divine sense can span across the heavens. All matters of the world appear as clear as the patterns on one's palm, let alone someone like Su Qingxuan. When Laozi mentioned to Jane about going to the East Sea, Su Qingxuan had already sensed it, and at the same time concealed the heavenly secrets from Jane and Juni. Jane truly is a person of great fortune. He deserves to be the one who created a path indeed remarkable. Yet more than this, I am even more curious about the secrets you are hiding. Watching Jane and Junti approach the direction of Mount Winda, Su Qingxuan paused his calculations. Though the heavenly secrets were somewhat vague, with his strength, he could still deduce a thing or two. It seems that the depths of the primordial chaos are indeed profound. Bai Lian, go down the mountain to welcome Jane and Junti to the Dao Palace for an audience. Understood. The primordial chaos is vast. The distance from Mount Kunlun to Mount Winda is but a fleeting moment for those who have achieved enlightenment, yet for others, even those with great powers need to spend some time to arrive. After a long journey, Jane and Juni finally reached the vicinity of Mount Wenda. Looking at Mount Wenda before them, the two felt as complex emotions as Laozi did back, then recalling the scenes of their ascent of Mount Wenda. As Jane and Junti were lost in their thoughts, a light and graceful figure suddenly appeared before them, landing in front of them. Two Dao brothers, the Dao Master has issued an order for you two to proceed to the Dao Palace for an audience. The visitor was none other than Bai Lian. Upon seeing Bai Lian, Jane and Juni were even more shocked than when they first saw Laozi. Their eyes were firmly fixed on Bai Lian, as if they wished to see through him. The ultimate innate spiritual root, the pure world, Bai Lian. In the world of primordial chaos, there are 10 top innate spiritual roots: Huang, Zhongli, Hulu, Vine, Ginseng, Fruit Pan, Peach, Immortal Apricot, Fusong, Laurel, Banana, Bodhi, and Bitter Bamboo. All along, Junti and Jane believed that in this vast primordial chaos, only the two of them could take shape, and they shared a mutual admiration. They never expected to encounter another here, and not one of the 10 spiritual roots. They had thought that the pure world Bai Lian did not exist in the primordial chaos, having been destroyed at the beginning of creation and thus not counted. Otherwise, there would now be 11 innate spiritual roots. Unexpectedly meeting one today truly astonished them both. After the shock, they followed Bai Lian up Mount Wenda simply because this was the Dao Master's territory. Otherwise, if they were elsewhere, they would have certainly taken Bai Lian back, as his potential was simply too great. On the mountain, a magnificent Dao Palace was faintly visible. Entering the Dao Palace, Su Qingxuan was seated above, smiling as he looked at them. "We pay our respects to the Dao Master." Jane and Junti respectfully bowed. Su Qingxuan nodded slightly and said, "No need for excessive formalities. Oh, please take a seat." Once the two were seated, Su Qingxuan got straight to the point and said, "I assume you have many questions in your hearts." He continued, "The matter of the purple energy is not as simple as you think. It involves far-reaching implications concerning the future of the primordial chaos." Then Su Qingxuan recounted the words he had initially spoken to Laozi, to Jane and Junti. After listening, the two were also shocked to the core. In the Qingxuan Dao Palace, after hearing Su Qingxuan's narration, Jane and Junti were left in shock, unable to speak for a long time, their souls trembling, their faces gradually turning from pale to blue and then to black. Jane had anticipated the worst outcome, that using the problematic Hongmeng purple chi to attain sainthood would inevitably lead to being restricted by the Heavenly Dao, becoming nothing more than a puppet. However, he never expected Hongjun's scheme to be so vicious, using himself as a pawn to destroy the entire primordial world. Junti was the first to regain his senses, his voice trembling slightly. "Senior brother, what shall we do about this? Hongjun harbors such ambition. Oh, we must find a way to stop him." Jane took a deep breath, striving to calm himself. "Let's not panic. Since Daozuan is aware of Hongjun's plan, he must have a solution." The two exchanged glances, seeing the determination in each other's eyes. The next moment, they both bowed to Su Qingxuan and said, "Daozuan, with your vast powers, please save us." Looking at the panicked Junti and Jane, Su Qingxuan spoke slowly. "Although the Hongmeng purple chi has been tampered with, it is still the foundation of enlightenment. You two are destined to become saints. This cannot be avoided. Otherwise, not only will Hongjun not spare you, but even the Heavenly Dao will descend tribulations upon you." Hearing this from Su Qingxuan, Junti grew somewhat flustered while Jane remained calm and quickly bowed, asking, "May I ask Daozuan if you already have a solution?" Upon hearing Jian's words, Su Qingxuan looked at him and nodded in satisfaction. Indeed. With a wave of his hand, 2 beams of divine light appeared before the two. This is the primordial chi capable of countering the Hongmeng purple chi. Upon hearing Su Qingxuan say it could counter the Hongmeng purple chi, Junti and Jian's eyes lit up with joy. They hurriedly stepped forward to carefully catch the 2 beams of primordial chi. Jane gratefully said, "Thank you, Daozuan, for this great gift. We shall never forget this kindness." Su Qingxuan smiled slightly and said, "No need to thank me. This is also your opportunity. However, you must be careful when using the primordial chi." Junti quickly asked, "Please guide us, Daozuan. How should we use this primordial chi?" Su Qingxuan pondered for a moment and said, "The primordial chi contains boundless mysteries, its greatest function being to dissolve the Hongmeng purple chi from your primordial spirits. However, it would be best if you two refrain from doing this for now. If Hongjun discovers it, you will have nowhere to bury your bodies. First attain sainthood. When the real crisis arises, that will be the best time to use it." Upon hearing Su Qingxuan's words, the two felt a sense of relief and lost their previous panic. "All right, your purpose in coming here has been fulfilled. However, there is one matter I am quite curious about and would like to..." Su Qingxuan's words left the two somewhat dazed. It was surprising that there were things even Daozuan wished to inquire about from them. Little did they know what Su Qingxian would say next would pierce through the deepest secrets of their hearts. If I am not mistaken, you two must have obtained the legacy of Luoho, right? Upon hearing this, Zhuanti and Jiayan's faces changed drastically. They never expected Su Qingxian to know they had obtained Luoho's legacy. Since the two of them had received Luoho's legacy, even Hongjun had not noticed it. They were astonished that Su Qingxian had seen through it. Daozuan, this matter is of great importance, and we hope you will keep it confidential, Jane hastily said. Su Qingxian smiled slightly and replied, you need not be so nervous. I do not intend to harm you. Luoho's legacy is extraordinary, and since you have obtained it, it is fate. Zhuanti looked at Su Qingxian and asked, why do you say that, Daozuan? Are you not worried that we might misuse Luoho's legacy and cause chaos in the primordial world? Su Qingxian replied lightly, it is merely the legacy of a chaotic demon god. While he was alive, he could not stir up great waves. How could a single technique go against the heavens? Hearing Su Qingxuan's words, the two also relaxed their guard and worries. Seeing this, Jane bowed and said, reporting to Daozuan, we indeed have obtained Luoho's legacy. At the beginning of the world, my junior brother and I fell upon Shumi Mountain. One day, suddenly someone broke through the innate formation guarding us and took away my companion treasure, the god-slaying spear. He originally intended to refine us, but upon seeing that we had gained spiritual intelligence, he did not proceed. Later, he would occasionally come to teach us until one day he left his legacy with us and never returned. It was only later that we learned his name was Luoho. Upon hearing Jane recount the origins, Su Qingxian also understood. No wonder when he first met Jane and Zhuanti, he sensed a hint of the aura of destructive laws, initially thinking it was the Tao of annihilation. Today, he finally understood completely. You say the god-slaying spear is your companion treasure? Su Qingxian asked curiously. Indeed, Daozuan. I am transformed from the lotus heart of the primal chaos green lotus, and that god-slaying spear is formed from the stem of the primal chaos green lotus. When the primordial world opened, the primal chaos green lotus was completely shattered under the attacks of the 3,000 demon gods, but I fell together with that stem into Shumi Mountain. I see. Su Qingxian now understood that Jane and Zhuanti were born with the great fortune of the Western world and had received the fates of Luoho and Hongjun, which is why they had their positions as heavenly saints. Su Qingxian looked at Zhuanti and Jane and said Luoho's previous incarnation was a chaotic demon god who grasped the laws of destruction. He did not die when the world was opened, and like Hongjun, he shed the body of a chaotic demon god, transitioning to cultivate the laws of the primordial world, achieving the status of the demon ancestor. His legacy is naturally remarkable. However, it undoubtedly also contains endless dangers. You must be careful and prudent while cultivating in the future. Do not seek quick success. Jane nodded and said, what Daozuan said is very true. We will treat it with caution. Su Qingxian remained silent for a moment, and then continued, Luoho is a person of great malice. His legacy is both an opportunity and a potential disaster. If Hongjun and the Heavenly Dao find out, you two will undoubtedly die. You must remember that the path of cultivation lies in the heart. Do not be blinded by power and forget your original intention. Zhuanti and Jane replied in unison, we will remember Daozuan's teachings. Su Qingxian nodded slightly and said, since that is the case, this matter is settled. You two may descend the mountain. I hope you both attain enlightenment soon. Upon hearing Su Qingxuan's words, the two bowed deeply and then left the Qingxian Dao Palace. Watching the two depart, Su Qingxian murmured, there is a saying in later generations, with a single thought one becomes a Buddha, with a single thought one becomes a demon. The distinction between Buddha and demon lies in a single thought. It turns out this is where it originates. From demons arise Buddhas. In the chaos ruins, on a dark and ominous altar, a deceased chaos demon god stood upright, covered in mysterious runes, emanating thick and foreboding death aura that continuously surged from its body, its might growing stronger. He exclaimed. It is not in vain that I have spent years refining it. Today marks the moment of great success. It was Hongjun standing before the demon god, continuously refining its body with the chaos jade butterfly, and success was indeed imminent. Hongjun was fortunate to have obtained the chaos treasure, the chaos jade butterfly, which allowed him to ceaselessly refine and infuse chaos chi into the demon god's body. Otherwise, even though he once was a being of chaos, he would have had no means to confront a deceased chaos demon god, only able to retreat in fear, let alone refine it. Looking at the soon-to be successful chaos demon god, Hongjun revealed a proud smile. However, he failed to notice the flicker of vitality gradually appearing in the eyes of the demon god. Just as success was within reach, the chaos demon god suddenly let out a low growl. Hongjun was startled and hastened the refining process. But it was already too late. The power of the chaos demon god had far exceeded his control. With a wave of its mighty hand, boundless laws surged forth, and a tremendous force instantly sent Hongjun flying. Hongjun spat out a mouthful of blood, inwardly lamenting. He had thought he could fully control the Chaos Demon God, yet he had underestimated its strength. The Chaos Demon God coldly regarded Hongjun, but made no further moves, merely standing there after a long while Hongjun dared to approach and investigate. Through the probe of the Chaos Jade Butterfly, he realized that the immense influx of Chaos Chi had triggered the residual battle instincts within the demon god's body, which was why it had struck him down. Now this residual instinctual power had been exhausted, which was why it had not attacked Hongjun again. Trembling with fear, Hongjun finally set his mind at ease after several rounds of probing. It's actually good that the original power has been consumed, though it makes it easier to control. Once I throw it into the primordial chaos, it will surely activate its obsession, and at that time it will briefly regain its former strength enough to deliver a heavy blow to that Qingxuan brat. Not long after Hongjun finally succeeded in controlling the Chaos Demon God. Looking at the powerful being before him, his heart was filled with confidence. Qingxuan brat, just wait. This time I will make you pay the price. Hongjun gritted his teeth and said. Afterward, Hongjun swiftly departed from the Chaos Ruins with the body of the Chaos Demon God. He did not wish to linger there for even a moment. Despite his nearing the Dao's strength, he still felt an unsettling aura. Just as Hongjun left the Chaos Ruins, the ominous aura that had dissipated with the departure of the Chaos Demon God suddenly reappeared, and a single ominous and dark crimson eye appeared above the altar. Zhixiao Palace. After leaving the Chaos Ruins, Hongjun returned to Zhixiao Palace in an instant. After securing the body of the Chaos Demon God, he hurriedly communicated with the Dao to probe the entire primordial chaos, especially the Eastern Sea region, to see if any changes had occurred during his absence. This Hongjun is truly insane, always spying on me for no reason. Su Qingxian also sensed Hongjun's scrutiny. Seeing that nothing significant had happened in the primordial chaos since his departure, and while Su Qingxian practiced in the Taoist temple, Hongjun finally felt relieved. If he had known that Qingxuan had laid the biggest trap for him during his absence, would he still be so optimistic? I have already attained sainthood. It seems I need to promptly assist the other four in achieving sainthood as well, so that my grasp on the Tao can advance further. Eastern Sea, Liubo Mountain. Deep within a great mountain near the edge of the Eastern Sea, the six-eared macaque was in a dire state, covered in wounds. Despite being protected by a powerful divine chart above its head, its aura was utterly depleted. That was close. If it weren't for the god monster Taiji diagram bestowed upon me by my master, I would have truly perished here. But I lost the Hunyuan Pandragoon staff my master gave me. How will I explain this to him later? Forget it, I should go back once. But this time I will surely be reprimanded by my master. After saying this, the six-eared macaque glanced at the cave beneath and casually cast a spell to seal the place before hurriedly flying towards the Eastern Sea. Wandao Mountain. Su Qingxian was instructing Lao Huang and by Lien Tanjur in their cultivation when he suddenly sensed the presence of the six-eared macaque. Why has this monkey returned, and in such a state? Upon thinking this, he stopped instructing Lao Huang and by Lien Tanjur and looked towards the direction of the six-eared macaque. Lao Huang and Bai Lian also noticed Su Qingxuan's movement and paused their cultivation. Bai Lian Tanjur, go down the mountain and bring your senior brother here, Su Qingxian said calmly. Senior brother? Bai Lian replied, puzzled. Yes, the mischievous monkey. Just go and bring him to see me. Understood. After receiving her orders, Bai Lian Tanjur swiftly hurried down the mountain. Not long after, she returned with a battered monkey beside Su Qingxian. As soon as the six-eared macaque saw Su Qingxuan, it immediately knelt down to pay its respects. Su Qingxian frowned slightly and asked Six-eared, what happened to you? How did you end up like this? This is the damage inflicted by the power of the laws. No wonder you cannot heal your injuries with your current strength using the secret technique. The six-eared macaque whimpered, saying, Master, I encountered a perilous place outside with immense dangers. I even lost the Hunyuan Pandragoon staff you bestowed upon me. I barely escaped thanks to the protection of the god monster, Taiji diagram. Su Qingxuan's heart sank. He knew the six-eared macaque was naturally clever, and after years of diligent cultivation since receiving the Dao, it had nearly reached the quasi-emperor realm, making it no weakling in the primordial chaos. To be injured so badly, that place must be extraordinary. He looked at the wounds on the six-eared macaque and decided to heal it first. Su Qingxian activated the forbidden secret technique of the Yuan men. The Zizi secret, a radiant light, enveloping the body of the six-eared macaque, visibly healing its wounds at an astonishing pace. The six-eared macaque gazed at Su Qingxian with gratitude, saying, Thank you, master. I worried you. Su Qingxian patted its head and said, No need to thank me. What exactly did you encounter to get hurt like this? The six-eared macaque thought for a moment and replied, I don't know what was there. Ever since I broke through, I started wandering the primordial chaos. After passing by Liubo Mountain in the Eastern Sea, I suddenly sensed a certain aura, which made me become incredibly violent. I went to investigate, and as a result, I was directly injured by the boundless assault power inside. Su Qingxuan fell into deep thought, sensing that this matter was rather unusual. He glanced at the six-eared macaque and said, "In that case, you should follow me for a trip to see what exactly it is." Although the Lubishan Mountain is a bit distant from the Windao Mountain, it would still take some time for Lu Er to make a round trip with his strength, but for a saint it could be reached in a thought. "Master, there's a cave just below this mountain, but I sealed it before I left." Lu Er hopped and skipped as he led Su Qingxuan towards the place he had escaped from. As they walked, Su Qingxuan discovered that Lubishan was quite extraordinary. It not only had abundant spiritual energy, but also many precious spiritual herbs and materials, with peach trees growing all over which were a rare spiritual root. Most importantly, there was actually a primal ancestral vein here, which was truly rare. One should know that apart from the Buzhou Mountain, only other innate blessed lands had such veins, and he never expected to find one here. While Su Qingxuan was constantly observing Lubishan, Lu Er suddenly pointed to an inconspicuous cave ahead and said, "Master, it's right here." Su Qingxuan examined the cave and noticed a strange aura surrounding it. It seems to be a kind of law aura, and it's the kind that has reached the pinnacle of cultivation. Su Qingxuan murmured. He cautiously stepped into the cave only to find the dim light within and chaotic streams of energy surging out continuously. "Master, this is just the entrance, but once you go down, that's where the real danger lies," Lu Er exclaimed. Su Qingxuan used his divine powers to illuminate the entire cave, instantly dispelling the previously eerie atmosphere. Before him appeared a deep chasm, bottomless, from which powerful currents of energy emanated. "Let's go down and see what could have harmed you like this." With that, he transformed into a divine rainbow and headed toward the depths, with Lu Er closely following. Before long, the two had reached the bottom layer. Looking at the familiar surroundings, Lu Er hurriedly said to Su Qingxuan, "Master, it's right here." Su Qingxuan surveyed his surroundings. Chaotic and violent spiritual energy permeated the area, clearly a very special place. He walked forward and saw an ancient formation appear before him. The formation emanated a powerful aura that made one's heart tremble. Lu Er leaned closer and whispered, "Master, last time I accidentally stumbled into this formation, it unleashed an invincible force that injured me, and I also left my Hongjun Panlong staff here." Su Qingxuan frowned slightly, realizing this formation was not simple, and the presence inside made him feel an extremely powerful aura. "You monkey head blindly chasing after power, it's clear you haven't diligently studied the forbidden secret techniques of the Wuyuan sect I passed on to you. Otherwise, with just the Xingzi technique, you could have escaped, and how could you have been harmed by a formation like this?" Hearing Su Qingxuan's reprimand, Lu Er felt ashamed and hurriedly said, "Disciple knows I was wrong. Please forgive me, master." Looking at the trembling Lu Er, Su Qingxuan's lips turned up slightly as he said, "All right, I will break the formation, and you follow closely behind me." Lu Er nodded, feeling a wave of relief. Otherwise, he truly feared Su Qingxuan would scold him. Su Qingxuan cast a spell, unleashing a powerful force against the formation's weak point. The formation trembled violently, and a hole suddenly appeared in the void. The formation was successfully breached, revealing a mysterious space before them. With a wave of his sleeve, Su Qingxuan took Lu Er and flew towards the gap in the formation. As soon as they entered, Su Qingxuan and Lu Er were attacked, but these attacks vanished the moment they reached Su Qingxuan, for his strength was apparent. As a perfected saint, he naturally was untouched by all methods. However, Lu Er was in trouble. Upon entering, he became frenzied, his previously clear divine sense suddenly muddled. Seeing Lu Er's condition, Su Qingxuan extended a finger, channeling his power into Lu Er's body, restoring him back to his original self. "Master, it was like this. After I accidentally stumbled, and last time I also became like this. If it weren't for the Taiji divine demon diagram I fear, I would have met disaster. It seems that some force here resonates with your bloodline." Su Qingxuan said lightly. Looking at the chaotic energy raging throughout the space, he understood where the attacking force Lu Er had mentioned came from. Not only is there chaotic energy raging, but also an invincible law force. No wonder it could injure Lu Er like that. The law of battle. "Let's go, I believe I already know what is here." Su Qingxuan continued deeper into this mysterious space with Lu Er. All along the way, Lu Er could still feel the force resonating with his bloodline, but with the power Su Qingxuan had previously cast protecting him, he felt a bit more at ease. After walking for a while, they spotted the Hongjun Panlong staff that Lu Er had left here. Su Qingxuan casually summoned it and handed it to Lu Er. Finally, they arrived at the depths of the space. There they saw an ancient stone platform on which lay two items radiating mysterious light. Upon getting closer, they could clearly see the items on the platform: a drop of blood and a half-broken staff. Although they looked ordinary, there was a powerful force and extreme law power emanating from them continuously. The closer they got, the worse Lu Er felt, as if his bloodline was about to explode. Seeing Lu Er's condition, Su Qingxuan activated the Taiji Divine Demon diagram from a distance to protect him. "You stay here, I will go check what it is." With that, Su Qingxuan slowly approached. Suddenly, the drop of blood on the platform erupted with powerful energy, and the force of the law of battle surged forth as if it aimed to completely annihilate Su Qingxuan. "Humph, it's just a drop of blood. Even if it carries an invincible law force, what can it do?" Feeling Su Qingxuan's invincible momentum, that drop of blood suddenly absorbed all the chaotic energy in the space. The dark staff that was broken in half suddenly erupted with immeasurable light, revealing its complete form for an instant. Then a figure stepped out from the blood, picking up the staff and charging towards Su Qingxuan. Chaos Demon Ape. Hoo-ha! A magnificent monkey dashed over, unleashing myriad attacks accompanied by the perfected level of the law of battle, striking towards Su Qingxuan. The pitch-black staff was extraordinarily sharp, striking fear. Su Qingxuan threw a punch, perfectly colliding with the incoming staff. In the next moment, the previously unmatched Chaos Demon Ape was instantly repelled, and the drop of blood quivered once more, emitting divine light that reinforced the Chaos Demon Ape's form, continuing its assault. Seeing this, Su Qingxuan manifested 5 great secret realms, all of the Emperor's power converging in his hand, and he casually struck towards the attacking Demon Ape. With a loud bang, the Demon Ape charging in was instantly scattered, and the pitch-black staff reverted to being half-broken, directly getting knocked away. "If your true form were here, I would still regard you with some caution. A completely dead Chaos Demon God dares to act recklessly before me with just a drop of blood." As Su Qingxuan delivered a powerful slap, shattering the chaotic momentum of the demonic ape, the previously tumultuous space fell into tranquility. The living Chaos Demonic Ape, given my current strength, is indeed not a match, but with merely a drop of blood containing its lingering battle intent, it cannot cause any upheaval. Looking at the Chaos Demonic Ape, which had been completely dismantled by his slap, Su Qingxuan couldn't help but marvel at the strength of this monkey. Previously, when Su Qingxuan merged with the entire Buzhou Mountain, he had already obtained Pangu's complete battle imprint, from which he had glimpsed the figure of the Chaos Demonic Ape. Before the heavens and earth were opened, the Chaos Demonic Ape's strength was second only to Pangu, and the Fate Demon God of being surpassing the Heavenly Dao, naturally mastering the laws of battle, spending its entire life in war, having taught a lesson to 9 out of 10 demonic gods within the chaos. During Pangu's creation of the world, the Chaos Demonic Ape came to obstruct him, but was utterly killed by Pangu, its physical body, merging into the primordial chaos, leaving only a remnant soul, which eventually fused into the chaos, marking the complete demise of the Chaos Demonic Ape. After some reflection, Su Qingxuan stepped onto the stone platform, carefully examining the drop of blood from the Chaos Demonic Ape, realizing it was not essence blood, but a drop shed during the battle with Pangu. Within it contained the battle obsession of the Chaos Demonic Ape, which had completely dissipated in the earlier battle. However, remnants of the laws of battle remained, making it a remarkable object. Carefully scrutinizing the drop of blood, Su Qingxuan summoned the Heavenly Emperor's great power, instantly purifying the chaotic aura within it, allowing the blood to become balanced and harmonious. Even so, it was still beyond the endurance of ordinary beings. With a wave of his hand, the half-broken staff that had been completely sent flying reappeared in Su Qingxuan's grasp. A defective chaos spiritual treasure. It's a pity that it was completely destroyed by Pangu, having lost its original power. Even the Chaos Dao rhythm has been thoroughly damaged. It can no longer be a chaos spiritual treasure, but with other materials it can be reforged into a supreme innate spiritual treasure. Looking at the staff in his hand, Su Qingxuan sighed in regret. He then stored the half-staff away, glancing back at the distance where Lu Er had been thrown far away by the shockwave from his collision with the Chaos Demonic Ape, only stopping upon hitting the edge of the formation. Fortunately, Su Qingxuan had previously helped him use saint-level power to summon the divine demon Taiji diagram. Otherwise, he would have had to trouble Su Qingxuan again to reunite his physical body and primordial spirit. Reaching out, he summoned the unconscious Lu Er, and then a surge of power entered Lu Er's body. Before long, Lu Er slowly opened his eyes. Seeing Su Qingxuan smiling at him, Lu Er instantly flipped over and stood up, saying, "Master, where did that monkey go? I just took a glance and fainted. It's already gone, just a remnant of the battle consciousness of the Chaos Demonic Ape. By the way, this object is for you. The connection you sensed earlier was this drop of blood, but it has now been refined by me removing the chaotic parts. You can store it in your divine soul and slowly refine it. When you gain something from it, your foundation talent and power will reach a new level. If you can comprehend the laws of battle within you, may even have the hope of becoming an emperor. Hearing Su Qingxuan's words, Lu Er's face instantly flushed with excitement. He trembled as he accepted the precious drop of blood, his eyes sparkling with fervor. He understood the preciousness of this drop of blood and recognized his master's good intentions. "Master, I will never let you down," Lu Er said firmly. Su Qingxian smiled and nodded, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. "Good, practice diligently. I believe you will achieve something. Now that the matter here is settled, let us depart. This time you should refrain from wandering in the primordial chaos. Return with me to Wendaishan and properly refine this drop of blood. When you have gained something, you can descend the mountain." Su Qingxian said slowly to Lu Er. "Disciple will follow master's arrangements." Lu Er replied with a bow. As they were about to leave the formation, Su Qingxian suddenly asked, "Is this Lubishan?" Lu Er, unsure why Su Qingxian asked, replied, "Reporting to master, this is indeed Lubishan. When I first arrived here, I thought it was comparable to a top-level cave paradise and considered making it my dojo. No wonder the name Lubishan sounds so familiar. It turns out to be the ancestor vein of the 10 states and later generations, the precursor to the 3 islands. That makes sense. No wonder that stone would later fall here. It is because of the existence of the chaos demonic ape's blood. But this time Buzhou Mountain will not collapse, and there is no need to mend the sky. Can that monkey still be?" Just as Su Qingxian was pondering, suddenly the heavens and earth changed dramatically, and a rumbling thunder echoed throughout the primordial chaos, followed by a voice. "I am one of the 3 clear ones transformed from Pangus, primordial spirit Qingxuan. Today, moved by the order of heaven and earth, I proceed according to the will of heaven, establishing the Chan teaching, using the innate supreme treasure Panga banner to suppress the fortune of my teaching." Chan teaching establish. As soon as he finished speaking, various phenomena appeared in the heavens and earth, and then endless thunder followed, indicating that Yuanshi was transcending the Emperor tribulation. After a long time, the thunder tribulation subsided and Yuanshi successfully attained the Emperor Dao. Subsequently, the merits of establishing the teaching descended from the heavens, merging with the merits of creation within him, leading him to achieve sainthood. For a moment, the phenomena in the world continued, and before the beings could react, another voice sounded. "I am one of the 3 clear ones transformed from Pangus, primordial spirit Shangqing Tongtian. Moved by the difficulties in the cultivation of beings, I specially established the Jie teaching to seize a thread of heavenly opportunity for all beings, using the 4 sword of extermination to suppress the fortune of my Jie teaching. Jie teaching establish. Following this, the Emperor tribulation for attaining the Dao also followed, and soon after, like Yuanshi, he achieved the position of a saint. Just as Tongtian had attained the Dao, the entire West shone with golden light, and the Dao voice resonated throughout the primordial chaos. A massive Bodhi tree stood in the western continent, with Jane and Junti radiating boundless golden light, surrounded by the sound of mantras, as various phenomena continued to appear in the heavens and earth. "I am Jane and Junti, moved by the suffering of all beings. Today, I establish the Western teaching with the primordial chaos universally, saving all beings using the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the 12-grade golden lotus, to suppress the fortune of my teaching. Western teaching establish." The 2 of them, like Yuanshi and Tongtian, also transcended the heavenly tribulation, obtaining the Emperor realm, but when they became saints, they found their merits insufficient. Jane and Junti truly possessed remarkable talent, issuing 48 great vows to the Heavenly Dao, borrowing merits from the Heavenly Dao. Moved by their sincerity, the Heavenly Dao descended boundless merits, aiding them in achieving the position of saints. From then on, the primordial chaos entirely entered an era of saints and emperors. Lubo Mountain, East Sea. As Su Qingxian prepared to return to his cultivation ground, the 4 celestial sages of the Heavenly Dao simultaneously attained full ascension, each achieving both emperorhood and sagehood in a single transcendent moment. Strange. According to my calculations, their ascension was still far off. Why should they all achieve enlightenment on this very day? It seems Hongjun can no longer wait. Su Qingxian stood atop Lubo Mountain, his gaze fixed upon the 4 newly ascended sages. With but a single glance, he pierced through their true essence and fundamental nature. Indeed, they have been subtly influenced by Hongjun. Otherwise, though none could rival Laozi in strength, all 4 would have reached the 5th realm of the primordial chaos. Yet their hasty ascension has yielded uneven results. Only Jie Yin attained the 5th realm, while Yuanshi, Tongtian, and Junti each stabilized at the 4th realm alone. Hongjun's urgency in orchestrating this behind the veil suggests his ambitions run deeper than ever before. Su Qingxian raised his eyes toward the outer heavens and murmured softly to himself. Su Qingxian pondered inwardly. Hongjun's actions concealed a vast, intricate conspiracy, and he resolved to uncover its heart himself. In an instant, Su Qingxian vanished from the summit of Lu Bo Mountain and reappeared moments later before Zixiao Palace Hongjun's sacred abode. Though Su Qingxian had dwelled in the primordial chaos for some time, this was his first visit to Hongjun's Zixiao. Gazing upon the palace suspended amidst the chaotic mists, Su Qingxian sighed in admiration. Truly, Hongjun is the ancestor of the immortal path. Only he could gather such an abundance of chaos origin crystals. Chaos origin crystals were rarest of rarities. Condensations of primordial chaos itself, treasures even rarer during the chaos epoch. Yet Hongjun had amassed enough to construct the entire Zixiao Palace from them. No wonder he has endured since the chaos epoch itself. Such wealth commands awe and envy. Having spoken, he strode forward without hesitation. An aura of profound mystery permeated Zixiao Palace. As Su Qingxian walked its halls, he felt the overwhelming pressure of ancient sovereign authority. Hongjun, seemingly long aware of his arrival, appeared before him with a serene smile. "Dao friend Qingxuan, what brings you here?" Hongjun asked. "Hongjun," Su Qingxian replied directly. "What is your true intent in hastening the four sages' ascension?" Hongjun smiled faintly. "This is ordained by the Heavenly Dao. I merely follow heaven's will." Su Qingxian scoffed. "The Heavenly Dao? What you call the Heavenly Dao is but the projection of your own will." A flicker of surprise crossed Hongjun's eyes, swiftly masked by calm composure. "Qingxuan, do not speak recklessly. The Heavenly Dao is impartial. It cannot be swayed by any single being." Su Qingxian snorted. "Your designs are already clear to me. Moreover, I know the capabilities of the creation jade butterfly all too well. Your maneuver serves only one purpose: to amplify your own power, and thereby tighten your dominion over the Heavenly Dao." Hongjun laughed aloud. "Qingxuan, though mighty you may be, you cannot contend with the Heavenly Dao itself." Su Qingxuan's gaze hardened with unshakable resolve. "I come to declare this truth today across the boundless cosmos and the primordial chaos. I stand invincible." With those words, he turned and departed, leaving Hongjun alone, clenching his teeth in silent fury. Back at Lu Bo Mountain, Su Qingxian set aside the matter entirely and began transforming the mountain itself. Unleashing earth-shaking divine arts, Su Qingxian reshaped Lu Bo Mountain with the peerless might of an emperor, elevating its peaks, deepening its valleys, and magnifying its grandeur beyond mortal measure. Its ridges rose and fell like living dragons, clouds coiled and drifted like celestial silk, truly a realm of immortals. Having long mastered the formation arrays he once purchased from the system during his renovation of Buzhou Mountain, Su Qingxian now deployed a supreme formation, one that rendered Lu Bo Mountain utterly invisible, imperceptible even to sages and emperors alike. He then summoned the ancestral dragon vein and fused it seamlessly into the newly elevated ranges. Drawing upon the eastern sea, he forged a channel to the primordial sea, whereupon spiritual energy surged forth in torrents, condensing into droplets, coalescing into a great river, and finally pooling into a vast shimmering lake at the mountain's base. Surveying his handiwork, Su Qingxian nodded in quiet satisfaction. "Not bad. This place now ranks among the rarest spiritual sanctums in the entire primordial chaos. Now it is time to enter seclusion. The ascension of these 5 sages has granted me immense fortune, more than enough to break through to the celestial emperor realm. The Heavenly Dao's tier of cultivation. I eagerly await it." He selected the most spirit-rich location on the mountain, pointed toward the center of a distant waterfall, and instantly a cavern opened within the rock face. In the next breath, he stepped inside. "I shall enter seclusion here for a time. You are to journey to Wendaishan and cultivate diligently. Do not slacken your efforts." Upon hearing his master's command, Luer bowed, deeply activated the character secret art, and sped toward Wendaishan. System. Has my fortune value now reached the threshold for ascending to the celestial emperor realm? Su Qingxian asked aloud within the silent cavern. "Respected host, your fortune value surpassed the requirement the moment Laozi achieved Dao attainment." The system's ethereal voice resonated within his spiritual consciousness. "Then proceed with the breakthrough. I must caution you, host, breaking through to the celestial emperor realm will generate cataclysmic resonance. The Heavenly Dao forbids any being within the primordial chaos from attaining its own level of power, and will inevitably target you. Shall I conceal the breakthrough? Very well. Cost 100 billion fortune points. Are you certain you're not a merchant of Host, this is truly a fair price. After all, shielding you from both the full Heavenly Dao and Hongjun is no trivial feat." Su Qingxian ceased debating the system and, drawing upon its power, fully activated his cultivation art to commence the ascent. Instantly, the entire primordial chaos was enveloped in an overwhelming aura. Skies convulsed. Clouds tore asunder, lightning split the firmament, thunder shook the heavens. The earth trembled violently, star rivers fractured and collapsed. On when Daishin Luer sensed the tremor, his heart leapt. Gazing toward the celestial anomaly, he knew instantly his master was ascending. None in the entire primordial chaos possessed such power. Not even the maimed chaos demon ape could withstand a single strike from his master. He gazed quietly into the distance, his heart swelling with reverence and anticipation. The system surged to full capacity, masking every anomaly of Su Qingxuan's breakthrough, completely severing perception by both the Heavenly Dao and Hongjun. Even as the cosmos overturned, neither detected the slightest irregularity. Within the cavern, Su Qingxian remained wholly unaware of the upheaval unfolding beyond. His body gradually grew translucent, merging with space-time itself, until he became untraceable across past, present, and future, as if he had never existed at all. At last he succeeded, ascending to the Celestial Emperor realm, attaining the first tier of the Heavenly Dao. Slowly, Su Qingxian opened his eyes, feeling within him an ocean of inexhaustible power. So this is the power of a Celestial Emperor. The very instant Su Qingxian broke through, his strength resonating at the level of the Heavenly Dao, the statue of Pangu within the palace of Pangu beneath Buzhou Mountain stirred faintly, then stilled once more. At Donghai Lubishan, Su Qingxian clearly felt that he had undergone a miraculous transformation from within to without experiencing the sensation of being the Heavenly Emperor. With a flick of his hand, Su Qingxian opened a supreme vast world in his palm. Although it was in his grasp, its actual size was not smaller than half of the primordial chaos, showcasing the terrifying power of the Heavenly Emperor. In the blink of an eye, countless beings were born in the vast world, and the entire realm began to flourish. Though it was already a vast world, it could not compare to the primordial chaos. The laws of the Dao were not rich enough, and the foundation of the world was insufficient, with the strongest reaching only the quasi-emperor level. Thus it shall be called the Yuan Tsang realm. Su Qingxian murmured in disappointment, unaware that the world he casually created had already reached such a level unprecedented among those of the same realm. If the fallen chaotic demon gods knew, their Dao hearts would surely shatter. It should be noted that such a vast world as the primordial chaos was opened by the half-step Dao powerhouse Pangu, who also defeated the 3,000 demon gods to seize the 3,000 Dao laws, even merging the bodies of chaotic demon gods into the primordial land. Among the myriad realms, how many can compare with the primordial chaos? Looking at the vast world in his hands, Su Qingxian did not destroy it, as it had already given birth to countless beings. Afterward, with a wave of his hand, he merged this vast world into the cave he had casually opened. The place where the spiritual energy was densest in the cave was where he had just meditated. With his breakthrough to the Heavenly Emperor, the essence of that breakthrough was deeply imprinted here, ensuring that this would be a sacred place for cultivation in the future. If the saints knew, they would surely go mad. At the moment he merged the vast world into the cave, Su Qingxian also remodeled the cave to resemble a place suitable for habitation, then concealed the location of his meditation, making it visible only to those with faith. The entire cave served as a passage to this vast world, providing an opportunity for the beings of the Yuan Tsang realm to transcend. After tidying everything up, Su Qingxian erected a stone tablet at the entrance of the cave, inscribed with the words "Water Curtain Cave," before departing. At Zixiao Palace, Hongjun once again merged with the Dao of Heaven. At this moment, the 6 saints of heaven had taken their positions, representing the division of the authority of the Dao of Heaven among the 6, making the Dao of Heaven no longer the unified entity it once was, thus granting Hongjun a chance to act. The process of Hongjun merging with the Dao of Heaven was not smooth. The power of the Dao of Heaven had become extraordinarily strong due to the return of the 6 saints, requiring him to exert all his effort to gain control. During the merging process, Hongjun felt unprecedented pressure. Suddenly, a broken jade butterfly shimmering with boundless light appeared above Hongjun's head. The butterfly slowly rotated, and with each turn the connection between Hongjun and the Dao of Heaven grew tighter. Before long, the Dao of Heaven and Hongjun completely merged. In an instant, Hongjun's body transformed into streams of divine light, merging into the Dao of Heaven. Immediately, a grand sound of the Dao reverberated throughout the primordial world, reaching the 9 heavens and 10 earths and all corners of the universe. Since Pangu opened the heavens and the fierce beast stirred chaos, the Dao of Heaven emerged to eliminate the turmoil, yet the Dao has not been complete. I, Hongjun, wield the treasure of the Dao of Heaven, achieving sanctity by preaching the Dao thrice to all beings, transmitting the Dao throughout the primordial realm. Today I shall merge with the Dao of Heaven to restore the balance of heaven and earth. Henceforth the Dao of Heaven belongs to Hongjun, and Hongjun shall not be bound by the Dao of Heaven. In that instant, Hongjun merged with the Dao of Heaven, and after the entire primordial Dao integrated with him, the entire primordial world underwent tremendous changes. The previously chaotic and disorderly order of the heavens and earth became orderly. All beings sensed an inexplicable pressure as if the entire world had become more sacred and solemn. Upon hearing the grand sound of the Dao from Hongjun, the 6 saints changed their expressions dramatically. Even though they had become saints, they were still enraged, their souls shaken. Laozi sat quietly in the Sanqing Hall, lost in thought. His expression was neither happy nor sad, yet his heart was already in turmoil. Yuan Shi Tianzun flashed a hint of unwillingness in his eyes. He lacked the strength to contend with Hongjun, and he never expected Hongjun to merge with the Dao of Heaven, which meant that Hongjun would now completely master their 6 saints under the name of the Dao of Heaven. Tong Tianjiao Master gazed at the 4 swords of Zhuzhen in his hand, lost in thought, muttering, "How dare he?" Meanwhile, the 2 saints of the West, Jin and Zhuanti, were also contemplating their future paths in their respective sanctuaries, pondering when they could free themselves from being Hongjun's pawns. All beings in the primordial realm believed that Hongjun merged with the Dao of Heaven for the sake of the entire primordial realm, chanting the compassion of the Dao Ancestor. However, they did not know that after merging with the Dao of Heaven, Hongjun did not vanish. With the aid of the creation Jade Butterfly, he suddenly appeared in Zixiao Palace. Haha, this plan has already succeeded halfway. Now the power of the Dao of Heaven will be at my disposal, and there is no one in the primordial realm who can threaten me. Even if Pengu were to come, it would be futile. Next, I shall retrieve the 12 Dao laws from the 12 ancestors. Although Hongjun had gained the power of the Dao of Heaven, it was still limited, yet this did not affect his schemes. While the power of the Dao of Heaven was formidable, it also came with its own rules and restrictions. Hongjun needed to operate within the bounds of the Dao's regulations and could no longer act as freely as before. At Wyndham Mountain, as Hongjun merged with the Dao of Heaven, Su Qingxuan sensed it immediately. However, this time he did not intervene. Instead, he silently observed the entire process of Hongjun merging with the Dao of Heaven. It must be said that with his current realm, he benefited greatly from it. If it weren't for the fact that I have already broken through to the Heavenly Emperor realm, Hongjun would not have been able to merge with the Dao of Heaven without passing my threshold. Su Qingxuan muttered to himself. With Su Qingxuan's current realm, even if Hongjun used the power of the Dao of Heaven to attack him, he would gain no advantage. The reason Su Qingxuan allowed Hongjun to merge with the Dao was primarily because after the merger, Hongjun would be bound by the Dao of Heaven and could not act freely, which was exactly what Su Qingxuan desired. As for the 6 saints of the Dao, he did not regard them highly. As Hongjun merged with the Dao of Heaven, some people in the primordial realm could no longer sit still. Recently, the continuous emergence of the 5 saints of the Dao had completely stimulated the beings of the primordial realm, especially those with great powers. After all, no one wanted to be forever overshadowed. Previously, it was Hongjun, and now it was the 6. Among them, the most representative were the Wu and Yao clans. Over the years, they had unified the lands and stars of the primordial realm, and the Yao clan had recently subdued the Dragon clan of the 4 seas, causing the fortunes of the Heavenly Court to soar to unprecedented heights. At the Heavenly Court, in the Sun Palace, Big Brother, our Heavenly Court's fortunes are currently flourishing, our power unrivaled in the primordial realm. It is time for us to wage war against the Wu clan and completely unify the primordial realm, consolidating the fortunes of the entire realm to achieve the status of the sovereign of the Heavenly Court. At that time, you and I will attain the title of Emperor, and even the 6 saints of the Dao will not dare to offend us lightly. Tai Yi, full of vigor, spoke to Dijun. Both clans prepare. In the Heavenly Court's Sun Palace, Emperor Jun listened intently to Tai Yi's impassioned speech from the central throne, feeling the urge to wage war against the Wu clan. After all, in recent years, the Heavenly Court had not only recruited numerous wandering cultivators, but also recently conquered the Dragon clan. At this moment, the fortune of the Heavenly Court reached its peak, inspiring both Emperor Jun and Tai Yi with thoughts of unifying the primordial chaos. Gazing at the 10 great demon saints below, Emperor Jun couldn't help but reveal a satisfied expression. Over the years, the 10 great demon saints had all reached quasi-saint cultivation, proving that his diligent efforts in nurturing them were not in vain. Emperor Jun looked down at the gathered demons and asked, "Where is the demon master Qingxuan? Is it possible that for such an important court meeting no one thought to inform him?" Seeing Emperor Jun's slight anger, Baizé immediately stepped forward to report. "Your Majesty, since the demon master was severely injured by Hongyun's self-detonation, he has remained in the North Sea to recuperate all these years. Before today's court meeting, he did shake the gathering demon banner, but I do not know why he has not come." After Baizé finished his report, he noticed the dark expressions on Emperor Jun and Tai Yi's faces and hurriedly added, "Perhaps the demon master's injuries have not fully healed, so he didn't come. After the court meeting, I will personally go to the North Sea to check on him." Listening to Baizé's words, Emperor Jun said expressionlessly, "Since it must be, so you may go and also take some day flow essence from the treasury for the demon master to aid in his recovery." Remember to tell him that the war against the Wu clan is imminent and to return as soon as possible. Understood. Emperor Jun then asked in a solemn tone, what is the current situation with the Wu clan? Seeing Emperor Jun inquire about the enemy's situation, the demon, Saint Jimeng stepped forward to respond. Your Majesty, according to the spies I arranged, the Wu clan has already taken over most of the primordial land. Their clan members have greatly surpassed their previous strength over the past 10,000 years. The number of great Wu has become comparable to our 10 great demon saints, and now they have gathered a large number of their clan at Mount Buzhou. Their power is indeed formidable. After listening to Jimeng's report, Emperor Jun's brows furrowed slightly. He understood that the strength of the Wu clan should not be underestimated, and their recent power increase posed a significant threat to the Heavenly Court. Emperor Jun scanned the gathered demons and said in a deep voice, everyone, the Wu clan is now powerful. We must prepare thoroughly. Tai exclaimed, Elder brother, the Wu clan has always been at odds with us. Now that they have grown so powerful, we cannot sit idly by. We must strike hard and completely reclaim the primordial land. Just as Emperor Jun was about to speak, Fushi suddenly walked in. Upon seeing Fushi, Emperor Jun quickly rose and said, Your Excellency has not visited the Sun Palace for quite some time. I didn't expect you to come today, or it must be for something important, right? Hearing Emperor Jun's question, Fushi replied, The Heavenly Emperor entrusted me with the Zhou Star Array and the He Tu Luo Shu. Over these years I have gained much insight and have come today to inform Your Majesty that the Zhou Star Array has been perfected and can be deployed on the battlefield at any time. Upon hearing Fux's words, Emperor Jun burst into hearty laughter and said, My friend is truly extraordinarily talented. With your assistance, how can we fear failure in our grand endeavors? Your Majesty is too kind. It is indeed my fortune. Your Majesty, with this matter concluded, I have other important affairs to attend to, so I will take my leave now. Emperor Jun replied, Haha, my friend has worked tirelessly for the Heavenly Court. I will not keep you any longer. After personally seeing Fushi off, Emperor Jun said, Our Heavenly Court's fortune is currently thriving. All of you should work together to resist the Wu clan. The gathered demons collectively shouted, We will faithfully obey Your Majesty's command. Baizhe left the Heavenly Court to head to the North Sea in search of the demon master Kunping. Upon arriving in the North Sea, he found that Kunping's injuries had already healed. Seeing this, Baizhe said nothing more. Baizhe presented the Day Flow essence to Kunping and conveyed Emperor Jun's message. Kunping expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. Once my injuries are healed, I will certainly serve you faithfully. Meanwhile, beneath Mount Buzhou within the Pango Hall, the 12 ancestral Wu gathered together, each radiating an immensely powerful aura. At the forefront, Zhu Rong's gaze was sharp as he looked at the other ancestral Wu and said in a deep voice, The Heavenly Court has greatly increased in strength, and Emperor Jun and Tai will surely not rest easy. We must be well prepared to respond. Gong Gong, naturally hot-tempered, slammed the table and shouted, What are we afraid of? If they dare to come, we will fight them to the death. Xianming sneered and said, Gong Gong, do not be impulsive. The Heavenly Court has the 10 great demon saints whose strength cannot be underestimated. We need to formulate a detailed strategy. Ho Tu remained silent, pondering countermeasures in her heart. At this moment, Di Jiang spoke up, informed the clan members under our command to remain vigilant, always ready for battle, and send people to monitor the movements of the Heavenly Court. Any sign of movement must be reported back to us. The other ancestral Wu nodded in agreement. Since returning from asking the Dao Mountain, we 12 ancestral Wu have devoted ourselves to comprehending the secrets of the secret realm and the Lin character secret. We have not ventured out for years, leading the beings of the primordial chaos to forget our existence. This time, with the rapid development in the primordial chaos, many have grown dissatisfied. We must engage the demon clan in battle to announce to the entire primordial chaos who the true master is. Di Jiang looked at the gathered ancestral Wu and said, What Elder Brother said is true. We have indeed been too silent for too long. The other ancestral Wu echoed in agreement. Di Jiang nodded slightly, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. He continued, However, this battle must be approached with caution. The strength of the demon clan is formidable, especially that of Emperor Jun and Tai, both of whom are difficult opponents. Especially that Zhou Star Array, we must be on guard. Zhu Rong laughed boldly, saying, Haha, Elder Brother, what do we have to fear? Through our years of cultivation, our strength has greatly improved. Gong Gong also chimed in, Exactly. Let us engage the demon clan in a grand showdown, so they know the might of the Wu clan. At this moment, Ho Tu said softly, Elder Brother, this battle concerns the future of the Wu clan, but we must not let our guard down. The demon clan now reveres the Saint Nuwa as their empress. If she intervenes, we will be at a disadvantage. Di Jiang nodded, saying, What Ho Tu says is very true, but a mere Nuwa, is not something we fear. After all, our Du Tian Xinsha Grand Array is not to be underestimated. If Nuwa dares to come, she will pay dearly. The reason Di Jiang said this was that over the years after obtaining the Lin character secret at asking the Dao Mountain, the ancestral Wu discovered that this secret is particularly suitable for the Wu clan. When applied to the Du Tian Xinsha Grand Array, it becomes even more profound, which is why the ancestral Wu have seldom ventured out in the primordial chaos, dedicating themselves to cultivation. After the discussion among the ancestral Wu concluded, the Wu clan began to take action. They focused on strengthening their own cultivation and preparations while gathering their clan members to converge towards Mount Buzhou. On the primordial continent, a thrilling battle is about to unfold. As the Wu clan actively prepares for war, the Heavenly Court is also making rigorous preparations. Emperor Jun and Tai Yi are well aware of the Wu clan's strength, continuously summoning various demon immortals to bolster the power of the Heavenly Court. Both sides are secretly vying for advantage, waiting for the final battle to arrive. In an instant, the entire primordial continent is enveloped in a tense atmosphere, as if a massive storm is about to descend. As the two clans of the Lich and the Sorcerer prepared for battle with all their might, the other races and forces in the primordial world fell into a deep silence, each gathering their kin, while the top-tier great practitioners closed themselves off from the outside world. The entire primordial realm was enveloped in an incredibly oppressive atmosphere. A murderous aura filled the air, and everyone felt anxious, especially since there was a precedent. In the past, the East Wang Gong discontent with the two clans of the Lich and the Sorcerer established a celestial dynasty in Penglai, only to be met with a punitive attack from the Heavenly Court, resulting in his demise. Time flowed on, and in the blink of an eye 1,000 years had passed. In the Heavenly Court Solar Palace, the two sovereigns Di Jun and Tai Yi emerged from the Solar Palace radiating golden light, with the true fire of the sun enveloping their bodies, exuding an imperial demeanor. Since that's the case, second brother, let us begin, Di Jun said to Tai Yi. In the next moment, Tai Yi stepped forward, summoning the Eastern Emperor bell with a wave of his hand, throwing it into the 9 heavens, then channeling his magical power to fully activate the Eastern Emperor bell. Boom! The entire primordial realm shook, and an ancient heavy bell toll resonated throughout. In an instant, all beings in the primordial world were completely awakened by this immense upheaval. This is the Chaos Bell. What does the demon clan intend to do? As the beings of the primordial world were astonished by the power of the Chaos Bell, a voice echoed throughout the realm. I am the Heavenly Emperor Di Jun. Today the Witch clan grows increasingly powerful, threatening all beings in the primordial realm. To maintain peace in the primordial world, our demon clan has decided to wage war against the Witch clan, hereby announcing to the world. Di Jun's voice resounded throughout the primordial realm, carrying unmatched authority. The beings of the primordial world were in an uproar. Within the Witch clan's tribe, the 12 ancestral witches felt Di Jun's declaration and were consumed by rage. A bold demon emperor, Di Jun. How dare he openly declare war? Zhu Rong glared angrily, flames blazing all around him. Since they seek death, let them taste the might of our Witch clan. Gong Gong raised his fist, exuding immense dominance. The other ancestral witches responded in unison, their morale soaring. Meanwhile, within other forces, some felt worried, some were excited, but most were filled with trepidation, hastily activating protective formations as the situation in the primordial land grew even more tense. Deploy the troops. As soon as Di Jun's words fell, the entire heavenly army surged down from the southern heaven gate, enveloped in an overwhelming killing intent, charging towards the Witch clan at the outskirts of Buzhou Mountain. Roar! With the sounds of battle cries echoing, the Witch clan charged towards the demon army. In an instant, the entire battlefield was engulfed in war. The two clans of the Lich and the Sorcerer, one with an invincible body, the other with unparalleled sorcery, clashed fiercely, and the killing intent surged to the skies. You two flat-haired beasts, your grandpa Zhu Rong has come to take your lives. As he spoke, Zhu Rong was the first to join the fray with his high-level combat prowess. You insolent fool, dare to be so arrogant. I, the Ancestor, will meet you. In the blink of an eye, the demon Saint Jiu Ying charged at Zhu Rong. With Zhu Rong entering the battlefield, others could no longer sit idle, rushing to join the fray. In an instant, numerous Quasi-Saint experts battled, making the scene even more brutal. Fortunately, the battle was only taking place in the starry sky, though otherwise the entire primordial realm would have long been shattered. Di Jun wielded the Heavenly Emperor sword with the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the sun wheel, above his head, battling with Di Jiang. With each swing of his sword, the accompanying true fire of the sun burned the entire space to nothingness. Di Jiang was equally formidable, combining the laws of space with a body that even the supreme innate treasure could not harm, engaging Di Jun in a back-and-forth battle. Meanwhile, Tai Yi was even more ferocious, holding the Chaos Bell, and facing off against 4 ancestral witches growing stronger with every strike. The time laws of Zhujiuyin were completely suppressed by the chaos bell, forcing them to fight with their physical bodies. At that moment, the entire starry sky was devoid of light, and the world lost its color. Those battling in the starry sky were all quasi-saints, their movements shattering stars and annihilating everything, even distorting the entire space into nothingness. While the two clans of the Lich and the Sorcerer battled for their lives, the great practitioners of the Primordial World turned their gazes to this sight, witnessing the fierce battlefield, each person shocked by the brutal scenes, even more astonished by the power displayed by the two clans. Boom. With a full-powered strike from Tai E wielding the Chaos Bell, he actually pushed back the 4 ancestral witches and took the opportunity to force them into retreat, instantly showcasing Tai E's unparalleled might, illuminating the starry sky with his awe-inspiring presence. However, the situation was not as favorable for Di Jun. Except for Di Jiangho too, and Chang Liang joined the fray after sending Kuan Peng flying, attacking Di Jun. Even though Di Jun was immensely powerful, he was now at a disadvantage. Boom. Under the full-force strike of the 3 ancestral witches, he was actually pushed back millions of miles. Seeing Di Jun in trouble, Tai E quickly gathered all his strength, using the bell to push back the 4 ancestral witches before flying to Di Jun's side. "Elder brother, are you alright?" Tai E asked anxiously. "I am fine for now. If it were a unknown, Di Jiang would find it hard to deal with me." "Send the order, activate the Zhou Tian Star Do formation with all your might, and completely annihilate the Witch Clan," Di Jun said, looking at the approaching witches. "Zhou Tian Star Do formation, activate." As Di Jun's words fell, the He Tu and Luo Shu rose above, casting myriad spells. In an instant, they merged into the entire starry sky, connecting with the 365 main stars in the ancient starry sky, illuminating the battlefield of the Lich and the Sorcerer. "All stars masters, return to your positions. Preside over the stars without error. Second brother, you preside over the Chaos Bell to suppress the formation." "Good." As Di Jun's voice fell, the 365 Deluo experts on the battlefield transformed into beams of divine light, returning to their respective stars. Additionally, countless demons settled into the other 12,960 auxiliary stars and other myriad planets instantly, making the entire starry sky brilliant with boundless starlight radiating infinite power. As the masters of the stars returned to their positions, the Zhou Tian Star Do formation was instantly completed, pulling all the witches into the formation in an instant. "Elder brother, this formation seems different from before," Ho Tu said to Di Jiang. Before Di Jiang could respond, an overwhelming wave of starlight from Di Jun surged in, causing countless witch warriors to fall. Di Jiang immediately sensed the situation was unfavorable for the Witch Clan and urgently shouted, "Quickly form the Du Tian Shin Sha." The 12 ancestral witches formed a circle radiating overwhelming, innate, ominous energy that enveloped them, their laws continuously merging. Du Tian Shun Sha formation. Go! As the 12 ancestral witches fully merged, the original 12 ancestral witches vanished, and a gigantic figure appeared in their place. The true body of Pangu. Although it was not the first time seeing Pangu's true body, it still delivered a profound shock to everyone in the demon clan. Feeling the ever-strengthening aura of Pangu's true body below, Di Jun hurriedly gathered all the power of the formation and launched a full-on attack against Pangu's true body. Seeing the countless starlights charging forth, Pangu's true body shouted, "Axe come." This great sound of the Dao spread instantly throughout the primordial realm, and the Chaos Bell at the formation's core trembled violently, about to fly towards Pangu, causing Tai E to hurriedly use all the power of the formation to suppress it. At this moment in Kunlun Mountain, upon hearing this command, the Taiji diagram and Pangu banner nearly broke through the void, scaring Laozi and the 2 saints of Yuanshi to exert all their strength to suppress it, preventing themselves from being summoned away. Seeing that his axe had not been summoned for a long time, Pangu's true body unexpectedly formed a virtual image of the Pangu axe in his hand. In the next moment, with a single swing of the axe, the entire Zhou Tian Star Do formation shattered in an instant, and the demons presiding over the formation were reduced to dust, their spirits obliterated. Di Jun, Tai E, and the high-ranking members of the Heavenly Court were instantly sent flying millions of miles on the verge of death, when a beam of divine light suddenly flew from the 33 heavens to rescue them. "Nuwak, are you intervening?" The demon race set up the grand formation of the heavenly stars, gathering an overwhelming offensive force that resulted in heavy casualties among the shaman warriors, leaving the entire shaman race in devastation. At the critical moment, the 12 ancestor shamans formed the heavenly god, slaughtering great array, channeling the true form of Pangu, and with a single blow completely shattered the grand formation of the heavenly stars. The full-force strike of Pangus' true form instantly annihilated all the demons controlling the formation, even sending the high-ranking demons such as Qingxuan and Tai flying millions of miles on the brink of death, when suddenly a beam of divine light flew from the 33 heavens, rescuing Qingxuan and others, causing Pangus' true form to fail. "Nuwa, are you meddling in affairs that don't concern you?" Dijiang's furious voice echoed throughout the primordial world, and everyone realized that it was Nuwa who had saved the demons. Suddenly, an extraordinary phenomenon descended upon the world, with flowers raining down and auspicious energy surging. It was Nuwa appearing in the starry sky, her face carrying a hint of sorrow. "Dijiang, it is not that I wish to meddle. The war between the shamans and demons has resulted in a great loss of life. Oh, I cannot stand by and watch the primordial continent fall into endless slaughter. Furthermore, as I bear the fate of the demon race, I cannot remain indifferent to their annihilation." Nuwa spoke. Dijiang shouted angrily, "Nuwa, as a saint of the Dao, do you think you can intervene in the war between the shamans and demons at will? Do you really think our shaman race is easy to bully?" Hearing Dijiang's threatening words, Nuwa's expression darkened as she replied, "Since I have come today, I will certainly take all the demons with me. What can you do about it?" Upon hearing what Nuwa said, Pangus' true form stepped forward, glaring at Nuwa. Dijiang gritted his teeth and said, "Nuwa, do you truly intend to take Qingxuan and the others away?" Nuwa looked at the advancing Pangus' true form with disdain and said, "You shamans disrespect the Dao and the saints. You should withdraw quickly to avoid bringing disaster upon your race." At this moment, Qingxuan and Tai slowly rose. They looked at Nuwa with eyes full of gratitude. Qingxuan said, "Thank you, Lady Nuwa, for saving our lives. The shaman race is powerful and our demon race has suffered heavy losses. I ask you to take responsibility for us," Qingxuan continued. Nuwa furrowed her brow and replied, "Qingxuan, the war between the shamans and demons has already caused too many casualties. The root of the conflict stems from your ambitions. You should reflect on your actions and not bring disaster upon the entire demon race." Tai said, "Lady Nuwa, the shaman race is growing stronger, posing a tremendous threat to our demon race. We are forced to fight them for self-preservation." Nuwa remained silent for a moment, and then said, "This war must be stopped. Otherwise, the entire demon race will fall into an irretrievable abyss." Dijiang sneered, "Nuwa, do you think it can just stop? Countless brothers of the shaman race have perished at the hands of the demons. This blood debt must be repaid." Nuwa looked at the aggressive shamans, her inner fury nearly boiling over as she loudly asked, "Then what do you—" She knew the strength of the shaman race, but as a saint of the demons, she could not allow them to be exterminated like this. "Dijiang, since you wish for death, I shall send you on your way." She knew the strength of the shaman race, but as a saint of the demons, she could not allow them to be exterminated like this. "Dijiang, since you wish for death, I shall send you on your way. I'll let you know what it means to be a saint." Nuwa roared. With her anger rising, the world immediately shifted, and a powerful aura surged. In the primordial world, at the moment Nuwa decided to take action against the shamans, an invincible aura spread from the starry sky throughout the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths, covering the 4 seas and 8 desolations. As this aura emerged, a rumbling sound resonated throughout the world, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble. Just as Nuwa decided to strike against Pangus' true form formed by the 12 ancestor shamans, Pangus' true form charged forward first. Seeing Pangus' true form charging at her, even though Nuwa was already a revered saint, she was still infuriated to the point of having her spirit shaken. "Damn it, how dare you offend a saint! If I do not kill you today, how will I face the primordial world in the future?" As she spoke, the infinite power of the saint gathered, and with a wave of her hand, an illusory image of a world appeared in her palm, which in the next moment transformed into a beam of divine light attacking Pangus' true form. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" In an instant, Pangus' true form swung an axe, fiercely striking towards the divine light shot by Nuwa. Boom. Finally, the supreme attack of Nuwa collided with the axe light of Pangus' true form. In the moment of their collision, an earth-shattering sound erupted, followed by a vast force that exploded, illuminating the starry sky with brilliant light. In an instant, Pangus' true form was pushed back millions of miles, yet it suffered no injuries whatsoever. Hiss! All the beings watching the battle in the primordial world gasped, their eyes wide with disbelief as they looked at Nuwa and the flying Pangus' true form. At that moment, everyone was momentarily stunned, unable to speak. To think one could withstand a blow from a saint and remain unscathed. Although Pangus' true form fought evenly with Nuwa, the 12 ancestor shamans in the main array were not faring well, as she was indeed a saint. Regardless of how the beings of the primordial world reacted, Nuwa's face turned as dark as ink. Her dignity as a saint was actually trampled upon. Nuwa's anger burned within her. She had never imagined that her strike would fail to harm Pangus' true form. Grinding her teeth, she glared at the distant Pangus' true form, her eyes flickering with flames of rage. Meanwhile, among the beings of the primordial world, some foresight individuals began to worry. They realized that the strength exhibited by the shaman race had already exceeded everyone's imagination. They could confront a saint with mere formations without even achieving the Dao. If the shaman race continued to develop, the entire primordial world would probably fall under their dominion. What a shaman race, what a Pangus true form. Who would have thought you still possess such strength? Well, you have completely enraged me. Today I will utterly annihilate you. As soon as Nuwa's words fell, she unleashed her full strength, connecting with the authority belonging to her. As a saint, her aura instantly surpassing that of before. Boom, boom, boom. The power generated by the battle shook the heavens and earth, even causing the chaos beyond the 33 heavens to tremble. In an instant, Pangus' true form was repeatedly forced back by Nuwa, even causing the illusory image of the Pangu axe that Pangus' true form had formed to disperse. Puff! In the next moment, Pangus' true form was completely brought down, the 12 ancestor shamans within it barely able to hold on, seeing that Pangus' true form was about to dissipate. Seeing that Nuwa was about to kill them all in a moment of desperation, Dijong shouted, "Everyone quickly condense your own essence blood and transfer it all to Father God's true form quickly." In an instant, all the shaman race members in the primordial world condensed their essence blood and transmitted it to Pangus' true form through secret methods. The 12 ancestor shamans also condensed their own essence blood, combining it with all the clan's blood and pouring it into Pangus' true form. Not good. Seeing that Pangus' true form was condensing all the shaman race's essence blood, Nuwa hurriedly unleashed a beam of saintly power, attempting to interrupt the fusion process. Just as Nuwa's attack arrived, Pangus' true form had fully fused with all the essence blood, and in an instant the entire Pangus' true form surged to new heights, its aura overwhelming the entire primordial world. This aura is so overwhelming that even I feel a chill down my spine. Nuwa is in danger, the old master said, shocked. In the next moment, Pangus' true form threw a punch. Nuwa hurriedly mobilized the power of the Dao to defend, but still could not resist, and with one punch, she was sent flying beyond the 33 heavens, her saintly body shattering. At this moment, all the beings in the primordial world were left speechless, unable to recover for a long time. With the fusion of all the witch clan's blood essence into Pangus' true form, a single strike shattered even the sage's physical body from 33 heavens away, leaving all the powerful beings of the Hongjun shocked beyond measure. It was simply unbelievable that a sage had been defeated. Wasn't it said that below a sage all were mere ants? Qingxuan had been observing the battlefield from the very beginning and had already understood the outcome of the war when he saw the grand formations summoned by the witch and demon clans. The demon clan's Zhoutian Xingdo formation unleashed a full-force strike equivalent to the power of the first layer of Huanyuan, while the witch clan's 12 capital Heavenly God formation had reached the late stage of the second layer of Huanyuan, making the demon clan's formation naturally outmatched. However, Qingxuan couldn't help but admire Emperor Jun's talent. Despite not having attained the Dao, he could create a formation comparable to Huanyuan, which was truly astonishing. When Qingxuan saw Nuwa personally enter the battlefield, he had already anticipated the witch clan's fate and was considering how to save them when he unexpectedly discovered that the witch clan still had a trump card. The Pangu true form, having fused with all the witch clan's blood essence, had surprisingly reached the 9th layer of Huanyuan, a transformation that left Qingxuan astonished. Truly worthy of Pangu. Just as Qingxuan marveled at Pangus' strength, the 12 ancestor witches led Pangus' true form back to the battlefield between the witch and demon clans once more. As Emperor Jun and the others watched Nuwa being thoroughly sent flying, they realized that they were unlikely to escape death today, and a wave of sorrow engulfed them. Second brother, esteemed warriors, this emperor is incompetent and cannot lead you all to glory any longer. This is my fault, and I, Emperor Jun, apologize. Elder brother, Heavenly Emperor. While everyone in the demon clan was submerged in sorrow, Pangus' true form approached them. Emperor Juntai, today I shall send you to the return to the void. Dijong spoke. With that, he threw a punch toward the demon clan. Suddenly, time and space in the entire starry sky froze, and the next moment the demon clan before Pangus' true form had vanished. Immediately after, a voice from the Dao resonated from beyond the 9 heavens. High above the 9 heavens, where the Dao is true beyond the mysteries of heaven and earth, I shall be the master. Pangu gave birth to Taiji. The 2 instruments and 4 symbols follow one path, transmits to 3 friends, 2 teachings clarify and divide the Xianmin, is the leader, and 1 breath transforms into Hongjun. The appearance of Hongjun startled both Pangus, true form, and the witch clan. Hongjun looked at Pangus, true form, and spoke slowly. The battle between the witch and demon clans has caused immense suffering to the beings of Hongwang. Today I have come to stop the war. Di Jiang's face turned angry. Hongjun, why do you wish to save the demon clan? They have killed countless brothers of my witch clan. This grudge cannot go unpunished. Hongjun shook his head slightly. The war between the witches and demons will lead to mutual destruction. If the conflict continues, the Hongwang continent may cease to exist. Hearing Hongjun's words, the 12 ancestor witches were instantly enraged. The demon clan was on the brink of complete destruction, and yet Hongjun intervened and said such shameless things which infuriated them. Humph! Hongjun, the world calls you the Dao Ancestor, but our witch clan has never acknowledged you. When did it become your place to speak for us? Upon hearing Di Jiang's words, even as the spokesperson of the Heavenly Dao, Hongjun felt a surge of anger. Before he could respond, the 12 ancestor witches charged at him. A flash of anger crossed Hongjun's eyes, but given his current realm, he quickly regained his composure. He gently waved his sleeve, and an invisible force radiated outward, blocking the 12 ancestor witches' attack. You are seeking your own death, Hongjun said in a deep voice. The 12 ancestor witches sensed Hongjun's immense power, but showed no signs of retreat, continuing their full-force assault. After gathering the essence blood of the entire witch clan, Pangus, true form, now possessed offensive power that had reached the 9th layer of Hunyuan. This rise in strength also instilled boundless courage in Di Jiang and the others, emboldening them to attack Hongjun. With a fierce strike, the forces of both sides erupted in full force, and in an instant the entire Hongwang was turned upside down, as if the world were about to shatter. At that moment, Su Qingxuan suddenly appeared in the starry sky of Hongwang, using his immense magical power to protect the entire Hongwang. Additionally, the other 5 sages also intervened to protect their own realms. Seeing that his attack was on par with Hongjun's, Di Jiang and the others' confidence surged, and they poured all their strength into attacking Hongjun. At this moment, Hongjun was somewhat provoked. Nonsense, this is truly outrageous. The next moment, divine light surrounded Hongjun, and a chaos jade butterfly emerged above his head, emitting boundless profound light. As the jade butterfly spun, it directly shattered Pangus, true form's invincible offensive, sending it crashing towards Mount Buzhou. Not good. From afar, Su Qingxuan, who was fully concentrating on protecting the entire Hongwang, saw Pangus, true form, collide with Mount Buzhou and couldn't help but shout. In an instant, Pangus, true form, struck with full force by Hongjun and crashed into Mount Buzhou. The next moment, a precious orb appeared atop Mount Buzhou. It was the innate supreme treasure, the stabilizing pearl. It radiated boundless divine light, absorbing the power of the grand formation atop Mount Buzhou, fully protecting it from being shattered by the impact of Pangus' true form. However, after all, it was a full-force strike from the Heavenly Dao realm, and the entire Mount Buzhou was still cracked open with a deep fissure. Just as Mount Buzhou was cracked open, the resentment of the 3,000 chaos demons originally suppressed beneath Mount Buzhou surged forth, blotting out the sky. This is a disaster. At this moment, Su Qingxuan felt a desire to slay Hongjun. This was definitely intentional. The 3,000 demonic resentments converged. Even with Su Qingxuan's current strength, dealing with them was not an easy task. It seems that all the accumulated fortune points will be wiped clean. At this moment, Su Qingxuan prepared to utilize the system's power to completely resolve the 3,000 chaos demonic resentments. Before Su Qingxuan could make a move, the entire Mount Buzhou suddenly burst forth with brilliance. The previously defeated Pangus, true form, slowly rose, and all the light from Mount Buzhou surged into Pangus' true form. In an instant, the true form that had been shattered by Hongjun healed and began to grow larger, soon towering into the heavens. While everyone was astonished by the changes at Mount Buzhou, a figure stepped out from the mountain, and the next moment it merged with Pangus' true form. Hoo-ha! I have returned. Pangu! Hongjun shouted in surprise, his face drastically changing, trembling uncontrollably. At the moment Pangu returned, the 3,000 chaos demonic resentments swirling in Hongwang seemed to be stimulated and instantly merged into a giant demon that was the same size as Pangu. Looking at the demon formed from the 3,000 demonic resentments, Pangu shouted, "Axe come." This time, before Tai Laozi and Yuanshi could react, the Chaos Bell Taiji diagram and Pangu banner broke through the space and rushed towards Mount Buzhou. In the next moment, the 3 innate supreme treasures merged into a giant axe, which was the Chaos Supreme Treasure, Pangus' opening axe. Holding the opening axe, Pangu charged towards the Chaos Demon, and in the next moment, he was already in battle with the demon formed from the demonic resentments. Pangu, you shall die. Roar. The next second, the two collided just as they did when the heavens were opened. A single axe strike split the merged demon apart, returning it to the 3,000 demonic resentments. Seeing the terrifying Pangu, the 3,000 demonic resentments hurriedly fled towards the chaos. As they watched the escaping demonic resentments, Pangu sheathed the opening axe and let out a mighty roar. Humph, huh, ja. Three sounds emerged from Pangu's mouth, directly causing the fleeing 3,000 demonic resentments to dissipate, completely vanishing from the world. The three sounds of chaos. A top-tier divine ability unique to Pangu, unmatched in the entire chaos and Hongjun. After eliminating the 3,000 chaos demonic resentments, Pangu turned around to look at Hongjun. At that moment, Hongjun was so frightened that he felt compelled to flee. The next moment, Pangu raised the opening axe and struck down directly, tearing through the space of the Heavenly Dao, cleaving towards Hongjun, splitting him apart, and subsequently drawing forth a strand of Hongmeng purple chi. After doing all this, Pangu turned to glance at Su Qingxuan in the distance, making Su Qingxuan's. However, Pangu made no further moves, turning back to look at the vast land of Hongjun before dissipating into the ether, and the next moment, the opening axe circled around Mount Buzhou, wailing before disintegrating and returning to its respective owners. The Wuyao War finally ended with the dispersal of Pangu's true body. The battle left only 1 in 10 of the demon kin. The shaman tribes suffered grievous casualties. Many were first slain by the Zhoutian star array, and those who remained condensed their own vital blood, causing their strength to plummet. To all living beings, the conflict felt unreal. First, they were astonished by the Zhoutian star array, then the Pangu true body, condensed by the 12 capital Heavenly Omen array, erupted with unrivaled majesty, utterly conquering everyone in Hongjun. With a single stroke, he split the demon's deepest foundation. The Zhoutian star array struck Nuwa beyond the 33 heavens. He dared to confront the Dao Ancestor, and at last Pangu himself manifested through the Dutian Shinshao array. One axe cleaved the 3,000 chaotic demon grudges, another shattered the Dao Ancestor Hongjun. Any one of these events would have been hard to believe that they occurred together, stupefied all sentient beings. Everyone was stunned. All the great miracle wielders of Hongjun, including the 5 saints of the Heavenly Dao, were so shaken they could not speak for a long time. Su Qingxuan too, at the instant he was gazed upon by Pangu, even though his cultivation had reached the Heavenly Emperor realm, felt his spirit surge and could not move his body under that gaze. Is this the power of a half-step, great Dao? Watching Pangu slowly fade from the world, Su Qingxuan exhaled and felt his taut heart finally relax. Su Qingxuan steadied himself, yet his heart remained unsettled. He realized Pangu's strength had reached the threshold of a half-step, great Dao realm, a height he had never imagined. Pangu's recent deeds, cleaving demon gods with his axe, extinguishing the demonic grievances of the threefold chaos, and cleaving through Hongjun, gave him a profound new insight into the Dao. Buzhou Mountain. Just as everyone marveled at Pangu's unparalleled might, the crack that had been struck open in Buzhou Mountain suddenly split and spread through its terrestrial vein, causing the entire mountain's vein to begin shattering. As Buzhou Mountain's vein fractured, the whole Hongjun realm trembled violently. Skies collapsed, and the earth cracked. Rivers and mountains overturned. Innumerable beings were thrown into panic. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth fell into utter disorder, and disasters broke out across Hongjun. The ancestral vein of Honghuang's spiritual energy in Buzhou Mountain had indeed failed. Su Qingxuan no longer lingered on Pangu's deeds, and at once arrived at Buzhou Mountain, confirmed. Damn Hongjun. He deserved being struck by Pangu's heaven-splitting axe, Su Qingxuan muttered. Buzhou Mountain formed from Pangu's spine, and the pillar that upheld the heavens had been reinforced beforehand by Su Qingxuan's plans, so it would not be snapped by Pangu's true body, yet the fracture still wounded the ancestral vein. The ancestral vein of Buzhou Mountain oversaw the inhalation and exhalation of chaotic qi, converting the tumultuous chaos into innate spiritual energy to sustain all life in Hongjun. Now that the ancestral vein was shattered, rampant chaotic qi poured into Hongjun, and disasters multiplied across the realm. Seeing the spreading chaotic qi, Su Qingxuan unleashed the Heavenly Emperor's great power and suppressed all of it in an instant. Immediately, all the strange phenomena born from that chaotic qi dispersed. Constant repression was no solution. The ancestral vein must be repaired. With Su Qingxuan's strength, he could easily quell the chaotic invasion, but the difficulty lay in how to mend the ancestral vein. Otherwise, even if the chaotic invasion were dealt with, the ancestral vein would decline. If Buzhou Mountain could no longer convert innate spiritual energy, the loss to all Hongjun would be catastrophic. He had to appeal to the system. The system replied that the host could exchange for a new ancestral vein, just like the new Taichu Ci before, and that would resolve the problem. Su Qingxian had no alternative and chose to proceed. The system informed him that a new ancestral vein cost 500 E of Qi luck value. That's outrageous, Su Qingxian complained. The system answered that this ancestral vein was formed from the spine of the half-step great Dao powerhouse, Panga, hence the high price. Very well, exchange it, he agreed. He withdrew the ancestral vein granted by the system and inspected it in his palm, seeing a mid-world in which the body of a colossal dragon occupied the entire realm. This is the ancestral vein, he thought, studying it curiously. He then channeled the Heavenly Emperor's power and fused it with the previously shattered ancestral vein. Soon a new ancestral vein appeared beneath Buzhou Mountain and began to inhale and exhale chaotic qi, converting it into innate spiritual energy. It seemed the fused ancestral vein was far stronger than before. Feeling the surging innate spiritual energy around him, Buzhou Mountain's spirit energy quickly surpassed its former levels. System, exchange me a piece of chaotic vital soil, he commanded. In the next moment, a massive chunk of chaotic vital soil appeared in his hand, and he tossed it into the great fissure in Buzhou Mountain. In an instant, the chaotic vital soil erupted into frenzied growth, quickly sealing the great fissure. The remainder fused into Buzhou Mountain immediately, making it far more solid. Su Qingxian then repaired and improved the broken great array using the Zizizi secret technique. With Buzhou Mountain's spiritual energy now overflowing, he removed its devouring aspect and instead increased its suppressive might so that even the Hongjun ninefold heavens would bow. After restoring Buzhou Mountain, a vast current of merit and fortune descended from the 9 heavens, a token of the Heavenly Dao's favor bestowed upon Su Qingxian. He accepted it without hesitation and absorbed it. Buzhou Mountain is far too important. There must be no further lapses. At once, Su Qingxian employed great power to summon the entire Windao Mountain from the eastern sea and set it atop Buzhou Mountain. From then on, he vowed to remain here to see who would dare act so wantonly. Having finished and gazing upon the majestic Buzhou Mountain, Su Qingxian suddenly asked the system why Panga's phantom had not emerged from Buzhou Mountain yet. When he had formerly merged with Buzhou Mountain, he had noticed nothing. The system explained that Buzhou Mountain had harbored Panga's indomitable battle. Were it not for the leakage of the 3,000 demon gods' resentments, Panga's phantom would not have manifested. However, after this event, no Pangu will remain within Buzhou Mountain. It had been exhausted. The system answered Su Qingxian. When he asked whether Pangu might fully return, the system told him he could inquire at the Panga Hall. Su Qingxian. Within the Heavenly Dao space, there is no direction, no perception, nor the existence of time or concepts. Only endless laws fill the entire Heavenly Dao space. At the center of the Heavenly Dao space, streams of light began to slowly converge. After an unknown period of time, all the streams gradually combined to form a figure. It was none other than Hongjun. It turns out that Panga's axe did not completely slay him. It merely taught him an unforgettable lesson. Apparently, Pangu still found him useful, who otherwise, given Panga's cultivation, he would not have left him any chance to live. Hongjun's figure was fully formed, and his aura continued to surge as he drew upon the power of the Heavenly Dao, constantly repairing his own body and primordial spirit. Before long, Hongjun's body was completely restored. In the next moment, he appeared in the Zixiao Palace. Cough. Hongjun sat weakly on the cloud platform, his eyes filled with resentment. Pangu. Today's humiliation, I will surely annihilate the entire Honghuang in return. And the entire Witch clan as well. This time Hongjun was truly injured. His flesh and primordial spirit had been severed by Pangu, and the Chaos Jade Plate had been shattered into pieces. The last remnant of Hongmeng purple qi he had preserved was also seized by Pangu. If he hadn't previously relied on the Chaos Jade Plate to preemptively entrust his true spirit to the source of the Heavenly Dao, he would have truly been cleaved to death by Pangu this time. Damn it. Although my flesh and primordial spirit have regathered thanks to the source of the Heavenly Dao, the deep wounds left by Panga's axe have left profound scars on the great Dao. Without endless years they want heal. It seems I have no choice but to resort to devouring the Heavenly Dao. I had intended to slowly encroach upon the 3 realms of heaven, earth, and humanity. Hongjun thought darkly. First I must deal with the Witch clan. The 12 ancestral witches are too formidable. They must not be allowed to gather Panga's true form again. As well as the human race. That scheme should also be executed once I recover my strength. On Kunlun Mountain, the Sanqing were astonished by the Witch clan's performance after witnessing the entire battle between the witches and the demons. Panga's appearance completely disrupted their Dao hearts, fearing that Pangu would summon the 3 of them, as well. After all, the Sanqing were also transformed from Panga's primordial spirit. Fortunately, it was just a false alarm in the end, but it still startled the Sanqing. Elder brother, after watching this battle, I see that the 12 ancestral witches are merely at the pre-saint realm. The power of the Father God's true form formed through formations, bloodlines, and physical bodies is boundless. Since the three of us are also transformed from the Father God's primordial spirit, we are even more so at the realm of saints and emperors. Why don't we ponder a grand formation together to see if we can merge our primordial spirits and form the true form of the Father God? Perhaps then we would truly be invincible in Hongjun, and the shackles on us would cease to exist. Tongxin's words struck Laozi and Yuanqi's hearts like the ringing of a morning bell and evening drum. Third brother speaks wisely. We are also descendants of the Father God, so we must have the opportunity to transform into the true form of the Father God. Since that's the case, let us, brothers, begin. Perhaps by merging our primordial spirits, we may truly find an extraordinary opportunity. Laozi also agreed with Tongxin's thoughts. Meanwhile, the entire situation in Hongjun underwent significant changes. With the battle between the witches and demons, the strength of the witch clan shocked the entirety of Hongjun. The mighty beings and various races that had previously looked down on the witch clan began to once again consolidate their respective forces and did not seize the opportunity for profit due to the mutual destruction of the witches and demons. At the same time, they warned their disciples and clansmen not to provoke the witch clan under any circumstances with severe punishment for violators. Not only that, but everyone who had witnessed the grand formation of the witch and demon clans went into a frenzy studying formations. Thus, the entire Hongjun fell into a bizarre calm. The Sun Star is one of the most important stars in Hongjun, transformed from Pangus' right eye. Its infinite true solar fire fills every corner of space, and the true solar fire is exceedingly tyrannical, burning anything. The scorching and domineering nature of the Sun Star fills Hongjun with vitality and vigor. Its brilliance illuminates all things, nurturing this vast land of Hongjun. On the Sun Star, the 10 innate supreme spiritual roots, the Fusang tree is hidden within endless flames. This Fusang tree is the sacred ground of the Golden Crow clan, and only members of the Golden Crow clan may enter. At this moment, beneath the tree, a figure continuously absorbed the surrounding true solar fire under the wash of the Fusang tree's immeasurable radiance. As the figure slowly concluded its cultivation, the surrounding violent true solar fire finally calmed down. Elder brother, have you recovered from your injuries? Tai stepped forward to ask. After many days of cultivation, I have finally recovered. Well then, how are the others? Dijun inquired. I have opened the treasury for them to take the spiritual items needed to recover their injuries. They should be nearly fine by now. Tai replied. Second brother, we suffered heavy losses this time. Millions of soldiers died under Pangus' true form strike. If it weren't for the Dao Ancestors rescue you, and I would have likely already faced calamity. Now let's focus on gathering our clansmen. With 365 Star Lords, as long as the stars do not perish, we can return once again. Fortunately, we previously relocated our demon clan members from the lands of Hongjun to the 33 heavens, so we won't be left without forces in the future. Good. Elder brother, we have fought against the witch clan before. We have experienced the might of their grand heavenly god-killing formation. It was not as absurd as this time, which shattered the great heavenly star formation with a single blow. Why is that? Tai asked with a furrowed brow and a worried expression. Do you still remember the forbidden secret technique of the Yuan men? Elder brother, could it be that Pangus' true form has such power related to the forbidden secret technique of the Yuan men? Tai asked. I ask you, what do you think about the secret technique granted to us by the Taoist ancestor? Naturally, it is incredibly profound, reaching the utmost speed. According to the Taoist ancestor, at higher levels of cultivation, one can comprehend the laws of time and speed. Exactly. Do you remember how the Taoist ancestor described the Lin character secret received by the 12 ancestral witches? I naturally remember. The Taoist ancestor once said Lin character secret primarily cultivates the physical body, allowing the body to be developed to the extreme. At the utmost, one can become immune to all attacks, invincible at the same level, and even overpowering at higher levels. That's right. Ever since we returned from questioning the Dao at the Dao Mountain, have you seen the 12 ancestral witches walking through Hongjun? They must have been comprehending this forbidden secret technique of the Yuan men and likely made some progress. Elder brother, if you say so, it must be quite likely. It seems we have underestimated this forbidden secret technique of the Yuan men. But elder brother, even without this forbidden secret technique, the foundation displayed by the witch clan this time is such that even saints cannot compete, and the Dao ancestor is in trouble. What should we do? You can rest assured about this. This time the saints and the Dao ancestor have been insulted, and they will definitely not let the witch clan off the hook. Dijun gazed over the entirety of Hongjun as he spoke. The Pango Hall is located in the northern part of Buzhou Mountain, a sacred place of the witch tribe, where innate malevolent energy permeates all year round, and no other beings can survive here except for the witch tribe. The Pango Hall is magnificent and solemn, embodying the glory and heritage of the witch tribes, serving as a sacred ground in their hearts. Outside the Pango Hall stands a statue dedicated to the great god Pangu. The descendants of the witch tribe often come here to pray devoutly, seeking the protection of the great god Pangu. The 12 ancestral witches of the tribe also frequently convene within the Pango Hall to discuss significant matters. On this day, the 12 ancestral witches gathered once more in the Pango Hall. Their expressions were grave, and one could sense their unstable breaths. Evidently, the previous battle had inflicted severe damage upon them. Observing the silent crowd, Zhu Jiuyin stood up first and said, "Brothers and sisters, although we dealt a heavy blow to the demon tribe and upheld the name of our Pango Orthodox sect, we have suffered tremendous losses, and not only did we lose billions of tribesmen, but we have also deeply offended the saints and Hongjun. Next, we must carefully consider our path forward." Zhu Jiuyin hadn't finished speaking when the hot-tempered Zhu Rong shouted loudly, "What are we afraid of? Those saints and Hongjun are nothing but defeated foes. If they dare come again, let them experience the true power of our Father God." Indeed, Zhu Rong is right. Our Daitian divine killing is not to be trifled with. If they dare to come again, we will ensure their complete annihilation. The others echoed in agreement. Nonsense. However, Di Jiang could no longer hold back and rebuked them. This time we were able to repel the saints and cleave through Hongjun, thanks to the blood and essence of all our tribesmen, unleashing the power of our Father God within our veins. Furthermore, we relied on the will of our Father God within Buzhou Mountain. However, now our tribesmen have already expended too much blood essence, severely affecting their own strength. In a short time, they cannot condense any more, and the will of the Father God in Buzhou Mountain has also been exhausted. If the saints and Hongjun come again, what do we have to resist them with? After hearing Di Jiang's words, everyone fell into a moment of silence. "Elder brother, what should we do now?" Zhu Rong asked with a furrowed brow. Di Jiang took a deep breath and said solemnly, "The only solution now is for all tribesmen to enter the divine hall to recover their injuries. Otherwise, Hongjun and the saints will surely not let this matter rest. But our tribesmen have suffered heavy casualties. Recovering their strength will not be an easy task," Ho Tu said with concern. "Exactly. Moreover, we must also deal with other potential threats," Gong Gong added. "In that case, let's open the blood pool and allow all tribesmen to go there. They should be able to recover in a very—" Di Jiang said to everyone. "The blood pool. Elder brother, the blood pool is our birthplace and the cradle of our tribe's birth. Such a large-scale entry into cultivation would deplete an enormous amount of resources," Zhu Jiuyin said with some worry. "No matter. We have reached a critical moment of life and death. There is no need to hold on to these anymore. Moreover, with the heart of the Father God present, the blood pool will recover after countless years." "Very well, elder brother, once it's done, arrange for the tribesmen to enter." After assigning everything, Di Jiang looked at everyone and slowly took something out from the space. The primordial purple chi. This is the primordial purple chi taken from Hongjun by the Father God. He entrusted it to me when departing, but did not specify its exact use. What do you think we should do with it? But we do not possess divine senses. How can we utilize this primordial purple chi? Gong Gong and Zhu Jiuyin, known for his wisdom among the witch tribe, slowly spoke. "It is said that there are a total of 9 strands of primordial purple chi in the world, 8 of which were obtained by Hongjun, while the last one is said to have escaped. Since the Father God took the primordial purple chi from Hongjun, there must be a reason behind it, and we need not dwell on it." After listening to Zhu Jiuyin's analysis, Di Jiang ceased to ponder this matter. With a wave of his hand, he placed this coveted treasure sought after by all in the wilderness beneath the statue of Pangu in the great hall, believing it to be the safest place in the wilderness. After completing all this, Di Jiang stood up and said, "In that case, everyone may disperse now." As the ancestral witches stood up to prepare to take their leave, just as everyone was exiting, Di Jiang suddenly spoke, "Sister, Ho Tu, please wait a moment." Ho Tu halted her steps and turned to look at Di Jiang, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Di Jiang approached Ho Tu, speaking with a serious tone. "Sister Ho Tu, I have an important matter to discuss with you." "Elder brother, what is so urgent?" Ho Tu inquired with a slight frown. "The Father God mentioned before leaving that you carry a mission, and the future of our witch tribe lies in you. I do not know what mission you bear, but the future of our tribe depends on you." Upon hearing Di Jiang's words, Ho Tu was startled. She asked in confusion, "Elder brother, I do not understand. Why would the Father God say such a thing? What mission do I have?" Di Jiang shook his head and replied, "I am not entirely sure either. The Father God only left behind this sentence." "Sister Ho Tu, do you still remember the mission the Father God bestowed upon us when he created our witch tribe?" Ho Tu nodded, saying, "Of course, the Father God tasked our witch tribe with guarding the heavens and the earth." Di Jiang sighed and said, "Now with the saints eyeing us and the wilderness world in turmoil, the Father God's words may be hinting that you possess the key to saving the witch tribe." Ho-Tu remained silent for a moment, her eyes flashing with determination, as she said, "Elder brother, I will strive to discover my mission and do my utmost for the future of the witch tribe." Dijong looked at Ho-Tu and said, "Sister, this journey may be fraught with dangers. You must be cautious. If you need anything, do not hesitate to inform me." Ho-Tu nodded in response, saying, "Thank you, elder brother. I will be careful." After saying this, Ho-Tu turned and left. In the wilderness, time is the most worthless thing, and in the blink of an eye 10,000 years had passed. During these 10,000 years, the witch and demon tribes worked hard to restore their strength, while the other myriad races behaved themselves and did not provoke any disputes, resulting in a time of tranquility and harmony in the wilderness. The Ren tribe of Shouyang Mountain experienced tremendous development during these 10,000 years, their population surpassing 1 trillion, their footprints spreading across the entire Eastern Sea region, and they progressed towards the center of the wilderness. The rapid development of the human tribe caught the attention of other races, and what began as cautious probing gradually became brazen. Among them, the demon tribe lingering in the wilderness acted the most outrageously, causing the entire human tribe to become fearful of demons. Especially recently, as demons began devouring humans, they suddenly discovered that consuming humans could indeed enhance their own magical powers. Consequently, more demons joined the hunt for humans, and some even realized that human blood and souls could actually harm the flesh of the witch tribe, stirring up a huge uproar among the demon tribe. Heavenly Court, Sun Palace. What did you say? Is this really true? Reporting to your majesty, this is true. A branch of my kin left in the primordial continent told me in person. Qingxuan Demon King, do you know the consequences of deceiving me? Emperor Jun looked sternly at the demon. Upon hearing this, the demon king immediately knelt in fear and hurriedly exclaimed, "Even with the greatest courage, I would not dare to deceive your majesty. I left a branch on the primordial land, and due to its weak strength, I did not bring it to the heavenly court. Just a few days ago, all the little demons in this branch suddenly experienced a tremendous surge in strength, already reaching the golden immortal realm. According to them, it was because they consumed the newly born human race that this change occurred. Moreover, your majesty, it is being rumored in the lower realms that the blood and soul of the human race can break the physical bodies of the witch clan. So far, who in the heavenly court knows about this? Reporting to your majesty, aside from my clansmen, no one else knows. Could I give you a task? Go to the lower realms and capture some humans and witches. I will use the river map and Luo book to conceal the heavenly secrets for you. Remember, this matter is of utmost confidentiality, and no one must be informed." Yes. After the demon king had left for a long while, Emperor Jun slowly rose from his throne, feeling both excited and fearful. Excited that the blood and soul of the human race could actually break the physical bodies of the witch clan, yet fearful because the human race seems to have the Dao Ancestor behind them, someone he cannot provoke. If he let it slip that he intended to slaughter the human race, he would surely face death. Emperor Jun truly deserved to be a born ruler. In an instant, he had figured out many things. Perhaps there are others who are even more anxious than I. Letting them bear the responsibility for this matter might be better. Having thought of this, Emperor Jun had already made up his mind, and he felt much more at ease. One day later, the Qingxuan Demon King returned, bringing with him hundreds of humans and witches. Emperor Jun personally experimented refining the blood and soul of the human race and incorporating them into weapons. The physical bodies of the witch clan were indeed broken, but the ones captured this time were only ordinary witches. To deal with the ancestor witches, he would likely need astronomical amounts of blood and soul. Having obtained a method to deal with the physical bodies of the ancestor witches, Emperor Jun's desire to completely annihilate the witch clan could no longer be suppressed. The Nuwa Empress cannot be approached. The human race was created by her like her own children. Now to slaughter the human race is absolutely impossible for her to agree to. Moreover, due to our ambitions, the demon clan has already suffered greatly, which has displeased her. Let alone the involvement of the saints, which has caused a loss of face. If I go, I am afraid I will only bring trouble upon myself, Emperor Jun murmured. Then I can only go there. Soon Emperor Jun appeared in the chaos, quickly using the river map and Luo book to shield himself, concealing all heavenly secrets before flying into the chaos. Purple Cloud Palace. After flying for a long time in the chaos, Emperor Jun finally arrived at his destination. Looking once again at this familiar place, countless thoughts flooded his mind. He had once been ambitious here, and he had also felt dejected for not obtaining the primordial purple chi. Just as Emperor Jun was lost in thought, the door of the Purple Cloud Palace suddenly opened. Before he could enter, he heard Hongjun's voice coming from inside. "I already know your purpose for coming. Go ahead and do what you must. I will conceal all heavenly secrets for you. As for the Dao Mountain, naturally someone will handle it. And here is a source of the Heavenly Dao. It can save your life at a critical moment. You may go now." Upon hearing Hongjun's words, Emperor Jun knew that the desired outcome was already achieved. However, he was curious about who exactly would deal with Su Qingxuan, which puzzled him. Besides the Dao Ancestor, who in the primordial realm could accomplish this? At this moment inside the purple cloud palace, Hongjun looked at Emperor Jun as he departed, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Qingxuan, you should enjoy this grand gift I have prepared for you. Ha ha ha. Kunlun Mountain. The three pure ones had just concluded their unification of their primordial spirits and had not yet shared with each other when they heard Hongjun's message summoning them to the purple cloud palace. Elder brother, it seems that Hongjun has almost recovered. I wonder what he has summoned us for this time. Yuan Shi. Upon hearing Yuan Shi's question, Laozi replied, it is probably not for anything good. Well, let us go. He has just been reprimanded by the Father God. We shouldn't stir up trouble at this time. In Shumi Mountain, Jane and Juni were also awakened from their closed-door training. Senior brother, why didn't Panga Daoxing just kill him with one axe? Juanti said with a gloomy expression upon hearing Hongjun's summons. Now that Hongjun has merged with the Heavenly Dao, he probably isn't so easy to kill. Don't worry about that, let's go and see what he wants. In Nuwa Heaven, since Nuwa became a saint, she had always resided here. Upon hearing Hongjun's message, she did not hesitate and directly headed toward the Purple Cloud Palace. Inside the Qingxuan Dao Palace, Su Qingxuan was contemplating the Pangu imprint he had obtained earlier, continuously merging and verifying it with the scenes of his battle with Pangu. Suddenly, while in deep contemplation, Su Qingxuan felt a surge of unease. It seems something major is about to happen. Oh, why am I suddenly so restless? Not only that, but why has the entire heavenly mechanism become chaotic? Forget it, I will use the pre-word secret to deduce this matter. I want to see who dares to scheme against me. Hongjun, having calculated everything, thought that his plans would not be known to Su Qingxuan. But as Su Qingxuan utilized the pre-word secret, he already understood Hongjun's intentions. Bastard, how dare you lay hands on the human race? I really don't know where you Hongjun get your courage to scheme against me like this. Do you intend to take the field yourself? At this moment, Su Qingxuan also began to question Hongjun's actions as he noticed that Hongjun had summoned the 6 saints of heaven to the Purple Cloud Palace. Thinking of this, Su Qingxuan called for Lu Er. Lu Er, go to Shouyang Mountain and inform the Swearing clan that the human race is about to face great calamity. Tell them to gather their kin at Shouyang Mountain as much as possible. There is a great formation left by my master that can block all enemies. Hearing Su Qingxuan's words, Lu Er hurriedly flew towards Shouyang Mountain. Hongjun, if you truly dare to do this, I will ensure you taste death once more. Heavenly Court. Upon returning to the Heavenly Court, Emperor Jun immediately summoned the 10 great demon saints. As for Tai, he was still in closed-door training, so he was not summoned as Emperor Jun did not want to involve him in this matter. Then Emperor Jun informed the 10 great demon saints about the matter concerning the human race. Except for Baze, the other demon saints, upon hearing that there was a way to break the physical bodies of the witch clan, were eager to descend to the lower realms and collect all the blood and souls of the human race. This matter is after all against the heavenly harmony. As long as we obtain enough blood and souls this time, it will be sufficient. Do not completely annihilate the entire human race, otherwise we will have difficulty facing the Dao Mountain and the saints. Emperor Jun instructed. May I ask your majesty, what should we do if the saints and Dao Mountain come to obstruct us? Baze stepped forward to inquire. Naturally, there will be someone to handle it. You need not worry. Gish, you will lead millions of soldiers to collect blood and souls. The others should keep a close watch on the witch clan to prevent them from discovering this matter. Gish, remember, only when a great change occurs on the Dao Mountain is when you should take action. After hearing the summons of Hongjun, everyone rushed to the Zixiao Palace at an astonishing speed. Nuwa arrived first, standing at the entrance of the palace, quietly waiting for the other 5. Not long after, the remaining 5 also arrived, one after another. They were the 3 pure ones, Yuan Shi Tian Zun Taishang Lao Jun and Tong Tian Jiao Zhu, along with the 2 saints of the west, Jane Dao Ren and Juan Ti Dao Ren. After some pleasantries, they all entered the Zixiao Palace together. Inside, Hongjun sat at a high position, calmly gazing at everyone. Hongjun's voice echoed in the palace. I have summoned you all today to discuss a matter of great importance. Everyone held their breath, listening intently. Hongjun continued. Although the resentment of the 3,000 demons has been eradicated, it has caused great damage to the Honghuang. The heavenly membrane encasing the Honghuang has been eroded by the demons' resentment, leading to cracks appearing. As saints of the Heavenly Dao, you are naturally responsible for the crucial task of repairing the heavenly membrane. Nuwa, you are well versed in the laws of creation and have the assistance of the Qingxuan Ding. You will be in charge of this repair work. Upon hearing Hongjun's words, Nuwa's heart sank. She knew that the task of repairing the heavenly membrane was extremely arduous and carried great responsibility. However, she also understood that this was a mission bestowed upon her by the Heavenly Dao. Taking a deep breath, Nuwa bowed to Hongjun and said, "Disciple obeys your command, and will do my utmost to repair the heavenly membrane living up to your expectations. Good, you will be responsible for repairing the heavenly membrane, while the others will refine the chaotic air into chaotic essence and place it into the Qingxuan Ding, as this is the main material for repairing the heavenly membrane." Upon hearing Hongjun's words, the saints all accepted their orders and exited the Zixiao Palace, for safeguarding the Hongwang was indeed their duty as saints of the Heavenly Dao. Watching the 6 saints depart, Hongjun couldn't help but reveal a cold smile. In the next moment, he activated the creation jade plate to communicate with the Heavenly Dao, completely severing the connection between the 6 saints and the Hongwang, maintaining only his link with the Heavenly Dao. "If I don't send you away, my calculations may lead to unexpected outcomes," Hongjun murmured. As he watched the 6 saints vanish, he too disappeared from the Zixiao Palace. Deep within the chaos, in a place constantly swept by chaotic storms, Hongjun suddenly appeared. Observing the chaotic storm that had been raging since the birth of chaos, Hongjun exerted his power, and in the next moment, he summoned a figure from within, towering at 10,000 feet, surrounded by deathly energy and chaotic essence. This was precisely the body of the chaotic demon god that Hongjun had previously discovered in the chaotic room. Indeed, this is a top-tier chaotic demon god. Even within the chaotic storm, it has absorbed such a vast amount of chaotic essence. It seems that although its strength has not reached the realm of the Heavenly Dao, it still surpasses the existence of the 9th layer of primordial chaos. Looking at the chaotic demon god's body before him, Hongjun was extremely satisfied. After observing for a long time, he left with the body of the chaotic demon god. At Shouyang Mountain, Lu'er came to convey Su Qingxuan's message to the human race. At first, Sui Ren did not believe him since he was a demon, until Lu'er mentioned that Su Qingxian had previously set up a grand formation here, which convinced Sui Ren and the others. Thus, they quickly sent out messages calling all humans outside to return to their ancestral land. In an instant, countless humans surged from all directions. However, even so, they could not summon all their clansmen back in a short time, as the human race was developing too rapidly with a vast distribution of people. Seeing the humans rushing towards Shouyang Mountain, Gui Che quickly informed Dijuan. After hearing Gui Chi's report, Dijuan ordered him to hold back unless a major event occurred at Mount Wudao. At Buzhou Mountain, Qingxian Dao Palace, Su Qingxian had already ceased his contemplation as the unease in his heart grew increasingly severe. "Strange, I cannot find the source of my unease throughout the entire Hongwang. How peculiar it is." Just as Su Qingxian was deep in thought, a mysterious beam of light suddenly descended from the sky, directly falling towards the outskirts of Buzhou Mountain. Su Qingxian was startled and quickly used his divine powers to investigate the nature of the light. However, when his divine sense touched that beam of light, it was repelled by a powerful force. What exactly is this light? Why does it possess such immense power? Su Qingxian furrowed his brow. He decided to personally investigate. Upon arriving at the place where the light fell, he discovered a towering figure standing on the ground. As he recognized that figure, Su Qingxian couldn't help but shout in surprise. "Chaotic Demon God." Su Qingxuan's voice echoed across the vast heavens and earth. The giant figure seemed to be startled by his call, slowly turning around. Not long ago, Hongjun had directly used the creation jade plate to isolate the aura of the chaotic demon god. Otherwise, before he could even unleash the chaotic demon god into the Hongwang, the Heavenly Dao would have eradicated him the moment the chaotic demon god appeared. Seeing the confused chaotic demon god before him, Su Qingxuan, after his initial surprise, quickly regained his composure. A deceased chaotic demon god. How did it come to be here? Why did the Heavenly Dao not intervene? Just as Su Qingxian was puzzled, Hongjun within the chaos controlled the chaotic demon god to charge towards Su Qingxian. "How dare you!" At this moment, Su Qingxian no longer pondered why the chaotic demon god was here. Seeing it charging at him, he raised his hand, unleashing various supreme and lethal techniques. Boom! In the instant of collision, the heavens and earth shattered, the seas churned, and an invincible aura spread throughout the entire Hongwang as the battlefield resembled the very act of creation. Not good. Watching the impact of their battle, Su Qingxian quickly punched the chaotic demon god, sending it staggering backward. Then he unleashed his full power as an Immortal Emperor, stabilizing the Hongwang in an instant. As the commotion from Su Qingxian and the chaotic demon god's clash echoed throughout the Hongwang, the prepared demon army also sprang into action, frantically hunting down the human race. Instantly, the human race was slaughtered, rivers of blood flowing, mourning filling the air, resentment spreading across the sky, and various cries of anguish and curses resounded through the heavens. At the moment the demon race slaughtered the human race, Su Qingxian was already aware of it. Before he could act, the chaotic demon god that had just been repelled charged at him again. Damn it. Seeing the approaching chaotic demon god, Su Qingxian had no choice but to deal with it first, as it posed too great a threat to the entire Hongjun. In the next moment, their battlefield shifted to the endless starry sky as Su Qingxian had lured it away, for he feared that a clash in the Hongjun would shatter it with a single blow. Boom. With another strike, the chaotic demon god was sent flying once more. Su Qingxian attacked his fist, striking the body of the chaotic demon god, sending it flying for billions of miles. The chaotic essence churned, stars shattered around them, and the winds howled as if it transformed into a void. Just as Su Qingxian prepared to completely destroy this chaotic demon god's body, a sudden change occurred. An immense wave of resentment, death, energy, and various negative and evil emotions surged from the Hongjun. In the next moment, the chaotic demon god opened its mouth and directly swallowed these energies. At a visible speed, the chaotic demon god's recently shattered body restored itself and became even stronger. Its aura escalated to a higher level, and the entire demon god's form became more agile. In the next moment, a voice echoed throughout the Hongjun. I am the Death Demon God. I am the Death Demon God. Upon hearing those words, Su Qingxian immediately recognized him, the Death Demon God, one of the 3,000 demon gods, and ranked among the top 10. Within Pangus imprint, his presence was recorded as well. Yet for some reason, his corporeal form remained astonishingly complete. The moment the Chaos Demon God proclaimed his identity, Hongjun, who resided within the chaos, instantly severed his connection, for he already knew the demon god's stored obsession had awakened. Gazing at the resurrected chaos demon god before him, Su Qingxian felt a burning urge to crush the entire demon race. This is the world Pangu carved open. It should not exist today. I will destroy it. The chaos demon god's voice seemed to echo from a distant epoch, and the beings of Hongjun prayed that the Dao Venerable might vanquish this terrifying presence. Your era has passed. Relying on a single resurrected obsession, you dare mouth such arrogance. You will die here today. This is my decree. Su Qingxian spoke to the Death Demon God. The Death Demon God replied, I did not expect such an existence in this realm. It seems I must first extinguish you and then utterly annihilate Hongjun. The Death Demon God struck first, his body shrouded in dense deathly chi, his combat prowess terrifying. The instant he lunged, Su Qingxian left Hongjun and entered the chaos. You care much for this world, but did you not know chaos is my domain? With those words, he plunged deeper into the chaos. Boom. In the chaos, the Death Demon God's vast hand swept through the void. Boundless chaotic chi trembled as a colossal hand suffused with chaos swung towards Su Qingxian. This was no ordinary palm strike. It carried the Death Demon God's ruthless killing art, honed to dominate the chaos. Watching the oncoming slaughtering art, Su Qingxian flicked his wrist and unleashed a divine offensive technique, a strike imbued with the great assault arts he had comprehended. Boom. In an instant, the region where they clashed was torn asunder, the chaos scattered, and a fragment of a boundless world was carved open. When his blow failed to fell Su Qingxuan, the Death Demon God snorted coldly as chaotic chi surged violently around him. He formed seals with his hands and chanted an ancient incantation. In that instant, endless deathly chi poured forth from Hongjun, converging into a dreadful sea of death that rolled towards Su Qingxian. Su Qingxuan's expression grew grave. He knew the boundless sea of death embodied the demon god's might and could not be underestimated. He flashed aside, avoiding the first onslaught. Yet the deathly chi tracked him as if it had a will of its own. Su Qingxuan's brow tightened. He resolved to stop evading. He formed hand seals and uttered a soft cry. A jade-green radiance surged from his core, manifesting as a lotus pedestal that rose before him to stand guard. 36 Great Hongjun Azure Lotus. How could you possibly possess such a thing? The Death Demon God roared, staring wildly at the lotus beneath Su Qingxian. There are many things you would never imagine. At that moment, the endless deathly chi slammed into the Hongjun Azure Lotus, producing thunderous detonations. The deathly chi was purified upon contact with the Hongjun Azure Lotus, dissipating in an instant. A flicker of astonishment passed through the Death Demon God's eyes. He had not expected Su Qingxian to so easily withstand his onslaught. In response, he assimilated the boundless sea of death into his own being, instantly elevating his strength another notch. Su Qingxian felt the crushing pressure, yet he gritted his teeth and endured. This was truly the most arduous battle he had faced since arriving in Hongjun. In this fierce contest, both Su Qingxian and the Death Demon God expended their utmost. Their figures flickered through the chaos. Their tremendous force drove the surrounding chaotic chi into a wild frenzy. Boom. Su Qingxian once again repelled the Death Demon God, though he himself was staggered by the assault. Very well, very well. Today I will let you taste the Wu Yuan sect's forbidden secret art." With those words, Su Qingxian surged toward the death demon god. At the instant of his assault, the G character secret ignited, multiplying his offensive power tenfold and shredding the demon god's form until it collapsed utterly defenseless. The death demon god, driven to desperation, ignited the endless death chi within him, transmuting it into an unrivaled divine art that struck at Su Qingxian. As the two clashed, the 6 sages, who had been repairing the cosmic membrane within the chaos, also detected the disturbance. Chaos demon god, Dao venerable. The 6 sages were left aghast. Never had they expected to see such a scene. Recovering quickly, they sent forth their spirits to probe Hongjun, their fury mounting. How dare the demon races? Even as sages, they felt a chill. When Nuwa witnessed the human clans reduced to 1/10 of their numbers by the demon slaughter, she burned with wrath and descended into Hongjun herself. Within the chaos, Su Qingxian and the death demon god collided once again. Both were badly battered, though the death demon god looked to be in the worst state. I did not expect such an existence in this age. Even in the chaos era, ones like you are rare, eschewing the common laws, yet forging a singular path whereby myriad laws serve your will. Does your art have a name? Secret Realm Art. What a secret realm art! If only you had been born in that era. Yet my Yuanshan and true spirit were utterly severed by Pangu. Ultimately I perished. Come then. Even if your obsession has awakened today, I will utterly slaughter you. Hongjun should never have existed. The death demon god shouted in fury. A mere lingering obsession, even bolstered by the fruits of a past life. How long can it possibly hold? Today you shall die. What Pangu achieved, I too can accomplish. Having spoken, Su Qingxian immediately invoked the Dukarakter secret, conjuring an axe in his hand, the heaven-splitting axe he had long observed. In the next instant, swinging the titanic axe, Su Qingxian cleaved at the death demon god, channeling his Immortal Emperor might to fuse the 9 secrets into that single strike. The charging death demon god was split wholly in an instant. The endless deathly chi was severed into nothing by the axe. The last thread of the demon god's obsession was shattered and could never return. Long after the chaos finally settled, looking at the cleft demon god, Su Qingxian casually bound the fallen form. Truly a top-tier chaos demon god. Though its path and life are extinguished, the body endures. Perfect. Since I attested my way, I have not yet refined an imperial weapon. This demon god's body will suffice. A gleam of excitement crossed Su Qingxuan's eyes. He decided to refine the death demon god's corpse and forge it into an imperial weapon of his own. He formed seals and unleashed the Wu Yuan sect's exclusive secret method. Mysterious runes flew from his hands and entered the demon god's body. As the runes merged, the demon god's corpse began to radiate a dazzling light. The brilliance intensified until the entire chaos was illuminated. Su Qingxian poured every ounce of strength into the secret art, sweat beading finely upon his forehead. He knew that refining an imperial weapon was arduous and would consume vast energy and time. Yet he did not falter. His heart was filled with resolute conviction. Over the long refinement, the demon god's body gradually transformed into a long spear. Grasping the spear, he felt the demon god's formidable power. He could now command the laws of life and death. With time, the forging of the imperial weapon neared its end. At last, in a single moment, the radiance contracted, and a mighty imperial weapon took shape in Su Qingxuan's hand. It exuded a terrifying aura that chilled the heart. Su Qingxian gazed at the weapon with a pleased smile. I shall name you Shirdi Spear. He knew that with this imperial weapon his strength would rise yet another level. At that time, Hongjun in the chaos also sensed the imperial weapon's aura. He inwardly marveled. Su Qingxuan's power had increased enormously. This time it seemed he had invited a great deal of trouble upon himself. Su Qingxian gazed at the imperial weapon in his hand, the emperor-slaying spear. The more he looked at it, the more he grew fond of it. This weapon, forged from the body of the chaos demon god, was of extraordinary quality. The offensive power of this weapon was second only to the opening heaven axe among all the spirit treasures Su Qingxian had ever seen, having reached the level of a chaos spirit treasure. Su Qingxian gently caressed the emperor-slaying spear, feeling the immense power contained within his heart, filled with joy. I never expected to master the laws of death. This is truly a pleasant surprise. The laws of death, one of the 10 most powerful laws. The death demon god has truly sent me a great gift. Next, it's time to pay a visit to an old friend and test the power of this emperor-slaying spear. Hongjun, let's see how you die this time. A glint of cold light flashed in Su Qingxuan's eyes as his figure instantly vanished from the spot. Moments later, he arrived at Hongjun's residence. In the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun was meditating with his eyes closed when he suddenly felt a powerful aura descending upon him. He opened his eyes and looked at Su Qingxian outside the palace, his heart secretly startled. It seems he already knows I am behind the manipulation of the death demon god, Hongjun murmured. Although he knew the reason for Su Qingxuan's visit, he still maintained an air of calm. Su Qingxuan, what brings you here? Hongjun asked indifferently. Looking at Hongjun's feigned innocence, Su Qingxian couldn't contain his anger and directly said, "Friend, your means are impressive. You can actually isolate the Heavenly Dao and even bring the Chaos Demon God into the Primordial World. I admire you." Upon hearing Su Qingxuan's words, Hongjun realized the difficulty of today's matter and came directly outside the Zixiao Palace. "Since you already know, I shall no longer hide it. Indeed, it was I who did it. So what? You have repeatedly disrupted the grand trend of the primordial Heavenly Dao. As the spokesperson for the Heavenly Dao, I naturally must correct the chaos. This is the trend of the Heavenly Dao," Hongjun said to Su Qingxian. Su Qingxuan, upon hearing Hongjun's words, laughed in anger. "Ha ha, what a grand trend of the Heavenly Dao. What is the Heavenly Dao? The Heavenly Dao is inherently fair, yet what you call the Heavenly Dao is nothing but your personal desires. The spokesperson of the Heavenly Dao is merely self-aggrandizing. As far as I know, the chosen spokesperson of the Heavenly Dao does not seem to be you," Su Qingxian mocked. Upon hearing this, Hongjun finally understood. The Hongming purple chi that originally belonged to Hongyun was destroyed, and he had always suspected Su Qingxian was behind it, but he lacked evidence. He never expected Su Qingxian to reveal it today. "Qingxuan, it turns out you were the one scheming behind the scenes. I cannot let you go today." Hongjun was furious at this moment. "Then come on," Su Qingxian roared. He tightly gripped the emperor-slaying spear, his aura continuously rising as if merging with the entire chaos. "Hongjun, today I shall battle you so you know that I, Su Qingxuan, will never submit to your so-called Heavenly Dao." A hint of surprise flashed in Hongjun's eyes. He did not expect Su Qingxian to be so resolute. "Su Qingxuan, why go through all this? You will not have a good end by opposing the Heavenly Dao." "What of the Heavenly Dao? I only believe in my own path." Su Qingxian stood firm. The confrontation between the two triggered disturbances in the chaos. The chaotic energy surged, accompanied by lightning and thunder. In the next moment, Su Qingxian charged towards Hongjun with the imperial weapon. "Ha ha, Hongjun, I have come today to test the power of my emperor-slaying spear." Su Qingxian laughed heartily. Seeing this, Hongjun did not dare to be careless. He quickly formed seals with both hands, chanting incantations. In an instant, countless purple lights surged from his body, forming a solid shield in front of him. The emperor-slaying spear struck fiercely against the shield, producing a thunderous sound. The shield trembled violently, but ultimately withstood the attack of the emperor-slaying spear. Taking advantage of the moment, Hongjun unleashed a powerful spell. A purple thunderbolt struck towards Su Qingxian. This was the strongest divine thunder created by Hongjun, the Zixiao Divine Thunder, second only to Pangus Dushiando Divine Thunder. Su Qingxuan's figure flickered as he dodged the attack of the Zixiao Divine Thunder. He swung the emperor-slaying spear again, unleashing a fierce momentum towards Hongjun. Hongjun waved his hands, unleashing an invisible force that dissipated the attack of the emperor-slaying spear into nothingness. The two engaged in an intense exchange. In the chaos, energy fluctuations continually surged, the space seemingly on the verge of tearing apart. Su Qingxian fought more fiercely, pushing his strength to the limit. Meanwhile, Hongjun gradually gained the upper hand, relying on his exceptionally sharp Zixiao Divine Thunder and the power of the Heavenly Dao. Just then, Su Qingxian suddenly let out a furious roar. He fully activated the emperor-slaying spear, unleashing the forbidden secret arts of the Yuanmen, instantly releasing a powerful force that directly attacked Hongjun's defense. Hongjun sensed the strength of this power. He took a deep breath, concentrating all his energy to mobilize the power of the Heavenly Dao for defense. However, the might of the emperor-slaying spear exceeded his expectations. Ultimately, Hongjun's defense was breached, and he was hurled away by the power of the emperor-slaying spear. Su Qingxian seized the opportunity to pursue, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Hongjun. Suddenly, as he was sent flying, Hongjun summoned the creation jade disc, fully communicating with the Heavenly Dao to gather a great deal of Heavenly Dao power to empower himself. Seeing Hongjun use the creation jade disc, Su Qingxian was startled. He understood the power of this treasure. Once Hongjun received the enhancement of the Heavenly Dao power, his strength would surely increase significantly. However, Su Qingxian did not retreat. He firmly gripped the emperor-slaying spear, his gaze resolute. Although he could not compare to the fully empowered Heavenly Dao with his first level of Immortal Emperor, at this moment Hongjun might not be able to fully unleash the power of the Heavenly Dao. At this moment, Hongjun exuded dazzling brilliance, with the powerful Heavenly Dao power continuously flowing into his body. He coldly gazed at Su Qingxian and said, "Do you think I can be easily defeated? Today I will completely seal you." After saying this, Hongjun waved the creation jade disc, and a massive beam of light surged towards Su Qingxian. Su Qingxian braced himself for the impact, swinging the emperor-slaying spear as he clashed fiercely with the beam of light. For a moment, the chaos was filled with radiant light, and energy surged. Su Qingxian gritted his teeth and persisted, knowing he could not retreat at this moment. If he showed weakness, he would surely fall into an irretrievable situation. Meanwhile, Hongjun, leveraging the power of the Heavenly Dao, continuously launched attacks, trying to completely suppress Su Qingxian. The battle between the two grew increasingly intense, shaking the entire chaos with their power, the aftermath of their conflict cutting across the ages, illuminating the myriad realms. In this fierce battle, Su Qingxian gradually discovered that although Hongjun had gained the powerful Heavenly Dao power, he seemed to be under some restriction. He began to ponder how to break through Hongjun's defenses and find his flaw. Just then, Su Qingxian noticed the creation jade disc in Hongjun's hand. His mind stirred, and he thought of a daring plan. Su Qingxian concentrated his energy, activating the Immortal Emperor's great magical powers, and urged the weapon's secret to attack the creation jade disc with full force. Seeing this, Hongjun hurriedly tried to protect the creation jade disc. However, this was exactly Su Qingxuan's scheme. Taking advantage of Hongjun's moment of distraction, Su Qingxian suddenly changed the direction of his attack and launched a fatal strike at Hongjun's vital point. Caught off guard, Hongjun could not use the creation jade disc as it was pulled by the weapon's secret. The attack from the emperor-slaying spear pierced through his body, and even with his current Heavenly Dao realm strength, he could not stop it. In the next moment, the laws of death instantaneously infused his entire being. Terrifying energy surged, and then Hongjun's body exploded, shattering the chaos nearby, with the energy within the chaos recklessly spilling out, forming a massive storm. Su Qingxian struggled to stabilize himself in the storm, gazing at the place where Hongjun had dissipated, filled with mixed emotions. To merge with the Heavenly Dao, to be immortal and indestructible, truly makes it difficult to kill him. Watching Hongjun's body explode, Su Qingxian let out a deep sigh, well aware that he was temporarily unable to completely kill Hongjun. Although he had avenged the previous schemes of Hongjun, the animosity between them only grew, and he wondered when their next confrontation would occur. While Su Qingxian battled the death demon god, the entire primordial world fell into madness due to the slaughter by the demon clan. All the great powers were thoroughly enraged by the actions of the demons as the chaos demon god invaded the primordial world, and the Dao sovereign fought for all living beings while the demon clan slaughtered the human race. Thus, some great powers chose to offend the demon clan in order to protect the human race. Among them, the most representative were Xinyuanzi Pan Wang and Shi Wangmu, who took it upon themselves to protect the human race in their respective regions, causing the demon army to find themselves in a dilemma. In the end, Emperor Jun intervened, warning all great powers that those who dared to oppose the demon clan would face retribution in the future, leading everyone to dare not voice their anger. Subsequently, the demon clan focused their efforts around the East Sea and Shoyang Mountain, resulting in countless human casualties, with all their blood and souls collected and continuously sent to the heavenly court. Shoyang Mountain, the surviving human race, all hid within the great formation left by Su Qingxuan, miraculously preserving their lives. Outside Shoyang Mountain, Lu Er, severely injured, felt grateful for the character secret bestowed by his master and the innate treasure, the divine demon Taiji diagram, or else he would have faced disaster. In the distance, Emperor Jun observed Lu Er, who had withstood a casual attack from the Heavenly Star Battle Array without dying, feeling astonished. After all, he was a disciple of the Dao Sovereign and had just entered the Quasi-Emperor realm, yet he could achieve such feats. Lu Er, my friend, why do you persist in this? We are both of the demon clan, yet you fight against the human race. Emperor Jun spoke to Lu Er. Do you not know that the human race bears great karma? In the past, the Taiji sage sought to establish the human teaching, but was obstructed, and even saints do not dare to interfere in human affairs. Why has your majesty committed such an act of heavenly wrath and human resentment today? Hearing Lu Er's words, Emperor Jun's pupils trembled. Indeed, how would he explain this to the Dao Sovereign? At first, Emperor Jun did not intend to completely exterminate the human race. He only sought enough blood and souls before departing. Unexpectedly, during the slaughter of the human race, the resentment of the humans triggered tribulation energy, causing the demon army to lose their minds and become bloodthirsty. Realizing something was amiss, Emperor Jun set up the Heavenly Star Battle Array, intending to forcibly bring all demon soldiers back. However, the humans, in their desperate situation, unexpectedly made a grand vow, declaring that from now on humans and demons would not coexist. Being proficient in divination, Emperor Jun instantly sensed fragments of the future where the human race rose and slaughtered the demon clan. At this point, Emperor Jun could no longer tolerate it, and issued a direct order to exterminate all humans. Unexpectedly, Lu Er appeared midway and directly killed the ghost car at Shouyang Mountain. This thoroughly enraged Emperor Jun, who activated the power of the Heavenly Star Battle Array and directed it at Lu Er. Since you are so obstinate, I shall no longer hold back. Emperor Jun resolved to completely eliminate Lu. Watching Emperor Jun manipulate the Heavenly Star Battle Array, Lu Er felt a sense of panic. Even though he possessed an innate treasure, his current strength was insufficient to unleash the full power of the divine demon Taiji diagram, and he feared he could not withstand a strike from the Heavenly Star Battle Array. Right? Since my master allowed the human race to enter the Shouyang Mountain formation in their time of despair, it must be able to withstand this wave of attacks. With this thought, Lu Er hurriedly activated the character secret and instantly entered the Shouyang Mountain formation. Seeing Lu Er escape into Shouyang Mountain, Emperor Jun remarked, "If you had fled to another place, I would truly hesitate to kill you. However, since you insist on standing with the human race, I shall fulfill your wish." As Emperor Jun completed his accumulation of power, a beam of invincible starlight shot towards Shouyang Mountain, intending to annihilate the human race in one strike. In an instant, as the invincible starlight descended, when all were filled with extreme terror, a stone tablet erupted with boundless radiance, instantly blocking the attack. The next moment, the stone tablet shone brilliantly, unleashing astonishing power that turned the millions of demons surrounding Shouyang Mountain into dust, and even Emperor Jun was completely slain amid his horrified expression. At that moment, all the great powers watching in the primordial world gasped in astonishment, never expecting that the human race possessed such profound strength. Just as Emperor Jun unleashed his unparalleled attack, Nuwa also arrived, intending to intervene. However, she was taken aback to see millions of demons and Emperor Jun completely annihilated in an instant. With the invading demons entirely eradicated, the remaining humans could not help but wail loudly, filling the entire world with sorrow. Just as the human race mourned, Nuwa finally descended upon Shouyang Mountain. As the appearance of Nuwa drew the gaze of everyone, they recognized her as the Holy Mother enshrined in their ancestral temple, and all the humans knelt on the ground, recounting their suffering to the Holy Mother. Seeing such a scene, even though Nuwa had transcended all things, tears began to flow. Every word and action of a sage resonates with the heavens and earth, causing the entire world to feel Nuwa's sorrow, and a fine rain began to fall from the sky, as if mourning the human race's plight. Then Nuwa activated the laws of creation, healing all the humans who had suffered injuries during this calamity. In an instant, all those heavily injured recovered, including the severely wounded Lu Er, who regained his strength through these laws of creation. Nuwa slowly walked towards the human race, waving her hand, and the land that had been ravaged by war instantly returned to its original state. Finally, she stood before all the humans and said softly, "When I departed, I once said that the human race must rely on themselves to thrive eternally. Although you have suffered greatly this time, it is also an opportunity for you to realize that relying on heaven and earth is not as good as relying on oneself. Only by becoming strong can you protect everything." Nuwa's voice echoed in everyone's ears. Everyone listened solemnly, quietly absorbing Nuwa's teachings. "From now on, you must cultivate harder to possess the strength to protect yourselves. I will leave a clone here to guard you for 10,000 years. Nuwa continued, and a cheer erupted among the human race, filling them with hope for the future. Nuwa gazed at the crowd, her eyes flashing with a mix of comfort and heartache. Under the sun star beneath the Fusang tree, a cluster of golden light flickered continuously, surrounded by blazing solar flames. The next moment, a figure emerged from the golden light. Emperor Jun ultimately succeeded in reviving himself with the source of the Dao granted by Hongjun. However, at this moment of rebirth, he felt no joy, only endless worry and trepidation. Heavenly Court, Sun Palace. "What? Elder brother has fallen." Tai roared in disbelief after hearing Bei's report. Bei sighed softly and said, "This is what I heard with my own ears and saw with my own eyes. Your Majesty was struck down by a divine light before Shouyang Mountain." Tai instantly went mad, his eyes bloodshot, radiating endless fury. "Was it the Wu clan that did?" Tai roared angrily. Bei shook his head and helplessly said, "It was not the Wu clan but the human clan." Upon hearing Bei's words, Tai was instantly enraged. "How could a small, newly emerged race like the human clan kill my elder brother?" Seeing Tai furious, Bei quickly explained, "It was because your Majesty discovered that the blood and souls of the human clan could refine weapons to break the physical bodies of the Wu clan, so he led the Heavenly Court army to massacre the human clan and collect blood and souls. As a result, they triggered the foundation of the human clan before Shouyang Mountain, and your Majesty, along with countless demons, fell there. I and the other 9 demon saints were responsible for monitoring the Wu clan and did not approach, so we were fortunate to survive." Bei explained to Tai. Taiyi's expression grew increasingly dark. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, saying, "The human clan actually has such depth, how detestable." His heart was filled with grief and rage. Originally, he had not regarded the human clan highly, believing they were merely a weak race. Now, with elder brother Qingxuan having fallen here, he found it impossible to accept. "It is said that your majesty triggered the means left by the Dao Zun, which is why there was no resistance." Baize looked at Taiyi and explained, "Dao Zun, human clan, elder brother, how could you be so unwise? That place is one that even saints do not dare to easily tread upon." Taiyi sobbed, his face filled with tears. Since he gained intellect, he had always relied on Qingxuan. The two were one and the same. The primordial golden crows of the world were just the two of them. Now that he learned his elder brother had died, Taiyi was instantly plunged into despair. Baize looked at Taiyi, who was lost in sorrow and unable to free himself, and was about to say that the demon clan should be prioritized when a sudden anomaly erupted in the sun star. "Elder brother." Taiyi sensed the connection between the golden crows and immediately rushed towards the sun star. When Taiyi arrived at the foot of the Fusang tree, he saw Qingxuan standing there in a daze. "Elder brother." Hearing Taiyi's words, Qingxuan also came back to his senses, looking at the anxious Taiyi before him. A glint of comfort flashed in Qingxuan's eyes as he gently patted Taiyi's shoulder and said, "Second brother, I am fine." Taiyi looked at Qingxuan in confusion and asked, "Elder brother, didn't you fall? How could you?" Qingxuan smiled and said, "Indeed, I fell at Shouyang Mountain, but at the critical moment Dao Ancestor granted me a source of heavenly law to aid me, allowing me to be reborn." Upon hearing this, Taiyi was overjoyed and said, "That's great. Elder brother, as long as you are safe, that's all that matters." "But elder brother, why did Dao Ancestor grant you the source of heavenly law? And why did you go to massacre the human clan? You must have offended Dao Zun now." After hearing Taiyi's question, Qingxuan told him the whole story. "What? The human sovereign controls heaven and earth? How is this possible? Not to mention our demon clan, even the Wu clan is not something the human clan can shake." Taiyi asked in confusion. Looking at Taiyi's expression of disbelief, Qingxuan explained, "Second brother, at first I didn't believe it either, but when the human clan shouted that humans and demons cannot coexist, I glimpsed fragments of the future through the fate of the demon clan, which is why I resolved to completely destroy the human clan." Taiyi still could not accept this fact and said, "Elder brother, even if the human clan truly has such potential, it cannot justify your slaughtering them. Now that we have offended Dao Zun, the consequences could be unimaginable." Qingxuan sighed and said, "I did not want to do this either, but the situation at the time forced me. For the future of the demon clan, I had no choice but to act. Besides, I thought that with my strength I could easily kill the human clan and obtain their blood and souls. I never expected that it would ultimately trigger the means left by Dao Zun." Taiyi fell into deep thought, knowing that elder brother's decision was not made lightly. He must have his considerations. After a moment, Taiyi raised his head and said, "Elder brother, since it has come to this, we can only find a way to cope. Since Dao Zun values the human clan, he must have his reasons. We cannot make an enemy of Dao Zun. This time you were also plotted against, and you were even killed by Dao Zun once, so Dao Zun probably will not come to find you again." "I hope so." Qingxuan slowly spoke. "This time our demon clan has also suffered heavy losses, but we have still collected enough blood and souls. I plan to forge an invincible weapon, a tool capable of breaking the physical body of the ancestral Wu." Under Qingxuan's leadership, the demon clan refined all the blood and souls of the human clan, ultimately forging a sword. From its inception, this sword was full of killing intent, and countless demons were slain. Eventually, Qingxuan subdued it with great magical power and named it the Demon Slayer's Sword. Shouyang Mountain. After this battle, the remaining human clan did not give up, but rather became even more determined to believe in the future of the human clan, and everyone was striving to grow stronger. In the ancestral temple of the human clan, Saint Nuwa looked at the stone tablet before her, already knowing it was left by Su Qingxuan, and thus informed Swearin of its origin. Previously, the human clan knew that this tablet was left by a great deity, but they did not know who left it. After Nuwa's guidance, the name of Dao Zun spread throughout the human clan. Then Nuwa began to instruct the human clan on how to practice the secret realm law, pointing out the mistakes in their previous practices. Gradually, the secret realm law began to thrive among the human clan, with many people comprehending their own martial arts at the stone tablet. Although weak, the seeds of hope had begun to sprout within the human clan. In the primordial chaos, time was the least valuable thing, and 10,000 years quickly passed. At first, Nuwa said she would leave an incarnation here to watch over the human clan for 10,000 years. Later, having seen the stone tablet left by Su Qingxuan, she remained, and did not leave, continuing her hidden cultivation in the Nuwa temple. One day, feeling that 10,000 years had passed, Nuwa prepared to leave Shouyang Mountain. Unexpectedly, as she was leaving, she suddenly had a whim, faintly sensing that there was something in Shouyang Mountain that was destined to be connected with her, and this feeling was very strong. Looking at the heart of Shouyang Mountain before her, complex emotions flashed in Yuwa's eyes. Over these 10,000 years, she had not explored Shouyang Mountain aside from obtaining some extremely precious copper from the outer areas. Every time she tried to enter the mountain, a great formation would appear to block her path. This formation was incredibly powerful. Even as a saint of the Heavenly Dao, she could not enter it. It must have been left by Qingxuan, and after that Yuwa had never approached it again. However, this time the thing that she felt a connection to seemed to be within the formation, and for a moment Yuwa hesitated outside the formation. What? Don't you want to go in and see what is inside? Suddenly a voice came from behind her, startling Yuwa out of her dilemma. Just as Yuwa was hesitating in front of the formation, a voice suddenly came from behind her. What's wrong? Don't you want to see what's inside? Hearing this, Yuwa snapped back to her senses, realizing that someone had approached her without her noticing. However, when she saw who it was, she quickly bowed and greeted, "Disciple pays respects to the Dao Venerable." The newcomer was Qingxuan. After completely defeating Hongjun, he had returned to the Primordial World. Upon his return, he realized that 10,000 years had passed since the calamity of the human race. He gazed at Shouyang Mountain and noticed that the human race had gradually emerged from the suffering brought by that disaster, becoming more resilient and striving forward. When he saw Yuwa, who was originally about to leave, suddenly summoned something from within the formation, he revealed himself. "May I ask, Dao Venerable, has the chaotic demon god been dealt with?" Yuwa looked at the approaching Qingxuan and asked. Upon hearing her question, Qingxuan took out the emperor-slaying spear. "This is it." Yuwa was shocked to hear Qingxuan's words. The Dao Venerable had actually refined the chaotic demon god into a weapon. The might of the chaotic demon god was such that just a glance in the chaos had made her realize she was no match for it. Its power was simply too overwhelming. However, to think such a formidable existence could be refined into a weapon made her deeply feel Qingxuan's strength. Regardless of how Yuwa pondered, Qingxuan said, "Since you've sensed it, just follow me." With that, he stepped swiftly into the formation, and seeing this, Yuwa hurriedly followed him in. In the next moment, Qingxuan led Yuwa into the human Dao small world. This aura. It feels like facing the Heavenly Dao. What exactly is this place? As soon as Yuwa stepped into the human Dao small world, she sensed its extraordinary nature. Qingxuan observed Yuwa's astonished expression and smiled slightly, saying, "This place is the human Dao small world, containing endless mysteries and powers of the human Dao." Yuwa took a deep breath, striving to calm her inner shock. She looked around and saw mysterious energies pervading this small world, as if embodying the myriad laws of the universe. Human Dao. As an innate deity, Yuwa had naturally heard the legends of the three innate paths. Could it be that this is the birthplace of the human Dao? Yuwa curiously examined everything in the world, and with her strength, she naturally noticed the center of the world, the Kongtong seal, the human Dao wheel, a sword, and a cauldron. The object she had sensed before was indeed the human Dao wheel. "Dao Venerable, this?" Yuwa eagerly asked Qingxuan, wanting to know why she had a connection with the human Dao wheel. The three paths of heaven, earth, and humanity are the three innate paths born in the primordial world, each having its own representative. The Heavenly Dao was born prematurely due to the calamity of ferocious beasts. Although it helped the three innate races eliminate the Beast Emperor, it was also incomplete due to its early emergence. Later it was obtained by Hongjun, who schemed against the true representative of the Heavenly Dao, seizing its fortune. Eventually, it merged with the Dao to complete the Heavenly Dao, but was also manipulated by Hongjun. "Does the representative of the Heavenly Dao refer to Hongjun?" Yuwa asked. "Indeed." Qingxuan continued, "The Earth Dao has yet to emerge, but its destined master has already appeared. I have granted her the Earth Dao wheel, and when the time is right, the Earth Dao will naturally be revealed. Only the human Dao is special. It is not limited to the human race. All beings in the myriad worlds of the universe and the primordial world count as part of the human Dao. However, to truly dominate the human Dao, one must become the protagonist of the Earth Dao. The three innate races and now the two races of Wu and Yao, whoever can dominate the primordial world, can naturally master the human Dao. Unfortunately, these races cannot become the protagonists of the Earth Dao. In my view, the protagonist of the Earth Dao in the future will surely be the human race, and even the human Dao treasure, the Kongtong seal, has already appeared here, which is the best proof. And you, Yuwa, are the destined representative of the human Dao. When the human Dao revives in the future, you will be its master." Qingxuan slowly explained to Yuwa. Yuwa was greatly shocked by Qingxuan's words. Her previous understanding of the human Dao was rather vague, but now it felt as if a light had been shed upon her. Dao Venerable, why do you say that the human race will become the protagonist of the Earth Dao? And why am I to become the representative of the human Dao? Nuwa asked in confusion. Su Qingxuan smiled slightly, saying, the human race possesses endless potential and creativity. Though they may seem weak, they can continuously rise in adversity. And you, Nuwa, with your compassionate heart to save all beings, and as the mother of the human race, are the only one fit to lead the revival of the human Dao. With that, Su Qingxuan summoned the human Dao wheel from the center of the world. This is the human Dao wheel, the key to bringing forth the human Dao in the future. Today I bestow it upon you, hoping you will use it wisely. As Nuwa took the human Dao wheel, Su Qingxuan continued, this item is of great importance. It must not be revealed until the revival of the human Dao, or else if Hongjun senses it, you will fall into an irreversible situation. Upon hearing Su Qingxuan's words, Nuwa asked in confusion, why would my master take action against me? Only because he is a being of chaos and his goal is to devour the three innate paths and destroy the primordial world to achieve the realm of the great Dao. Hearing Su Qingxuan's explanation, Nuwa was momentarily stunned, unable to speak. She found it hard to believe that the master she respected was actually a being of chaos intending to destroy the primordial world. Though she was reluctant to believe it, the events that had transpired made her doubt deeply. Why had the chaotic demon god appeared in the primordial world? Why had he driven away the 6 saints? And why did the Dao Venerable have to battle against Hongjun in the end? Looking at Nuwa's expression, Su Qingxuan continued, the Hongmeng purple chi you used to attain the Dao has also been tampered with. When the time comes for the world to turn upside down, it will be your death warrant. Su Qingxuan's words left Nuwa stunned in place. She widened her eyes, her face filled with disbelief. How is this possible? The Hongmeng purple chi has actually been tampered with. Nuwa's voice trembled slightly. She recalled the scene when she attained the Dao, that Hongmeng purple chi had been the source of her power and the key to becoming a saint of the Heavenly Dao. Now she was told that this purple chi had been tampered with, and it was done by her respected master, which plunged her heart into great chaos. After a long while, Nuwa came to her senses and hurriedly said to Su Qingxuan, please save me, Dao Venerable. In the next moment, a breath of Taichu appeared in Su Qingxuan's hand. This is Taichu Chi, capable of melting the Hongmeng purple chi within your primordial spirit. Remember, this item must also be used at a critical moment, otherwise it may bring you life-threatening danger. On Shouyang Mountain, Su Qingxuan first bestowed the Wheel of Humanity upon Nuwa, acknowledging her status as the sovereign of humanity, and then granted her the primordial chi to dispel the chaos of the purple energy. Su Qingxuan carefully instructed Nuwa that these 2 items must not be revealed to the world until the final moment, to which Nuwa quickly agreed. Next, Su Qingxuan presented Nuwa with a jade tablet and said, this serves as a token for entering this world. With this jade, you can freely access this small world of humanity. In the future, when the human race becomes the protagonist of the heavenly land, and the human path revives, this small world will evolve into a top-tier great world. At that time, you can use this place as your Dao field. After Nuwa accepted the jade tablet, Su Qingxuan immediately led her out of the small world of humanity. Looking at the human race below, having endured a great calamity, Su Qingxuan said, back then I wished to establish a human teaching for the human race to share in their fortune, but my true self would not allow it, so I deliberately taught them a lesson they would not forget. Now Dijun has taken advantage of my preoccupation with the chaos of the demon god to strike at the human race. What do you think should be done about this? In response, Nuwa pleaded for Dijun, saying, respectfully reporting to the Dao Sovereign, this calamity caused by Dijun is entirely due to his ambition. However, Dijun was also killed by the stone tablet left by the Dao Sovereign. This can be considered a lesson he must endure. Nuwa interceded for Dijun. That is not enough. He should be thankful he fell once. Otherwise, the entire demon race would cease to exist the moment I return. Su Qingxuan's words made even Nuwa, now a saint, break into a cold sweat. As the mother of humanity, she also held a significant portion of the fortune of the demon race, so naturally, she did not wish for their complete destruction. Seeing Nuwa's expression, Su Qingxuan understood her concerns. He then said, come, let us go to the heavenly court together. Hearing Su Qingxuan's words, Nuwa's anxiety instantly eased, for she knew that his bringing her along meant he would not strike against the demon race. Heavenly Court, Sun Palace. At this moment, Dijun and Tai Yi were examining the slaying witch sword in their hands. This sword was forged from the blood and souls of millions of humans slaughtered by the demon race, combined with the branches of the Fusang tree and the essence of the stars. Brother, this sword is indeed unmatched in killing. Even at its emergence, its chilling killing intent has already slaughtered thousands of soldiers around it. Even with my strength now, if I were to be struck by this sword, I would not recover in an instant. It must surely be extraordinarily effective against the 12 ancestors of Wu. Upon hearing Tai Yi's words, Jun's previously worried expression gradually relaxed. But the price paid this time is truly too great. Fortunately, the divine sword has been successfully forged. I hope that in the next battle we can catch them off guard and completely slay the 12 ancestors of Wu. Just as Tai Yi was about to say something, an overwhelming aura suddenly descended upon the entire heavenly court. In an instant, everyone was pressed to the ground. Even the mighty Tai Yi and Jun were forced to the ground. In that moment, Jun's face turned ashen. He already knew who had arrived due to this immense pressure. Su Qingxuan and Nuwa stepped into the celestial realm together. As they entered, Su Qingxuan released a wave of pressure instantly enveloping the entire 33 heavens. However, Su Qingxuan did not go directly to the Sun Palace to settle accounts with Jun. Instead, he directly seized the slaying witch sword from Tai Yi. Su Qingxuan examined the slaying witch sword closely. This sword, forged from the blood and souls of countless humans, was incredibly sharp and exuded a murderous aura. Countless vengeful souls cried out and thrashed upon the blade. In that moment, Su Qingxuan's face turned ashen. Since arriving in the Hongjun, he had never been this angry before. In his fury, the heavens and earth responded. In an instant, the world lost its color, the sun and moon lost their light, and the entire Hongjun was shaken. All eyes turned to the heavenly court. When they saw Su Qingxuan's figure, they were immediately startled, withdrawing their divine senses and pleading for forgiveness. Looking at the endless vengeful souls entwined around the slaying witch sword, Su Qingxuan grew angrier. He grasped the sword and swung it, striking towards the divine dragon of the demon race's fortune. Boom! A loud sound reverberated throughout the Hongjun, followed by a mournful dragon's cry. It was Su Qingxuan using the slaying witch sword to directly slay the divine dragon of the demon race's fortune. In an instant, the demon race lost a layer of fortune, and the divine dragon would soon recondense, but the reformed divine dragon appeared somewhat listless. As Su Qingxuan severed the divine dragon of the demon race's fortune, all demons instantly spat out blood as if their souls had been deeply torn apart. Even Nuwa, who was beside him, was not spared. Looking at the listless divine dragon of fortune, Su Qingxuan coldly snorted, "This is the price for the demon race's wrongdoing." The high-ranking members of the demon race were filled with terror. They thought that the Dao Sovereign would unleash a massacre this time, and Jun was even prepared to face death. But they never expected Su Qingxuan would so decisively slay the divine dragon of the demon race's fortune. The divine dragon of fortune was immensely powerful, and even saints could not approach it. They did not realize that the Dao Sovereign was so terrifying that he could slay it with a single sword. Although Nuwa was also affected, her heart was with the demon race. She endured the pain and said, "Dao Sovereign, while this act is a punishment for the heavenly court, the entire Hongjun demon race is affected as well. I hope the Dao Sovereign can give the demon race a chance." Su Qingxuan looked at Nuwa for a moment, then after pondering said, "Find the demon race's fortune is already damaged. In the future, they must diligently cultivate virtue and must not commit such grave errors again." After speaking, he retracted his own pressure, no longer suppressing all the demons. Seeing this, the high-ranking members of the demon race fell to their knees in gratitude. Su Qingxuan continued, "Let this incident serve as a lesson for the demon race. Should you err again, do not blame my true self for being ruthless." Nuwa nodded in agreement, saying, "The demon race shall remember the Dao Sovereign's teachings." Then Su Qingxuan looked at the slaying witch sword in his hand and softly said, "You all must endure for a while longer. When the cycle of reincarnation opens, I shall personally send you into the cycle." He then infused all the merit and fortune he had gained from the previous repairs into it. In an instant, all the vengeful souls of the human race were purified by the boundless merit, leaving the slaying witch sword and heading towards the realm of humanity. Under the influx of merit energy, the slaying witch sword purified all resentment and killing intent. Instantly, it transformed from an acquired treasure into a supreme acquired treasure of merit. Seeing this, Su Qingxuan activated his Immortal Emperor's powers and took some copper from Shou Mountain, refining it into an ultimate imperial weapon. "From now on, you shall be called the Sacred Sword. It shall protect the fortune of humanity." Looking at the sacred sword in his hands, Su Qingxuan threw it down from the 33 heavens, and it ultimately landed in the ancestral temple of humanity, beside the creation whip, becoming one of the ancestral artifacts of humanity. The heavenly court's quest for justice came to an end with Su Qingxuan's sword severing the fate of the demon clan, yet the repercussions of this act were increasingly profound in the primordial era. It must be known that the fate of a world-dominating power like the demon clan is something even the saints would avoid calculating from behind the scenes, consuming one faction's fate with another's, or allowing their own to be corrupted. Never has it been heard that someone could slay another's fate with a single sword. Truly terrifying. All races began to regard the humans as equals to the witch and demon races, simultaneously warning their kin to avoid provoking the humans, as they were not to be trifled with. Do not bring great karmic retribution upon the races. Some weaker factions, seeing the potential of the humans, began sending members to establish friendly relations, among which the Qingxuan lineage and the Dragon clan forged bonds with the humans. Discussions regarding Qingxuan's sword severing the demon clan's fate grew increasingly fervent, as all beings were thoroughly captivated, allowing more to witness the heights and goals of cultivation, marveling that although the Dao is lofty and distant, there are indeed those who have reached it. Pengahal. Ha ha ha. The demon clan has indeed brought this upon themselves. They have suffered such great losses, losing their divine weapon, and their fate has been severed by a sword. I heard that after the Taoist master departed, Emperor Jun spat blood. Ha! At this moment, the usually solemn Panga Hall was filled with laughter as the ancestral witches engaged in lively banter. Big brother, with the demon clan's fate in turmoil, should we attack the heavenly court? The warlike Zhu Rong asked excitedly. We are currently not a match for Nuwa's strength. Advancing would only place us in a perilous position. Nuwa has been waiting for us to strike. We must not give her the opportunity. Zhu Jioyin stepped forward and said, Big brother, the demon clan's large-scale slaughter of the humans is said to be for the purpose of forging a divine weapon specifically designed to break our ancestral witches' physical forms. Thankfully, it was destroyed by the Taoist master, otherwise we would have been in grave danger. Indeed, I never expected that the feeble humans could forge a weapon from their blood and souls capable of breaking our physical forms. Di Jiang expressed his worries with a look of apprehension. Brothers, since there is a threat to us, why not allow me to unleash calamity and completely annihilate the humans? That way there would be nothing left to threaten us. Shebishir suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing Shebishir's words, Di Jiang hastily admonished, You must not. The humans are under the protection of the Taoist master. We must not bring calamity upon our clan. As the ancestral witches debated, Gong Gong suddenly said, Big brother, a previous report from a clan member stated that after intermarrying with the humans, our witch clan can actually give birth to offspring. Although the offspring's bloodline power may be weak, they are naturally endowed with a nascent soul capable of cultivation. What? Upon hearing Gong Gong's words, the ancestral witches were all greatly shocked. Is this true? It is true. I came today specifically to report this matter, Gong Gong replied. This is wonderful news. Our clan has finally found a way out. Di Jiang exclaimed joyfully. Our clan will no longer need to rely on the blood pool for births. Over the years, as many clan members have entered recovery, the births from the blood pool have decreased year by year. Send the order down, establish good relations with the humans. It must not go wrong. Di Jiang ordered excitedly. Let Ho Yi and Xing Tian station at the humans' dwelling place, protecting both the humans and the newly born kin. With Di Jiang's words, the entire witch clan began to mobilize. By the way, what about my little sister? Why hasn't she come to the council today? Big brother Ho Yi previously reported that Ho Tu said she went to the primordial lands to seek opportunities and told us not to worry. Zhu Jioyin explained to Di Jiang. Others were unaware of what Ho Tu sought in the primordial lands, but Di Jiang understood clearly that Ho Tu ventured alone for the future of the entire witch clan. Sister, you truly have suffered, Di Jiang murmured, gazing into the distance. Meanwhile, Ho Tu walked slowly in the primordial lands, witnessing countless unfamiliar beings along the way. Although these beings lacked the strength of the witch clan from birth, each possessed their own unique characteristics. However, as she journeyed, she grew increasingly aware of the struggles faced by the weaker races. The primordial lands were rife with conflict, and many beings lived in constant peril. Previously, she had never cared for these matters, but now seeing them filled her heart with boundless sympathy. She observed the dying beings in the primordial lands, where souls either dissipated into the heavens and earth, or were devoured by others, or refined into magical treasures, unable to find liberation for eternity. Gradually, she noticed many souls drifting toward a particular location, and out of curiosity she followed. One day, Ho Tu arrived at the blood sea of the primordial lands, where she saw numerous souls entering the blood sea only to be dissolved by the power within as they struggled in agony, becoming part of the blood sea. This scene deeply pained Ho Tu, prompting her to stay in the blood sea and begin researching how to help these pitiful beings. Speaking of the blood sea, one must mention its origin, which is composed of pangus, polluted blood specifically designed to absorb various negative aspects from the primordial lands. Within the blood sea was born a mighty adept, the Ming He Taoist. Endowed with great fortune, he acquired the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the 12-grade fiery red lotus, and also possessed the accompanying treasures Yuan Tu and Abi. The supreme innate spiritual treasures, the ultimate tools of slaughter. They kill without incurring karma, born solely for the purpose of killing. In the entire primordial world, there are very few who can surpass Yuan Tu and Abi in the art of slaughter. One day Ming he received a report from the Azura clan leader Tian Bo Sun stating that a woman had been frequently collecting the souls passing through the Blood Sea, and although they attempted to stop her, they were no match for her, thus coming to report to Ming he. Upon hearing his subordinates report Ming, he instantly flew into a rage and raged that someone dared to be arrogant in his territory and promptly rushed toward Ho Tu. Just as Ming he stormed in to demand justice, Ho Tu had just finished collecting a batch of souls. Seeing Ming he's fierce approach, she looked at him calmly. Ming he shouted angrily, "Ho Tu, instead of staying in your witch clan, you dare to collect souls in my Blood Sea. Do you not know this is my territory? Leave at once, or you shall pay the price." The ancestral witches are naturally warlike, and even though Ho Tu is a woman, she is no exception. Hearing Ming he's words, she instantly replied in fury, "And what will you do about it?" Ming he's fury was ignited further by Ho Tu's response as he shouted, "Ho Tu, everyone in the primordial lands fears your witch clan, but I the ancestor do not fear you. If I do not teach you a lesson today, others will think I am afraid of your clan." With that, he summoned Yuan Tu and Abi to attack Ho Tu. Not one to back down easily, Ho Tu immediately engaged in battle with Ming he. Their battle was extraordinarily fierce, with neither side able to gain the upper hand for a time. Yuan Tu and Abi glimmered with cold light as Ho Tu wielded her physical body and divine laws with astonishing power. Their attacks collided, causing massive energy fluctuations. The surrounding Blood Sea churned violently, pulling countless souls into its depths. Ming he utilized all his skills, with each of his moves imbued with endless murderous intent. Realizing he could not secure victory, he hastily summoned the three corpses to join forces against Ho Tu. Three corpses technique of the Xian men. Very well, today I shall let you experience the true technique of the Yuan men. In an instant, 5 great deities emerged from Ho Tu's body, all converging upon Ming he's three corpses, standing together, making it difficult for Ming he to counter, as the three corpses appeared to be on the verge of being scattered. Ming he, today you shall be the first to experience the ultimate forbidden technique recorded in the Qingxuan Jing by my master. All things are empty. As Ho Tu unleashed the forbidden techniques recorded in the final chapters of the Qingxuan Jing, the entire world lost its color, as if nothing existed. Ming he was momentarily immobilized, his power gradually dissipating, his nascent soul slowly vanishing. Terrified Ming, he felt his spirit quake, wanting to resist, but unable to, until he finally faded away into the vastness of heaven and earth. Ho Tu and Mingyi engaged in a fierce battle over the Blood Sea, each striking back and forth. Finally, Ho Tu unleashed the forbidden secret technique recorded in the last few pages of the Qingxuan scripture, rendering eternity null. She directly beheaded Mingyi above the Blood Sea. It is worth noting that Mingyi was also a formidable being of the primordial chaos. After listening to teachings at Zhixiao Palace and when Daishin, his strength was naturally immense. Yet now he had been slain by Ho Tu, with even his primordial spirit unable to escape. If this were to get out, it would surely shake the entire primordial chaos. Looking at the completely dissipated Mingyi, Ho Tu did not let down her guard. For Mingyi was notoriously hard to kill. He had long merged with the entire Blood Sea and cultivated 480 million blood god incarnations. Even if the main body perished, he could still revive using the incarnations. Sure enough, the next moment, in a certain spot within the Blood Sea, Mingyi revived using his blood god. Ho Tu, you vile wretch! How dare you deceive me? I swear one day I will make you and the entire witch clan pay a painful price. Revived Mingyi was filled with fury and hatred, crazily cursing Ho Tu and the witch clan. He never expected Ho Tu to wield such a powerful forbidden technique to slay him. He vowed to make Ho Tu and the witch clan pay dearly. Mingyi began to crazily absorb the power of the Blood Sea, attempting to restore his strength. He knew that with his current state, he could not contend against Ho Tu. Meanwhile, Ho Tu also sensed Ming's revival. She understood that this battle was not yet over, so she stood above the Blood Sea waiting for Mingyi to attack. However, after waiting for a long time, without seeing Mingyi return, it seemed that Mingyi had been intimidated by Ho Tu. He had not expected her to be so terrifying. This time Mingyi truly encountered great misfortune. Not only was he slain by Ho Tu, but he also lost his physical body that had taken billions of years to cultivate. Although he revived using an incarnation, the body of the incarnation could not compare to his true form. Just thinking of this made Mingyi wish he could rush out and completely slay Ho Tu to relieve his pent-up resentment. Having waited a long time without seeing Ming's return, Ho Tu realized that he no longer dared to come back. She turned and left, returning to continue her research on souls. When Ho Tu arrived at the Blood Sea, Su Qingxian had already come to the Blood Sea. Watching Ho Tu directly slay Mingyi, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. However, he did not descend directly to meet Ho Tu, but continued to guard, for he knew that what Ho Tu was about to do was extremely important. He must prevent Hongjun's schemes and must not disturb her until the critical moment. Hotu returned to the place where she had been collecting souls, watching as a steady stream of souls jumped into the blood sea. No matter how Hotu tried to block them, she could not stop them. Just as she finished collecting one batch, another batch continued to come. Why are they all coming to the blood sea? Hotu was extremely puzzled. Could it be that there is something in the blood sea attracting them? If that is the case, then I shall go down to investigate. With that, Hotu directly headed down towards the bottom of the blood sea. The deeper she went, the more bizarre the atmosphere of the blood sea became. The depths of the blood sea were pervaded by a rich, bloody stench filled with all sorts of ominousness, death, energy, and resentment, as if they could erode one's soul and primordial spirit. Fortunately, Hotu belonged to the witch clan, born without a primordial spirit and possessing an incredibly strong physical body, allowing her to traverse this blood sea, which others avoided at all costs. Hotu proceeded cautiously, her doubts growing deeper. Just as she continued to explore downward, she suddenly felt a powerful force attracting her. What is this? The power of the Father God. Impossible. Upon sensing Pangu's power, Hotu could not wait to accelerate deeper into the blood sea. At the same time, after reviving and absorbing the energy of the blood sea, Mingi had just returned to his dojo when his subordinate Qingxuan came to inform him that Hotu was heading toward the deepest part of the blood sea. Where is she going? Even though I have refined the entire blood sea, I still do not know what lies in the deepest part of the blood sea. Mingi muttered. The depths of the blood sea are mysterious and unfathomable. After his birth, he had explored there multiple times, but dared not enter the deepest area, having an ominous feeling that going there would mean death. Thus, he only explored the edges, ultimately acquiring the supreme, innate spiritual treasure, the 12-petal fire red lotus. The most recent exploration was after Hongjun's lecture, during which he discovered the second being born in the blood sea, the mosquito Taoist. Later, he competed with it for the blood sea and eventually drove it out. Just as Mingi wondered why Hotu was heading toward the depths of the blood sea, Su Qingxuan followed behind. The aura of Pangu. Moreover, there is also the aura of the chaos demon god. At this moment, Hotu had already reached the deepest part of the blood sea, where the feeling of pressure was so immense that even Hotu, comparable to supreme, innate spiritual treasures, felt extremely uncomfortable. Hotu struggled against the pressure at the deepest part of the blood sea, step by step approaching the source of that mysterious aura. Her heart was filled with doubts and anticipation, unsure of what was hidden at the deepest part of the blood sea. Following closely behind Hotu, Su Qingxuan was also filled with shock. He had not expected that something left behind by Pangu was hidden in this blood sea. When Hotu finally arrived at the source of the mysterious aura, she saw an enormous barrier radiating chaos. The chaos-colored barrier emitted a powerful life force and strength, as if it were nurturing some extraordinary existence. Hotu attempted to break through the barrier with her own power, but found its solidity far exceeded her imagination. Just as she pondered how to break the barrier, the entire barrier suddenly began to tremble violently. Suddenly, a divine pattern shot toward Hotu, and before she could dodge, it had already entered her true spirit. After regaining her composure, Hotu quickly examined the divine pattern and discovered that it was a message left for her by Pangu, informing her of what lay within the barrier before her. The underworld. It turned out that at the beginning of the creation of the world, Pangu not only opened up the entire primordial chaos, but also established the celestial realm and the underworld. Unfortunately, when the 3,000 demon gods attacked, these two worlds could not be fully realized and did not emerge together with the primordial chaos. Later, Hongjun discovered the celestial realm through the heavenly path and drew it out through Dijuan and Tai, but the control of that world was grasped by Hongjun. And now what lay before Hotu was the underworld. At the same time, Pangu informed her that the underworld was incomplete and required her ancestral, physical body as a sacrifice to complete it, while also gaining the great opportunity of the 6 paths of reincarnation within. In an instant, Hotu understood what her elder brother had referred to as the witch clan's path forward. She then tearfully addressed the Pangu Hall, saying, "Brothers and sisters, please forgive Hotu for no longer being able to fight alongside you in the primordial chaos." She then bowed in the direction of Wendaishan, saying, "Please forgive me, master. I can no longer return to the..." After speaking, she slowly ascended, preparing to swear an oath to the great Dao, using her own body to complete the underworld and establish reincarnation. Just as Hotu was about to make her great Dao vow, she was suddenly pulled back to the bottom of the blood sea by an irresistible force. When she turned around to see who had come, she froze on the spot. "What? You don't recognize your master anymore?" As Hotu was about to make her great oath and prepare to sacrifice herself, Su Qingxuan timely appeared to stop her actions. Upon realizing Su Qingxuan's presence, Hotu was taken aback. She never expected her master to appear in this place, and emotions of joy and sorrow surged within her. "What's the matter? Have you forgotten your master? Hearing Su Qingxuan's words, Ho-Tu quickly responded and bowed deeply to him. Disciple respectfully welcomes master. All right, get up. You encounter difficulties, yet do not return to seek help from your master. You make such decisions alone. Su Qingxian spoke with a hint of reproach. Upon hearing him, Ho-Tu's eyes turned red, and she bowed her head, unable to speak for a long time. Seeing Ho-Tu's red eyes, Su Qingxuan's heart softened, and his tone became much gentler. All right, do not be sad. I have come this time with a solution. With that, he took Ho-Tu towards the barrier, raising his hand as his magical power surged, revealing the entire appearance of the barrier beneath the blood sea. This barrier is the membrane of a vast world. With your strength, you naturally cannot break it. Su Qingxian explained slowly. Though it is a vast world, it was insufficient in foundation at the time of its birth, hence, it cannot manifest in the world. Thus your sacrifice is needed to use the power of the great Dao to open the nether realm. Upon hearing this, Ho-Tu hurriedly asked, then how does Master plan to open the nether realm? It is merely a world with insufficient foundation. For me, it is a trivial matter. However, the things within are quite troublesome. Master, do you mean you want to establish the 6 paths of reincarnation within? Ho-Tu quickly asked. Not only that within it exist the 6 paths of reincarnation, but also some threats. More importantly, the nether path will awaken. The nether path. Hearing Su Qingxuan's words, Ho-Tu immediately recalled when she was at the Qingxuan Dao Palace, her master had bestowed upon her the nether path Dharma wheel. Over the years, she had been contemplating it, but unfortunately it had yielded no results. When I reopen the nether realm, you will enter to establish the 6 paths of reincarnation. You can use your own physical body to construct the reincarnation, but at the critical moment, you must summon the nether path Dharma wheel to completely draw out the nether path. After instructing Ho-Tu, Su Qingxian casually took out a formation disc and threw it towards the sky, instantly laying down a grand formation. He then explained to Ho-Tu, this is a great formation created by me, capable of temporarily isolating the Heavenly Dao's perception of this place. After completing all of this, Su Qingxian prepared to begin reshaping the nether realm. Watch closely as I use the methods of my Yuan Men to reopen the heavens and the earth. Su Qingxian turned to face the void, slowly raising his hands with palms upward, as if supporting the entire world. He chanted incantations invoking the secret methods of Yuan Men infused with the power to create the heavens and the earth. As the spell was recited, the entire blood sea seemed to solidify, and time paused at that moment. Then Su Qingxuan's palms suddenly pressed together, and a dazzling beam of light erupted from his palms, instantly transforming into a shocking radiance that shattered the membrane of the entire nether realm. In the next moment, as the originally fractured vast world was about to split apart, Su Qingxian stood above the world and continuously struck towards the chaotic void. In an instant, in the vast world, pure energy rose while turbid energy sank, and the entire nether realm began to expand, becoming even more expansive than before. Su Qingxuan's magical power pierced through the entire chaos, tearing apart the void, creating a brand new world. Their darkness and light intertwined, life and death coexisted, forming the embryonic shape of the nether realm. Is this the nether realm? After Su Qingxian completed the opening of the world, Ho-Tu also entered the nether realm. Master, since we have entered the nether realm, why has the opportunity spoken of by Father God not yet appeared? Ho-Tu asked with some confusion. That is because the disturbance caused by my reopening of the world was too great, causing the existence that was originally prepared to reveal itself to deeply hide away. With that, he punched out towards a certain space. In the next moment, an incredibly massive figure appeared before Su Qingxian and Ho-Tu. Chaos Demon God. Ho-Tu shouted in terror. The impression left by the Chaos Demon God that had appeared in the Great Desolation not long ago was too profound for all beings. If it weren't for Su Qingxuan, the entire Great Desolation might have ceased to exist. Now seeing another Chaos Demon God, how could she not be astonished? Why is there a Chaos Demon God in the world left by Father God? Seeing Ho-Tu's terrified expression, Su Qingxian disdainfully said, it is just a half-dead Chaos Demon God. What is there to worry about? While Su Qingxian and Ho-Tu were conversing, the Chaos Demon God, who had been forced out by Su Qingxuan, also reacted. Looking at the two before him, he was equally shocked when his gaze swept over. Who are you? Why is there such an existence in the Great Desolation? The Chaos Demon God asked. Before Su Qingxian could respond, the Chaos Demon God caught sight of Ho-Tu and instantly became furious, shouting, so it's the descendant of that shameless one Pangu. Damn it, you finally came. Hearing the words of the Chaos Demon God, Su Qingxian asked in confusion, do you know she would come? Ha ha, Panga truly is a good schemer, trapping me here just to pave the way for his descendants, ha. What a pity, you should have used the power of the great Dao to completely erase me, turning me into the nourishment of this nether realm. Unfortunately, you did not do so today. I will make you die completely, and then go out to destroy the entire great desolation. Are you the reincarnation demon god? Su Qingxuan suddenly asked. I am indeed the reincarnation demon god. Back then Pangu wanted to completely kill me and seize the reincarnation laws, but at the critical moment he was ambushed by the fate demon god, leading to his failure, and he could only seal me here. I never expected that today you would enter this place, completely breaking Pangu's seal. Ha ha ha, as a reward, I must trap your soul in the cycle of reincarnation for eternity, ha. Oomph. Just a chaos demon god, it's not like I've never killed one before. Killing another today is no problem. With that, Su Qingxuan took out the emperor-slaying spear, pointing it at the reincarnation demon god, and said, Today you will die here, I declare. Seeing the emperor-slaying spear in Su Qingxuan's hand, the reincarnation demon god shouted frantically, Death demon god. You actually forged the death demon god into a weapon. You are doomed, fate will not spare you. This is his brother. He fought desperately to snatch the body of the fallen death from Pangu. The fate demon god is still alive. Hearing the reincarnation demon god say this, Su Qingxuan was also taken aback. He knew very well how strong the fate demon god was. Ha, one day he will come looking for you. Fate will not be absent. Who can rival it? The reincarnation demon god shouted. But he will not fall at the hands of Pangu's laws. Fate is in one's own hands. I look forward to battling him. However, before that you must die. With that he charged at the reincarnation demon god, and in an instant the two began to fight, causing the newly opened nether realm to show signs of faintly shattering. Su Qingxuan wielded the emperor-slaying spear forged from the death demon god, each attack carrying the power of death, while the reincarnation demon god wielded the power of reincarnation, attempting to drag Su Qingxuan into endless reincarnation. The battle between the two was extraordinarily fierce, and every inch of the land in the nether realm trembled under their powers. Although the reincarnation demon god was fierce, he felt unprecedented pressure facing Su Qingxuan's ferocious attacks. Without further ado, Su Qingxuan thrust his spear, completely pinning the reincarnation demon god to the void. Fate will return one day, and everything will face reckoning, were the reincarnation demon god's last words before his death. Looking at the deceased reincarnation demon god, Su Qingxuan reached out to retrieve the emperor-slaying spear. In the next moment, the reincarnation demon god's physical body completely dissipated, merging into the entire world. Immediately afterwards, from the place where the reincarnation demon god dissipated, a strand of primordial law and 6 paths of reincarnation disc flew towards Hotu, instantly merging into her body. Upon seeing this, Hotu understood what she needed to do next, and then made her great oath. By the Dao, I am the descendant of Pangu. Now, feeling the incompleteness of heaven and earth and the suffering of all beings, I shall transform myself into reincarnation to complete the unity with heaven and earth. Let the great Dao bear witness. The great Dao responded, descending upon the nether realm. In an instant it broke through the great formation and descended here. The next moment, under the guidance of the reincarnation laws, Hotu's physical body merged with the entire 6 paths of reincarnation disc, and an enormous black hole appeared in the center of the nether realm. Within the black hole, a massive wheel of reincarnation slowly turned pitch black, and exuding an immense power of reincarnation, instantly spreading throughout the entire great desolation. Following that, a brilliant wheel of law slowly ascended from the black hole, which was the nether path Dharma wheel. In the next moment, the previously dissipated Hotu emerged from the nether path Dharma wheel, and as she waved her hands, the entire nether path Dharma wheel grew larger until it penetrated the entire nether realm. Reincarnation stands, the nether path emerges. As Hotu's words fell, a great Dao sound instantly spread throughout the entire great desolation. At the moment when Hotu made the great vow of the Dao, calling upon the Dao, the grand array that Su Qingxuan had set up was instantly shattered. In an instant, everyone became aware that Hotu in her ancestral witch form had established the cycle of reincarnation. All beings in the world were filled with sorrow, bowing towards the sea of blood, saying Hotu Nyang Nyang is compassionate. Kunlun Mountain. The 3 pure ones looked at the commotion in the sea of blood, also feeling admiration for Hotu. Hotu Nyang Nyang is compassionate. Even though the 3 pure ones usually disdained the witch clan and the ancestral witches, at this moment, they were deeply moved by Hotu. Mount Shumi. The 2 saints Jane and Junti were also stirred by Hotu's sudden movements, bowing in admiration. Senior brother, the compassion radiating from Hotu surpasses even us. Is this what Daozuan refers to as the Earth Dao? I wonder how it compares to the Heavenly Dao. In the Heavenly Court, the Sun Palace, all the demons of the demon clan bowed at this moment in respect. Establishing the cycle of reincarnation is a great act of compassion benefiting all beings across the heavens and worlds naturally, including the demon clan. In the palace of purple clouds, Hongjun Daozu sat upright, his expression calm as water, yet inside turbulent waves roiled. The arrival of the Dao made him instantly aware of all the causes and effects, including the various actions taken by Su Qingxuan and Hutu in the underworld. Qingxuan, you are playing with fire. Hongjun's voice was deep and filled with authority, a glint of anger flashing in his eyes. Since learning of the existence of the three innate paths, Hongjun had begun his meticulous planning. He first chose to merge with the Heavenly Dao, thereby indirectly controlling the power of the Heavenly Dao. In his plan, the Hongjun world would be torn apart, the Earth Dao would be suppressed to the utmost, and then through the power of the six saints he would harvest the human Dao, achieving his goal of controlling the three paths. However, the appearance of Su Qingxuan and his actions undoubtedly dropped a heavy bomb into Hongjun. Su Qingxuan not only repaired the Taichu Ci and maintained the unprotected mountain, but also reopened the underworld. All of this exceeded Hongjun's expectations, creating a massive flaw in his plan. Hongjun's mood was complicated and difficult to express. His three corpses were on the verge of going berserk at this moment. The three corpses, also known as the three corpse insects, are the three major obstacles that practitioners must eliminate during their cultivation, representing the desires of greed, anger, and ignorance. As the Dao Ancestor, Hongjun had long since eliminated the three corpses, but at this moment, due to Su Qingxuan's actions, waves surged within him once again. It seems I must take action. Hongjun took a deep breath, calming the turmoil within. He knew that if he did not intervene, Su Qingxuan could very well completely ruin his plan, even threatening his control over the three paths. Hongjun stood up, his figure appearing particularly solemn in the palace of purple clouds. He decided to merge with the Heavenly Dao and take action personally, not only to seal Su Qingxuan, but also to completely seal Hutu and the Earth Dao in the underworld. Qingxuan, do you think you can change anything? In the face of absolute power, any resistance is futile. This decision to fully merge with the power of the Heavenly Dao revealed an undeniable dominance in Hongjun's voice. Underworld. As Hutu walked out from the Earth Dao law, Su Qingxuan already knew that at this moment Hutu was the embodiment of the Earth Dao, the master of the Earth Dao. Before the two could speak, a tremendously vast merit of the Dao suddenly descended from the heavens. This merit was second only to the merit of Pangu opening the heavens, about 1/10 of the merit of opening the heavens. Looking at the merit before them, Hutu immediately infused all her merit into the 6 paths of reincarnation, while Su Qingxuan also waved his hand, injecting all his merit into the newly opened underworld, making it even more stable. Then following closely the Dao descended treasures, which were the renowned Book of Life and Death. Seeing the appearance of the Earth Dao treasure, the Book of Life and Death, Su Qingxuan was considering the next steps of his plan, deeply immersed in thoughts about the future. The Book of Life and Death, this Earth Dao treasure, contains the mysteries of life and death, which is undoubtedly a tremendous aid to his plan. However, just as he was pondering, a vast force of the Heavenly Dao suddenly descended, accompanied by the figure of Hongjun Daozu. Hongjun's arrival plunged the entire underworld into silence. His appearance signified the will of the Heavenly Dao. I wonder what brings Daozu to descend. Seeing this, Hutu stepped forward to inquire, her voice tinged with a hint of vigilance. Hongjun did not respond. His face was dark, clearly coming with anger. He bluntly announced, Hutu, the Heavenly Dao has decreed that you are not allowed to leave the underworld during the 3 calamities. This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, instantly turning Hutu's face pale. As the master of the Earth Dao, standing alongside the Heavenly Dao and the human Dao of equal status, Hongjun dared to issue her commands. His attitude filled her with extreme anger. Hongjun, what do you mean? We 3 paths stand equally. What right do you have to give me orders? Hutu's voice was filled with dissatisfaction and questioning. Hongjun's expression remained calm, his voice conveying an undeniable authority. The Heavenly Dao governs the Hongjun. Naturally, the Earth Dao is under the management of the Heavenly Dao. His words seemed like the decrees of heaven and earth, making it impossible not to comply. At this moment, Su Qingxuan, who was beside them, could no longer bear it, directly turning to Hutu. Do you want to take action, or shall I? Master, since that is the case, then I shall experience the power of the Heavenly Dao, Hongjun. Hutu said firmly. Then I will ensure the security of this underworld. You may act freely. After saying this, Su Qingxuan left the place, for he knew that in this underworld Hongjun was certainly not Hutu's opponent, unless they went to the Hongjun, where the Heavenly Dao and the Earth Dao were at odds, allowing Hongjun relying on his own strength to defeat Hutu. However, as the master of a Dao, he was already immortal and indestructible, making it difficult to truly kill him. Hutu watched Su Qingxuan leave, a warm current rising in her heart. She knew that with Su Qingxuan's promise, she could engage Hongjun in battle without any reservations. This was a battle concerning the dignity and freedom of the Earth Dao. She had to give it her all. Qingxuan's departure also meant that the main characters of this battle were left with only Hutu and Hongjun. The confrontation between the two Dao masters was destined to become a vivid chapter in the history of Hong. Hutu turned around, her gaze resolutely fixed on Hongjun, her voice echoing in the underworld. Hongjun, today's battle is not for personal vendetta, but for the dignity and freedom of the Earth Dao. Hongjun's expression remained calm. He slowly nodded. Hutu, although you are already the master of the Earth Dao, this does not change the will of the Heavenly Dao. Since you have chosen battle, then let us see who can laugh last. The words of the two sounded like a horn of declaration, instantly tightening the atmosphere in the underworld to its peak. Hutu and Hongjun moved simultaneously, their powers colliding in the void, causing violent tremors in space. The commotion of the battle shocked all in Hongjun, as they were all stunned to see Hutu and Hongjun in fierce combat. This was a battle that transcended logic. The two Dao masters each unleashed the powers of the Heavenly Dao and the Earth Dao, intertwining the rules of the Earth Dao with those of the Heavenly Dao, forming a spectacular yet dangerous scene. Hutu, using the primordial power of the underworld, wielded unmatched reincarnation power, while Hongjun, utilizing the laws of the Heavenly Dao, attempted to suppress the counterattack of the Earth Dao. The battle continued for a long time, shaking the entire Hongjun with the powers of the two. However, just as Qingxuan had anticipated in the underworld, Hutu held an absolute advantage. Although Hongjun was powerful within the domain of the Earth Dao, he found it difficult to exert all of it. Finally, after a fierce collision, Hongjun was forced back by Hutu's power and ultimately struck out of the underworld by the full force of the Earth Dao. Hutu did not pursue. She knew that as a master of a Dao, Hongjun had already reached the realm of immortality and indestructibility, making it nearly impossible to truly defeat him. Hongjun, in today's battle, you have witnessed the power of the Earth Dao. I hope you understand that whether it is the Heavenly Dao or the Earth Dao, our status is equal with no distinction in rank. Hutu's voice echoed in the underworld, her gaze resolute and peaceful. At the moment when Hutu struck Hongjun and sent him flying, the entire world of Hongjun seemed to freeze for a brief instant, followed by an uncontrollable shock and discussion that spread rapidly like wildfire. Hongjun, the first sage of the heavens and earth, the spokesperson of the Dao, had always been a figure high above, one that no one dared to challenge. His majesty and power made all living beings look up in awe. Yet today, all of this has been turned up. Hutu, the master of the earth, actually sent Hongjun flying in front of everyone, a scene that was like a thunderclap on a clear day, leaving all unable to believe their own eyes. Is this real? Hutu actually defeated Hongjun. But Hongjun is the spokesperson of the Dao. How could this must be an illusion? It has to be. The beings of Hongjun discussed fervently, unable to accept this fact. In their hearts, Hongjun was synonymous with invincibility and existence that could not be defeated. But now this myth has been shattered one after another. Even the 6 saints of the Dao were shocked by this scene, although they were revered as sages, they were but disciples in front of Hongjun. They had never imagined that one day they would see Hongjun defeated by someone of a younger generation, except for Qingxuan. Hutu's power is surprisingly strong. Even Hongjun is not his opponent. Taoist Laozi murmured to himself. It seems we still do not understand the Earth Dao well enough, the Saint of Guidance said thoughtfully. As the news spread, the entire landscape of the Hongjun world seemed to be undergoing subtle changes. Hutu's victory was not merely her personal glory, but a demonstration of the power of the Earth Dao. This made the saints and a group of primordial deities who originally lived in the shadow of Hongjun begin to re-evaluate their positions and value. In the underworld, Qingxuan summoned the 36th grade Chaos Qingxuan, fully supporting the entire underworld, while Hutu and Hongjun were battling. If both Hongjun and Hutu unleashed their full power, it wouldn't be just the underworld, the entire Hongjun would be reduced to ashes. Watching as Hongjun was struck out of the underworld by Hutu, Qingxuan felt quite pleased. As Hutu returned, Qingxuan spoke. The cycle of reincarnation has been opened, but it is still not complete. It needs further perfection to operate the cycle better. His words echoed in the underworld, his gaze deep, as if he could see through everything. Hutu stood opposite him, listening intently, her heart deeply aware of the importance of reincarnation. Master, do you mean we need to establish an organization specifically responsible for managing reincarnation? Hutu asked, her brow revealing a contemplative expression. Qingxuan nodded and affirmed, exactly. Reincarnation is an important link in the alternation of life and death in the cycle of cause and effect that concerns the fate of every living being. If there is no stable mechanism to maintain its operation, then reincarnation will become chaotic and disorderly, potentially leading to the collapse of the entire order of the Hongjun world. Hutu pondered for a moment and then asked, Master, how should we establish such a force? The The cycle of heaven and earth has manifested, the underworld must be established. For the order of the 6 paths of reincarnation, Su Qingxuan explained to Hutu, I wish to establish the underworld here, a force that is no less than the heavenly court. This time Su Qingxuan decided to create an unparalleled underworld, one that would not be swayed by anyone. Standing at the center of the underworld, his gaze was resolute, filled with determination. He understood that the establishment of the underworld was not only to maintain the order of reincarnation, but also to ensure the independence and dignity of the Earth Dao. In his past life memories, the power of the underworld was divided among various forces, such as the Tai Savior arranged by Yuan Shi and the Xidagarba arranged by Jian and Juni. This led to its loss of authority and power, causing even Hutu, the master of the Earth Dao, to be bound within the cycle of the 6 paths, unable to exhibit her true power. System materialize an underworld for me designed according to the specifications of the heavenly court. Su Qingxuan's voice echoed through the void with an undeniable command. As his words fell, the power of the system began to operate. In the depths of the underworld, a void suddenly lit up with countless points of light, which converged into lines, the lines woven into surfaces, and the surfaces formed a 3-dimensional structure. In the blink of an eye, a colossal palace complex appeared out of thin air, arranged in a disorderly yet precise layout, its scale comparable to the heavenly court, but exuding a chilling and solemn aura, starkly different from the grandeur of the heavenly court. This newly born underworld was not only magnificent in appearance, but also equipped with complete facilities, from the Hall of Judgment to the reincarnation pool, from the 18 layers of hell to the Hongjun River Niha Bridge, Sanqing Stone, and the Mirror of Transgressions. Every part condensed Su Qingxuan's efforts and aspirations for the future of the underworld. Su Qingxuan then told Hutu that before entering reincarnation, one must not bring memories of their past life. Hutu, upon hearing this, transformed into a Dao body and said, from now on, I shall be Meng Pe. System materialize 4 gates of the underworld, all of which must be primordial treasures of fate, and then materialize a grand formation to connect with the aura of the underworld. The gates of the underworld will guard the 4 portals of the underworld. In the future, no living person shall enter the underworld, nor shall any sage. After completing these tasks, Su Qingxuan took the Book of Life and Death from Hutu, carefully examining this treasure of the Earth Dao. Moi. As long as one reaches the Golden Immortal stage, they can avoid the cycle of life and death unless they perish. This won't do. Su Qingxuan saw that anyone reaching the Golden Immortal stage could evade the Book of Life and Death, leading to increasingly great pressure in Hongjun. Although there are currently the Tai Chi Ci and the Buzhou Mountain to absorb spiritual energy, it cannot withstand the growing number of beings. System upgrade the Book of Life and Death. In the future, beings that do not reach the Great Luo Golden Immortal stage, that do not step outside the 3 realms, and are not within the 5 elements, shall have their lifespans limited. As the upgrade of the Book of Life and Death was completed, an invisible force instantly permeated the entire. In an instant, many powerful beings emerged from their caves, distinctly feeling that a strange change was occurring throughout the heavens and earth, yet unaware of the origin of this change. From this moment on, this place will be the foundation of the underworld, the fortress that maintains the order of reincarnation and protects the dignity of the Earth Dao. Su Qingxuan's voice echoed above the underworld, filled with determination and conviction. Hutu stood beside Su Qingxuan, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She knew that with such an indestructible underworld, the status of the Earth Dao would be greatly elevated, and no one would be able to easily intervene in matters of reincarnation. Before him lay the meticulously crafted underworld, and Su Qingxuan was truly satisfied. Su Qingxuan slowly said to Hutu, Master, I am unsure where to find some beings to manage the operations of the underworld. You can select some individuals from the Witch clan to assist in managing the operations of the underworld. However, you must remember the underworld is of great importance concerning the stability of the entire Hongjun. It must operate fairly, justly, and selflessly. Once one enters the underworld, they are no longer a member of the Witch clan and can only serve the underworld. Su Qingxuan slowly stated to Hutu, Master, my people take pride in their divine bloodline. It would be difficult for them to abandon their identity as members of the Witch clan. Hutu responded. Hearing this, Su Qingxuan had to reconsider the management system of the underworld. Since the heavenly court in later generations has the list of deities to attract talents, I may borrow from that. System manifest a ghost ceiling list for me at the innate treasure level with functions similar to the list of deities. Alright. In the next moment, the ghost ceiling list appeared in Su Qingxuan's hand. Holding the ghost ceiling list, Su Qingxuan's eyes sparkled with brilliance. This list was created by drawing inspiration from the list of deities of the later heavenly court, and it would become an important tool for recruiting and managing talents in the underworld. The ghost sealing list could not only record the information of all underworld officials, but also grant them special abilities, magical treasures, and responsibilities. More importantly, once sealed within this list, relying on the underworld's fate, even if one perished, they could resurrect within the ghost sealing list. Put a look. Su Qingxuan handed the ghost sealing list to He. This is the ghost sealing list. Through it, whenever beings in Hongjun die, their souls will naturally reincarnate, allowing us to recruit suitable talents for the underworld without worrying about their origins or races. He took the ghost sealing list and examined it closely, noticing the mysterious runes flowing on the list, emitting a faint glow. Upon sensing the function of the ghost sealing list, He exclaimed, "Master, with the ghost sealing list, we can transcend racial boundaries and find the most suitable beings to manage the underworld." He said excitedly. Su Qingxuan nodded and continued to explain, "Moreover, the ghost sealing list has another important function. Once a being is appointed as an official of the underworld, their fate will be closely tied to the underworld. Even if they come from other races, they will wholeheartedly serve the underworld, no longer bound by their original identities." Su Qingxuan's voice echoed in the underworld, his words as firm as cast iron, outlining a clear structure for the organization of the underworld. His plans were thorough and comprehensive, aiming to create a powerful underworld that would command respect from all beings in Hongjun. Without a complete organization, the underworld cannot instill awe in the beings of Hongjun, so we must establish numerous officials and soldiers. Su Qingxuan continued to elaborate on his vision to He. First, the underworld needs a supreme ruler, the Emperor of Fengdu, as the highest authority of the underworld. He will oversee all matters concerning the spirits of the underworld and the souls of the world, being the soul of the underworld. Beneath the Emperor of Fengdu, there will be 5 ghost emperors who will govern the 5 regions of the underworld, assisting the Emperor in managing the affairs of the underworld, serving as the backbone of the underworld. Under the 5 ghost emperors, there will be 10 halls of Yama responsible for overseeing the life and death of beings in Hongjun, managing the fortunes and misfortunes of the underworld, each overseeing an 18-level hell, serving as the enforcers of the underworld. The 10 halls of Yama are as follows: First Hall, King Qingxuan; Second Hall, King Chujiang; Third Hall, Emperor Song; Fourth Hall, King Wuguan; Fifth Hall, King Yanluo; Sixth Hall, King Biansheng; Seventh Hall, King Taishan; Eighth Hall, King Dushi; Ninth Hall, King Pingdeng; 10th Hall, King Zhuanlun. Beneath the 10 halls of Yama, there will be 6 administrative offices responsible for specific administrative management tasks, including the 4 great judges, the reincarnation department, and the underworld department. Additionally, there should be 10 great Yin commanders who will be the main military force of the underworld, responsible for maintaining order within the underworld. Finally, the underworld needs numerous ghost generals and millions of ghost messengers who will form the foundational strength of the underworld, responsible for executing daily affairs and supervision. Listening to Su Qingxuan's planning, He felt a surge of admiration. She knew that such an organizational structure would make the underworld a powerful institution with efficient operations and strict discipline. "Master, your planning is truly remarkable. I believe that with such an organizational structure, the underworld will undoubtedly become the most respected existence in the Hongjun world," He said excitedly. "But it is not over yet. Having power without checks and balances is ultimately not acceptable," Su Qingxuan said slowly. Su Qingxuan's words revealed a profound understanding and cautious attitude towards power. He understood that all power requires corresponding constraints and balances, otherwise it may breed corruption and abuse. "System, manifest a demon-subduing whip for me." Su Qingxuan's voice was firm and powerful, knowing that this magical treasure was crucial for maintaining order and justice in the underworld. As his words fell, a demon-subduing whip appeared out of thin air in his hand. This whip was pitch black, covered in mysterious runes, emitting a chilling light that instilled awe. The demon-subduing whip in Su Qingxuan's hand seemed to be formed from the deepest darkness of the night sky, its deep and mysterious black color resembling an abyss capable of swallowing all light. The dense runes on the whip glimmered with a ghostly blue light, ancient and intricate, seemingly recording the profound secrets of the universe. Each flicker felt like ancient incantations whispering, evoking an involuntary sense of reverence. Su Qingxuan handed the demon-subduing whip to He. "This is the demon-subduing whip entrusted to you for safekeeping. This whip is designed to strike all souls of the heavens. Should powerful ghosts from the later generations of the underworld and Hongjun cause chaos, no matter how strong their cultivation, a single strike will scatter their souls," Su Qingxuan solemnly told He. He took the demon-subduing whip, feeling the immense power it contained and a solemn emotion. She knew that this whip was not only the treasure of the underworld, but also an essential tool for upholding justice and order within it. Master, I will ensure the proper safekeeping of this demon-subduing whip, guaranteeing that it will play its role at critical moments, Hutu promised solemnly. Su Qingxuan nodded his trust in Hutu unwavering. He believed that with the deterrence of the demon-subduing whip, the officials of the underworld would adhere more closely to their duties, daring not to be negligent. In that case, let everything in the underworld proceed according to plan. Having said this, he waved the ghost sealing list in his hand and flew towards the center of the underworld. At the same time, a platform suddenly rose at the center of the underworld, and the ghost sealing list slowly unfolded above the platform, waiting for the destined ghosts to arrive. With the arrangement of the ghost sealing list completed, the organizational structure and operational mechanism of the underworld have taken shape, and Su Qingxuan's journey in the underworld is nearing its end. Standing before the cycle of reincarnation, Su Qingxuan's gaze pierced through layers of mist, witnessing the souls once lost in various corners of the primordial world, now being drawn by the power of reincarnation, gathering orderly towards the underworld. Seeing this scene, Su Qingxuan directly tore open space, summoning the millions of human souls from Shouyang Mountain, all sent to the cycle of reincarnation, fulfilling the promise he had made earlier. Guided by the Book of Life and Death, these souls approached Meng Po one by one, drinking the clear Meng Po soup, forgetting the past life's experiences, and then embarking on a new journey of life. The Book of Life and Death automatically flipped open in the cycle space, each page recording the information of countless souls, arranging for each soul to be reincarnated fairly and justly. Hutu, the Book of Life and Death, is a supreme treasure of the Dao. Its power cannot be underestimated. In the future, its usage rights can be delegated to the 10 Yama Kings, allowing them to manage reincarnation better and ensure that every soul receives fair treatment. However, the main body of the Book of Life and Death must remain within the cycle. Su Qingxuan's voice was steady and powerful, filled with expectations for the future of the underworld. Hutu tightly gripped the Book of Life and Death, feeling its heavy weight. She understood that this was not merely a book, but a symbol of justice and authority for the underworld. Rest assured, Master, I will do my utmost to protect the justice and order of the underworld, Hutu solemnly promised. Now that this matter is resolved, I have a few words I wish to say to you. In the future of the primordial world, humanity is the main character of heaven and earth. I believe you have already realized this when you integrated with the Dao. The Wu and Yao clans will eventually exit the stage of the primordial world. Even though you have now become the Lord of the Dao, you must not intervene too much. Otherwise, your downfall will signify the downfall of Hongjun as well. At that time, the Wu clan may suffer heavy casualties, so it's crucial to find a way out in advance, which is also the main reason for your coming out this time. Moreover, the constant conflict between the Wu and Yao clans has caused immense harm to the primordial world, and the beings of the primordial world have long suffered from the Wu and Yao. Furthermore, the human path will not choose the Wu and Yao clans. Otherwise, with me here, I would also support the Wu clan. The human path. Could it be that the human path has already chosen humanity? Hutu asked in astonishment. Correct, the human path has already been born. It is only a matter of time before humanity develops and grows to become the main character of the heavenly path, at which point the human path will emerge accordingly. Moreover, among the three innate paths, the human path is the strongest. If you act recklessly, it is likely that the human path will emerge early and unite with the heavenly path. What will you do then? Su Qingxuan's words brought unprecedented shock to Hutu. She realized that the rise of humanity was inevitable and the decline of the Wu and Yao clans was equally unavoidable. As the Lord of the Dao, she must act cautiously to avoid triggering greater disasters. Master, I understand. I will carefully consider the future of the Wu clan and will not easily intervene in their destinies. Hutu's voice revealed a firm determination. Su Qingxuan nodded, pleased with Hutu's understanding. At that time, when significant changes occur in the situation of the primordial world, all members of the Wu clan can be brought into this underworld realm. Moreover, this realm is vast. Supporting a clan is not a problem. However, in the future, the area of reincarnation and north of Mountain will be the scope of the underworld and must not be crossed. Otherwise, it will disturb the reincarnation, and even if you are the Lord of the Dao, you will be retaliated against by the Dao. Remember. Hutu listened to Su Qingxuan's instructions, fully aware of their importance. She nodded, her eyes shining with determination. Master, I remember. I will find a suitable place for the Wu clan to ensure they can have a peaceful land in the underworld. At the same time, I will strictly delineate boundaries, never allowing the Wu clan to interfere with the normal operation of reincarnation. Su Qingxuan was satisfied with Hutu's response. He knew that she had both the ability and determination to execute all of this. He smiled slightly, his figure beginning to fade. Hutu, I believe you can handle all of this properly. Now Master must leave. This is the 9 secrets of the Yuan Gate. I will pass them all to you today. Remember to comprehend them well. even in the realm of the Dao, they will still be greatly beneficial. Also, your power comes entirely from the Dao, making you invincible in the underworld. However, in the primordial world, this is vastly different from Hongjun. You must achieve the Dao Emperor yourself to unleash the stronger powers of the Dao. As Su Qingxuan's words fell, his figure vanished in the underworld. Hutu looked at the place where her master had departed, filled with reluctance and gratitude. She knew that from this moment on she would bear the heavy responsibility of being the lord of the Dao, guiding the Wu clan and the underworld towards a new future. Just as Su Qingxuan was leaving, the remaining 11 ancestral shamans of the Wu clan also arrived at the Sea of Blood. Just when everyone was struggling with how to enter the underworld, a spatial gate suddenly appeared before the ancestral shamans, and then they all stepped inside. As the spatial gate opened, the 11 ancestral shamans exchanged glances, and without hesitation, they stepped into that mysterious portal. Their figures gradually blurred in the dark sea of blood, ultimately vanishing completely within the light of the spatial passage. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in a strange land, the underworld. This place was completely different from the land of the primordial world. The sky displayed a deep purple hue, and the air was filled with a faint aura of death, yet strangely, it also imparted a sense of peace and tranquility. Hodu had long awaited their arrival. Her gaze swept over each ancestral shaman, finally resting on her elder brother Dijiang. Her voice was steady and powerful. Brothers and sisters, welcome to the underworld. Dijiang, seeing Huda's current state, excitedly exclaimed, "Congratulations, little sister, on becoming the lord of the Dao." Before Hutu could respond, the boisterous Zhu Rong spoke up. "Little sister is now the lord of the Dao. Next time we fight against the Yao clan, we will surely eradicate those two beasts." However, Hutu shook her head and then recounted Su Qingxuan's words to the ancestral shamans. "What should we do about this? Are we to retreat to the underworld in the future? What are we afraid of? In a great battle, if we perish in the primordial world, it is still a return to the embrace of our Father God." The ancestral shamans all disagreed with such an idea. In the end, it was Dijiang who made the decision to place some of their kin in the underworld while the rest would fight to the end against the Yao clan. Seeing this, Hutu had nothing more to say, only to do her utmost to protect her kin and ensure their survival. Thinking of this, Hutu took out a drop of her own essence blood and handed it to Dijiang, saying, "Elder brother, I can no longer intervene in the affairs of the primordial world. I will do otherwise. The heavenly path and Hongjun will also take action, and at that time our kin may suffer heavy losses. This drop of essence blood has been refined with the power of the Dao. When you return, choose a great shaman with earth laws to help him become an ancestral shaman, and then he can still set up the 12 capital heavenly god killing formation, condensing into the true form of our Father God." Pengadian. The ancestor Wu had just returned from the Yuming realm. Each wore a deep melancholy, for their younger sister Hutu could never come back with them. The 12 ancestor Wu were formed from Pangus, 12 drops of essence blood. For countless ages after taking shape in the blood pool, they had stayed together, their bonds naturally profound. Now the vast Pangu Dian held only 11 of them, and for a time all felt sorrow. "Enough. Our little sister has become the lord of the earth domain. We should rejoice for her. Next we must deliberate carefully on what to do." It was Dijiang who, seeing everyone's dejection, spoke. Zhu Jiuyin stepped forward after hearing Dijiang and said, "Elder brother speaks rightly. Our little sister is the lord of the earth domain. This is a great fortune for our Wu clan, for it grants us a high-caliber combatant. Otherwise, Nuwa, who stands behind the demon clans, would remain an insurmountable mountain. Our immediate urgency is to forge anew a member of the Wu clan, otherwise the Du Tian Shinsha Great Array cannot be formed. How shall we withstand the demon clans, Zhou Tian Xingdo Array?" Second brother speaks truly. This is our foremost problem. The other ancestor Wu nodded in agreement with Zhu Jiuyin. At that, Gong Gong said in a deep voice, "But to recreate an ancestor Wu is no simple matter. Though we possess our little sister's essence blood, carrying it out may not be so smooth." Dijiang frowned, considered for a moment, then said, "Do you still remember the 13th drop of essence blood?" At Dijiang's words, the ancestor Wu trembled involuntarily. Pangu had originally left not only 12 drops of essence blood, but an additional one, yet to this day it had not been born with sentience. Why not try it? Perhaps Father Pangus' remaining drop has its own, will Zhu Jiuyin proposed. If so, then it is decided. Xianming, go to the Hota tribe and bring every great Wu who bears the earth law to the blood pool. Dijiang replied, "Very well." As Xianming departed, the other ancestor Wu began their preparations. Soon the great hall swelled with clamor. After Dijiang and the others set everything in order, Xianming at last arrived with a company of great Wu. Seeing everyone assembled, Dijiang produced Hoda's drop of essence blood and channeled a surge of power into it. The blood immediately exhaled a dense aura of the earth law. Zhang hastily bound the great Wu of the Hutu tribe beneath the blood so that each might be baptized by the earth law. Before long, only 3 great Wu remained on the spot: Hui Xingtian and Qiyu. Zhu Jiuyin stepped forward and said, "Elder brother, it seems only these 3 from the Hutu tribe show the highest resonance." Zhang nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping the 3 great Wu, Hui Xingtian and Qiyu. Each exuded an unusual aura, as if they were the very essence nurtured by the earth. Their eyes were steadfast and their muscles cut like mountains. Evidently, they were prepared to receive a deeper inheritance of the earth law. Hui, famed for your archery today, you must comprehend the earth's weight. Regrettably, your internal laws are too many. Besides the earth law, there are speed, space, soul, and others, so you are not suited to inherit the Hutu ancestor Wu's essence blood, Zhang said, solemn and powerful. Xingtian, your battle axe is indomitable. The earth law would grant you unparalleled guardianship, but the law of war suits you better. You two are not suitable, he continued. As for Qiyu, your strength springs from the earth. The earth law is rich within you, making you the backbone that links heaven and earth. Qiyu clenched his fists, his body seemed to resonate with the land, a powerful force surging inside. Zhu Jiuyin watched with a satisfied smile, then told Hui and Xingtian, you two step down. Though you will not inherit the earth law this time, you are the finest great Wu of our clan, trained diligently. Perhaps fate will grant you the chance to ascend to the rank of Ancestor Wu in time. Upon hearing Zhu Jiuyin, the two rose to bid farewell and walked out of the blood pool. Zhang fixed his gaze on Qiyu. He could feel the intense bond between Qiyu and the earth law, and native affinity not easily attained through later effort. He knew Qiyu would become the Hutu tribe's new hope, bearing the inheritance of the earth law. Qiyu, are you Zhang's voice was steady and commanding. Qiyu lifted his head, a resolute light shone in his eyes as he replied, I am ready, Lord Ancestor Wu. I am willing to receive the Hutu ancestor Wu's essence blood, inherit the earth law, and bring honor to the tribe, he vowed. Zhang nodded. Power surged through his hand as the drop containing the Hutu ancestor Wu's strength rose slowly, hovering and emitting a blinding radiance. He guided the essence blood toward Caius' brow. Upon touching Caius' skin, the blood immediately fused into his body. Caius' body trembled violently, intricate patterns emerged across his skin, the marks of the earth law. His breath grew heavy, each inhalation seeming to vibrate in unison with the earth. But at the final stage of transformation, he appeared suddenly weakened. Seeing this, Zhang hastily poured the last drop of Pangus essence blood into him. With the infusion of Pangus essence blood, Caius' earlier weakness altered in an instant. His body convulsed. The complex patterns seemed to awaken, flowing across his skin and casting a dazzling golden light. His breath ceased merely to resonate with the earth and began to answer to the very pulse of the world. Pangus essence blood was incomparably powerful, the primal force from when Pangu cleaved open the heavens and earth at the dawn of chaos, containing the secrets of creation and undying vitality. That might spread swiftly through Qiyu, fusing with the earth law he had accepted to form an unprecedented power. Qiyu thus mastered not only the earth law, but apparently other laws that no other ancestor Wu had grasped. Yet not a single ancestor Wu present perceived this. Caius' muscles swelled, his bones crackled as if reborn. His aura strengthened so profoundly that ripples spread across the entire blood pool. The surrounding air seemed to solidify. All the ancestor Wu and great Wu held their breath as they witnessed the miracle. Zhang and the others watched in silence, relief softening their faces. They knew Qiyu was undergoing a metamorphosis. Once complete, he would possess power approaching that of an ancestor Wu, perfectly wielding the laws reserved for their rank. Minutes slipped by and Caius' body gradually stilled, his aura deepened like a towering mountain, unmoved and unassailable. At last he opened his eyes, deep and luminous, brimming with wisdom and might. It is done. Zhang's voice carried a trace of joy. Qiyu, you are now a true inheritor of the earth law. You are the clan's new 13th ancestor Wu. At the moment when Hutu embodied the cycle of reincarnation and became the master of the earth, the entire primordial world was shaken, and everyone was deeply moved by Hutu's compassion, bowing deeply in her direction. Just when the beings thought this matter had come to an end, unexpectedly Hongjun Daozu personally intervened, battling alongside Hutu. However, in the underworld, he was no match for her, and was sent flying, truly shocking the beings of the primordial world. In the heavenly court, within the solar palace, Emperor Jun Tai and the high-ranking members of the demon clan gathered to watch the battle between Hongjun and Hutu through the supreme heavenly mirror. Within the supreme heavenly mirror, Hongjun's figure resembled the most ancient existence between heaven and earth, with every spell containing boundless mysteries and power. However, in the underworld, facing Hutu, who had embodied the cycle of reincarnation and became the master of the earth, even Hongjun found himself somewhat powerless. Hutu's power stemmed from reincarnation and the earth commanding respect throughout the underworld. Even if the Heavenly Dao came, it would find no favor. Her every strike seemed to express the profound truth of life and death cycle. As the battle intensified, Hongjun's spells poured down like a torrential storm, but Hutu stood firm like a rock. Her power appeared to merge with the underworld, and each counterattack forced Hongjun to retreat. In the end, after a cataclysmic clash, Hongjun was struck away by Hutu's earth power, his figure vanishing into the dark void. In the solar palace, a profound silence enveloped the room. The high-ranking demons exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. They had never imagined that one day they would witness Hongjun's defeat in battle, especially at the hands of Hutu, the once ancestral, which now the master of the earth. For a moment, the solar palace fell into an eerie silence, the atmosphere extremely oppressive. Emperor Jun's gaze was deep as he slowly spoke. I did not expect Hutu to have become the master of the earth. This greatly enhances the strength of the witch clan. What do you all think about this? Before anyone could respond, Tai stepped forward and said, Elder brother, the master of the earth is no longer something a sage can contend with. The only solution now is for Daozu to resolve our predicament. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jun's brows furrowed slightly, knowing that Tai's words were not unfounded. With Hutu's attainment as the master of the earth, her strength had surpassed the usual scope of sages. Even if he and Tai, the strongest among the demon clan, worked together with the great array of the Zhoutian Star Do, it would be difficult to contend with her. And Hongjun Daozu, as the representative of the Heavenly Dao, was undoubtedly the only being capable of rivaling Hutu. However, since Hongjun's defeat in the previous battle with Hutu, he had vanished without a trace, and no one knew his current state, nor whether he would be willing to intervene once more to aid the demon clan through this crisis. Emperor Jun pondered for a moment, surveying the high-ranking demons present, and said solemnly, Tai speaks truthfully, but we cannot rely completely on others. The great array of the Zhoutian Star Do is the foundation of the heavenly court, and all of you must assist, Shi Huang, in continuing to improve the array without slackening. The high-ranking demons responded in unison, rising and cupping their hands, saying, We shall not fail to fulfill your majesty's trust, and we will do our utmost to assist Shi Huang in perfecting the great array of the Zhoutian Star Do. Furthermore, I have observed that the witch clan has been making frequent moves, seemingly plotting something grand. We need to strengthen our surveillance of the witch clan to prevent any unusual activities. Your Majesty, the witch clan's strength has greatly increased. Our heavenly court has not yet recovered since the incident at Shouyang Mountain. It may be difficult for us to fully grasp their movements, Baizhe said with a worried expression. Emperor Jun contemplated for a moment and said, No matter, we can send some capable demons to lurk near the witch clan's territory and closely observe their every move. I suggest selecting some capable individuals from the rogue cultivators gathered from the Primordial World. Kuanping proposed. Emperor Jun nodded in agreement. This plan is feasible. Kuanping, you shall handle this matter. Kuanping accepted the orders, saying, I will obey your command. At this moment, the Empress, Shihi, who had been silent beside Emperor Jun, suddenly spoke. Your Majesty, while our demon clan is currently strong, we must not let our guard down. I suggest holding a Dao discussion conference to select and cultivate outstanding disciples among the demon clan in preparation for emergencies. Emperor Jun's eyes flashed with a hint of appreciation as he said, What the Empress says is very wise. You shall be in charge of this matter. In the following days, the demon clan members performed their respective duties, preparing for battle actively. Under the leadership of Shi Huang, the great array of the Zhoutian Star Do became increasingly perfected, and the demons lurking near the witch clan's territory brought back continuous intelligence. Meanwhile, the Dao discussion conference was also under intense preparation, and the younger generation of the demon clan eagerly looked forward to showcasing their talents at the conference. While everyone in the heavenly court was fervently preparing for battle, Emperor Jun and Tai arrived at a secret location in the heavenly realm. Elder brother, where is this place? Tai asked in confusion. He had discovered the heavenly realm together with Emperor Jun and established the heavenly court based on it, yet he was unaware of this location. This is where the heart of the heavenly realm resides, accessible only to the heavenly emperor and the master of the heavenly realm. The heart of the heavenly realm. Elder brother, does that mean you are the master of the heavenly realm? Tai exclaimed excitedly. No, I am merely the heavenly emperor. The master of the heavenly realm is someone else. Upon hearing Emperor Jun's words, Tai's expression changed drastically. Originally, there was a treasure of luck here, the 33 Heavens Tower, but unfortunately, it has disappeared. Disappeared? Who took it? Tai asked in confusion. Emperor Jun furrowed his brows and slowly replied, I do not know either. This 33 Heavens Tower can gather the endless luck and power of the heavenly realm. Whoever obtains it becomes the master of the heavenly realm and can mobilize the entire power of the heavenly realm. Tai said with a grave expression. Elder brother, this 33 Heavens Tower is crucial to our heavenly court. If it falls into the hands of others, it may be detrimental to us. We must find its whereabouts as soon as possible. Emperor Jun shook his head. I have a suspicion that before the heavenly realm was discovered by you and me, who in the entire primordial world had the ability to take the 33 Heavens Tower. Tai's eyes widened. Elder brother, are you saying Hongjun? But what would he want it for? I don't know, but it is certainly not good news for you, me, or the entire demon clan. Emperor Jun said with a worried expression. Then elder brother, do we need to seek his help again? I fear we won't even need to go. Someone will come to us voluntarily. Indeed, as Emperor Jun anticipated, just when the two returned to the solar palace, Hongjun's disciple Hao Yan arrived at the heavenly court. Senior brothers Daozu sent me to bring you some spiritual treasures to better maintain the order of the primordial world. Thank you, junior brother, for taking the trouble to come. May I ask what Daozu has granted? Emperor Jun inquired. Daozu has granted 365 innate spiritual treasures, the Star Banner, 129,600 acquired top-grade spiritual treasures, the Star Flag, and 1 acquired supreme treasure, the Emperor's Thousand Gene Sword. This sword possesses boundless power. When infused with luck, it can break through all sturdy objects. Daozu advises caution in its use. Senior brothers, now that this matter is settled, I shall return to the Zixiao Palace. Farewell. After saying this, Hao Yan left the heavenly court. This means we must fight with the witch clan with all our might, Tai said with anger. Upon hearing Tai's words, Emperor Jun, after gazing into the distance for a long time, replied, second brother, if that day truly comes, you must seek Daozu. After resolving various matters in the underworld, Su Qingxuan left the blood sea wandering as he went. On this day, he arrived near the northern sea of the primordial wilderness. The area of the primordial sea is as vast as the land itself. It is said that the sea water ultimately flows towards the returned ruins, though the truth of this is uncertain. Thanks to Su Qingxuan completing the eye of the primordial sea, the spiritual energy in the entire primordial sea region has surged. On the primordial continent, the witch and demon clans are in constant conflict, leaving countless other clans in despair. Upon discovering that the spiritual energy in the sea is no less than that on land, various clans began to relocate their people and powers to the sea, both to evade the witch and demon clans, and because the sea has now become an excellent place for cultivation. As Su Qingxuan traveled, he encountered various races and factions. On this day, he arrived at a sea area that even the myriad clans dared not tread. It was perpetually dark with chaotic spiritual energy and a surge of malevolence rumored to be plagued by chaotic beasts, clearly not a good place to be. Interesting, not only is there chaotic energy ahead, but also chaotic beings. Gazing at the boundless sea before him, Su Qingxuan understood in an instant why this place was so filled with malevolence and what lay ahead. The deeper he ventured, the heavier the malevolence felt to Su Qingxuan. Ordinary beings could not survive here. Even great powers, if they stayed too long, would be affected by the malevolence, developing inner demons and becoming violently uncontrollable, ultimately turning into thoughtless killing machines. This is not ordinary malevolence. It resembles the product of a chaotic demon god. Indeed, it is indeed. Su Qingxuan murmured. Just as Su Qingxuan lamented the various aspects of this place, suddenly the entire sea erupted in tumultuous waves, and soon after a colossal entity rose from the depths. Before him floated an immensely large Xian turtle, its form stretching countless miles, surrounded by chaotic energy that faintly emitted a brutal aura filled with malevolence and ferocity. Even with Su Qingxuan's current strength, he was astonished by the size of this Xian turtle. It was nothing short of a terrifying giant beast. Su Qingxuan stared at the massive Xian turtle slowly rising from the depths of the sea, its body obscuring the sky, as if even heaven and earth were quaking in its presence. The shell on the back of the Xian turtle was intricately patterned, resembling ancient runes woven into a design, each line exuding unfathomable power. Its enormous eyes shone like two brilliant stars, piercing with a fierce light that struck at the heart. With the appearance of the Xian turtle, the surrounding malevolence grew denser, as if the very air was stained with blood. The storm on the sea intensified, with giant waves churning, as if everything was to be swallowed. The existence of this ferocious Xian turtle undoubtedly exacerbated the instability of this sea, making an already perilous environment even worse. It seems you are not quite lucid. Let me help you calm down. Su Qingxuan slowly raised his right hand, lightly tapping the void with his fingertips. Instantly, a gentle radiance blossomed from his hand, illuminating the darkness of the entire sea like the brightest star in the night sky. This radiance contained purifying power aimed at dispelling the surrounding malevolence and eliminating the ominous aura, while also attempting to soothe the inner turmoil of the Xian turtle. The light spread out, gradually forming a massive halo that enveloped the Xian turtle. The halo flowed with gentle yet resilient power, continuously interacting with the chaotic energy emanating from the Xian turtle, transforming it into peaceful energy. Initially, the Xian turtle resisted this sudden light. A flicker of confusion and distrust passed through its eyes. However, as time went on, it began to feel that this power bore no hostility, but rather a warmth that brought it a sense of security. The Xian turtle's body gradually relaxed, and the fierce light in its eyes slowly softened. Gradually, the malevolence that had enveloped it dissipated. Its divine sense became clear, and it turned gentle. Thank you, Dao Zun, for your compassion and enlightenment. The first thing the Xian turtle did upon regaining consciousness was to hurriedly thank Su Qingxuan. You know who I am? Su Qingxuan asked curiously. In reply, I have been muddle-headed for many years, but there were rare moments of clarity. I regained clarity once when Hongjun attained sainthood, once when you preached, and once recently during your battle with death. Furthermore, I possess a natural talent for divination, so I know your identity, Dao Zun. The Xian turtle answered honestly. I am curious, as a chaotic being, why have you been able to remain in the primordial wilderness all this time? Does the Heavenly Dao not trouble you? Su Qingxuan asked. To report to Dao Zun, this matter is quite lengthy. I was originally born in chaos, and I have forgotten how long I stayed there. One day, the great Pangu wished to open the heavens and earth, battling the 3,000 demon gods who came to obstruct him. The chaotic storm that ensued brought some of the demon gods' malevolence and swept me into this primordial wilderness. After seeing me, great Pangu ignored me and allowed me to stay in this northern sea for countless years. Initially, I wished to abandon my identity as a chaotic being like Hongjun and transform into a primordial being. However, because I was tainted by the malevolence of chaotic demon gods and my size was too great, transformation became impossible. Not only that, this malevolence has continuously invaded my divine soul, causing me to become increasingly brutal, with only very brief moments of clarity. As for why the Heavenly Dao has not eliminated me, it is mainly because I once divined while clear-headed, and my fate is connected to the unmoving mountain. I have calculated that when the unmoving mountain collapses, I will be the one to hold up the heavens. Surely that is why the Heavenly Dao has not expelled me. However, ever since you appeared, Dao Zun, the entire heavenly mechanism has changed. The unmoving mountain will not collapse, and it has also cleansed the demon god's malevolence. I have escaped a calamity. After speaking, the Xian turtle repeatedly bowed to Su Qingxuan. Indeed, had it not been for Su Qingxuan's actions, the unmoving mountain might have already been destroyed by now. Today I am fortunate to meet Dao Zun, and I wish to ask for your protection, Dao Zun. I am willing to become a guardian beast of the mountain for the Yuan. Hearing the Xian turtle's words, Su Qingxuan was puzzled and asked, with your strength, nobody in the primordial wilderness poses a threat to you except for the saints. Why do you need to do this? Moreover, the calamity of the unmoving mountain has been resolved. Oh, what are you still worried about? Please understand, Dao Zun, I am likely the only chaotic being in the entire primordial wilderness and chaos. Therefore, my chaotic essence is a monumental opportunity for others. You mean Hongjun? Su Qingxuan asked. To report to Dao Zun, indeed, it is Hongjun. I have known him since the chaos period, and later he abandoned his identity as a chaotic being in the primordial wilderness, transforming into a primordial being. Afterward, we had discussions together. However, after he attained sainthood, I discovered that he began to shift back towards the chaotic being direction, though it was incomplete. Since that day, I have started to be cautious of Hongjun, as the chaotic essence can be complementary. Moreover, in recent times, that sense of unease has grown stronger. Su Qingxuan fell into deep thought, fully aware of Hongjun's strength and ambition. In that case, I understand your concerns. Su Qingxuan nodded. I can grant your request to let you become the guardian beast of my Yuan sect, thus avoiding unnecessary troubles. Upon hearing Su Qingxuan's words, the Xian turtle quickly knelt in gratitude, expressing thanks for Dao Zun's grace. It seems that only by creating a new world can this Xian turtle have a place to reside. With a wave of his hand, a vast world was born in his palm. This is a world tailored for you. You can dwell within it without worrying about disturbances from the outside. I will never forget the kindness of Dao Zun. I am willing to stay in this world and become the guardian beast of the Yuan sect, the Xian turtle solemnly promised. Su Qingxuan smiled, slightly nodding as he said, now you may enter this world and begin your new life. The Xian turtle bowed to Su Qingxuan and then transformed into a streak of flowing light, entering that vast world. After bringing the Xian Gui into the vast world, Su Qingxuan gazed at the malice and ominous energy enveloping the North Sea, determined to purify this region. He knew all too well that if this malice and ominous energy were not cleansed, it would cause long-term damage to the North Sea. With both hands forming seals, an immense divine power surged forth from his body, transforming into golden rays of light that spread out in all directions. These beams of light fell upon the surface of the North Sea like a gentle rain, each droplet infused with potent purifying power. As the light rained down, the malice and ominous energy of the entire North Sea began to dissipate, gradually like ice and snow melting under the warm sunlight, until all traces of malice and ominous energy, since the dawn of creation, were completely purified, transforming this place into a haven for cultivation. Just as Su Qingxuan was about to leave, he suddenly discovered 12 shining pearls at the bottom of the sea where the Xiangui had previously dwelled. The sea-stabilizing divine pearls. In the next moment, Su Qingxuan looked at the 12 sea-stabilizing divine pearls in his hand and couldn't help but exclaim no wonder in later generations figures like Tongtian and Junti searched the entire world and never found them. It turned out that it was because Su Qingxuan purified the ancient malice and ominous energy of this place that the 12 sea-stabilizing divine pearls finally emerged. Otherwise, with those obstructions, even a sage would find it hard to detect them here. Looking at the 12 sea-stabilizing divine pearls before him radiating boundless multicolored light and illuminating the myriad worlds, Su Qingxuan found himself increasingly enamored. There are a total of 36 sea-stabilizing divine pearls, and when the complete set is gathered, it becomes an innate treasure. More importantly, the 36 sea-stabilizing divine pearls can evolve into 36 heavens, allowing one to confront foes. A single pearl possesses the power of 36 great worlds, which is truly terrifying. Having gathered so much fortune on this trip, it's time to return and further enhance my strength. Wendao Mountain. After Su Qingxuan relocated the entire Wendao Mountain to Buzhou Mountain, it was placed atop Buzhou Mountain, where the dragon vein converges, a place abundant in spiritual energy, making it an excellent location for cultivation. Upon returning to Wendao Mountain and standing at the entrance of the Dao Palace, Su Qingxuan gazed at the sea of clouds surrounding Buzhou Mountain, his eyes penetrating through the swirling mist at the mountain's peak, looking down at the towering Buzhou Mountain and the vast earth beneath. Su Qingxuan took out the vast world where the Xiangui resided, contemplated for a long while, and then placed it beneath the steps of the entire Qingxuan Dao Palace. In an instant, a boundless ocean appeared at the entrance of the Dao Palace. Su Qingxuan transformed this space with his immense divine power. From the outside, it still looked like a mountain, but upon approaching, one could see this ocean. From now on, only by crossing this ocean could one reach the Qingxuan Dao Palace. After completing all this, Su Qingxuan returned to the Dao Palace and began secluding himself to break through to a higher realm. Sunstar. While Su Qingxuan was in full concentration during his seclusion, a Taoist arrived under the Fusong tree within the Sunstar. The Taoist looked at the Fusong tree before him and sneered, "No matter how deep it is hidden, who in this world can conceal it from me?" With that, he waved his hand casually, and a portal opened on the trunk of the Fusong tree, through which the Taoist transformed into a streak of light and entered. Yang Valley is a primordial blessed land discovered by Emperor Jun, born from the Fusong tree. The power of the sun within the valley is rich, and the entire space continuously exhales and inhales true fire of the sun, constantly evolving the path of the sun and the laws of fire, making it a holy land for cultivating fire attribute power. At that moment, the Taoist suddenly appeared within the Soup Valley, and the moment he appeared, the rich true fire of the sun within the valley seemed to have found a target to attack, surging toward him in a grand display. The Taoist simply uttered a word of retreat, and the previously overwhelming true fire of the sun immediately retreated back to its original position. This miraculous scene was naturally witnessed by the 10 golden crows cultivating within the valley. "Where do you come from, Taoist?" "This Soup Valley is guarded by the He Luo Grand Formation set by my father. How did you get in?" asked the elder golden crow, flying in front of the Taoist. The Taoist replied nonchalantly, "I just walked in like this. I didn't see any obstacles." "Nonsense, this Soup Valley is guarded by the He Luo Grand Formation set by my father. If we had disappeared, we would surely know." Upon hearing the golden crow's words, the Taoist exclaimed in surprise, "Are you the offspring of the Heavenly Emperor?" "I have met you, your highnesses." With that, he bowed respectfully. Seeing the Taoist being so courteous, the golden crows no longer blamed him for intruding, but instead began to inquire about interesting tales from the primordial era. Upon hearing that the demon clan had been slaughtered by the witch and human clans by the tens of thousands, the golden crows gritted their teeth and said, "Damn it, how dare they kill our demon kin? We must make them pay." As the golden crows seethed with righteous indignation, the Taoist quietly wielded his power, secretly amplifying their fury. Under the influence of the Taoist's spell and the incitement of his words, the golden crows could no longer contain themselves and flew out of the valley one by one, shouting that the witch and human clans must pay a heavy price. Looking at the golden crows flying out of the Soup Valley toward the primordial continent, the Taoist chuckled, saying, "The method of manipulating the 7 emotions and 6 desires is truly effective. With that, he vanished within the soup valley. As the 10 golden crows descended upon the primordial realm, a catastrophic calamity was about to commence. The 10 golden crows transformed into 10 suns, appearing simultaneously in the primordial continent, and in an instant the true fire of the sun erupted with full force, plunging the primordial land into an unprecedented heat. The true fire of the sun poured down like a torrential storm. Wherever it struck vegetation, withered rivers ran dry, the ground cracked open, and living beings suffered immensely. Neither ordinary members of the witch clan, nor the human clan, nor any beings of the primordial realm could withstand such terrifying heat, as countless lives were reduced to ashes in that moment. The suns transformed from the 10 golden crows soared above the primordial sky, their cries deafening, as if releasing the anger and grievances within their hearts. As they flapped their wings, waves of heat surged forth, incinerating all forms of life. This sudden disaster quickly drew the attention of all factions within the primordial realm. Powerful beings from the witch and human clans rushed into action, attempting to avert this catastrophe. However, they quickly realized that in the face of the combined strength of the 10 golden crows, even the formidable warriors of the witch clan and the highly skilled immortal beings of the human clan found themselves powerless. In an instant, countless lives were lost among the human clan, and just when it was critical, the stone tablet that had previously slain the demon army and Emperor Jun on Shoyang Mountain suddenly radiated blinding light, instantly protecting the remaining members of the human clan. At the moment the 10 golden crows emerged, the 6 saints of heaven sensed it instantly. The luck of the demon clan has utterly declined. Poor beings of the primordial realm, what a sin, lamented Laozi of Taiji. Just as the 6 saints prepared to intervene to stop this tragedy, they were suddenly restrained by the powers of heaven, unable to act, and the saints were instantly shocked, but they quickly came to realize, their faces turning exceedingly grim. With no other choice, they could only act to protect their respective Dao realms within a vast range, while in other parts of the primordial continent, they were powerless to help. At Wanshou Mountain, the moment the golden crows appeared, Xinyuanzi took immediate action to protect the territory of Wanshou Mountain. Yet faced with the 10 golden crows, he could only express anger without the ability to retaliate, for the demon clan was now a force he could not afford to offend. All innate great beings across the primordial continent acted similarly to Xinyuanzi, striving to protect their own territories, yet similarly dared not voice their anger at the actions of the golden crows. At the instant the 10 golden crows descended upon the primordial realm, a force sealed off the entire heavenly court, preventing Emperor Jun and others from sensing it. North Sea, the demon master Qingxuan also discovered the 10 golden crows at the first moment, but he did not act to stop them. Instead, he observed coldly. Emperor Jun, this time you are likely to suffer immensely. The pain I endured at your hands, I shall let you experience. 10 days descended upon the primordial wilderness, unleashing a cataclysm of slaughter across the land, filling it with the wails of souls in despair. The domineering flames of the sun burned all as the fiery tongues roared, devouring every living being. The 6 saints of the primordial world and many innate deities watched the 10 rampaging golden crows, their hearts coldly mocking amidst their anger. The heinous acts of the 10 golden crows had already tarnished the fortune of the entire demon clan, heralding an inevitable decline that no one could prevent. The 6 saints and the mighty deities seemed to hear the lamentation of the true dragon of the demon clan's fortune at that moment. In the chaotic heavens, Nuwa's face turned ashen from rage at the actions of the 10 golden crows. It was lamentable that even as a saint one found themselves in such a predicament, unable to intervene, forced to watch the demon clan's fortune dwindle and the cries of the beings in the primordial world. Just when the 6 saints were confined and the other deities dared not act due to the demon clan's might, the great shaman of the witch clan Kwafu stepped forward. Seeing the 10 golden crows wantonly slaughtering the members of the witch clan, Kwafu could no longer sit idly by and charged at the 10 golden crows. Kwafu's eyes blazed like burning flames, glaring at the 10 golden crows running rampant. The light of the sun, once a symbol of warmth and life, had now transformed into a harbinger of death, mercilessly reaping the lives of his fellow clansmen. A raging fire ignited in Kwafu's heart. His voice thundered like rolling thunder, shaking the entire primordial wilderness. Damnable beast! How dare you wreak such havoc in the primordial wilderness? With a furious roar, Kwafu's figure shot up like an arrow released from its bow, soaring into the clouds, gripping a massive peach wood staff, as which artifact bestowed upon him by the ancestral witch Jumon. He swung his staff, each strike carrying the power of destruction, catching the golden crows off guard. One was struck, feathers scattering, golden blood splattering upon the land of the primordial wilderness. "You scoundrel! Who are you to dare obstruct us?" cried a panicked golden crow, its eyes filled with rage and confusion. "I am Kwafu, the great shaman of the witch clan. Today I shall seek justice for the beings of the primordial wilderness, and teach you ignorant fools what it means to be in awe. So it's the witch clan, just in time. We were about to seek you out, but you delivered yourself to us. Today I will send you to meet Pangu." A golden crow proclaimed loudly, its voice filled with provocation and ridicule. As Kwafu was struck by the domineering flames of the sun, he resisted with his staff, while charging forward, throwing the golden crows into utter chaos. "Damn it! The rogue is vicious. Everyone form a formation to annihilate him. Activate the 10 Sun formation." With the golden crow's unified shout, the formation was fully deployed, 10 suns converging into one, sending down an even more searing flame akin to divine punishment towards Kwafu. The 10 Sun formation is the ultimate killing move forged by the golden crows, capable of unleashing the sun's true fire to its utmost enough to incinerate all enemies. Even though Kwafu was a great shaman wielding a treasure, he was turned to ash the moment he was struck by the 10 Sun formation. His peachwood staff fell back to the tribe, instantly transforming into a vast peach forest protecting all his clansmen, but Kwafu could never return. They dare to oppose us with this. It seems the witch clan is not as strong as rumored. Brothers, let us continue using the formation to completely eliminate the witch clan." The great golden crow laughed arrogantly. Just as its mocking laughter faded, a divine arrow streaked through the sky, like lightning hitting its chest with unerring accuracy. The arrow contained supreme power, moving at a speed too fast for the eye to catch, its might sufficient to penetrate all defenses. The great golden crow's smile froze on its face, its eyes filled with shock and disbelief. It had never imagined that amidst the intimidation of the 10 Sun formation someone would dare to counterattack, and with such ferocity. Its body swayed in the air for a moment before it fell helplessly, transforming into a shooting star that disappeared into the horizon, crashing into the eastern sea. The remaining golden crows, upon seeing this, were instantly filled with terror, looking around to find the archer. Before the remaining 9 golden crows could react, 3 arrows emerged from the void, directly shooting down. This completely terrified the remaining 6 golden crows, who no longer sought the identity of their assailant, but turned to flee towards the heavenly court using their transformation technique. Even though their escape speed now exceeded the speed of light, the 3 divine arrows from the void still shot down 3 more golden crows. This left the remaining 3 golden crows in utter despair, directly burning their primordial spirits and essence as they flew at full speed. What filled them with despair was that no matter how fast they flew, the divine arrows were always faster, and soon 2 more golden crows were struck down. The last remaining golden crow, the smallest among the 10, was now utterly terrified. At that moment, another divine arrow was shot toward it, seemingly destined to bring about its demise. At a critical moment, a bell tolled in the sky, blocking the lethal arrow. "Hui, you are reckless." It was Dong Huang Tai who had arrived on the scene. Unable to contain his fury upon seeing his slaughtered nephews, he roared at Hui. In the heavenly court Sun Palace, at the moment the great golden crow was shot down, Dijun Tai and several high-ranking members of the demon clan were discussing state affairs. Suddenly, the divine dragon of the demon clan's fortune let out a mournful cry. Before anyone could react, Dijun suddenly spat blood, collapsing onto his throne, startling the other demons. Dijun, who was well-versed in divination, understood the cause and effect through his bloodline. Without a moment's hesitation, he urgently called out to Tai, "Hurry to the primordial wilderness and save Xiao Shi and the others. Quick!" Tai immediately shattered space with the chaos bell, instantly descending in front of the little golden crow that was about to be shot. "Hui, you shall pay for this." Looking at the 9 nephews who had been shot down, Tai was consumed with rage, swinging the chaos bell to strike at Hui. Hui stood in the distance, still gripping the divine bow, but facing Tai's fury, his expression, he knew that Tai's power far surpassed his own, and if this blow landed, he would likely not escape unscathed. However, just as the situation reached a critical point, space around he suddenly twisted, and in an instant his figure vanished from the original spot. Immediately after, Di Jiang's voice swept across the battlefield like a storm, filled with disdain and provocation. "Tai, how shameless of you to bully the weak." Tai's gaze fixed tightly on the suddenly appearing Di Jiang and the ancestral, which Zhu Jiuyin beside him, his voice brimming with uncontrollable anger. "Di Jiang, he has killed my 9 nephews. This matter cannot be settled like this. Do you wish to instigate a full-scale war between our clans?" A cold smile appeared on Di Jiang's face, his voice firm and powerful. "Tai, do you think the witch clan fears you? Your nephews have wantonly slaughtered lives, committing countless atrocities. He is merely rescuing the beings. If you insist on war, the witch clan will not back down." "Very well, since that is the case, I will first experience the might of your witch clan's leader today," Tai said angrily. Di Jiang's words pierced into Tai's heart like a sharp dagger, while Tai's fury surged like a volcano ready to erupt. Without further words, Tai's figure flickered, and the true fire of the sun moved with him, its domineering flames turning the very space into nothingness, shaking the entire primal world. Wherever Tai's true fire passed, space crumbled, and time distorted, everything seeming to turn to dust beneath this single strike. Jiang remained unperturbed, swiftly forming seals with his hands as the power of spatial laws condensed under his control. His surrounding space began to distort, forming whirlpools that devoured the overwhelming true fire of the sun. His figure traversed through space like an illusion, elusive and hard to grasp. The duel between the two was like a clash of divine beings in the heavens, one wielding divine arts, and the other embodying the invincibility of laws. Each encounter caused tremors throughout the primal world. Their powers collided in midair, erupting in dazzling brilliance, as if threatening to tear apart the very heavens and earth. The battle between Tai and Jiang intensified, their figures intertwining in the air, each clash causing the world to change color. Their powers surged, creating a spectacle both resplendent and perilous. Seeing that he could not subdue Jiang for the moment, Tai suddenly summoned the Chaos Bell, striking Jiang back. The arrival of the Chaos Bell instantly tipped the balance of their evenly matched confrontation. Jiang, even with his invincible spatial laws, would surely be defeated today, for the Chaos Bell has the power to stabilize time and space. Jiang was repelled by the overwhelming force of the Chaos Bell, tracing an arc in the air before landing steadily in the distance. Before Jiang could react, the attack from the Chaos Bell followed, leaving him struggling to defend himself. Witnessing this, Zhu Jiuyin hurriedly joined the fray, attacking Tai alongside Jiang. Observing this, Tai furrowed his brow. He knew that these two ancestral witches were not like the other, for he had fought before, prompting him to intensify his assault. Today I shall show you the means of this emperor, Tai roared. The 5 divine manifestations of the Dao Palace arise. From Tai emerged 8 avatars of equal strength, launching a simultaneous attack on Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin, causing them to be thrown into disarray. How dare you summon avatars? Jiang exclaimed. The 5 divine manifestations of the Dao Palace arise. Instantly the conflict escalated again as their powers violently collided in the air, triggering a series of explosions. The entire battlefield was engulfed by this force, countless mountains and rivers vanishing in an instant. Everyone unleashed their true fire. Tai grew braver with each battle as the Chaos Bell utterly overpowered time and space. In the next moment, the Chaos Bell collided with Jiang, sending him flying without inflicting any harm. The secret of the Lin character. Tai realized that the ancestral witch's body, under the enhancement of the Lin character secret, could not be breached even by the innate treasure, the Chaos Bell. Very well, today I shall demonstrate the true might of the Chaos Bell. The Chaos Bell possesses the power to suppress the primordial world, to reverse heavenly time and space, to evolve the mysteries of the Dao, and to refine the earth, water, fire, and wind. Under Tai's urging, the Chaos Bell began to undergo a transformation. The radiance upon its surface grew even brighter as ancient runes began to swirl, forming mysterious patterns. The chaotic energy within the bell boiled, emanating a suffocating pressure. Chaos Bell suppressed the Tai shouted loudly, and with a violent tremor of the Chaos Bell, a tremendous force erupted from within, directly targeting Jiang and the other. Jiang and the other felt the terror of this power, their faces growing grave. They knew this was Tai's full force strike, and if they could not withstand it, the consequences would be dire. Just as Tai was about to unleash his full force with the Chaos Bell, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Second brother, stop. Little Ten and the others have already made a grave mistake. Continuing this fight is meaningless. Let us retreat for now. It turned out that Jun, after stabilizing his own injuries, had hurried to the battlefield. Seeing that only one of his sons survived, he was overwhelmed with grief. In that moment, he contemplated annihilating the Witch clan to avenge his son, but reason told him that now was not the time to go to war. He then left with the little golden crow and Tai, disregarding Jiang and the others present. Yet both sides knew that after this incident, the two clans had reached the point of final confrontation. Qingxuan Dao Palace. With the system's assistance, Qingxuan finally reached the 3rd heaven of the Heavenly Emperor. Just as he was about to rejoice, he sensed everything happening in the primal world. Hongjun, it seems the lesson I gave you last time was insufficient. The lives of the beings in the primal world are truly pitiful. Saying this, he rose and left the Dao. This time, Qingxuan set out without any concealment. The Heavenly Emperor moved countless paths, followed him, and continuous phenomena appeared in the heavens and earth as a golden light pathway emerged in the sky. Having just endured a catastrophe, the rampant golden crows had caused immense destruction in the primal world, with countless beings perishing amid the disaster. Now, upon seeing Qingxuan's arrival, hope surged in their hearts. In their eyes, Su Qingxian was like a savior descending upon this suffering land with boundless compassion and power. It is the Dao Sovereign. Someone recognized Su Qingxian's identity and shouted excitedly, "The Dao Sovereign has come, we are saved." More beings began to cheer, their eyes filled with trust and anticipation for Su Qingxian. Su Qingxian's gaze swept over the scarred primal earth. He reached out to draw a massive amount of chaotic energy from the void, directly transforming it into rich, innate spiritual energy. With a wave of his hand, he scattered it across the entire primal land. In an instant, the earth, burnt by the true fire of the sun, revived, restoring its former appearance in the blink of an eye. Following this, the immeasurable powers of the Heavenly Emperor erupted, reviving every being that had been killed by the golden crows, their souls not yet dissipated. As for those whose souls had been completely annihilated by the true fire of the sun, Su Qingxian was powerless to help. He had a premonition that if he intervened too much, the Tao would never spare him. The beings that had already perished returned once more to the primal earth, their faces filled with disbelief. Once they realized what had happened, they all knelt in gratitude, thanking the Dao Sovereign for his compassion. Su Qingxian faced the sudden appearance of the celestial eye of the Tao, his expression unchanging. Yet within his heart surged like a storm-tossed sea. He knew the celestial eye embodied the will of the Tao itself, and its manifestation invariably heralded momentous upheaval or divine judgment. "Tao, do you seek to impede me?" Su Qingxuan's voice carried a subtle edge of displeasure. Cold and impassive, the celestial eye gazed upon him, silent at first, then slowly rotating as if appraising the entire Hongjun world. Moments later, a majestic voice resonated across the heavens. "Su Qingxuan, your deeds, though born of benevolence, have breached the very foundations of the Tao. The karmic entanglements of all sentient beings are not yours alone to bear." "I understand the immutable cycle of karma," Su Qingxian replied. "Yet I also know this truth: should I remain silent, all beings would be left utterly forsaken. I offer my own strength to carve out a single thread of hope for all life." His voice rang with unwavering resolve, brooking no dissent. The celestial eye fell silent, seemingly weighing his words in cosmic balance. After a long suspended stillness, it spoke again. "The Tao operates according to immutable laws. Should you persist in shouldering this collective karma, you shall pay a price beyond mortal comprehension." A faint smile touched Su Qingxuan's lips. The Tao's will had manifested, not to strike, but to negotiate. He knew well such restraint revealed recognition of his power. No celestial authority would waste time in discourse with one deemed insignificant. Slowly the celestial eye closed and vanished into the boundless sky. Simultaneously, an invisible force descended upon Su Qingxuan, the immense interwoven karma of every life he had just saved. Feeling that weight settle upon him, Su Qingxian smiled, not in trepidation, but in sovereign certainty. What was even such colossal karma when transmuted by the might of an emperor? "Hongjun, our battle is far from over." Having concluded his confrontation with the Tao's will, Su Qingxian turned his gaze toward Hongjun, hidden deep within the chaotic expanse. His eyes burned with unshakable resolve and absolute finality. Hongjun watched him and felt unbidden a coil of resentment tighten in his heart. Moments earlier, the Tao's will had appeared without warning, bypassing his authority entirely to commune directly with Su Qingxian, ultimately retreating without sanction, even declaring aloud that Su Qingxuan's cultivation now rivaled the Tao itself. Their battle erupted once more, but this time it was no contest of parity. It was annihilation. Su Qingxuan, the celestial emperor, unveiling his true, awe-inspiring majesty. "Hongjun, during my recent seclusion, I fathomed a forbidden art. Today you shall be its first trial." His voice cut like glacial wind. In his palm, radiant light coalesced, pulsing with a tremor that unsettled the soul. Hongjun sensed the ever-mounting pressure radiating from Su Qingxian. His resentment curdled into profound dread. He knew this forbidden art was no mere technique. To be struck by it would mean utter ruin. "Su Qingxian, do you truly believe you can slay me so easily?" Hongjun retorted, defiant. Around him, countless ancient runes erupted, spinning violently to form a colossal defensive formation. Yet Su Qingxian did not waver. Not a muscle twitched in response to the taunt. The light in his hand blazed brighter, denser, until it solidified into a perfect luminous ring. That ring pulsed with the eternal breath of time itself. Merely suspended in air, it arrested the flow of time around the chaos, halting entropy, freezing moments mid-breath. "This is the chronolock. Today I seal you forever." With that quiet command, the chronolock surged forward, wreathed in irresistible sovereign authority. Hongjun's grand formation shattered like brittle parchment beneath the chronolock's advance. Its residual force, unabated, struck Hongjun Fulan. At the instant of impact, Hongjun froze. body nascent soul, even the flicker of thought, all locked rigid in temporal stasis, standing motionless amid the swirling chaos. Su Qingxian stood unmoving, his gaze icy and unrelenting upon Hongjun. This is the price for your repeated desecration of the Hongjun world. Then with contemptuous ease he cast the chrono-locked Hongjun into the maelstrom's heart, letting the primordial tempest rend him endlessly. One culpa of sealing. Let us see if you dare flaunt your arrogance again. For Hongjun had merged with the Dao itself, he could not be slain, only sealed, unless Su Qingxian first subjugated the Dao. As Su Qingxian sealed Hongjun with the chronolock, the 6 sages of heaven simultaneously felt their souls lighten, as though a long suffocating surveillance had lifted. Instantly all 6 understood the Dao sovereign had bound Hongjun. Just as they began to rejoice, Su Qingxian informed them plainly Hongjun's sealing lasted only one culpa. He would return. The threat remained. This was not the end. Caution, not celebration, was required. Penga Hall. Gomong, how fares Ho-E? Zhurong strode into the hall and demanded. Gomong sighed. Ho-E expended vast reserves of divine energy in his sun-shooting feat. His body is now grievously weakened. I have placed him within the blood pool. He shall recover swiftly. That young Ho-E has brought great honor to our clan, striking deep into Dijun's heart. Yet Quafu, he shall never return. Without souls, even the Dao sovereign cannot restore him. As sorrow settled upon them, Dijiang and Zhu Yin arrived together. Unbelievable, the way Tai Yi wielded the chaotic bell. Truly astonishing. Dijiang murmured in awe. Outrageous. That bell belongs to our primordial father. It should rest in the hands of his descendants. Instead, that feathered beast claimed it. Next time we shall sever Tai Yi's head and reclaim what is ours. The ancestral Wu gods grumbled in unison. How fares Ho-E? Dijiang asked abruptly. Elder brother, I have already placed him in the blood pool. By now he is surely restored. Good. Bring him before me. Within moments Ho-E stood at the hall's center. Dijiang studied him, his eyes alight with admiration. Ho-E, your sun-shooting feat has earned immortal merit for our clan. Your courage and self-sacrifice set an example for us all. Ho-E bowed his head modestly. Esteemed ancestral Wu, you flatter me. I merely fulfilled my duty protecting our kin and all beings of the Hongjun world. Zhurong stepped forward and clapped Ho-E firmly on the shoulder. Well done, young one. Were Quafu here to witness your triumph, he would swell with pride. At Quafu's name, grief thickened the air. He had perished chasing the golden crows, fallen as a martyr of the Wu clan. His sacrifice weighed heavily upon every ancestral Wu. My lords, I beg leave to return home. My wife waits for me there. I must tell her I have returned safely. Ho-E addressed the assembled Wu. They nodded in silent understanding. Dijiang spoke gently. You have endured a perilous trial, Ho-E. You deserve rest and reunion with your family. Go without delay. Gratefully Ho-E bowed deeply, then turned and departed Penga Hall. His steps remained heavy, but his heart glowed with warmth. He longed only to embrace Chang'e, to whisper the joyous news he had returned unbroken. No sooner had Ho-E crossed the hall's threshold than a colossal cascade of celestial merit descended from the heavens, engulfing him completely. The magnitude of the event drew the gaze of countless Hongjun immortals. Upon recognizing Ho-E, none marveled at the Dao's generosity. His deed had earned it. Only the celestial court's myriad Yao tribes watched in seething fury, desperate to slay him. She, Empress of Heaven, fixed Ho-E with a gaze of glacial hatred and lethal intent. In the heavenly court, the Taiyin star is one of the 2 most important celestial bodies since the beginning of time, transformed from the left eye of Pangu. Like the sun, the Taiyin star has also given rise to 2 powerful deities since the creation of the world. They are known as Wangshu and Xia. Wangshu was born before Xia. At that time, the beast emperor Shen Ni sought to annihilate the entire primordial world with his clan's power. Wangshu, unable to bear the thought of the world sinking into ruin, accepted the invitation of the Phoenix ancestor to join in the battle against Shen Ni. In the final battle, she perished, and thus the Taiyin star was left with only Xia. Since marrying Dijun, Xia has resided in the Queen Mother Palace and has never returned. However, today Zai's figure reappeared on the Taiyin star. Dressed in a flowing purple gown that swayed gently with the wind, Zai's beauty remained ethereal and otherworldly, her eyes radiating an aura of majestic nobility that demanded respect. Walking slowly down the long corridor of the Guanghan Palace, Xia was filled with complex emotions reminiscing about the time she once spent here. She arrived beneath the laurel tree, her favorite spot in the past. Gently touching the branches and leaves, she felt a familiar yet strange sensation. Closing her eyes, she merged her divine sense into the core of the Taiyin star. As her spirit delved deeper, Xia found what she sought. Sister, it's been so long. Upon seeing the essence of Wangshu, Zai's expression instantly fell. After countless years, her sister's essence remained untransformed. It seemed that her sister would never return. Forgive me, sister. I must take your essence to do something. I'm sorry. On the shores of the East Sea, in a human tribe, Change paced, anxiously glancing outside repeatedly. Unfortunately, there were restrictions set by Ho-E preventing her from leaving. Previously, when 10 suns suddenly appeared in the primordial world, countless tribespeople suffered casualties. After Ho-E safeguarded her and the remaining clan members, he went after the Golden Crows. Though Change could not witness the battle firsthand, her heart followed Ho-E, closely praying for him and worrying for his safety. Just as she was filled with anxiety, Ho-E's figure finally appeared at the entrance of the tribe. Covered in battle scars, his gaze remained steadfast, and the bow and arrows in his hands gleamed with the light of victory. Ho-E successfully shot down 9 golden crows, saving countless lives. Seeing Ho-E return safely, the weight in Change's heart finally lifted. She hurried forward, tightly embracing him, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Ho-E gently patted Change's back, comforting her, saying, "Don't worry, it's all over now. I'm back. From now on, I will never let you worry again. Let's go home." With Ho-E's heroic feat of shooting down the suns spreading throughout the primordial world, the tribe where Change resided became the center of attention for all beings. Everyday beings from all directions flocked to witness the hero's splendor or to express their respect and gratitude. The tribe was bustling with crowds both inside and outside. Some were nearby clans bringing rich food and precious gifts to express their gratitude for Ho-E's act of saving lives. Others were travelers from afar who journeyed for a glimpse of the hero. As Ho-E's companion, Change naturally became a focal point of attention. However, Change did not let the sudden attention cloud her mind, as she remained humble and kind, warmly welcoming every visiting guest. Until one day a female Taoist arrived at the tribe. Change noticed this distinct woman and approached her, greeting her softly. "Welcome to our tribe, I am Change. May I ask what brings you here?" The female Taoist smiled slightly, her smile hinting at an imperceptible mystery. She replied, "I am a wandering Taoist. I heard about the heroic deeds of Ho-E shooting down the suns and came to pay a visit. May I have the honor of meeting him?" Change expressed her regret, stating that Ho-E had matters to attend to with the witch clan today. The female Taoist did not show disappointment upon hearing this. Instead, she appeared quite pleased. Nodding, she said, "In that case, it seems the fates have not aligned. Besides wanting to meet Ho-E, I have another matter to address." Curious, Change looked at the Taoist and asked, "May I know what it is that you need our help with?" The Taoist shook her head and said, "I am here for you." "For me, eh?" Change was somewhat puzzled. Indeed, Ho-E is a great hero of the entire primordial world, but he belongs to the witch clan with an infinite lifespan, while you are of the human race with merely 100 years. You are young and beautiful now, but when you grow old and pass away, do you think Ho-E won't be heartbroken? Upon hearing the Taoist's words, Change was instantly flustered. Seeing her reaction, the Taoist continued, "There is no need to worry. Ho-E is the great hero of the primordial world. I have come to help both of you." As she spoke, she took out a celestial pill and said, "This pill was crafted by the Queen Mother of the West. If a mortal consumes it, they will gain immortality, allowing you to be together with the great hero forever." After saying this, she vanished. Once the Taoist left, Change gazed at the celestial pill in her hand, thinking of being with Ho-E forever, and could not resist swallowing it. After consuming it, Change's body radiated a sacred glow, and then she began to uncontrollably ascend into the sky. Realizing she could not stop herself, Change hurriedly called out for Ho-E. At that moment, Ho-E had just returned to the tribe and saw Change ascending, rushing over to try to bring her down. Strangely, despite Ho-E's current strength, he could not approach Change, only watching helplessly as she continued to ascend. With no other option, he followed her until he discovered that Change ultimately landed on the Tyne Star. Ho-E also hurriedly flew into the Tyne Star despite it being the territory of the Demon Clan. Once Ho-E entered the Tyne Star, he found that no matter what he did, he could not take Change away. Every time he almost left the Tyne Star, she would be summoned back. Just as Ho-E was about to return to seek help from the ancestral shaman, a woman's voice came through. "Ho-E, I advise you not to do that, for even a sage cannot take Change away, as she has already merged with the entire Tyne Star. She hunts you. This was all you're doing." Ho-E shouted. "Indeed it is I. Ho-E, you killed my 9 sons. Today I will make you lose your beloved and let you experience this heart-wrenching pain. Indeed it is I. Ho-E, you have killed my 9 sons, and today I shall make you lose your beloved, allowing you to experience this heart-wrenching pain." Ho-E gripped his bow tightly, his body trembling with rage. He questioned, "I shot down the suns to save the people. Your sons ravaged the wilderness, causing countless lives to perish. Are their lives not worth saving?" She curled her lips into a mocking smile. "Saving the people. What a grandiose justification. But do not forget that was the prince of the heavenly court. What right do you, a member of the witch clan, have to decide their life and deaths? A flicker of anger flashed in Hoi's eyes. He knew that no matter how he argued, Shi's hatred would not easily dissipate. He took a deep breath, attempting to calm the turmoil within, and then slowly said, Shi, you have failed in educating your children, resulting in such a great disaster. If you insist on seeking revenge, then come. I want to see if you have the ability. Shi's gaze became sharper. She said nothing further and directly launched her attack. The lunar essence wheel in her hand surged to life, striking Hoi and sending him flying. Watching Hoi lying on the ground spitting blood, Shi did not attack again. Firstly, Hoi had great merits, and she did not dare to kill him casually. Secondly, it was better for him to live in pain than to die like this. Hoi, I can let you take change away, but you must accomplish one thing first. Once completed, I will retrieve the essence of the moon from her, allowing you to take her with you. Shi's words conveyed an undeniable authority. Her gaze was as sharp as a blade, piercing into the depths of Hoi's soul. Hoi struggled to rise from the ground. Although his body was severely injured, his will remained unyielding. He lifted his head, staring directly into Shi's eyes, knowing he was no match for her. With a voice filled with determination and resolve, he said, Tell me, what do you need me to do? Shi nodded slightly, her expression complex, a mix of satisfaction from revenge and delight from her cunning success. She slowly spoke. Hoi, what I ask of you is quite simple. Do you see that laurel tree in the distance? As long as you can cut it down, I will release change. Hoi glanced at the laurel tree and agreed. All right, you had better keep your promise. He then walked towards the laurel tree, each step feeling exceptionally heavy. He knew that while the condition he proposed seemed simple, it concealed unpredictable challenges. The laurel tree was a divine tree in the wilderness, not only lush in foliage and deep-rooted, but also protected by mysterious powers, making it impossible to injure even a fraction with ordinary means. However, to save change, Hoi had no room to retreat. He approached the laurel tree and looked up, seeing the trunk was incredibly thick, the bark as hard as iron, and the leaves shimmering with silver light, as if each leaf contained the power of the moon. Hoi took a deep breath, focusing his mind and channeling all his strength into the divine bow in the next moment, the divine bow transformed into a giant axe, and Hoi swung it towards the laurel tree. With one strike, a notch was cut into the tree, but in the next second it restored itself. Seeing this, Hoi kept swinging at the laurel tree, which always healed in an instant, as if both were caught in a wondrous cycle. At this moment, Shi suddenly cast a spell with both hands, communicating with the entire moon star, chanting an ancient and mysterious incantation. By the will of heaven, I use the fate of the moon star master as a curse, cursing change to be bound to the moon star for eternity, while Hoi shall never awaken, and they will meet, but not recognize each other unless the laurel tree is cut down. This curse shall be effective for all generations. As Shi activated the curse with her own fate, at that instant Hoi lost all sense of self and continued to chop at the tree. After casting the curse, Shi lost her identity as the moon star master and was backlashed by the will of heaven, instantly descending a tear in her realm, staggering away from the moon star. On the moon star, after Shi calculated against Hoi and left change, also arrived here, calling out to Hoi, distressed by his state. But at that moment, Hoi could not hear any external voices, completely ignoring change's calls as he continued to chop at the tree. Just as change was overwhelmed with sorrow, a voice resonated throughout the starry sky. What is love in this world that it compels one to pledge life and death? Change hurriedly looked around upon hearing the voice, discovering Qingxuan standing before the laurel tree, gazing at the two of them beneath it. Taoist master. In an instant, Change recognized Qingxuan, for he had previously emerged to save countless lives, and his appearance was deeply etched in the minds of all beings. Taoist master, please save Hoi. He has been cursed by Shi and has become like this, Change pleaded. Qingxuan nodded, his gaze turning to the chopping Hoi. He could sense the powerful will within Hoi, as well as the curse left by Shi. Shi's curse is indeed formidable, but it is not without a solution. Those who bear the burden for the people must not be left to freeze in the wind and snow. As the Heavenly Empress, Shi should embody maternal virtue. Her actions are truly unjust. The remaining sliver of fate from the demon clan can no longer withstand such torment. When Qingxuan saw the laurel tree for the first time, he immediately understood why Hoi could never cut it down. It turned out that the laurel tree's roots stretched completely throughout the moon star, relying on the infinite power of the moon's essence. Cutting the tree was akin to cutting down the entire moon star. Unless the moon star was entirely destroyed, even a saint could not sever the laurel tree. However, destroying the moon star requires absolute strength, and even the will of heaven would not allow it. The moon star is too crucial to the wilderness, and if one were to disturb it, the will of heaven would ensure their demise. But just because others cannot do it does not mean Qingxuan cannot. When he decided to cut down the laurel tree, the Celestial Emperor's power instantly immobilized the entire moon star, severing the connection between the moon star and the laurel tree. In the next moment, the laurel tree was completely cut down under Ho-Yi's axe, and at that instant the curse that had been on Ho-Yi vanished in a flash. Just as Ho-Yi cut down the laurel tree, Shi-He, who had just returned to the Sun Palace, suddenly spurted blood and collapsed to the ground. How is this possible? The laurel tree was actually cut down. Shi-He screamed frantically. But when she looked towards the moon star to discover who had done this, she was utterly shocked, hastily retracting her power and no longer paying attention to this side. Recovering from the effects, Ho-Yi also realized that he had been plotted against by Shi-He. Before he could express his anger, he saw Su Qingxuan smiling at him from not far away. Upon recognizing the visitor, Ho-Yi immediately understood everything and knelt down, saying, "Thank you, Taoist Master, for saving me." Ho-Yi is eternally grateful. Su Qingxuan waved his hand, signaling Ho-Yi to rise. His voice was calm, yet powerful. "Ho-Yi, we are fated to meet. Today's matter was merely a stroke of luck for me. You shot down the suns to save the people, accumulating immeasurable merit. Assisting you in escaping this predicament today is also a completion of that merit." Ho-Yi stood up, filled with respect and gratitude. He knew that had it not been for Su Qingxuan's help, he might have never escaped Shi's curse. Not paying attention to the excited Ho-Yi and change beside him, Su Qingxuan casually picked up the cut laurel tree and released the suppression. The secret of the character Zhe activated, and in an instant the trunk and the infinite power of the moon remerged, restoring its original state. Indeed, you have suffered an undeserved disaster this time, but today also presents an opportunity for you, cutting off all that binds you. Henceforth you will possess limitless possibilities, and perhaps one day you will transcend into form. Su Qingxuan addressed the laurel tree. As he repaired the laurel tree, Ho-Yi pulled change, and together they knelt before Su Qingxuan, saying, "Please, Taoist Master, show mercy and save change." There is no need for such formalities. Although this is a calamity, it is also an opportunity. She contains the essence of the moon. Now there is only this one piece in the entire wilderness. This is a great opportunity, and in the future, she may even become the Moon Star Master. Hearing Su Qingxuan's words, Ho-Yi understood this great opportunity and said no more. However, to become the Moon Star Master without specialized cultivation methods is exceedingly difficult. In that case, change, I shall pass on to you the true canon of the moon. This is the cultivation method of my Yuan Gate. Remember to practice diligently. Upon hearing Su Qingxuan's words, Change was greatly excited. She immediately knelt on the ground, respectfully saying, "Thank you, Taoist Master, for granting me the teachings. I will certainly practice diligently and live up to your expectations." Su Qingxuan smiled slightly, extending his hand. A beam of light shot from his fingertip and directly entered Change's brow. "Ho-Yi, for your efforts to save the people, I also grant you an opportunity. This is the forbidden technique of my Yuan Gate, the secrets of the characters Zhixing and Lin." Upon hearing Su Qingxuan was going to impart the forbidden technique to him, Ho-Yi's heart trembled. He knew that this technique was something even saints could only obtain a fraction of. He quickly knelt down, respectfully responding, "Ho-Yi thanks the Taoist Master and will cultivate these 3 secrets to perfection, living up to your expectations." In the heavenly court Sun Palace, Tai-Yi stepped forward and gazed at the Emperor's sword he had just refined, asking, "Elder brother, is it truly possible for this sword granted by Hongjun to break the true body of the primordial witches?" Dijun gently stroked the Emperor's sword in his hand and replied slowly, "Indeed, although this sword was forged after the heavens were established, after I infused it with the luck of the demon clan, its sharpness likely surpasses even the 2 killing swords of the underworld river. It can be used to break the physical form of the primordial witches, which will surely give Dijiang and the others a tremendous surprise. But this sword is an ill-fated weapon. It seems Hongjun did not intend for you and me to survive." Upon hearing Dijun's words, Tai-Yi was genuinely startled and hurriedly asked, "Elder brother, have you discovered something?" "After channeling the entire demon clan's luck into refining this sword, I realized that to truly wield it, one must use their own luck to activate it. After slaying an enemy, one's own luck will be completely exhausted." Dijun sighed as he spoke. "If that's the case, then elder brother, we need not use this sword. Without it, we can still annihilate all the witch clan." Tai-Yi replied anxiously, "There is no turning back now. We can only move forward. Elder brother." "All right, enough of that. How is the preparation for the Zhou star array coming along?" "Elder brother, rest assured, Fushi has already made the preparations. The 365 innate spiritual treasure stellar banners have been completely refined by all the Star Lords and have merged into the formation." Tai-Yi explained. Moreover, according to Fushi, the inclusion of the innate spiritual treasures has greatly enhanced the entire Zhou star array, ensuring it won't be like last time. "That's good. You must command all the soldiers to prepare and be ready to attack the witch clan at any time, Dijun instructed. Second brother, have there been any news about the primordial witches recently? Upon hearing Dijun inquire about the news of the primordial witches Tai, he immediately responded, Elder brother, there have indeed been some movements regarding the primordial witches lately. According to reports from our spies, the 11 primordial witches seem to be scheming something significant. They have been frequently gathering in the Panga Palace, and many powerful members of the witch clan are involved as well. Dijun furrowed his brows, knowing that the actions of the primordial witches were not coincidental. They were surely planning a war against the demon clan. He said in a deep voice, we must be fully prepared. The power of the primordial witches cannot be underestimated, especially the 12 capital heavenly god killing formation they have combined, which is extraordinarily powerful. Although there are currently only 11 primordial witches, they may still have hidden means. We must ensure that the Zhou Tian star array can exert its maximum efficiency to face the impending war. Tai nodded, fully aware of the significance of the impending conflict. He added, I have already notified all the Star Lords and Generals. They are all prepared for battle. Furthermore, we have also prepared other contingencies just in case. Dijun slightly nodded, feeling satisfied with Tai's arrangements. He knew that this war would be a life-and-death struggle determining the future of the entire demon clan. Taking a deep breath, he said, well then, we shall wait for the right moment to strike, decisively defeating the witch clan and securing dominion over this realm for the demon clan. Tai clenched his fists, his eyes sparkling with determination. Elder brother, we will surely achieve victory. All right, since that's the case, you go ahead and gather the forces while I will visit Nuwa Empress first. Dijun said. As the Heavenly Court continued to mobilize its troops, the area surrounding the Panga Palace was also filled with the witch clan. Their terrifying aura caused all observers to feel a sense of dread. The actions of both the witch and demon sides began to alert all beings in the Hongjun, realizing that these two great forces were on the brink of war. In an instant, myriad clans hurriedly vacated the Hongjun continent, retreating towards the seas, while the human race urgently gathered their kin to Shouyang Mountain. In the palace of Nuwa, Tai suddenly arrived with the little golden crow for a visit, prompting Nuwa to let Jin Ning welcome him inside. Your Majesty, I already know your intentions. I will take good care of the little golden crow, you can rest assured. Nuwa said to Dijun. Thank you, Empress. However, I have one more question. What are our chances of victory? The witch clan has the earthly Lord Hoodoo, who has likely prepared a way out for them. In this great battle, as long as I do not personally take to the field, Hoodoo will certainly not intervene, so we can only rely on ourselves this time, Dijun said hesitantly. You need not worry about that, for he has already been sealed by Dao Zun for a calamity and cannot intervene. Upon hearing Nuwa's words, Dijun's pupils dilated in disbelief. Originally, his greatest concern was Hongjun, but now that the biggest worry has vanished, he can finally put his mind at ease and fight the witch clan to the death. Watching Dijun leave, Nuwa couldn't help but feel troubled, not only for the multitude of beings, but also for her elder brother. She had a premonition that the calamity mentioned by Fuxi when they parted was approaching. In the Qingxuan Dao Palace, after dealing with matters concerning the Taiyin star, Su Qingxuan returned to Mount Wenda. Observing the preparations of both the witch and demon clans, Su Qingxuan contemplated how to handle these two factions. At this moment, Lu'er and Bai Lian walked in. Master, why has a sea suddenly appeared on the mountain, and there is a giant turtle inside that has played tricks on me repeatedly? Lu'er complained to Su Qingxuan. You mischievous monkey must have provoked the Xian turtle, and are now reporting to me after suffering losses, Su Qingxuan said, giving Lu'er a light tap on the head. Let me tell you, that is the guardian divine beast of our Yuan men. You must not act recklessly. Lu'er rubbed the spot where he was hit, feeling a bit wronged, but not daring to retort, so he could only mumble, Disciple knows wrong, I will never provoke that Xian turtle again. All right, since you are here, I have a task for you. Go to the underworld, find your senior sister, and give her the 12 Nether King flags. Tell her not to get too involved in the war between the witch and demon clans. Oh, I have my own plans. Lu'er respectfully accepted the Nether King flags and bowed to Su Qingxuan, saying, Disciple takes the order. I will head to the underworld to deliver the Nether King flags to my senior sister. Su Qingxuan smiled and waved his hand, saying, Go, and be careful with everything. Lu'er bowed again, and then transformed into a streak of golden light rushing towards the underworld. Under the gaze of everyone, the two clans of the Lich began to reveal themselves. The Wu clan gathered all their members in front of the Pango Hall, preparing for the final mobilization. The 12 ancestral witches stood atop a high platform, their figures appearing particularly majestic, as if they were immovable entities between heaven and earth. Di Jiang stood at the center, his voice resonating through the heavens, echoing across the entire Wu clan. Clan members, we stand here today for the glory of our Wu clan and for our future. The demon clan seeks to annihilate us completely. However, the blood of our Wu clan flows with the will of the Pangu Father God, and our bones are forged with indomitable pride. Today we shall use our strength to showcase the resilience and immortality of the Wu clan to the demon clan. His words ignited the fury of the Wu clan members who raised their weapons high, shouting in unison, their voices surging like a tidal wave. As Dijiang's words fell, the 12 ancestral witches each displayed their powers, their auras converging into a tremendous energy that shook the entire Panga Hall. The morale of the Wu clan reached an unprecedented height. They were prepared to face the impending battle. Fight, fight, fight. Meanwhile, in the Heavenly Court, the demon clan was also making their final preparations. Dijun and Tai Yi stood at the highest point of the Heavenly Court, their gazes piercing through the clouds, as if they could see the distant Wu clan. Dijun's voice was steady and powerful. Fellow demons, we face not just a battle, but a challenge. The power of the Wu clan is formidable, but we demons do not fear. We have the great array of the Zhou Tian stars, we possess endless wisdom, and we have an unwavering belief in victory. Tai Yi immediately followed with, let us use our wings, our claws, and our spells to demonstrate the strength of the demon clan to the Wu clan. Today we shall write history. We will become the true masters of the primordial world. The members of the demon clan were also inspired, their eyes gleaming with determination, their bodies filled with the passion for battle. Let's go. With Dijun's command, the entire demon army began to advance orderly towards the battlefield. As the two clans commenced their movements, the entire primordial world was enveloped in a chilling silence. At this moment, the might of both clans reached its peak. Kill! The war horn echoed throughout the primordial world, with both sides launching their fiercest attacks against each other. In an instant, the entire primordial realm was filled with the aura of slaughter. All powerful beings could feel the boundless malevolent energy and tribulation aura in the heavens and earth. The clash between the two clans was like two colossal waves crashing together instantly, stirring up tumultuous waves. Even the collision of the frontline soldiers had already devastated mountains and rivers, and both sides' numbers continued to dwindle. At the moment the great battle began, the high-level figures of both clans also engaged in combat. Dijun wielded the Heavenly Emperor sword, and the Sun Essence will combined with the invincible true solar fire, clashing with Dijiang. In an instant, the entire sky was filled with endless true solar fire, the invincible sword energy colliding with the laws of space, as the two faced off in the most intense battle. Dijun, take this punch. As the ancestral witch of space, Dijiang could manipulate the space within the world at will. His figure darted through space with such speed that even Dijun, using the movement secret technique, found it hard to cope. Truly, he was a natural master of the laws of space, unmatched in the entire primordial realm. As Dijiang battled Dijun, others also sought out their respective opponents. Tai Yi, unmatched in bravery, faced 4 ancestral witches alone, showing no signs of losing ground and growing stronger with each fight. On the other hand, Qingxuan faced the newly emerged ancestral witch Qiyu, initially thinking he was a great witch. To his surprise, his attacks had no effect on Qiyu, who instead charged at him. How is this possible? When did the Wu clan produce someone like you? With a look of confusion, Qingxuan found himself forced to take Qiyu seriously, as the strength exhibited by this newly emerged ancestral, which far exceeded his expectations, posing a threat to him. Law of the Earth. You are the new generation of ancestral witches. As the battle progressed, Qingxuan realized Qiyu's secret. At this moment, Qingxuan felt a little flustered. He had thought that without the presence of Hutu, the 12 capital heavenly gods' great array could not form Pangu's true body. Unexpectedly, the Wu clan actually had a new generation of ancestral witches embodying the law of the earth. Recalling the terror of Pangu's true body, Qingxuan felt a moment of fear, being chased and beaten. As the battle continued, the high-level figures of the demon clan began to feel the pressure. The demon clan's top combat power rested solely on Dijun and Tai, while the demon master Qingxuan harbored ulterior motives, and the other 9 demon saints were being suppressed by the ancestral witches. The duel between Dijiang and Dijun was particularly intense. Their battle seemed about to tear the sky apart, with their powers colliding and causing successive spatial shocks. Tai Yi faced 4 ancestral witches. Though valiant, he was unable to secure a decisive victory at that moment, despite forcing the ancestral witches to retreat. Seeing his demon saints being pushed back one by one, Dijun felt anxious, especially as the time ancestral, which Zhu Jiuyin joined the fray against him, making it difficult for him to cope. Humph. You lot are too much. Do you really think I can be bullied easily? Saying this, he slowly drew a sword from the void, the Emperor's sword of 1,000 Jun, that had previously been refined by Dijun using the demon clan's destiny. Dijiang, this is a divine weapon I specifically prepared for you ancestral witches. Holding the Emperor's Sword of 1,000 June, this sword not only contained the destiny of the demon clan, but also merged with his imperial way its power extraordinary enough to sever all things in the world. Seeing this, Di Jiang's eyes flashed with seriousness. Although he did not know the sword's power, Di Jun's demeanor suggested it was certainly formidable. "Come on, Di Jun, let me see just how powerful your sword is." Di Jiang's voice carried an undeniable determination. Di Jun ceased speaking, took a deep breath, and concentrated all his power at the sword's tip. The Emperor's Sword of 1,000 June emitted a brilliant light burning as fiercely as the sun. He suddenly lunged forward, and where the sword tip pointed it seemed as if space was being sliced apart with cracks rapidly spreading towards Di Jiang. Di Jiang remained calm. He quickly formed seals with both hands, and the laws of space around him formed whirlpools, swallowing those cracks one by one. At the same time, his figure flickered through space, sometimes appearing to Di Jun's left, sometimes to his right, each appearance delivering a deadly strike. Though Di Jun wielded a divine weapon, he found himself in a difficult position against Di Jiang's laws of space. He had to divert some of his energy to counter Di Jiang's attacks, while remaining wary of other ancestral witches' ambushes. At this moment, the Time Ancestral, witch Zhu Jiuyin, joined the battle. Manipulating the laws of time, she could even briefly reverse time, greatly disrupting Di Jun's offensive. Di Jun felt anxious within. He knew he could not remain passive and needed to find an opening. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, he raised the Emperor's Sword of 1,000 June high. A surge of vast power of destiny erupted from the sword, the accumulated destiny of the demon clan over countless years being fully activated. "Di Jiang Zhu Jiuyin, you leave me no choice." Di Jun roared the Emperor's Sword of 1,000 June, carving a brilliant trajectory towards Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin. This sword contained all his power and represented his unyielding resolve. As the sword light struck, it instantly cleaved into the true body of the Time Ancestral, witch Zhu Jiuyin. In the next moment, her proud true body was shattered by Di Jun, and Zhu Jiuyin, caught off guard, was directly cut in half, plummeting towards the earth. "What?" "Second brother." As Di Jun's sword split the Time Ancestral, witch Zhu Jiuyin, everyone in the primordial realm was momentarily stunned. That was the true body of an ancestral witch who had roamed the primordial realm for countless years without being broken, even bolstered by the secret of the Lin character. Unexpectedly today, it was shattered. Instantly, all demons shouted, "Long live the Heavenly Emperor!" The earlier declining momentum surged to its peak. Just when everyone thought the Time Ancestral, witch Zhu Jiuyin, was completely slain by Di Jun, a voice suddenly echoed through the heavens and earth. "Time reversal. I am Zhu Jiuyin, the master of the laws of time." In the next moment, the Time Ancestral, witch Zhu Jiuyin, who had just been slain, astonishingly reappeared before everyone. Laws of time. At that moment, both the Wu and demon clans, along with countless powerful beings spectating, were left in awe by Zhu Jiuyin's demonstration. Time is revered, space reigns supreme, and fate remains unyielding. Who can compete? This saying is not without foundation, as it has been passed down since the era of chaos. Now, with the resurrection of the Time Ancestral, witch Zhu Jiuyin utilizing the laws of time, everyone has truly witnessed the terror of these laws. "Great. Second brother, you're all right," Zhu Rong joyfully exclaimed as he rushed over. Seeing Zhu Jiuyin, who had returned from the dead, the previously disheartened mood of the Wu clan warriors was reignited, and they re-engaged the demon army. "I truly underestimated you. The Wu clan actually has someone like you. However, I'm quite curious how many times you can use such abilities." Di Jun looked at the visibly weakened Zhu Jiuyin and said this before once again wielding the Imperial Sword of 1,000 Junes to strike at him. "Damn it, you beast with a flat head, let Zhu Rong come and have a word with you," Zhu Rong declared as he prepared to attack. At a critical moment, the sudden appearance of the Chaos Bell sent him flying. "You brainless brute, your opponent is me." Tai lifted the Chaos Bell and stated. Seeing Di Jun approach, Di Jiang suddenly appeared in front of him, and the spatial laws surged directly, transporting the two away. The Imperial Sword of 1,000 Junes was too sharp, he dared not catch it barehanded. Upon witnessing this, Di Jun instantly activated the secret of the character, and the next moment he appeared before the two, swinging his sword with all his might, unleashing an invincible killing intent towards them. At this crucial moment, Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin exchanged a glance, deciding to join forces for their strongest strike. The spatial laws of Di Jiang and the time laws of Zhu Jiuyin perfectly merged at this moment, forming a river of time and space that surged towards Di Jun's Imperial Sword of 1,000 Junes. Upon collision, a thunderous roar erupted. Then Di Jun was sent flying, not expecting that the fusion of time and spatial laws could possess such great power. The entire battlefield was affected by this force, and countless beings lost their lives in that instant. The warriors of the Wu and Yao clans were staggered by the immense power and the situation on the battlefield underwent a drastic change. Although Dijun's Imperial Sword of 1,000 Junes was powerful, it was still held back by the combined efforts of Dijiang and Zhu Jiuyin. However, Dijiang and Zhu Jiuyin also suffered significant backlash from the fusion of the laws, their faces pale, clearly exhausted. I didn't expect such power from the fusion of time and space. The laws of time and space. The innate divine beings watching were once again astonished by the power of the laws mastered by the ancestral witches of the Wu clan. In the hidden places of the primordial chaos, some ancient chaotic beings still survived. Even after shedding their identities as chaotic beings to become innate beings, they did not dare to walk freely in the primordial chaos, remaining in concealed areas. Upon seeing the explosive power of the fusion of time and spatial laws, they recognized the laws of time and space. So what if it's the laws of time and space? It's not the first time we've seen it. Weren't the gods of time and space also slain by Pangu? Elder brother. As Dijun was sent flying, Tai Yi struck with the bell, sending the 4 ancestral witches hurriedly flying to Dijun's side. It's nothing I didn't expect this power of the laws could also form a new law. Second brother, this sword is for you. I've already infused it with my own fortune. It suits you better. Dijun said to Tai Yi. What about you, elder brother? It's nothing today. I will also test my own Dao against these two. The great Dao of the sun is equally invincible in the world. With that, Dijun transformed into the golden crow of the great sun, charging towards the ancestral witches of time and space. The true fire of the sun blazed fiercely, dyeing the entire sky a golden hue. The golden crow of the sun transformed by Dijun seemed truly like a great sun, emitting heat capable of incinerating everything. Each flap of its wings caused violent fluctuations in space. Seeing this, Tai Yi understood that elder brother had made up his mind to contest with the ancestral witches of time and space, and he no longer hesitated. He took the Imperial Sword of 1,000 Junes, feeling the immense fortune and power contained within. He knew that the most important thing now was to stabilize the situation and not let the other ancestral witches interfere with Dijun's battle. Tai Yi turned to face the regrouped 4 ancestral witches, his gaze resolute, the Imperial Sword of 1,000 Junes in his hand, shining with dazzling brilliance. He took a deep breath, channeling all his power into the sword, ready to face the ensuing battle. Meanwhile, the golden crow of the sun, transformed by Dijun, had already engaged in fierce combat with the ancestral witches of time and space. The clash between the true fire of the sun and the laws of time and space distorted the surrounding air, as if even time itself was suspended. Dijun, mastering space, kept traversing the battlefield, attempting to find Dijun's flaw. Zhu Jiuyin, on the other hand, utilized the laws of time to constantly adjust the rhythm of battle, sometimes accelerating the attack, sometimes slowing down Dijun's movements. However, the golden crow of the sun, transformed by Dijun, displayed astonishing combat power. His true fire of the sun could not only incinerate matter, but could also scorch time and space. Each of his attacks bore an unstoppable momentum, imposing unprecedented pressure on the 2 ancestral witches. In this high-level battle, all parties exhibited their limits. The warriors of the Wu and Yao clans also felt the intense clash among the high-level beings, and their own battles became even more brutal. As time passed, the situation on the battlefield began to clarify. Although the golden crow of the sun, transformed by Dijun, was powerful, he began to show signs of fatigue under the combined assaults of the ancestral witches of time and space. Meanwhile, on Tai Yi's side, wielding the Imperial Sword of 1,000 Junes, and with the chaos bell atop his head, he sent the ancestral witches retreating in fear, not daring to approach. Zhu Rong and the other ancestral witches were injured by the Imperial Sword, while Tai Yi gradually built up an invincible momentum. At this moment, Tai Yi's state was quite mysterious. It was a strange and enigmatic condition, sometimes like a great sun, other times like the void, making it hard to discern. In this state, Tai Yi's combat power soared, causing the ancestral witches to retreat continuously, none able to withstand his brilliance. The Imperial Sword of 1,000 Junes danced in his hands, each swing unleashing a storm of sword energy, while the sound of the chaos bell reverberated, greatly limiting the actions of the ancestral witches. Although Zhu Rong and the other ancestral witches were physically strong, they struggled to withstand the sharpness of the Imperial Sword. Their wounds multiplied, blood staining the battlefield, yet their eyes remained resolute, showing no signs of retreat. Tai Yi's state grew increasingly mysterious. His aura at times burned like the sun, at times deep like the void. This contradictory, yet unified state elevated his combat power to unprecedented heights. Every attack he unleashed seemed to contain the power of the universe, unpredictable and impossible to. In such a state, Tai Yi seemed truly invincible. His figure traversed the battlefield, and wherever he went, the ancestral witches could only evade his brilliance. His momentum grew ever stronger, as if he were to engulf the entire battlefield. Everyone was puzzled by Tai Yi's condition, but Su Qingxuan realized that Tai Yi was nurturing an invincible force preparing to attain the Dao of the Great Emperor. The invincible might of Tai Yi drew the attention of numerous primordial deities, all astonished by his bravery. Only a few recognized that Tai Yi was undergoing a transformation, his strength growing ever more formidable. The ancestral witches on the battlefield also felt Tai Yi's change. Thus, aside from Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin, who continued to battle Di Jun, the rest of the ancestral witches joined in on the hunt for Tai Yi. Facing the onslaught of the many ancestral witches, Tai Yi showed no fear. Instead, his fighting spirit soared even higher. In his hands, the Emperor's 1,000-ton sword was wielded like a tempest, each strike imbued with destructive power, while the chaos bell above his head resonated with melodious chimes, shaking the surrounding space and making it difficult for the witches to approach. Zhu Rong Gong Gong Chong Liang and Shi Zi, each atop existence in the primordial world, found their assaults seemingly nullified by an invisible force before Tai Yi. Tai Yi's figure moved gracefully across the battlefield, sometimes blazing like the sun, other times as deep as a secluded valley, eluding comprehension. As the battle raged on, Tai Yi's aura grew stronger, each of his attacks seeming capable of shaking the heavens and earth, causing the entire battlefield to tremble. His power continued to rise, and his momentum became increasingly overwhelming, as if there were no limits, leaving all present in shock. Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin felt immense pressure in their duel against Di Jun. They knew that if they did not quickly eliminate Tai Yi, the outcome of this battle would become unpredictable. Consequently, they decided to intensify their offensive, attempting to overwhelm Di Jun in one strike before turning their combined efforts against Tai Yi. However, Di Jun was not so easily dealt with. Despite being seriously injured, his transformed golden crow soared through the sky, the true fire of the sun burning fiercely and dissipating the attacks of Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin. At this moment, Tai Yi suddenly halted his actions, a glimmer of enlightenment flashing in his eyes. He sensed that his power had reached a critical point. With just one opportunity, he could break through his current realm and reach an entirely new level. The 10 ancestral witches saw Tai Yi suddenly stop his attack and seize the moment to unleash their strongest strikes against him. Yet the result left everyone astounded. The invincible onslaught of the 10 witches struck Tai Yi, yet did not leave a mark, even allowing him to absorb this invincible power into himself. What? How could this happen? The ancestral witches and the watching primordial deities were all in shock. They had never seen anyone remain unscathed under such intense attack, let alone absorb their opponent's power for their own use. Tai Yi's performance exceeded everyone's expectations. He seemed an invincible war god standing tall on the battlefield, unable to be shaken by any attack. A mysterious radiance began to emanate from Tai Yi, his aura deepening and growing more powerful. His body seemed to transform into an unfathomable black hole capable of swallowing all attacks and converting them into his own strength. This ability had never been seen before in the primordial world, leaving everyone in awe. This is impossible. Zhu Rong bellowed, feeling an unprecedented defeat as his firepower became ineffective before Tai Yi. How could our attacks be ineffective? Gong Gong also looked incredulous as his water principles similarly failed to harm Tai Yi. Tai Yi's gaze was calm as water. He lightly surveyed the area and slowly spoke. Your powers are indeed formidable, but before me they are merely nourishment to aid my breakthrough. Today I, Tai Yi, shall use heaven and earth as my cauldron, you, as my fuel to assist my transformation. Here I will attain the Dao and achieve the position of the Great Emperor. As Tai Yi's words fell, a surge of even greater power erupted from within him, sweeping forth like a tide, causing the entire battlefield to tremble. Tai Yi's body began to change, glowing brilliantly, with miraculous phenomena continuously appearing, each bearing boundless power. Di Jun watched Tai Yi's transformation with a glimmer of relief in his eyes. He understood that Tai Yi had finally found his own path and was about to step into an entirely new realm. Tai Yi's aura became increasingly intense, ultimately reaching a peak. At that moment, he appeared as though he had become one with heaven and earth, reigning as the sovereign of this universe. His power was no longer constrained by any limits. Any attack felt as gentle as a spring breeze. This is my Dao, the Dao of invincibility. Tai Yi's voice echoed across the battlefield, each word resonating like thunder, shaking the hearts of all. In an instant, Tai Yi underwent transformation, recultivating the Dong Huang Jing he had created on the path-seeking mountain, achieving perfection. Within the Dao Palace, the 5 divine pillars recited the Dong Huang scripture, their bodies glowing, ultimately transforming into the innate 5 elements, thus completing the Dao Palace. Tai Yi's body shone brightly, the Wheel Sea and Dao Palace merging into a new power, instantly permeating his limbs, connecting with the 4 corners of the universe and swiftly refining the 4 corners. Then the powers of the Wheel C Dao Palace and the four corners surged into Tai's spine, instantly transforming his spine into a divine dragon. The divine dragon of Tai's spine grasped the Wheel C and Dao Palace, directly breaking into the previously opened Immortal Platform's secret realm. In the next moment, the 5 great secret realms began to merge in immeasurable great world about to be birthed as the 5 great secret realms fully integrated into a divine embryo Dao fruit. In the next moment, the 5 great secret realms began to merge in immeasurable great world about to be birthed as the 5 great secret realms fully integrated into a divine embryo Dao fruit, the path of the Emperor. In an instant, the majesty of the Emperor spread throughout the primordial world. What? Tai is actually about to attain the Dao and become an emperor. Everything happening on the Wu Yao battlefield exceeded everyone's expectations. Tai was actually achieving the status of the great emperor. Before the beings could continue their astonishment, Tai's heavenly tribulation arrived. Boom. The emperor's tribulation appeared once more in the primordial world after the 5 saints became emperors. Endless heavenly tribulation power instantly gathered above Tai's head with countless bolts of thunder rushing towards him. Tai, with the chaos bell above and the emperor's 1,000 tons sword in hand, charged into the oncoming storm of thunder. The heavenly tribulation power surged tumultuously like a raging ocean, waves of thunder coalescing into massive dragons roaring towards Tai. Tai's figure darted through the thunderstorm, each dodge perfectly timed, each counterattack extraordinarily precise. His silhouette was like a specter effortlessly navigating the ocean of heavenly tribulation. As time passed, the power of the heavenly tribulation grew stronger, the color of the thunder shifting from silver-white to deep purple, ultimately turning into a pitch-black thunder. These black thunders contained the laws of destruction, and even a powerful emperor-level being could be harmed if caught unawares. Yet Tai remained composed as if his strength were boundless. Each swing of his sword became sharper, each defense more fortified. His body was constantly tempered in battle, every inch of skin infused with power, every bone on. Finally, as the power of the heavenly tribulation reached its zenith, Tai let out a long howl, unleashing all his strength in a powerful shockwave that dispersed the surrounding heavenly tribulation energy. The Emperor's 1,000-ton sword in his hand also began to undergo transformation alongside Tai, hinting at the essence of the ultimate path. At that moment, his figure appeared immensely tall, as if the true heavenly emperor had descended into the world. As the heavenly tribulation gradually dissipated, Tai stood in place, his aura instantly covering the heavens, the imperial power suffocating all beings. All living creatures in the primordial world felt the oppressive presence of great Emperor Tai at that moment. It was a reverence stemming from the depths of their souls, a primal submission to supreme power. Tai successfully passed the Emperor's tribulation, attaining the Dao and becoming a true emperor, while the Emperor's 1,000-ton sword in his hand completely transformed into an ultimate imperial weapon. In the battlefield of the Lich and the Witch, Tai suddenly attained the rank of emperor, causing both sides to halt their assaults as everyone turned their gaze towards Tai's tribulation. At the moment Tai became an emperor, the atmosphere of the battlefield underwent a tremendous transformation. The once fierce clashes fell into an eerie silence, with all eyes fixed on Tai. His ascension was not just a personal glory, but a tremendous boost to the morale of the demon race. The demon warriors who had been retreating steadily on the battlefield had nearly lost all hope of victory against the formidable witch race. However, Tai's ascension was like a ray of dawn illuminating their path, allowing them to glimpse the possibility of victory. Their eyes reignited with fighting spirit, and the fear and fatigue in their hearts dissipated. Emperor Dongwang! Emperor Dongwang! The demon warriors shouted loudly, their voices converging into a powerful force that echoed across the battlefield. Their cries were not merely to venerate Tai, but also a reaffirmation of their own beliefs. Tai's attainment of the Dao was more exciting for the innate deities of the primordial chaos than the previous 5 saints, as Tai once again proved that the path of the secret realm was indeed feasible for them. At the moment Tai completed the Emperor's tribulation, Daijang and Zhu Jiu-yin abandoned their assault on Dijuan, instantly retreating back to the side of the 10 ancestral witches. Daijang and the other ancestral witches exchanged glances. They all understood that Tai's ascension had changed the dynamics of the battlefield. If the fight continued, they would no longer be Tai's opponents. The witch race might also face greater losses. They needed to reconsider their strategy and seek a new path. Elder brother, let's set up a formation. We have reached a critical moment. The ancestral witches spoke in unison. All right. The 12 ancestral witches formed a circle emanating a primordial malevolent aura that enveloped everyone as their respective laws began to merge. Great heavenly godly formation. Activate. With the merging of the 12 ancestral witches, the original 12 disappeared, and the true form of Pangu reappeared in the primordial chaos after the previous encounter with Hongjun. The true form of Pangu. Daijin's face darkened as he watched the 12 ancestral witches summon Pangu's true form. The terrifying power of that form was vividly fresh in his memory. Snapping back to reality, Daijin suddenly shouted, "All-Star Masters, return to your positions. Activate the great array of the heavenly stars." As Daijin finished speaking, Fushi hurriedly raised the river map and Luo book, unleashing myriad magical formulas. Instantly, the river map and Luo book merged with the entire starry sky, connecting to the 365 main stars in the ancient cosmos, manifesting on the battlefield of the Lich and the Witch. Elder brother, there's no need to rush the formation. Today, I will attain the Emperor's Dao and first test the power of this Pangu true form. Tai stepped forward and said, "Second brother, even though you are already an emperor, the power of the Pangu true form is too great. Even Nuwa was sent flying by it, so we must be cautious." Daijin replied anxiously, "It's fine, you elder brother, you set up the formation first, and I will go test it out," Tai said, then headed towards the Pangu true form. In the blink of an eye, he was before the Pangu true form. Without any hesitation, Tai swung the Emperor's Qingxuan sword, unleashing all of his Emperor-level combat power to strike forth a brilliant sword light. Seeing Tai's attack approaching, Daijin couldn't help but shout, "Tai, you are seeking death. What if you are an emperor?" He followed with a punch. With a tremendous roar, the clash between the sword light and the fist created violent energy fluctuations, tearing apart the surrounding air and forming a vacuum. The battle continued for a while. Although Tai could contend with the Pangu true form, he was unable to gain a clear advantage. He realized that as he had just attained the Emperor's Dao, defeating the Pangu true form was still beyond his capabilities. At this moment, Daijin's great array of heavenly stars had been completed. The power of the 365 main stars converged together, forming a gigantic vortex of stellar energy. Daijin observed the situation and immediately transmitted to Tai, "Second brother, hurry back. Together we will activate the array and surely defeat the Pangu true form." Hearing this, Tai quickly withdrew and returned to Daijin's side, personally presiding over the array and activating the great array of heavenly stars. The stellar vortex began to spin, releasing a dazzling light as a vast power surged forth toward the Pangu true form. The Pangu true form sensed the threat from the great array of heavenly stars. It let out a furious roar, unleashing its full power and striking towards the incoming starlight. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated throughout the primordial chaos. At the moment of clash, the Pangu true form was pushed back and the demons presiding over the great array of heavenly stars suffered spiritual damage, spitting out blood. Incredible, the great array of heavenly stars is actually on par with the Pangu true form. All observing the battle exclaimed in disbelief, recalling how the last time the great array was shattered in an instant by the Pangu true form. The 365 stars are supported by so many innate spiritual treasures, and with an emperor presiding over the formation, it's no wonder the Pangu true form couldn't shatter it in one blow. The six saints also immediately noticed the difference with the great array of heavenly stars. But where did the demon race obtain so many innate spiritual treasures? Everyone was puzzled. At this moment, Laozi spoke up, "Sister Nuwa, could it be that you refined them using the Qingxuan ding? The Qingxuan ding has already been taken by Hongjun and is not here with me." Hearing Nuwa's words, the five saints instantly understood why the demon race possessed such a wealth of innate spiritual treasures. Incredible! When did the demon race's great array of heavenly stars become so powerful? Everyone, we must strike with all our might today. Otherwise, if we exhaust ourselves and the true form of our Father God dissipates, no one will be a match for Tai. Daijin roared, "All right, elder brother, I will follow your lead." The ancestral witches shouted, "Everyone quickly gather your essence blood and channel it to the true form of our Father God." Once again, like last time, all the witches of the primordial chaos gathered their essence blood and transmitted it to the Pangu true form through secret methods. The 12 ancestral witches also gathered their essence blood along with that of all their kin, once again channeling it into the Pangu true form. The Pangu true form had completely merged all the essence blood. In an instant, its size soared to thousands of miles, its imposing aura overshadowing the entire primordial chaos. Not good. Daijin felt a sense of impending doom as he saw the Pangu true form merge with the essence blood of all the witches. The last time this state of the Pangu true form had been able to punch Nuwa and cleave Hongjun. In a moment of crisis, Daijin hurriedly took out the prepared trump card. "Elder brother, what is this?" Tai asked in confusion. "You have seen it before, the heart of the heavenly realm." "What? Elder brother, but doing this will cause the entire heavenly realm to collapse. There's no other choice, otherwise we will only face death." As the Pangu true form swung the illusory axe of creation, Qingxuan instantly merged the heart of the heavenly realm with the great array of heavenly stars, delivering a full-force strike. The Pangu true form wielded the illusory axe of creation, its axe shadows stacked upon one another, each strike containing the immense power of creation. However, when this power met the full-force strike of the great array of heavenly stars, an earth-shattering collision erupted between the two. A tremendous roar sounded like the explosion at the dawn of the universe, engulfing the entire battlefield in intense light. All beings in the primordial chaos could not open their eyes. The two forces were so powerful that even the heavenly secrets were obstructed, making it impossible to see what was happening within. Not even the saints could make sense of it. As all were watching the battle, suddenly the earth trembled violently, and the 33 heavens where the heavenly court resided began to collapse, with the weak water cascading down to the lower realm. The 33 heavens shattered into fragments, crashing down towards the primordial continent. Not good. At this moment, the 6 saints of heaven hurriedly appeared beneath the impending collapse of the 33 heavens, using all their strength to prevent it from falling into the primordial chaos. Otherwise, if it landed on the ground, the entire primordial chaos would be doomed. Even with the 6 saints exerting all their might, they could only hold it back from descending further. Meanwhile, in the center of the battlefield, the Pangu true form was shattered, and only Daijing and Zhu Jiuyin among the 12 ancestral witches survived. The other ancestral witches perished the moment of the explosion. The demon race fared even worse. Qingxuan and Fuxi died in battle, and among the 9 great demon saints, only Bai Zhe and Ji Meng survived. Kuanping fled the battlefield at high speed, relying on his swiftness to escape, while the other millions of troops were obliterated. Just as the weak water was about to hit the ground, it was suddenly suspended by a surge of magical power. It was Su Qingxian finally appearing to clean up the mess. Looking at the ruined world from the battle between the two races, even Su Qingxian couldn't help but sigh. The Lich and the Witch should retreat from the grand stage of the primordial chaos. If not for his current strength being able to resolve all this, he would never have allowed the Lich and Witch to reach. When Pangu's true form struck with all its might, Emperor Hongjun timely fused the heart of the heavenly realm into the great array of the constellations, resulting in the complete explosion of the heart of the heavenly realm as the great array was breached, leading to the collapse of the entire heavenly realm. In an instant, the 33 heavens of the heavenly realm shattered into countless fragments, plummeting towards the primordial continent, while the weak water of the heavenly realm surged downward into the mortal world. Should these fragments or the weak water fall into the primordial continent, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although the 6 saints of the Heavenly Dao appeared in time to support the descending 33 heavy heavens, the weak water continued its descent toward the primordial world. Just at that critical moment, a surge of magic immediately froze the boundless weak water in place. Su Qingxian glanced at the mess before him, and then at the surviving Wu and Lich clans, deciding to first address the immediate disaster before dealing with these two clans. As the heavenly realm shattered and the boundless weak water cascaded down, it was held in place by Su Qingxuan, appearing like an immense pure white canopy suspended high above the 9 heavens. With a wave of his hand, Su Qingxian instantly gathered the vast weak water into his palm, his movements as smooth as flowing clouds and flowing water. As he gently clenched his fist, the originally suspended weak water transformed into a droplet, slowly floating in his palm. The weak water condensed in his hand into a crystal-clear droplet, emitting a faint glow resembling a precious gem. Having resolved the issue of the weak water, Su Qingxian turned his gaze toward the fragments of the heavenly realm suspended in the sky. "All right, you all let go. Leave it to me," Su Qingxian said to the 6 saints. Upon hearing his words, the 6 saints sighed in relief. Though powerful, they could only support the 33 heavy heavens for a limited time and were unable to resolve the current issue. They gradually withdrew their strength and handed over control of the heavenly realm fragments to Su Qingxian. After taking control of the heavenly realm fragments, Su Qingxian used his celestial emperor's great power to gather all the damaged fragments together, reconstituting them into the original form of the 33 heavens. However, the reassembled heavens began to scatter the moment Su Qingxian withdrew his power. "Since the essence of the heavenly realm is no longer here, I shall completely reopen the heavenly realm." With that, he instantly transported the remaining remnants of the demon clan from the 33 shattered fragments to the location of Tai. In the next moment, the 33 heavens that had just been recombined were shattered by a slap from Su Qingxuan, turning the entire area of the heavenly realm into chaos, followed by an onslaught of boundless chaotic energy rushing towards the primordial world. Standing in the chaos, Su Qingxian raised his hand and struck at the endless void, instantly birthing a vast world within the chaos, quickly following up with 35 more strikes. Once 36 supreme great thousand worlds were established, Su Qingxian then merged the 33 shattered fragments into the newly born heavenly realm, enriching these worlds with the essence of the old heavenly realm while providing a more stable foundation. Then Su Qingxian tossed the droplet of weak water into the air. In that moment, the weak water transformed into a river of heaven flowing like a silver ribbon, gracefully weaving between the 36 layers of heaven. Its flowing not only connected each world, but also bestowed upon them the power of eternal vitality. From now on there shall be 36 layers of heaven in the heavenly realm. Su Qingxuan's voice resonated throughout this vast and boundless new realm like the sound of a morning bell and evening drum. The power of the Dao Sovereign is boundless. We are in awe. The 6 saints who had been watching Su Qingxian reopen the heavenly realm from behind were once again deeply impressed by him. This battle between the Wu and Lich clans has caused severe damage to the world. The heavenly realm has been reopened by me, but the veins of the primordial world and the constellations have suffered extensive damage. You 6 saints should go and repair the veins and stars. I will handle the Wu and Lich clans. After hearing Su Qingxuan's words, the saints prepared to restore the veins and constellations, while Nuwa looked anxiously at Su Qingxuan, wanting to say something but hesitating. Though Fushi has encountered disaster, he also has his own opportunities. You need not worry. Upon hearing Su Qingxuan's words, Nuwa no longer hesitated, bowed to Su Qingxuan, and flew towards the ancient stars. On the battlefield of the Wu and Lich clans, Tai Yi gazed at the sun essence wheel in his hand with tearful eyes. Even though he had become an emperor, he was filled with infinite sadness over his brother's passing and had no intention of continuing the battle against the 2 remaining members of the Wu clan. This battle left both the Wu and Lich clans severely weakened, with their respective members almost exterminated. Once a magnificent force, both clans now possessed only scattered embers. Tai Yi's heart was filled with desolation and helplessness. He deeply understood the brutality of this war. With Emperor Jun's death, his heart felt like ashes. Your Majesty, please take care and prioritize the greater cause. Bei stepped forward to counsel. Emperor Jiang and the remaining members of the Wu clan fell into deep silence. Having lost many compatriots, this battle was equally devastating for them. Complex emotions flickered in Emperor Jiang's eyes, a mix of grief for the fallen and confusion about the future. At that moment, Su Qingxian descended from the heavenly realm, and everyone knelt down, calling out for the Dao Sovereign to atone for their sins upon seeing him. Disciple pays respects to Master. Upon Su Qingxuan's arrival, Hutu also appeared on the battlefield, her eyes red and her expression downcast, clearly saddened by the loss of her many elder siblings. Tai Yu and Emperor Jun recklessly wielded the heart of the heavenly realm, causing the collapse of the heavenly realm, the damage to the world's membrane, and the destruction of millions of lives. Do you realize your sin? Su Qingxian looked at the mournful Tai Yi and asked. Disciple acknowledges the sin and hopes the Dao Sovereign will forgive. Well, since that is the case, then I shall punish you to take the remaining demon clan to the infinite starry sky, to the damaged areas of the world's membrane, to set up the great array of the constellations, converting chaotic energy into innate spiritual energy to nourish the primordial world, to atone for your sins. Are you willing? Tai Yi is willing. Good, then go. However, I must remind you that you must not return to the primordial world until the boundless calamity is over, otherwise I will not spare you. After hearing Su Qingxuan's demands, Tai Yi agreed, but he requested to leave Bei's and Jima behind. After some consideration, Su Qingxian agreed, then with a wave of his hand sent all the other demon clan members present to the infinite starry sky. To take Emperor Jiang and the others back to the underworld, but like before, you must not go to the primordial world until the boundless calamity is over. As for the other fallen ancestral witches, do not grieve excessively. The 12 Hades flags granted to you by your master can contain their essence blood, and they will slowly revive, though it may take some time. After speaking, Huta bowed to Su Qingxian and took Emperor Jiang and others away, but before leaving she left Xing Tianho Yi and Xiang Lu behind to guard the Panga Hall. Once everyone had departed, Su Qingxian reached out and summoned the river diagram and Luo book, which brought forth a broken true spirit, tearing open the void to appear before him. Losing millions of years of cultivation is fine. Your path does not lie here. There will be other opportunities in the future. This is both a calamity and a rebirth. The battle against the Lich caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to shatter. In a critical moment, the 6 saints and Taoist masters Su Qingxian intervened, reopening the heavenly realm, while the 6 saints restored the ancient stars and the primal veins of the Hongjun, thus bringing tranquility back to the devastated world. However, the aftershocks of this great war continued to echo across the Hongjun continent, leaving the lives of countless beings in turmoil and the land scarred. In such a context, Su Qingxian realized that beyond restoring the natural environment, it was even more important to soothe the hearts of the people. The order of the Hongjun must be rebuilt. After dealing with the affairs of the Lich, Su Qingxian returned to the new heavenly realm, standing atop the 36 heavens as he carefully surveyed the entire realm. It seems that a new heavenly court must be established. Su Qingxian knew well that a new heavenly court would be the core of the Hongjun order, responsible for maintaining the balance between heaven and earth, overseeing the operations of all realms, and harmonizing relations among various races. A powerful and just heavenly court could effectively prevent future conflicts and chaos, ensuring the long-term stability of the Hongjun world. The previous establishment by Emperor Jun and Tai could only be considered a demonic court in Su Qingxuan's eyes, as its decrees could only be enforced among the demon race. The witch race, as a hegemonic force of the Hongjun, did not heed commands and frequently attacked the heavenly court, causing its authority to wane, and thus the myriad races naturally did not follow orders. Thus, Su Qingxian began to prepare for the establishment of the new heavenly court. He first summoned the 6 saints. Upon hearing Su Qingxuan's summons, the recently restored beings of the Hongjun headed towards the heavenly realm. Before long, the 6 saints arrived at the 36 heavens. "We report to Daoist Master, we have completed the restoration of the ancient stars and primal veins of the Hongjun," Laozi said respectfully. "Good, you have worked hard," he replied. "However, the reason I summoned you here is that I wish to discuss the establishment of the new heavenly court with you all," Su Qingxian said, slowly looking at the 6 saints. Upon hearing this, the 6 saints' expressions changed as they understood the significance of Su Qingxuan's proposal for a new heavenly court. The primordial heavenly venerable was the first to speak. "May I ask, Daoist Master, who should preside over the new heavenly court?" "This is also the reason I summoned you. The new heavenly court cannot be governed by a single race. The new heavenly emperor must be capable of managing the entire universe and earn the respect of all races. Do you all have any candidates?" The 6 saints exchanged glances, each considering their options. They understood that by saying such things, Su Qingxian was putting them in a difficult position, as everyone had their own agendas. If the person they recommended turned out to be like Emperor Jun in the future, it would be a betrayal of Su Qingxian. The 6 saints glanced at each other and spoke in unison. "We have no recommendations for personnel. Please let Daoist Master decide." Upon hearing this, Su Qingxian instantly recognized their underlying concerns. In Su Qingxuan's eyes, Tai, he was just right. He possessed strength and was the former ruler of the heavenly court. Unfortunately, he was entangled with the demon race, otherwise as a primal sacred being, he would be very suitable. "Well, since it is thus, I shall appoint someone as the new ruler of the heavenly court." At Mount Wudao, Bai Lian was cultivating in his cave. Now he had grown tall and handsome. His cultivation had reached the late stage of the quasi-emperor realm. As a supreme innate spirit root, the pure white lotus had transformed, and his aptitude was naturally extraordinary. Just as he finished his cultivation, a crack suddenly appeared in the space beside him, and a force directly pulled. Bai Lian felt a dizzying sensation, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. The surroundings were shrouded in mist filled with celestial energy, clearly no longer in the cave of Mount Wudao. Startled, he was about to investigate when he saw Su Qingxuan's figure slowly materialize before him. Bai Lian hurriedly stepped forward and bowed down. "Disciple Bai Lian, greetings to Daoist Master. I wonder what instruction the Master has for me." Su Qingxian smiled slightly, gesturing for Bai Lian to rise, and then slowly said, "Bai Lian, your cultivation is increasingly refined, and your character is pure and unblemished. I have observed you for a long time, and today I have summoned you here for an important matter." Upon hearing this, Bai Lian's heart trembled, and he quickly said, "If the Daoist Master has commanded, the disciple will do his utmost. But what is this great matter?" Su Qingxian nodded and continued, "After the Lich War, the order of the Hongjun is in urgent need of reconstruction. I intend to re-establish the heavenly court to maintain the balance of heaven and earth. However, the new ruler of the heavenly court must be a person of both virtue and talent, capable of transcending racial boundaries. After careful consideration, I believe you are the most suitable candidate." Upon hearing this, Bai Lian was immensely shocked. He never expected that Su Qingxian would choose him to be the ruler of the new heavenly court. Though he was moved, he also understood the gravity of the responsibility and consequences that came with this position, causing him to hesitate. Su Qingxian noticed Bai Lian's concerns and spoke gently. "Bai Lian, you need not worry. Since I have chosen you, it is because I trust in your ability and vision. Moreover, as a transformed pure white lotus, you inherently have the mission to purify the world and protect all beings. The position of the new ruler of the heavenly court belongs to no one but you." Upon hearing this, a surge of ambition welled up in Bai Lian's heart. He took a deep breath and said firmly, Since the Taoist master values me so highly, I will not fail the trust placed in me, and vow to contribute to the peace and prosperity of the Hongjun world. Su Qingxuan nodded with satisfaction, and then introduced to the 6 saints. Everyone, this is the new ruler of the heavenly court I have selected, Bai Lian. Though young, he possesses extraordinary talent and a pure heart, and will surely be up to the task. The 6 saints, although having their own thoughts, still congratulated in unison, expressing their willingness to support Bai Lian as the new ruler of the heavenly court. One cannot thrive alone. Thus, the heavenly court also requires a supreme being capable of managing the myriad female immortals of the Hongjun. In the West, Kunlun, the West Queen Mother, was discussing Dao with the 9 heavens, Xian Nu. Both female immortals were stunningly beautiful and graceful. The West Queen Mother had previously been tasked by Hongjun to oversee the order of the female immortals in the Hongjun, while the 9 heavens Xian Nu was her capable assistant, both enjoying high prestige in the realm of female immortals. Suddenly, a golden light streaked across the sky, and Su Qingxuan's voice resonated in the West. Kunlun, West Queen Mother, I have matters to discuss with you. Come quickly to the 36 heavens of the heavenly realm. The West Queen Mother and the 9 heavens, Xian Nu, exchanged glances, both taken aback. The West Queen Mother quickly tidied her appearance and set off towards the heavenly realm. Before long, the West Queen Mother arrived at the 36 heavens, where she saw Su Qingxuan, the 6 saints, and the newly appointed ruler, Bai Lian, waiting. Su Qingxuan smiled upon seeing the West Queen Mother arrive and said, West Queen Mother, I summoned you here regarding the new heavenly court. Now that the new ruler of the heavenly court has been decided, one cannot thrive alone. The heavenly court still requires a supreme being to manage the myriad female immortals of the Hongjun. I believe, West Queen Mother, that you are highly esteemed and possess profound cultivation, making you the most suitable candidate. The West Queen Mother was taken aback. While she had previously overseen the order of the female immortals, she had never considered the possibility of becoming the supreme being of the heavenly court. After a moment of contemplation, she respectfully replied, Taoist Master, I am honored. I will do my utmost. Good. Bai Lian, I hereby grant you the name Defy, and you shall be the emperor of the heavenly court. As my disciples, I should have 7 great disciples. Though you 2 are not fated to be my personal disciples today, I will accept you both as my named disciples. Upon hearing this, the West Queen Mother and Bai Lian, now named Defy, were immensely excited, knowing that becoming Su Qingxuan's named disciples signified supreme honor and great opportunity. They immediately knelt on the ground and said in unison, Disciple, thanks Master for the grace. I shall not fail the Master's expectations and will do my utmost to protect the Hongjun and maintain the order of the heavenly court. Su Qingxuan nodded, a satisfied smile on his face. He waved his hand, signaling the 2 to rise, and then solemnly said, Defy, as the new heavenly emperor, you must prioritize the well-being of all living beings, be fair and just, govern all races, and maintain the balance of heaven and earth. West Queen Mother, as the foremost among the female immortals, you are to assist Defy in managing the realm of female immortals, ensuring harmony and peace both within and outside the heavenly court. Defy and the West Queen Mother once again bowed and accepted the order. We shall earnestly follow the Master's teachings, and we will fulfill our duties diligently, living up to the Master's high hopes. When I accepted disciples on Wendao Shan, I bestowed numerous spirit treasures upon your senior sisters and senior brothers. Today, though you 2 are only registered disciples, I still have gifts for you both. Su Qingxuan addressed Defy and Shi Wangmu. Thank you, Master. Defy and Shi Wangmu bowed in thanks. Defy, as the ruler of the Tianting, you ought to have a supreme treasure to protect you. Then Su Qingxuan produced a sword of pagoda and an imperial seal, and said to Defy, this sword is the Qingxuan Jian, an innate supreme treasure that contains the power of heaven and earth. Where its blade points, nothing remains unbroken. The pagoda is the Tiandita, forged by my own hands from the copper of Shoshan and the Hongjun Yuanjing. It is an ultimate imperial weapon of the highest order. Boundless in power, both offense and defense, it will safeguard you entirely. This Yushi is even more extraordinary. When I reforged the Tianting, it emerged as a fate-bestowing treasure, the very core of the celestial realm under the Tiandist stewardship. Treat it with utmost caution, and do not repeat the folly of Dijun. Today I bestow these 3 treasures upon you. May you use them to guard Hongjun and uphold justice, Su Qingxuan told Defy. Defy respectfully received the 3 supreme treasures, feeling the mighty power flowing within them. A glint of resolve crossed his eyes. Thank you, Master, for these gifts. I shall not disgrace this mission. I will defend Hongjung's peace. Su Qingxuan then turned to Shi Wangmu and produced 2 items, a chart and a jade pendant. Shi Wangmu, this chart is called the Zhoutian Xingchen II, an innate supreme treasure. With it you may summon the ancient stars of the heavens to strike your enemies. Its might is boundless. This jade pendant was refined from the jade marrow of Qingxuan to become an ultimate imperial weapon. Whoever bears it will not be bound by cause and effect, will not fall into reincarnation, will be immune to all spells and divine arts, and its defense is unrivaled. These two treasures I bestow upon you today, Su Qingxian declared. Shi Wangmu accepted the two treasures with care and bowed deeply. Disciple is grateful to Master for such precious gifts. I will aid the Tiandi and strive to glorify the Tianting. Putting aside Su Qingxuan's bestowals, the Lu Sheng nearby watched as he produced one primordial treasure after another and were left speechless with astonishment. It was even more awe-inspiring than his deeds at Qingxian Daogong. Zhu Ti in particular looked green with envy. Had these not been gifts from Su Qingxuan, she would have leapt forward to seize them. Since when have so many innate treasures appeared in Hongwang? Daozuan, how many supreme treasures do you truly possess? The six thought this in unison. Regardless of the Lu Sheng's private musings, Su Qingxian continued, besides these, I will present the two of you with a grand gift. System materialized for me a Tianting of grand majestic proportions, more solemn and magnificent than the Yaozu Tianting that came before. As Su Qingxuan's command fell, the 36 layers of heaven seemed to awaken. Each layer's space began to twist and shift, and an invisible force surged through them. Brilliant radiance erupted from the void like miracles at the dawn of creation, and majestic structures rose slowly within that light. On the first heaven, the towering Nanshanmen rose in splendor. On either side stood two living golden dragons whose scales flashed with dazzling light, as if poised to take flight and soar through the 9 heavens. At Nanshanmen's core was inlaid a colossal jade stone upon which the word Tianting was engraved in bold, vigorous strokes that emanated an unassailable majesty. From the 2nd to the 18th heavens, each layer contained distinctive architectural clusters, residences for cultivators, libraries, housing precious tomes, workshops, forging magical implements, and gardens cultivating spirit herbs. Every building harmonized with the world's spiritual qi, emitting a faint radiance that inspired reverence at a single glance. The 19th to the 36th heavens formed the core of the Tianting. Here the architecture grew even more resplendent, especially the Lingxiao Baodian perched at Tianting's zenith in the 36th heaven, overlooking the entire celestial realm with extraordinary grandeur. Indeed, this at last has the bearing of a true Tianting, Su Qingxian said, pleased with the system's manifestation. System, manifest for me the Hongwang edition of the Di Sen Shajin third killing array. At once the Di Sen Shajin third killing array materialized in Su Qingxuan's hand. Su Qingxian examined the Di Sen Shajin in his palm, then slowly unfolded it. Boundless chaos qi roiled forth. The entire array consisted of chaotic sword qi coupled with the power of creation, imbued with endless killing intent and profound mysteries. This was Su Qingxuan's Hongwang version Di Sen Shajin, an array that gathered the most formidable forces between heaven and earth, sufficient to slay any who dared challenge Tianting's authority. The instant Su Qingxian displayed the array, Tongshan's face changed dramatically. The Zhuxian Si Jian and the Zhuxian Jin too within him trembled violently, as if about to erupt and clash with the Di Sen Shajin. Terrified Tontian suppressed them with saintly power, preventing their release. Dihua, this Di Sen Shajin is Tianting's ultimate defensive measure. Once deployed and properly powered, it can slay even saints and great emperors with ease. You must use it prudently to preserve the safety and dignity of the Tianting. Hearing Su Qingxian speak thus, the Lu Sheng were struck with alarm. They had assumed saints and great emperors were invincible, yet now an array could cut them down. Those saints are not destroyed in essence and revive at the root of the Heavenly Dao. Being slain, even once, is a great humiliation. Henceforth the new Tianting must be taken seriously. Su Qingxian solemnly entrusted the Di Sen Shajin to Dihua. Dihua received the weighty array with both hands, feeling its fearsome power, his heart filled with reverence and responsibility. He understood that this was not only Su Qingxuan's trust, but also a test of his ability. Master, rest assured, your disciple will employ this array properly to protect the Tianting from violation. Dihua made his solemn vow. The Lu Sheng stepped forward as well, each offering their support for the new Tianting and pledging to jointly uphold the peace of Hongwang. Very well. In that case, I will take my leave for now. Afterwards you shall announce to the myriad heavens the founding of the new Tianting. With Su Qingxuan's departure, the Tiandao Lu Sheng also came forward to congratulate Dihua and Shi Wangmu. Congratulations to the Tiandi and the Wangmu. If you ever need assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Su Qingxian had already gone. Had he heard such words, he might have mocked them. Who among you ever truly regarded the Tianting in past lives? After offering their congratulations, the Lu Sheng departed the Tianting one by one. This expedition rewarded them with vast merit and witnessed Su Qingxuan's magnificent reopening of the heavenly realm, leaving each saint profoundly moved. Upon returning to their abodes, they entered seclusion to contemplate and refine the insights gained from this journey. Since the end of the War of the Lich and the Demon, the world of Hongjun has entered an unprecedented period of peace where myriad races have once again thrived on this ancient land, enjoying the rare tranquility and harmony. Just as all beings were about to recuperate, an invitation from the heavenly court spread throughout the entire Hongjun. It was proclaimed by Dao Zun, the newly appointed Heavenly Emperor Defy. In 900 years, a grand coronation ceremony will be held in the 36 heavens of the heavenly court, inviting all mighty beings and major forces of Hongjun to witness the event. The War of the Lich and the Demon shattered the heavenly realm, and in the end Dao Zun reconstructed the heavenly realm, a fact known to all in Hongjun. Unfortunately, with their strength, they could not participate, nor did they know what truly transpired in the heavenly realm. The sudden emergence of a new heavenly emperor was indeed surprising to all beings. Mount Wanshou. Who is this Defy? I am quite familiar with the West Queen Mother, yet I have never heard of Defy. Could it be a new disciple of Dao Zun? After much contemplation, Zhen Yuanzi decided to visit the heavenly realm to attend the coronation ceremony of the new heavenly emperor, eager to see the demeanor of this new ruler. In other parts of the Hongjun continent, similar situations were unfolding. Many powerful beings were curious about the identity of the new heavenly emperor and were filled with anticipation for the reconstruction of the heavenly court. Whether out of reverence for Dao Zun, curiosity about the new heavenly court, or the desire to forge more connections with like-minded individuals, many decided to head to the heavenly realm to participate in this grand coronation ceremony. Northern Underworld. Upon hearing the announcement of Defy becoming the new heavenly emperor, Qingxuan was filled with rage. Nonsense. A thief dares to use Dao Zun's name to usurp the divine position of my demon clan. This is truly unforgivable. How dare he announce to all beings and hold a coronation ceremony? Let's see what he is capable of to call himself the heavenly emperor. Pengahal. Dao Zun's disciple has actually become the new heavenly emperor. Should we go to witness the ceremony? Xingtian asked the assembled great witches. Hui stood up and said to Xingtian, the ancestor of the earth is Dao Zun's eldest disciple. We, the witch clan, must attend the coronation ceremony. Then, before Xingtian could speak, a voice rang out in Pengahal. Ho, Xingtian, you too shall go on behalf of this palace to congratulate my junior on his ascension to the heavenly emperor. Choose some valuable gifts from the treasury for my junior. Do not be negligent. As you command, your highness. They then went to select gifts. As the day of the coronation ceremony approached, the preparations in the heavenly court entered the final sprint stage. This young man, through the ascension pool, gathered many heavenly soldiers with Defy and the West Queen Mother personally supervising to ensure that every detail was perfect. They knew that this ceremony was not just a simple event, but a significant moment for the heavenly court to showcase its strength and determination to the entire Hongjun world. Finally, the day of the coronation ceremony arrived. The heavenly court was adorned with lanterns and decorations. Celestial music filled the air and auspicious clouds swirled. Guests from all over the Hongjun continent arrived one after another, either alone or accompanied by their disciples, each exuding extraordinary charm and imposing presence. Queen Mother, the auspicious time has come. Let us go to Lingxiao Treasure Hall to welcome the friends from Hongjun, Defy said, radiating vitality at this moment. Good. Just as Defy and the West Queen Mother arrived at Lingxiao Treasure Hall, a guard at the southern heavenly gate suddenly shouted, the great immortal Zhen Yuanzi has arrived. Oh, who would have thought that the first to arrive is Zhen Yuanzi? Your Majesty, Zhen Yuanzi is a primordial great power with considerable strength. Even the demon clan at its peak would not dare to provoke him. The West Queen Mother introduced to Defy. In that case, let us personally go to greet him. Very well. Before long, Zhen Yuanzi, led by the welcoming envoy, arrived at the 36 heavens. Great immortal Zhen Yuanzi, coming from afar, I am greatly honored. Defy greets my friend. As Defy and the West Queen Mother stepped out of Lingxiao Treasure Hall, they called out. Zhen Yuanzi intended to return the greeting, but upon seeing Defy, he was taken aback, his expression filled with disbelief, clearly having recognized Defy's identity. In an instant, Zhen Yuanzi came to his senses and hurriedly greeted Defy. This is our first meeting, yet I feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity. How strange indeed. Defy inquired. Zhen Yuanzi, taken aback, calmly replied, I also feel the same, but in my place I have an old friend who resembles your Majesty very much. I hope you will come to visit one day. Then he presented his congratulatory gifts, a total of 9 ginseng fruits. This is my congratulatory gift, congratulating your Majesty and the Queen Mother for taking charge of the heavenly court and bringing benefits to all beings. Defy and the West Queen Mother, upon seeing Zhen Yuanzi's generous gift, could not help but secretly. The ginseng fruit is an extremely precious spiritual root in the world capable of prolonging life and enhancing cultivation, making it a rare treasure for any practitioner. Dihua smiled slightly, accepting the ginseng fruit, and gratefully said, "The great gift from great immortal Zhen Yuanzi I will remember in my heart. One day I will certainly visit Mount Wanshou to pay respects to the great immortal and discuss the Dao together." With the arrival of Zhen Yuanzi, other great powers of Hongjun also began to arrive one after another. Inside and outside the heavenly court, guests gathered, creating a lively atmosphere. Each guest brought their own blessings and gifts, making the scene extraordinarily grand. The Saint of Taiji has arrived. Upon hearing the voice of the welcoming envoy, everyone stood up in unison, while Dihua and the West Queen Mother went out personally to greet the saint. "Your Majesty, may you have peace. I apologize for the disturbance. This is the 9 Revolutions Golden Core. I refined a total of 9 pieces to congratulate the Heavenly Emperor and the West Queen Mother for presiding over the Heavenly Court," Laozi said as he presented his gifts. Dihua solemnly accepted the 9 Revolutions Golden Cores and gratefully said, "The kindness of the saint is deeply appreciated by both me and the Queen Mother. The 9 Revolutions Golden Core is a priceless treasure, and receiving such a gift today brings great honor to the Heavenly Court. May the brilliance of the saint forever shine upon Hongjun, and may the friendship between the Heavenly Court and the saint endure." With the arrival of the Saint of Taiji, other saints began to appear one after another. The arrival of the saints heightened the atmosphere of the coronation ceremony. At that moment, a guard at the southern heavenly gate once again announced loudly, "The witch clans Ho Yi and Qingtian have arrived." Everyone was surprised. It seemed the witch clan might be here to stir trouble. In the previous heavenly court, the witch clan would have barged in. Ho Yi and Qingtian came to the center of the ceremony, addressing Dihua. "On the orders of Ancestor Hutu, we have come to congratulate the Heavenly Emperor. This is an exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the Tongtian mirror which can observe the heavens, presented as a gift. Sister, this is very thoughtful of you. I thank you for the gift. Please take a seat, and after the ceremony concludes, I will personally visit you, sister," Dihua said happily. Just as everyone was about to take their seats, another voice suddenly rang out. "Wendao Mountain Lu Air has arrived." Upon hearing the arrival of the people from Wendao Mountain, everyone was thoroughly stunned, rising to follow Dihua outside. Even the saints seated high on the clouds turned their gaze outside at this moment. "Brother Lu Air, you have come." At this moment, Dihua seemed no longer a heavenly emperor, but rather the boy who played with Lu Air every day in Wendao Mountain. "Hey, junior brother, congratulations. The supreme of all realms truly makes me envious," Lu Air said. "This is a congratulatory gift from me, Huang Lao and Xian Gui, for you. It contains a fragment of the law of battle. I have no other precious items to give, so I present this to you. Huang Lao sends you some Hongjun Li, and Xian Gui gives you a piece of chaos stone. Brother, don't tease me. Come on in quickly. Once the ceremony is over, I will drink with you," Dihua said happily, pulling Lu Air into Lingxiao Treasure Hall. At this moment, among the crowd, Kunpeng, who had intended to cause trouble, chose to remain silent after seeing Dihua's connection to Wendao Mountain. As the auspicious time approached, Dihua and the West Queen Mother, surrounded by the immortals, slowly walked towards the high platform in the center of the heavenly court. As Dihua ascended the high platform, the auspicious dragon of the heavenly court soared into the sky, circling above Dihua's head, emitting a series of dragon roars. At this moment, the entire Hongjun world was shaken, and all beings felt the strength and majesty of the heavenly court. Since the war of the Lich and the Demon and the fall of Heavenly Emperor Dijun, the heavenly court has been without a master. I, Dihua, in accordance with the command of my master Dao Zun, take on the position of Heavenly Emperor, and the West Queen Mother shall preside as the Queen Mother of the heavenly court, governing the female immortals of the heavens. From now on I shall rule over the heavens, rebuild the heavenly court, and reconstruct the order of Hongjun, using the Heavenly Emperor's jade seal to suppress the fortunes of my heavenly court. Let it be witnessed. The heavenly court is established." As the words fell, an immense surge of merit and fortune surged towards Dihua and the West Queen Mother. The Heavenly Emperor's jade seal slowly rose, absorbing this boundless fortune, and in the next moment, the auspicious dragon of the heavenly court emerged, resting upon the jade seal. Time flows like a white steed dashing across a crevice. Over a millennium has passed since Emperor Hua re-established the celestial court. Over these 1,000 years, the celestial court's power has steadily grown. Weaker races and factions across the primordial chaos have gradually sworn fealty to it. Under Emperor Hua's governance, the celestial court has matured into a formidable sovereign force, yet its foundational depth still pales in comparison to the ancient Yao clan celestial court. The 36 Heavens, Lingxiao Precious Hall. Your Majesty, the Dragon clan still refuses to return to the celestial court. Shi Wangmu entered the hall, and immediately asked observing Emperor Hua's somber expression. Noticing Shi Wangmu's arrival, Emperor Hua roused himself and said, "Dao friend, you've come." Indeed, he continued. "Not long ago I dispatched envoys to the Four Seas summoning the dragon clans of the Four Seas to rejoin the celestial court. To my astonishment, the Four Sea Dragon Kings rejected the summons outright, declaring themselves vassals of the former Yao Dynasty celestial court. Though that court has long since fallen, they claim they cannot simply transfer allegiance to another sovereign." Hearing this, Shi Wangmu instantly grasped the full context. "Your Majesty, in this humble consort's view, the Dragon Clan is merely biding its time, assessing the celestial court's current strength to secure greater leverage in future negotiations." She analyzed calmly. The Dragon Clan, though now a waning power bearing immeasurable karmic burdens, can only gradually purify its sins through allegiance to the celestial court. Their present demands likely stem precisely from what your Majesty has surmised, that they seek maximum advantage. They dare act so brazenly, no doubt sensing that your Majesty has only recently ascended the celestial throne, and that our court's foundations remain shallow. Emperor Hua spoke with quiet fury. Moreover, for 10,000 years the Dragon Clan has drawn ever closer to humanity, summoning clouds and bestowing rain guarding the human race. So deeply has humanity embraced the dragon as its totem that the clan quietly absorbs a fraction of human destiny, thus deluding itself into believing it possesses sufficient strength to challenge the celestial court. I too am curious why my master permits the Dragon Clan such interference in human destiny. Your Majesty, the Dragon Clan is no ordinary foe. As the primordial age's first hegemon, even in decline, it must surely retain hidden reserves. Caution is imperative. In the earliest days of my own awakening, the Dragon Clan already ruled the heavens and earth. Zulong and Zhulong, the ancestral dragon sovereigns, were peerless in might. Even the beast sovereign Shun and I held them in awe. Later they forged an alliance with the Feng clan and Qilin clan, joining forces with primordial deities to vanquish Shun and I and end the fiendish beast calamity. Such beings would inevitably have safeguarded their lineage with profound contingencies, surely one source of the Dragon Clan's unshaken confidence. Having heard Shi Wangmu's account, Emperor Hua replied, "The Dragon Clan is pivotal to the celestial court's ascension. Should we succeed in reclaiming the former hegemonic powers of the primordial chaos, the three primordial clans, and the Yao clan celestial court, our court's destiny will flourish beyond measure." "Then how does your Majesty intend to handle the Dragon Clan?" Shi Wangmu asked curiously. "I shall lead the campaign against them myself." Long ago the Yao clan celestial court sent Dong Wangtai himself to subdue the Dragon Clan. His overwhelming victory compelled their submission and integration. Were I to adopt a conciliatory approach now, it would implicitly concede the celestial court's inferiority to the Yao clan's court. Though Dong Wang was valiant, I shall not yield an inch of sovereign dignity. Shi Wangmu furrowed her brow slightly upon hearing Emperor Hua's decision. She well understood the campaign's existential weight for the celestial court. Yet she voiced her concerns. "Your Majesty leading the campaign personally would indeed manifest your resolve and the celestial court's majesty, but the Dragon Clan remains the former hegemon of the primordial chaos. Even in decline, it surely harbors concealed strengths. The risks are considerable. We must deliberate with utmost gravity." Emperor Hua nodded, acknowledging her apprehension. He said, "I am no reckless sovereign. Yet at present the celestial court possesses only two supreme cultivators, you and I. Thus I must lead this expedition myself and crush the Dragon Clan decisively, to lay the cornerstone of the celestial court's future. Moreover, over these past 1,000 years, I have preliminarily mastered the third slaying formation. Should any contingency arise, I shall deploy it, annihilating all opposition." Shi Wangmu's unease dissolved upon hearing this. She knew well the formation's dread power. It was capable of slaying even saints and celestial emperors. The Dragon Sea Dragon Palace. The Four Sea Dragon Kings gathered to deliberate on the celestial court's offer of vassalage. "Elder brother, what did the ancestral elders in the Dragon Mausoleum say?" the West Sea Dragon King asked. "Yes, elder brother. What did the ancestral elders decree? Why do you return with such deep sorrow?" The East Sea Dragon King raised his gaze toward the other three kings, a flicker of anxiety crossing his eyes before he sighed, and said, "The ancestral elders declare that though the celestial court is newly established, Emperor Hua possesses extraordinary destiny and enjoys the backing of the Dao Venerable. His future is limitless. Though the Dragon Clan retains profound legacies, prolonged isolation has left us unable to restore our former glory. The elders advise that we weigh circumstances carefully, considering allegiance to the celestial court, while also leveraging its nascent weakness to secure maximal concessions." The South Sea Dragon King frowned. "But elder brother, our clan once ruled the primordial chaos. How can we so easily submit to another sovereign?" Moreover, the celestial court is but newly founded, its strength hardly commands our full faith. The North Sea Dragon King added precisely, our clan bears its own dignity and pride. We must not sacrifice autonomy for temporary hardship. The East Sea Dragon King shook his head, voice resolute. The elder's intent is clear. Even if we pledge allegiance, it must not be granted lightly. Even the Yao clan celestial court required Dongwang Tai's personal campaign and the defeat of our elders before we submitted. Cooperation with the celestial court need not mean surrendering dignity. It is rather an act of stewardship for the Dragon clan's future. Very well, then let us refuse. Let us see how the new celestial emperor responds. The Dragon Kings declared in unison. The tranquil primordial chaos was suddenly shaken to its core by startling news. Emperor Hua, sovereign of the celestial court, had resolved to lead a personal campaign against the Dragon clan, sparking universal fascination and eager anticipation. On that day, a golden path blazed forth from the southern heavenly gate. Emperor Hua rode upon the imperial palanquin, commanding 100,000 celestial soldiers as they descended from the 36 heavens toward the East Sea Dragon clan. As the imperial palanquin advanced, the 100,000 celestial soldiers marched in flawless unison, banners snapping in the wind, their auras surging like a tidal wave. Wherever the celestial court's host passed, all life in the primordial chaos turned in awe, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of oppressive grandeur. Meanwhile, within the East Sea Dragon Palace, the 4 Sea Dragon Kings received word of Emperor Hua's advance, and their hearts tightened. Though proud and confident in their heritage, they could not afford to treat a sovereign's personal campaign with anything less than utmost seriousness. At that very moment, a divine sense emanated from the Dragon Mausoleum, declaring that the ancestral elders residing therein would intervene, and instructing the Dragon Kings to stand aside. Upon receiving this transmission, the East Sea Dragon King recoiled inwardly. The ancestral elders had long withdrawn from worldly affairs. Even Dongwang Tai's personal campaign had failed to stir them. That they now volunteered intervention signaled profound gravity in their assessment of the celestial court. He immediately relayed the message to the other 3 Dragon Kings, whose faces hardened with sorrow. They understood, should the ancestral elders of the Dragon Mausoleum enter the fray, the scale and ramifications of this conflict would far exceed their wildest imaginings. The East Sea Dragon King drew a deep breath and addressed his brethren. Since the ancestral elders have made their disposition known, our duty is to prepare for battle. Simultaneously, we must closely monitor the celestial court's movements, prepared for any contingency. The other Dragon Kings nodded in unison, returning to their respective seas to reinforce defenses, readying themselves for the storm about to break. Amid the anticipation of all, the Heavenly Emperor Di Hua finally arrived at the East Sea. Standing atop the imperial chariot, Di Hua gazed at the tumultuous sea, took a deep breath, and promptly issued the command to attack. 100,000 heavenly soldiers descended like divine beings, leaping into the sea and engaging in fierce combat with the warriors of the Dragon clan. The sea-churned waves roared, and the entire East Sea seemed to tremble in response to this great battle. Di Hua did not strike immediately, but observed the battlefield from the sidelines. He understood that the key to this battle lay in the Dragon clan's elite power. Only by defeating their elite could he truly compel the Dragon clan to submit. Just as the soldiers from both sides fought fiercely, a beam of divine light suddenly shot up from the depths of the East Sea, followed by a dragon's roar that reverberated throughout the sky. Di Hua's gaze was immediately drawn to the soaring divine light, sensing a powerful aura. With the booming dragon's roar, it seemed as though the entire East Sea was responding. The waves surged more violently, as if some ancient and formidable presence was about to emerge. The heavenly soldiers of the celestial court and the Dragon clan warriors were equally stunned by this sudden change. They unanimously halted their battles and turned to watch the divine light and the accompanying dragon's roar. A sense of alertness surged within Di Hua. He realized that this could be an ancient powerhouse of the Dragon clan or the legendary dragon god, whose strength far surpassed that of ordinary beings capable of altering the entire battlefield. Indeed, as the divine light dissipated, an old man slowly rose from the East Sea. I, Yinglong, pay my respects to the Heavenly Emperor. To think it is Yinglong, he has not perished. I never expected the Dragon clan to hide so deeply. Indeed, none of the former rulers of heaven and earth are ordinary. Yinglong's appearance astonished all the innate divine beings watching. Apart from the ancestor dragon, and Zhulong, Yinglong was the elite power of the Dragon clan. Everyone believed he had died in the Western continent, yet he unexpectedly survived. Yinglong, today, I personally lead the charge not to exterminate your clan, but to unify the primordial forces and seek a great undertaking together. If the Dragon clan is willing to submit, I shall treat you as kin and share the glory of heaven and earth. Dihua's voice was firm and filled with authority as he attempted to resolve this conflict with words. Yinglong fell silent for a moment, seemingly weighing Dihua's words. Finally, he spoke slowly. I understand the Heavenly Emperor's intention. However, the Dragon Clan has its own ways since ancient times and is not willing to easily submit to others. Even during the reign of the Demon Clan over the Celestial Court, the Dragon Clan merely acknowledged the Celestial Court's claim over the four seas, and we did not enter the Celestial Court. If the Heavenly Emperor is sincere today, let us discuss the Dao. If you can best me, the Dragon Clan shall obey the will of heaven. Dihua smiled slightly, having already anticipated Yinglong's demand. He nodded and said, in that case, As soon as the words left his mouth, Dihua's figure flickered and transformed into a beam of golden light charging towards Yinglong. Yinglong did not show weakness, either unleashing his magical powers to summon towering waves to meet Dihua. In an instant, the battle erupted between them. The heavenly soldiers and dragon warriors held their breath and watched intently, not daring to relax even slightly. Boom. The combatants consisted of a latest-stage quasi-saint and a latest-stage quasi-emperor. The fluctuations caused by their clash resembled the chaotic explosion at the dawn of the universe, shocking the entire East Sea, even causing distant mountains and lands to tremble. On the surface of the sea, tremendous waves surged and lightning crackled as if the apocalypse had descended. Yinglong, since I began my cultivation, I have never fought anyone. Today you shall be the first step for me to ascend to the heavens. With that, the Heavenly Emperor Dihua hurled a punch at Yinglong, only to be met by Yinglong's terrifying physical strength. This Dragon Clan's physique is surprisingly on par with the Witch Clan. Heavenly Emperor, such an attack cannot harm this old dragon. If you wish to defeat me, then show me your true abilities. Yinglong roared. Good. Since that is the case, let me show you the secret arts of the Yuan men. 5 divine manifestations of the gods. In an instant, 5 avatars with strength equal to Dihua appeared around Yinglong. Is this the 5 divine manifestations of the Yuan men's secret realm? It resembles Hongjun's 3-corpse technique. Looking at Dihua's 5 avatars, Yinglong did not hesitate and directly employed the Dragon Clan's battle tactics to attack. All word secret. At that moment, 6 figures simultaneously unleashed the forbidden secret technique of the Yuan men, all words secret, attacking Yinglong. Relying on his formidable physique, Yinglong exerted all his strength to block these attacks. At the moment of contact, Yinglong was directly sent flying, crashing into the East Sea. Hiss! This Heavenly Emperor is incredibly strong, managing to send Yinglong flying in a single blow. He is a powerful figure who once dominated an era. All the onlookers in the primordial wilderness were incredulous, expressing disbelief that this was possible. Dihua stood on the surface of the sea, his 5 avatars surrounding him, each exuding a powerful aura comparable to his own. He looked at Yinglong, who had fallen into the sea, knowing that this was only a temporary setback. Roar! A mournful dragon's roar once again echoed throughout the East Sea, this time mixed with a hint of anger. Following that, a colossal azure-white dragon stretching for millions of miles soared from the East Sea. What drew attention was the pair of wings behind its massive body, akin to heavenly wings, exuding an overwhelming power. Yinglong's true form emerged, his dragon body grand and majestic, wings spread wide enough to block out the sun. Every scale glimmered with a piercing light. His dragon eyes burned with indomitable flames. Clearly the earlier defeat had not subdued him, but had instead ignited his fierce desire to fight. Seeing this, Dihua felt a chill in his heart. He realized that against such an Yinglong, relying solely on previous tactics would likely not suffice. Yinglong, your resilience and refusal to yield earn my respect. However, the will of the Celestial Court cannot be challenged. Today's battle must have a conclusion. He then drew a sword from the void, the innate treasure, the Qingxuan sword bestowed upon him by Su Qingxian. When the Qingxuan sword appeared, the entire space of the East Sea seemed to solidify. The sword's body flowed with the energies of yin and yang, containing the profound mysteries of the Qingxuan Dao. With the sword in hand, Dihua's momentum surged to new heights, his eyes revealing steadfast determination and a thirst for victory. Yinglong sensed the power of the Qingxuan sword, a hint of gravity flashing in his eyes. He had not anticipated that Dihua would possess such a treasure. Facing an opponent with such a treasure significantly reduced his chances of victory. Yet he did not retreat. Instead, he ignited an even stronger fighting spirit. He opened his massive dragon maw, unleashing torrents of dragon breath imbued with destructive power towards Dihua and his 5 divine manifestations. Dihua swung the Qingxuan sword, the sword light, resembling a heavenly river, cascading down, severing the dragon breath with each stroke. Each of his strikes contained the highest truths of the Qingxuan, causing violent spatial tremors with every clash against Yinglong. The waters of the East Sea churned under the impact of their powers, forming massive whirlpools. Yinglong, utilizing the dragon clan's powerful physique and innate abilities, engaged in a fierce duel with Di Hua's 5 divine manifestations. After a breathtaking battle, Di Hua finally found an opportunity. He gathered all his strength, activated the all-word secret, and unleashed his most powerful strike. This strike condensed all of his magical energy combined with the power of the 5 avatars to wield the Qingxuan sword, striking fiercely at Yinglong. Yinglong sensed an unprecedented crisis and exerted all his strength to defend. However, Di Hua's blow was too powerful. Even Yinglong could not fully withstand it. The attack from the Qingxuan sword pierced through Yinglong's defenses, landing a heavy blow on his dragon body. Yinglong let out a piercing dragon's roar. His massive body sent flying, crashing heavily onto the sea surface. His aura became extremely weak, clearly suffering severe injuries. Di Hua retracted his 5 divine manifestations, standing before Yinglong with the Qingxuan sword in hand, his voice cold and resolute. Yinglong, you have been defeated. Yinglong, you have been defeated. At this moment, Di Hua gazed at the weakened Yinglong and couldn't help but secretly marvel at his strength. Truly, Yinglong is one of the strongest of the dragon clan, and it was only with the aid of a primordial treasure that he could defeat him. If this battle were not crucial for the future of the Heavenly Court, he would not have wanted to engage in battle using the treasure against Yinglong, preferring to test his skills with the methods he had created. I have already felt the might of the Heavenly Emperor. The Dragon Clan is willing to accept the dominion of the Heavenly Court and jointly protect this realm. Although Yinglong's voice was somewhat weak, it still brimmed with dignity. Hearing Yinglong's words, Di Hua was overjoyed. Just as he was about to respond, accepting the allegiance of the Dragon Clan, he was suddenly interrupted by a voice. What's this, Yinglong? Have you become so soft after all this time? With the emergence of this voice, a tremendous wave suddenly surged across the East Sea, and a formidable aura erupted from the depths of the sea, as if an ancient and powerful existence was about to surface. In the next moment, a gigantic true dragon ascended from the seabed, its body spanning billions of miles, covering the entire field of vision. Each of its scales shimmered with an ancient and mysterious radiance, as if carrying the weight of countless years. The eyes of the true dragon resembled 2 brilliant stars, revealing boundless wisdom and power. Clan leader, Yinglong shouted in terror. Zhulong. At this moment, some ancient beings, even older than the 6 saints of the Heavenly Dao, immediately recognized the origins of this true dragon. How is this possible? Because Zhulong perished long ago, the ancestral dragon fought desperately against the Qingxuan and Phoenix clans. How can he appear here now? Where has he been all these years? How deep has the Dragon Clan hidden themselves? Zhulong's appearance shocked all the innate deities even more than Yinglong's, as he was once a dominant force during the primordial era, a being they could only aspire to. What has it been millions of years, and you no longer recognize your ancestor? Zhulong said to the somewhat dazed Yinglong. Clan leader, is it really you? Yinglong could hardly believe it at that moment. Zhulong smiled gently, and a hint of warmth flashed in his eyes, as if reminiscing about the days they fought side by side. He slowly extended a dragon claw and gently placed it atop Yinglong's head. The power stemming from their bloodline brought Yinglong an unprecedented sense of comfort and familiarity. He slowly extended a dragon claw and gently placed it atop Yinglong's head. The power stemming from their bloodline brought Yinglong an unprecedented sense of comfort, and tears welled up in Yinglong's eyes. He had never thought he would see Zhulong again, the one he regarded as a... He said excitedly, Clan leader, where have you been all these years? The great clan leader nearly turned the entire primordial world upside down searching for you. Yinglong's words caused Zhulong's expression to darken. At that time he had been schemed against, and with all his strength he managed to return to the Taichu Ci. Due to the obstruction of chaotic energy, even his brother could not sense him using the bloodline power, believing him to be perished, which led to the series of events that followed. Enough of this, we will discuss it in detail once we return. For now, let's resolve the matter at hand. Then Zhulong raised his head and looked at Di Hua, having already seen through his true form while watching the battle. He was transformed from the supreme innate spirit root, the pure world white lotus, a truly unique talent, but unfortunately, he had appeared too late. Had he been born alongside them, who knows what the primordial world would be like now. Di Hua found himself in a difficult position. He had thought the matter was settled, but did not expect such a turn of events. The moment Zhulong appeared, he felt that he was completely outmatched. However, if this expedition against the Dragon Clan failed, it would undoubtedly be a devastating blow to the newly born Heavenly Court. Therefore, he had no choice but to press on. Besides, with the 3rd killing formation in place, there was still a chance of victory. Di Hua pays respects to the elder. Zhulong looked at Di Hua and coldly said, even though my clan has fallen, it does not mean anyone can intrude. Since the Heavenly Emperor has come in person today, I as an elder of the Dragon Clan wish to personally witness the Heavenly Emperor's grandeur. Dihua's heart sank. He knew that Zhu Long's strength was unfathomable, but with matters having escalated to this point, he had no retreat and could only face the battle. In that case, I shall comply with your request. Dihua's voice conveyed a sense of determination and authority. Zhu Long nodded slightly, his form instantly becoming colossal, as if he controlled the entire East Sea. He opened his mouth and unleashed a sea of flames of fire forged from pure time, laws capable of burning everything, even piercing through time itself. Dihua dared not delay, hastily activating the innate treasure, the Qingxuan sword, which radiated brilliant white light, forming a massive protective shield to block Zhu Long's attack. An innate treasure. That depends on who wields it. With that, he manipulated the flames of time to continue burning Dihua, immediately following up with a tail sweep aimed at him. That invincible momentum directly shattered the space it passed through. Just as it was about to strike, Dihua Tower slowly rose above his head. The Tiandi Tower, the supreme imperial weapon. The Tiandi Tower floated above Dihua, radiating dazzling golden light, mysterious runes flowing across its surface, with each layer seemingly containing a world imbued with boundless power. Zhu Long's tail sweep, carrying devastating power, collided with the Tiandi Tower, producing a deafening roar. However, the Tiandi Tower stood firm, radiating golden light that completely neutralized Zhu Long's attack, without any sign of wavering. A hint of surprise flashed in Zhu Long's eyes. He did not expect the Tiandi Tower in Dihua's hands to possess such power capable of withstanding his full-force strike. He snorted coldly, his form transforming into a streak of light as he launched another fierce attack against Dihua. Damn it! At this rate, I will exhaust my power and eventually be defeated. In that case, don't blame me for getting serious. Revive Supreme Imperial Weapon, give me your full power. As he spoke, a surge of mana was infused into the Tiandi Tower, instantly causing the Tiandi Tower, as a Supreme Imperial Weapon, to begin a complete revival, unleashing unmatched supreme power. Not good. Caught off guard, Zhu Long did not expect Dihua to possess such a treasure. With no time to think, he exerted all his strength to meet this supreme power. Boom. A thunderous explosion shook the entire East Sea, the waves on the surface almost calming, as the resulting shockwave spread throughout the world in an instant. Although Zhu Long resisted with all his might, he still appeared helpless in the face of this unparalleled. Once the Tiandi Tower fully revived, the power it emitted was enough to shake the entire primordial world. Even an ancient being like Zhu Long found it difficult to counter his vacuum body shattered. Fortunately, he was currently at the half-step primordial realm, otherwise he would have been completely defeated today. Time reversal. Just when everyone thought this matter would end here, Zhu Long unexpectedly recovered and, after 10,000 years, everyone witnessed once again the terrifying nature of time loss. You can't use such means against me anymore, and next I shall not hold back. Zhu Long said to Dihua, time exile. Zhu Long unleashed the secret technique of the time laws, attacking Dihua. In an instant, Dihua felt everything around him begin to warp, the passage of time becoming chaotic, as if it were trying to strip him from this space-time and cast him into the endless chaotic currents of time. His heart tightened. He knew this was Zhu Long's time-loss secret technique. Once exiled, even he would find it difficult to escape, possibly losing himself in the torrent of time forever. Dihua dared not delay. He summoned all his strength to activate the Tiandi Tower, but found himself unable to connect. The Qingxuan sword was also occupied in blocking the flames of time. There's no other way, I can only use it. Third killing formation. Activate. Just as Dihua was about to be exiled by time, he hastily summoned his greatest trump card. The moment the third killing formation was invoked, the time law encasing Zhu Long was instantly broken. A grand formation slowly unfolded around Dihua, causing the chaotic energy in the entire realm to boil. The chaotic sword chi surged, continuously evolving into endless killing sword chi. What formation is this? At this moment, seeing the evolving killing formation, not only Zhu Long was astonished, but all the innate deities watching were also terrified. This is the third killing formation. Please evaluate it, Dragon Ancestor. Dihua's voice resonated from within. As he spoke, he manipulated the endless chaotic sword chi to strike at Zhu Long. Zhu Long had no choice but to adopt a defensive stance, his body rapidly coiling, trying to use his strength to withstand the onslaught of chaotic sword chi. The chaotic sword chi collided with the true dragon's body, producing a piercing metallic grinding sound, and the space was sliced open with cracks. Dihua stood at the center of the third killing formation, fully focused on manipulating it. He knew this was the final showdown between him and Zhu Long, and the outcome hinged on this moment. Although Zhu Long was powerful under the relentless assault of the third killing formation, he began to show signs of fatigue. His dragon scales were torn by the chaotic sword chi, his body riddled with wounds, and blood flowed profusely as he was on the verge of perishing within the formation. Zhu Long's dire condition completely shocked the primordial realm. The reputation of the third killing formation spread throughout the entire primordial world, and from this moment on, everyone began to take the new Heavenly Court and Heavenly Emperor seriously. Just as Zhu Long was about to perish, a 36-petal Chaos Blue Lotus suddenly shielded him. Master. The moment Di Hua saw the Chaos Blue Lotus, he retracted the third killing formation. I have a past with Zhu Long and cannot bear to let him perish here. I will take Zhu Long away. The Dragon Clan may submit, but do not create more casualties. At Mount Winda's, Su Qingxian sat with Huang Lao and Lu Er on the back of a mysterious tortoise, watching as Emperor Hua led the troops against the Dragon Clan. Master, you mentioned that my junior brother has only fought with me and has not battled anyone else. Should I go assist him in this expedition against the Dragon Clan? Lu Er said, anxiously scratching his head. Su Qingxian smiled, faintly gazing far into the distance, as if he could see Emperor Hua's army advancing towards the Dragon Clan through layers of mist. He gently shook his head, his tone calm, yet filled with confidence. No need, Lu Er. Although Emperor Hua has not experienced great battles, he has been cultivating under my guidance since his transformation, with a solid foundation, resilient character, and extraordinary cultivation. With the treasure bestowed by his master, this campaign will serve as both a trial and a tempering for him. I believe he can handle it on his own and showcase his true potential. Indeed, events unfolded as Su Qingxian had anticipated. The already extraordinary Emperor Hua, under the enhancement of the treasure, became exceptionally fierce, almost bringing down even the ancient powerhouse Zhu Long. At a critical moment, Su Qingxian used the Chaos Blue Lotus to save Zhu Long in time, otherwise he would have perished right then and there. After all, the third killing array was a formidable weapon specifically prepared by Su Qingxian for the Heavenly Court, with boundless power. Whoever came would die. Before long, the Chaos Blue Lotus brought Zhu Long before Su Qingxian. Su Qingxian looked at the weakened Zhu Long and could not help but feel a trace of pity. He knew that Zhu Long was the elder ancestor of the Dragon Clan, possessing extraordinary strength, yet even a powerhouse like him would struggle against the third killing array. Zhu Long was in a dire state, his aura faint, his primordial spirit dim, and remnants of chaotic sword energy in his flesh constantly obstructing his healing, bringing him to the brink of demise, as if he would dissolve into the Dao at any moment. Seeing this, Su Qingxian performed the ZZ secret, and under the power of the Heavenly Emperor, Zhu Long instantly recovered at a visible speed. Zhu Long, I have seen the Dao Master. Thank you for saving my life once again. Zhu Long expressed his gratitude to Su Qingxian the moment he healed. This time it was my disciple who caused you to suffer. He was heavy-handed and brought you great trouble. Su Qingxian replied to Zhu Long, the Heavenly Emperor is actually the disciple of the Dao Master. No wonder he possesses such a treasure. Zhu Long felt somewhat reassured at this moment. He otherwise, as an invincible entity from the ancient era, to have fallen at the hands of a younger generation was unbalancing. But now, upon learning that the Heavenly Emperor was a disciple of the Dao Master, he felt a bit more at ease. Su Qingxian smiled, faintly understanding Zhu Long's feelings. After all, in the world of the primordial era, the strong were revered, and failure often meant the loss of dignity and status. By the way, weren't you supposed to be searching for your nephews in the endless starry sky? Why have you returned? Su Qingxian asked. Reporting to the Dao Master, I searched for a long time in the endless starry sky, but found no news of my nephews. I intended to return to the primordial world immediately to ask for your assistance, but in the chaos, I unexpectedly obtained part of the time demon god's inheritance, which delayed my journey. Zhu Long spoke slowly, his tone tinged with helplessness and regret. He had originally thought he would find his nephews smoothly, but it turned out to be an empty hope. Instead, he accidentally gained part of the time demon god's inheritance in the chaos, which forced him to postpone his journey. Su Qingxian raised his eyebrows upon hearing this. The time demon god's inheritance was no small matter. It belonged to a powerful demon that existed since the beginning of chaos, mastering the laws of time. Even for someone like him, the inheritance of the time demon god was highly valued. The inheritance of the time demon god is indeed a rare opportunity. Your acquisition of this inheritance can be considered a blessing in disguise. However, I can assist you in calculating the whereabouts of your nephews to see if I can find their traces. Su Qi. Upon hearing this, Zhu Long's eyes flashed with gratitude. Thank you, Dao Master. If I can receive your assistance, I am truly grateful. Su Qingxian nodded, then closed his eyes, forming seals with his hands, and began to channel the power of the Heavenly Emperor. A faint glow radiated from him, and a mysterious aura spread out. He was using the power of the Dao to activate the numerical secret and perform calculations. After a moment, Su Qingxian opened his eyes, and a glimmer of sharp light flashed within, indicating that he had made some progress. Seeing Su Qingxian stop the calculations, Zhu Long immediately asked, Dao Master, have you derived any results? Yes, I have calculated that the whereabouts of the 9 sons of the ancestral dragon seem to be related to Hongjun, but I do not know where they are now. However, they are not in immediate danger. What? Related to Hongjun? Zhulong could hardly believe it. With Hongjun's strength, he couldn't understand why he would plot against a few juniors. Moreover, I have deduced that when you were pursued by Luo Ho and trapped in a dire situation, it was Hongjun who sealed off the time and space. Su Qingxuan's words drove the already furious Zhulong into a complete rage. Zhulong was burning with anger, his eyes flashing with fierce light, and suddenly strong fluctuations of time surged around his body, as if he were about to distort the surrounding time and space. Through gritted teeth, he said, Hongjun, it was you all along. Back then, when I was plotted against by Luo Ho and fell into despair, it was you who secretly intervened, sealing off time and space, bringing me to the brink of demise. Now you are plotting against my 9 nephews. I will settle this score with you. Su Qingxian saw this and said in a deep voice, Zhulong, calm down. Hongjun's strength is formidable. Even if you have the inheritance of the time demon god, you are not his match. Although he has been sealed by me for a calamity, he will eventually return. If you provoke him, then you will undoubtedly perish, and it will also implicate the entire dragon clan. Hongjun has been sealed by the Dao Master. Upon hearing Su Qingxuan's words, Zhulong was momentarily stunned. Who was Hongjun? The spokesperson of the Heavenly Dao, and he had actually been sealed. He was so shocked that he could hardly speak. But then he thought that he would definitely be held accountable by Hongjun in the future, and the entire dragon clan would suffer if that happened. I wonder if the Dao Master has any solutions. Zhulong bowed his head and asked, Zhulong, would you be willing to join my Yuan sect and become the guardian divine beast of our Yuan sect? Upon hearing this, Zhulong's heart stirred. He knew that joining the Yuan sect meant he would no longer be alone, but would have a powerful backing. This was undoubtedly a tremendous temptation for him and the dragon clan. But at the same time, he also understood that this meant he would have to give up some of his freedom and become part of the Yuan sect. After a deep contemplation, Zhulong raised his head, looking firmly at Su Qingxuan, and said, Dao Master Zhulong is willing to join the Yuan sect and become the guardian divine beast of the Yuan sect. Good, from now on you are the guardian divine beast of my Yuan sect. I will certainly help you find your nephews, and the dragon clan will also receive my protection.